This young man transmigrated to another world, and he also got a system to go with him. But even though they're both systems, Hanju's system is kinda weird, you know? It's not just disguised as a shake the dice game, but every time it rolls, the result is rigged as hell. This time, it tells Hanju his reward is the heavenly doomed Lone Star. He'll live for hundreds of years, but he'll die a virgin. Hanju was so desperate that he angrily shouted, "AAA, god damn it! Who wants to be alone their whole life, huh? It's been years, and this damn system can't give him any good potential." He transmigrated, but his life is like crap. Even though he's complaining, the system is Hanju's only hope, so he'll keep shaking until he drops C. He'll definitely be able to cultivate. Early the next morning, Hanju exercised, gathering the spiritual energy of the earth to get good luck, wondering what surprise this system will give him today. 10,000-year trash spiritual roots. This surprise made Hanju feel like he had been stabbed 1,000 times. Even though he had cooled down a bit, he still felt frustrated. But he still has a round of shaking for his Xiantian luck. So Hanju endured the pain and continued. Unexpectedly, this time he rolled 4 super Xiantian lucks in a row, namely Peerless, Sword Maniac, Unparalleled Agility, and Descendant of the Immortal Emperor. Needless to say, Hanju froze. Sometimes he gets nothing, and sometimes he gets 4 at once. He rolled around on the grass, enjoying the feeling of happiness. It's true that good news refreshes the spirit. Next, he just needs to focus on shaking out a good spiritual root potential to complete the combo. With these 4 top grade lucks, he'll shake enthusiastically for a few more decades. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Hanju must live a truly epic life. He can't be a slave in this medicine garden forever. That afternoon, everyone was summoned to pay respect to the 2 immortal sects from Yuqing sect, a man and a woman walking with "I'm better than you" faces. The servants stood below, looking up until their necks were sore. So these are immortals? Just looking at them, you can tell they're powerful. Necks are sore. If I could become like them, that would be great. Hanju heard this and curled his lip. When he shakes out top grade spiritual roots, those guys will just be mosquitoes. The man said that from today on, he would be in charge of guarding the medicine garden, and the servants were not allowed to disturb their cultivation. Hanju was confused when he heard the news. What happened to Ti Lao? The woman said that recently the sect has been invaded by demon cultivators, so Ti Lao had to go out and work, and they would protect the medicine garden and everyone in his place. Hanju breathed a sigh of relief, at least before he shakes out the top grade. Someone will protect his life. From the beginning, you've only been acting like a clown. But the cultivation world isn't some peaceful paradise. Lucky for you, you've managed to stay alive, and you've got this system as a safety net. I wonder if this system is even still working. But it's been 2 years, and not even a high grade spiritual root has appeared, making Hanju lose faith. He's itching to cultivate, but he only has a grade spiritual root. But this time, he's determined to cultivate to the peak and live to become a legend. As he was pondering, a voice rang out. Hey, everyone drop what you're doing and pay respects to the master. Outside, Tia Lao stood before all the servants and animals. He had been gone for 2 years, but they had no problems working, so they were happy. Everyone put on joyful faces to welcome Tai Lao. This is what we should be doing. It's our honor to share the master's burdens. Hanju just curled his lip. Such a bunch of flatterers. No matter how well they speak, Ti Lao won't give them any extra food. While he was bad-mouthing Tai Lao, Hanju was called over by him, along with some other young men. They walked along, curious about what was going on, and after some probing, they learned that Ti Lao wanted to check their spiritual root aptitude. Hanju was confused. He never allowed the servants to cultivate before. Why suddenly check them now? Suddenly, he caught sight of bloodstains on Ti Lao's lapel. While he was pondering, it was Hanju's turn to be checked. His gaze was like he wanted to devour him whole. Hanju reached out his hand, sweating like crazy. Don't tell me this old guy wants to use them as pills to heal his injuries or something. No spiritual root. Next. After Hanju finished the check, he breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, he didn't use the system to cultivate. Next, unexpectedly, someone actually had a spiritual root. Tai Lao didn't punish him, but instead took him out of the cave and accepted him as a disciple to cultivate. The kid Zhang Wu happily agreed immediately. The others congratulated him. He'll be an immortal from now on, different from us. How lucky. Only Hanju's face darkened. Leaving this cave, I'm afraid I won't see the sun tomorrow. Another 3 springs passed, and a resounding shout from Hanju's house heralded good news. He rolled back and forth on the floor, Overjoyed, this time, he shook out 6 high Kinagrade attributes. They were the 6 paths physique, containing all the spiritual roots of wind, fire, water, earth, and wood. Having suffered for decades, Hanju still couldn't begin cultivating. All because of Tilao. I wonder how that kid Zhang O is doing. I haven't seen his face in 3 years. Seeing Hanju troubled by this, the system offered to help. Create a barrier so no cultivator can detect your changes. Finally, this system has done something useful. Hanju immediately agreed. From today on, he officially embarks on the path of cultivation, becoming the best as soon as possible. A dazzling light shone forth. Moments later, Hanju found himself in a different space, time. The system summarized Hanju's life with flowery language, but the main thing was inviting him to choose his cultivation path, because he possessed 6 kinds of mysterious powers of heaven and earth. Hanju didn't know which to pick between sword cultivation, lightning cultivation, wood cultivation, fire cultivation, water cultivation, earth cultivation, and wind cultivation. It took Hanju several years to create the complete 6 paths of reincarnation. Now only choosing one to cultivate would be a total ripoff. After thinking for a while, he decided to choose sword cultivation. A straight man's gotta wield a sword to be strong and fierce, right? The system started cultivation, and Hanju felt as if he was submerged in a flow of power. The system even reminded him to take care of himself in the future, because once he embarked on the path of cultivation, 1,000 years would feel like a dream, with no turning back. He had to diligently increase his stats from now on. The system interface also changed, leaving Hanju unprepared. However, the relationship tab looked new. He tried clicking on it. Unexpectedly, Tilao appeared first. As expected, he really hated him. If he knew he had spiritual roots, he definitely wouldn't let him off easy. Hanju almost vomited blood. He had been painstakingly growing herbs for him since birth, and yet he still harbored hatred towards him. But then he thought about it. This old guy probably resented his parents for abandoning him, and since he's been running off to who knows where these past few years, he can cultivate in peace. No time to waste. Hanju immediately began increasing his cultivation. Once he reached the 9th level of Lianqi, he'd ditch this place for good. Let's see what old man Tilao at the 7th level of Lianqi can do to him. When he focused intently, Hanju could see different, credit-sized bubbles, which seemed to be spiritual energy, but he could only sense wind, earth, water, and wood. Although he couldn't see lightning and fire, Hanju would use the 4 types of spiritual energy to cultivate for now. Upon entering the path of cultivation, the system gave him 2 choices. 1. Become a peerless prodigy and show off, which would grant him a Lianqi realm magic weapon. 2. Cultivate humbly, which would unlock the function to conceal his cultivation level and spiritual roots. Without much thought, Hanju chose the second option. He'll just diligently cultivate day by day. 2 years passed in a flash. Hanju still grew spirit herbs with all his heart. Hopefully the spiritual herbs would grow quickly, so he could freeload off of them. His 4 types of spiritual energy had all reached the 7th level of the Lianqi realm. The effect of promoting the growth of spiritual herbs was obvious. Hanju looked around, hoping that no one would discover him here today. Hanju went back, carrying his basket. The girls who were attentively eating dragon fruit next to the riverbank, upon seeing him, screamed, "Oh heavens, he's both handsome and knows how to grow herbs. I want to snatch him and make him my husband." They never used to give him a second glance, but ever since he started cultivating, his charm has become prominent. This isn't a good thing. Why doesn't this system help him conceal it a bit? Just when I was racking my brains, Xinghongzhuan suddenly blocked my path. She wanted me to take a trip into the woods with her. I followed along, totally confused. For the past few years, she's been helping Tilao watch over the herb garden, never even giving us lowly herb slaves a second glance. So why is she suddenly calling me out? What's up with that? So I asked the system. And wouldn't you know it, her affection level for me shot up to 2 stars. My brain's fried now. We've never had any physical contact before, so why is she suddenly interested in me? I facepalmed. This is all because of that charm thing, isn't it? What if she uses me as a human furnace for dual cultivation? Sure, it might be great, but also super rough. Seeing me constantly holding my head, Xinghongzhuan tried to strike up a conversation to ease my tension. I don't intend to make things difficult for you. I just want to ask you if you are willing to be a medicine slave for the rest of your life. Totally not getting what she wanted, I scratched my head and pretended to be clueless, saying I didn't know what to do. Xinghongzhuan then made a proposal. As long as you help me with one thing, I'll take you to cultivate immortality and escape your mortal status. Huh. What does the fairy want this little one to do? I thought she was going to ask for something super difficult. Turns out it was even more messed up than porn, which was to steal Tai Lao's pill formula. Then she'd take me to join a demonic sect, and maybe even become her hubby. I froze on the spot. Turns out there's a rogue cultivator from a demonic sect mixed into the Jade Purity sect, right here in the herb garden. Now I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Offending the Jade Purity sect means being hunted down to the ends of the earth. But if I refuse, Xing Hongxuan will probably silence me right here in the deep, dark woods. No one would hear me scream. Plus, Tai Lao isn't even here. Xing Hongxuan seemed confident I wouldn't breathe a word, and even gave me some time to think it over. We're both at the 7th level of Lianqi, but I haven't learned any spells yet and don't have any magic items. I can't take her on right now. So I put on my best dumb, bad guy act to escape the situation. Oh, I don't know where that thing is. Plus, there's a fellow disciple guarding Tai Lao's pavilion. Suddenly, Xing Hongxuan spun around. She slammed my head into the ground without a shred of mercy. Of course it's in the pavilion. Tai Lao, that old geezer, went out to find immortality herbs. Headed. He probably won't be back for years. As for that guard, you don't need to worry. I will lure him away. Finding the pill formula won't be difficult for you, will it? And as for the fact that I have no cultivation base, she'd prepared a pill to help me open my spiritual roots so I could move more easily. I cursed inwardly. That's gotta be some kind of poison, not a pill. She shoved it straight into my mouth and forced me to swallow it. Then she got all up in my face, praising me. Good boy, relax. After you succeed, I will nurture you like my future husband when we return home. I tried to vomit the pill out, using the system to eliminate it from my body. I wiped my mouth, holding a grudge in my heart. The question is, should I listen to Xing Hongxuan? People from demonic sects are ruthless. Even if I help her, there's no guarantee I'll benefit. She might even go back on her word. Finally, the system's giving Hanju a choice to deal with this situation. If he steals the pill formula, he'll get Xing Hongxuan's trust, but also a 5-star hatred from the Yu Qing sect. If not, he'll get the ultimate sword technique, Divine Sword. As long as he doesn't help her, he gets a new skill. No need to even think about it. Hanju's totally going with option 2. That night, Hanju waited for Xing Hongxuan. She'd already found out that the pill formula was in Tai Lao's study. She's gonna lure the guards away, and then he'll sneak in first. Before she left, she gave him a special warning. Remember, there's a formation in the pavilion. If anything goes wrong, he'll be back immediately. Time's short, you gotta be quick. An hour later, Hanju arrived in front of the pavilion. He saw the guard who was killed with his eyes still open and sighed. Xing Hongxuan said she'd lure them away, but she straight up murdered the guy. She really is a she-devil, huh? A moment later, other guards shouted. She ran over there. After her, report to Tai Lao. Hanju took the chance to sneak into Tai Lao's study. This place is like 10 times bigger than his own room. Hanju searched every nook and cranny but couldn't find anything. Seriously, Xing Hongxuan could have just snuck in here and found the pill formula way faster. Why even bother recruiting him? Is she nuts or something? Hanju picked up a gold-plated brush, his eyes sharp. Some people have it all, huh? His brush is made of gold, while us medicine slaves get the crappiest stuff. Evil landlord? What are you muttering about? Did you find the pill formula yet? Xing Hongxuan appeared behind him, making Hanju jump. His voice was weak for some reason. Not yet. There's too much stuff here. Are you slacking off? Ignoring Hanju's excuses, she was done playing cat and mouse. Her hands were already covered in blood, so killing him wouldn't be a big deal. Hanju stumbled backwards, accidentally bumping into a bookshelf. A white vase fell from the shelf, shattering on the floor, revealing something inside. Is this the pill formula? They both stared at the scroll rolling across the floor, their expressions turning grim. Hanju cursed inwardly. This old geezer hid something so important in such a dangerous place. Seeing Xing Hongxuan pounce, Hanju panicked. If she gets the pill formula, she'll definitely kill him. Unexpectedly, she hugged Hanju tightly, her voice completely different from her earlier murderous tone. You're amazing. You really are my lucky charm. I didn't expect someone as honest as you to be so romantic. Hanju lost the pill formula to Xing Hongxuan, and also lost the divine sword technique. But he noticed her aura was unstable. She probably used up a lot of energy, luring those guards away. Hanju grabbed the inkstone nearby, and wanted to smack her in the head with all his might. But just then, bam! A wave of power slammed into them. The elixir recipe fell right into Tai Lao's hands, who was standing at the door, looking absolutely furious. You dare to eye my elixir recipe? You've got some serious guts. Xing Hongxuan was totally surprised to see him back way earlier than expected. Turns out, Tai Lao had been back for ages. just waiting for her to show her true colors. He'd been suspicious of her ever since she first arrived. Over the years, none of the other disciples bothered with the herb garden, just these two. Something fishy was definitely going on. Tai Lao's attacks were relentless, like he knew he had this in the bag. Sheng Hongshuan was clearly drained after leading those guards away. Stealing the recipe was a no. Rago now. Running was the only option. Tai Lao had a hard time catching up, since these demon cultivators had developed an amazing escape art after being chased by Yuqing sect for thousands of years. Han Ju finally woke up, all achy and groggy. Clutching his head, he started acting. "Master, you're finally back? I tried to hold that she, devil back, almost died. Tai Lao even thought I was in cahoots with her." But after Han Ju explained everything, Tai Lao realized that he'd just been used. "She wanted to groom you as her husband. You believed that crap." After getting chewed out for a while, Tai Lao sent Han Ju home to get some shut-eye. The system rewarded him with the absolute art of sword, just like promised. Finally, he had a way to fight back. 2 years quietly slipped by, but Han Ju kept leveling up. Now he was even using magic to chop firewood, and his swordplay was getting pretty darn good. Today was his last time cutting wood. The herb garden just wasn't cutting it for his cultivation anymore. In the past 2 years, Han Ju had cultivated all 4 elemental roots to the 9th level of Liangqi. Once he finished refining the thunder and fire elements, he could break through to the foundation establishment stage, but there was no thunder or fire spiritual energy around the herb garden, so he had to bail. Han Ju pondered a way to sneak out of here as he was walking, and these days, Tai Lao was gone more and more often. Stuck at the 7th level of Liangqi, not everyone could break through smoothly like Han Ju. That's what sets a system user apart. His lifelong goal was to extend his lifespan, and to get stronger, he had to leave this herb garden that he'd been tied to for 20 years. Han Ju was determined to sever ties and leave without looking back. This medicinal garden, thanks to Tai Lao being an outer disciple at Yuqing sect, allows them to be considered people of Yuqing sect. That's why he decided to cultivate here. Besides Tai Lao, no one knows his identity at all. Seeing a strange face like Han Ju appear, the 2 guards demanded to see his sect token. He can now openly introduce himself to the world. This humble one is Han Ju, a wandering cultivator at the 9th level of Liangqi, seeking to join Yuqing sect. Upon hearing 9th level of Liangqi, the 2 guards hurriedly wanted to report. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "No need to report. I have business outside. If I heard correctly, you're at the 9th level of Liangqi and want to join our sect." Yang Luo is an elder of the Yuqing sect. Because demonic cultivators have been infiltrating in recent years, he needs to check him out first. "Please display your spiritual power." Han Ju nodded, and then unleashed the absolute finger divine sword. He gathered power on his 2 fingers, then flicked them lightly, and a piece of the distant mountain was immediately sliced off. The 3 people's eyes widened. They froze. Is he really only at the 9th level of Liangqi? Yang Lu noticed that it wasn't exactly swordsmanship, but more like magic. Compared to his cultivation level, it was a bit unusual. But the purity of this spiritual energy definitely wasn't that of a demonic cultivator. So he immediately led Han Ju to register his identity. From now on, he's officially an outer disciple. On the way, Han Ju asked about a few things regarding this place. Yuqing sect has over 2,000 outer disciples, but to enter the inner sect, one must reach Zhuji, foundation establishment. Every 3 years, the sect will hold a competition. The top 3 in the inner sect will receive Zhuji pills to help the 9th level of Liangqi break through to Zhuji. As for the inner sect disciples, they reside in a small world. Even Yang Luo doesn't know their exact number. Han Ju asked around a bit before getting to his main goal. "May I ask if Yuqing sect has any places to cultivate thunder and fire spiritual energy?" Yang Luo looked surprised that he had a thundering spiritual root, but there are no cultivation places for that in the outer sect. If he needs it, he has to ask the Elder Hall. He might even be able to join the inner sect exceptionally. Turns out, because thunder spiritual roots are rare, they're highly valued by the sect. Han Ju then displayed a bit of thunder magic to Yang Luo to prove he had a thunderous spiritual root. "Brother Yang, please help me recommend me. If I can enter the inner sect, I'll definitely not forget your kindness." Yang Luo hurriedly led him to the Elder Hall to register. An old man sat there and told Yang Luo to check his spiritual root first. Although his appearance was normal, Han Ju couldn't see through his cultivation level. But when it came to checking his spiritual root, he was worried his 6 spiritual roots would be exposed. So many headaches would follow if that happened. Gotta act humble. So Han Ju only revealed 3 of his spiritual roots. Unexpectedly, just 3 spiritual roots already made him stand out. Yang Luo gave him a bunch of supplies and spirit stones, and even got you a brand new, super fancy room. Before leaving, he specifically told you to rest up, and that he'd let you know if there's any cool news. Hanju sighed. He was just a free, strange servant. But now he's on the special care list, which is kinda giving him the pressure. But hey, Yang La chose a room full of fire spiritual energy for him, so it's not all bad. When it comes to cultivation, you could say, this is a good thing. Usually, cultivators only cultivate one type of technique and only have one attribute. Someone who needs to cultivate all 6 attributes like him is destined to work 1,000 times harder than others. Luckily, he's got the abundant resources provided by the system, so cultivation isn't even tiring. Plus, there's the feeling of extending his lifespan. That's the real trend, man. It's been so many years since Hanju first saw the system. And in the end, it's all for the sake of immortality. In his past life, he didn't cherish his body, staying up late watching movies to waste his youth. It wasn't until he got a terminal illness that he realized how precious life is. This life probably won't give anyone a third chance. So Hanju doesn't need fame or fortune, and he doesn't need beauties. He just wants to live a long, long time. Hanju just kept immersing himself in cultivation. One day, Yang La opened the door to announce, "Sorry, I made you wait half a year. The Grand Elder is back." Yang La sensed that his aura had become a lot stronger, but the clothes he was wearing were still the same. He was stunned. Could it be that you've been cultivating the whole time and haven't left this room once? Hanju finally woke up, looking dazed and asking, half a year already? Hanju followed Yang La to the Elder's Hall. The old secretary praised him. Your spiritual power has increased quite a bit. He's got good aptitude, and he's also diligent. Yang La hopes he can become an elite disciple of the sect. Not bad aura, not inferior to inner sect disciples, even almost as good as elite disciples. The round-faced, pot-bellied Grand Elder praised Hanju. If he wants to join the inner sect, he needs to find a master. Within the inner sect, there are 18 peaks, corresponding to 18 teaching elders. If any of them take a liking to him, he can directly become an inner sect disciple. Otherwise, Hanju would have to participate in the inner sect competition and strive to reach the foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. He nodded, understanding. His eyes were extremely determined. On the way, the Grand Elder talked about the teaching elders of the various peaks. Some are competitive. Some are modest in their cultivation, and some go out on missions every year. The important thing is what kind of cultivation style Hanju wants to follow. He doesn't like excitement, and he doesn't like being too prominent, so choosing modest cultivation is the best. As soon as he said that, the Grand Elder stroked his chin and looked at him, smiling meaningfully. Yuqing Peak is perfect for you. You'll definitely like it there. On the way, a few red-crowned cranes flew over. Their shadows covered both of them, surprising Hanju. Ahead is the land of the inner sect. The Yuqing sect is a series of tall, overlapping mountains. Seeing the disciples flying on their swords, Hanju couldn't help but admire them. The Grand Elder walked and introduced a few places along the way. Like the Jade Purity Sect Center is the spot for grabbing missions, perks, and doing a little trading. Hanju had seriously been underestimating the Jade Purity Sect all this time, thinking they were just some small fry sect, straight out at an old school wuxia flick. Finally, they arrived at Jade Serenity Peak. Shockingly, it was the lowest, crilling place, and totally freezing. Plus, the disciples here are the fewest in the inner sect, cause their teaching elder, Xishuan Xianzi, has crazy high cultivation but loves to seclude herself for training. Just wants some peace and quiet, and she doesn't even allow her disciples to get all lovey-dovey, so basically, it's a bunch of hardcore cultivators here. Is it too late to change my mind, or what? The Grand Elder turned around and caught Hanju's expression of pure, unadulterated joy. Jade Serenity Peak is perfect for me. When cultivating, the worst thing is being disturbed. Listening to the Grand Elder lead him inside to meet Xishuan Xianzi. Xishuan Xianzi seemed pretty chill about taking on a disciple, only asking him one question. Do you agree to join this peak, ignore worldly affairs, and focus solely on cultivation? Before he could even answer, this super outgoing girl pops up. Finally, Jade Serenity Peak has a decent disciple. This Chang Yue is at the 2nd level of the Foundation Establishment realm, but her affection for him is only 2 stars. Guess his charm's taken a nosedive. Hanju coldly stated that he can cultivate for 100 years without leaving his room. And then, there were no further instructions. The cold rejection caused Chang Yuer's affection to plummet. Shi Xuan Xianzi, amused, wanted him to try attacking her to see if he had some skills. Hanju didn't hold back, and used all his strength to unleash his magic. When it was just inches from Zixuan's face, he immediately dispelled it. Her expression remained calm as if nothing had happened. Younger was thrilled that he knew when to stop, and her affection jumped back up to 2 stars. Meanwhile, Xishuan Xianzi only has 1 star. Ouch. Xishuan Xianzi found his swordsmanship not bad, and allowed him to stay on Jade Serenity Peak to cultivate. The Grand Elder, seeing that Hanju had found a place to settle down, bid farewell and left. But then Xishuan Xianzi stared intently at him, making him uneasy. His supreme 6 attributes have been seen through, Yunnair whispered, reminding him. This is telling you to acknowledge her as your master. Hanju totally forgot about this part. Since it was his first time acknowledging a master, he just copied what he saw in TV dramas, kneeling down and shouting, Disciple Hanju greets master. May master live for 10,000 years, 10,000 years, 10,000 times 10,000 years. Xishuan Xianzi sighed. She's not the empress or anything. Whatever, Yungair. Take your junior brother to register in the inner sect and arrange his cave abode. Yuizhi immediately pulled Hanju away. On the way, she even asked him if he knew how to fly with a sword. Meanwhile, Xishuan Xianzi watched him leave, very pleased. Not bad temperament, has the looks, and a good personality too. Since Hanju didn't know how to fly with a sword, he had to rely on Yu'er to take him. Looking down from a height of over 1,000 meters made him tremble. His only support was her. Hanju didn't know what she was saying, so he just said something random. Thank you, senior sister. If senior sister needs any help, you can always tell junior brother. Yunjie was extremely happy, vowing to protect him and not let anyone bully him. For 5 years, she had been all alone on Jadeyu Peak. Now she had a junior brother who was as handsome as Hanju, and obedient too. Her wolfish, tiger-like expression caught Hanju's eye, making him unconsciously scared. He hoped life would be smooth sailing from now on. Yu'er led Hanju to his cave abode, which was next to hers. Because the cave abodes were deep within a secluded cave, they could focus on cultivation without fear of being disturbed. Hanju looked around the room, marveling at the grandeur of the inner sect. From the moment he started cultivating, until now, this was the first time he felt pressure. The deeper his cultivation, the greater the difference he felt. Xishuan Xianzi was a third, Gulf-stage nascent soul cultivator, a height that was difficult to reach even in his dreams. The Grand Elder had taught him a lesson. The difference between the inner and outer sects was not just one level. He was only half a step away from the Golden Core realm, yet he could only serve as the Grand Elder of the outer sect. Speaking of cultivation levels, the lowest is Lianqi, absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth into the body, nourishing the limbs, and increasing physical qualities. Foundation establishment, Zhuji, is when the dantian is full of spiritual qi, compressing the qi into spiritual liquid, shedding the mortal body, and transforming into spiritual power. Golden core, Jindan, is when spiritual power gathers into a Dan Jungian state, using the person as a cauldron to concentrate essence, qi, and spirit, forming a holy fetus. When essence, qi, and spirit condense into a nascent soul, breaking the golden core and escaping, one becomes a nascent soul. Yuan, Yi. At this time, the cultivator can open up the natural world, receiving great and supreme power. Above nascent soul, only the founding ancestor of the Jade Purity sect has reached that level. After that, he left for many years and hasn't returned. So Xishuan Xianzi was the strongest cultivator he had come into contact with so far. Jadeyu Peak is indeed a good backer before he grows up. Hanju has to rely on his master, who knows how dangerous it is out there. After thinking for a while, Hanju immediately began to seize the time to cultivate. He couldn't let his master lose face. Just then, the system gave him 2 development paths. One was to gain fame, lead Jadeyu Peak to become the strongest peak, and receive a top-grade magic weapon, but offend Xishuan Xianzi. The other was to cultivate humbly, receive her love, and obtain a set of secret body techniques. Looking at the words, offend Xishuan Xianzi, Hanju was speechless. His master was really strange. Making her proud wasn't necessarily a good thing. 3 years passed, and Hanju cultivated without leaving his cave abode for half a step. Today the weather was fine, and he decided to learn how to fly with a sword. If he walked, it would take half a year to get anywhere. In the inner sect, he had read the book Sword Flight Technique and then threw it away, because with his high Shenigrade sword talent, he would definitely learn it in the blink of an eye. This is the difference a top lentier aptitude makes, bro. You don't need to grind like those other dudes over there. Right then, he breezes past Zhishuan Xianzi. She's standing on a nearby cliff, taking in the view. Hanju, you're something else. You actually stayed in seclusion for a full 3 years. Hanju lands, bows respectfully. Greetings, master. He's also got a question he needs answered. My wind and fire spiritual roots have reached the 9th level. Master, please guide me. Where can I cultivate thundery spiritual Q? Zhishuan Xianzi doesn't give him a straight answer, but asks him back. You want to cultivate a 3-element spiritual Q foundation? Hanju nods vigorously. He's actually got 6 elements, but Zhishuan Xianzi bursts his bubble. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Focusing on cultivating a single path of spiritual Qia is already super tough. Not to mention the heavenly tribulations get way stronger later on. So wasting time cultivating is a huge loss. Hanju sees her point, but he's already got these spiritual roots. If she's not sure, he'll figure it out himself. Hanju earnestly pleads. I understand, master, but I believe in my willpower. I'm sure I'll succeed. I'm willing to dedicate all my time to cultivation. Zhishuan Xianzi's lips curve slightly. She points out a teleportation formation in the inner sect that can take him straight to the Thunder Spirit Pool. After arriving, Hanju is once again blown away by the sheer lavishness of the Jade Pure sect. This Thunder Spirit Pool is way bigger than he imagined. Even just teleporting, he can feel the dense Thunder Spiritual Q. The higher he goes, the more intense the Thunder Spiritual Q gets. It feels like cultivating here would shoot him straight to the 9th level. Such a huge place, yet there's only one person cultivating. Hanju realizes just how rare this is. Suddenly, a voice whispers, almost moaning, in his ear. Don't wander around in the Thunder Spirit Pool. You can only cultivate by the edge. Otherwise, you'll get struck by lightning and die. Hanju gets the fright of his life and yells. His scream reaches the young man focused on cultivating above. What are you screaming for? Never seen a handsome guy before. The tree spirit, having just scared him, turns and leaves, reminding him again. Don't go near the center. Hanju didn't expect to run into a tree spirit here. Just how loaded is the Jade Pure sect? Even though the tree spirit looks gloomy, cultivating near it doubles the effectiveness. Hanju suddenly wants to nurture a tree into a tree spirit to boost his cultivation time. That way, he could reach the 9th level of Thunder Spirit Q ahead of schedule. Just thinking about it, Hanju gets super excited. Starting from scratch, reaching the 9th level in just 1 year. The young man in the distance thinks he's way too cocky. No one can reach the max level in a single year. With such a greedy mindset, he won't get far. A year later, he takes back everything he said last year. He mutters to himself, Hanju, you're the real MVP. He's now perfected all 6 systems of Lianqi and can break through to Zhuji. Zhishuan Xianzi was once worried he'd cultivate too many things and go crazy, but she didn't know the cultivation method he was using already had it all figured out. It's called the tribulation, avoiding method. At this moment, dark clouds gather in the sky, accompanied by powerful thunder and lightning. The tree spirit grimaces. Powerful Zhuji, thunder tribulation, huh? Oh no, he really picked a great spot. According to the tree spirit, Hanju shouldn't undergo his tribulation at the Thunder Spirit Pool, because the power of the Thunder Tribulation would double here. The tree spirit urges the young man to leave quickly before he gets caught up in it. As for Hanju, he's a goner. The tribulation clouds were set. Boom. A deafening thunderclap, and a powerful bolt of lightning crashed down. Hanju's entire body glows with the golden barrier of the tribulation, avoiding method, helping him absorb the heavenly lightning, turning it into the purest spiritual key. It's just a thundering tribulation, baby. Turn into my power, Hanju roars. The intense light prevents the tree spirit and the young man from keeping up with what's happening. Just like that, 2 years fly by. Hanju pays the fee for using the Thunder Spirit Pool for 3 years. He originally planned to consolidate his cultivation at the 3rd level of the Zhuji stage after breaking through. It was an unexpected incident for him, but his lifespan is about to reach 200. This time, Hanju also has to choose his path of development. If he brings glory to the Jade Pure sect, he'll get the 9 Nether Thunder method, but he'll earn Zhishuan Xianzi's resentment. But if he cultivates in secret, he'll soon reach Jindan and receive a supreme, single-grade magical sword. Hanju makes a face. He has no idea how much his master loves cultivating. Just 2 years, and you've reached the 3rd level of the Zhuji stage. Throughout this entire inner sect, you're considered a talent. The young demon who cultivated with him in the Thunder Spirit pool proactively comes over to chat. I am Mo Fukyu, of the Heavenly Thunder Peak. May I ask your esteemed name? Hanju. He politely introduces himself back. Upon learning he's from Jade Serene Peak, Mofuki is both surprised and regretful. Junior brother, you're from Jade Serene Peak. With this aptitude, joining Jade Serene Peak is a waste. You should come to Heavenly Thunder Peak with my thunder, cultivating master. Hanju has already accepted Shishuan Xianzi as his master, a teacher for a day as a father for life. How can he just switch like that? Seeing he couldn't persuade him right away, Fuki still wanted to give him more time to think. The system displays information. No idea what's written on it, but Hanju's eyes widen in shock. Meanwhile, Xing Hongzhuan is being chased by a group of people. They seem to be from the demon sect. She betrayed them, but right now she doesn't know where to go. Everyone wants to kill her in this identity. If she wants to turn over a new leaf, there's only one person who believes her: Hanju. In this life, only he stood up for her, so she considers him her destiny. A black crow caws loudly in the bushes. It has red hair, so Xing Hongzhuan goes on the run again, hoping for the day she'll meet Hanju again. Meanwhile, Hanju reads the information that Xing Hongzhuan is being hunted. He clutches his head in frustration. Why is she still alive? And after all these years, why does she still have feelings for me? It's even stronger. It's just, this system can actually record events and phenomena. I wonder what else it can do. I just hope it won't screw me over later. Whatever, back to cultivating. Right then, a strange bell rings outside. Hanju runs out to see what's up. Junker excitedly runs over to him. Let's hurry and go see Shifu. A second later, Yugir was sprawled on the ground. It's only been a few years, and this guy's already reached Foundation Establishment. What's worse, she can't even see through his cultivation level. She's at Foundation Establishment Stage 2, so he's got to be at least Stage 3. She promised to protect him, but now Junker is actually weaker than Hanju. This makes her goodwill towards him plummet. Jade Serenity Peak never rings the bell normally, so Yue forgot to tell Hanju. When the bell rings, it means Shifu wants to summon all the disciples. When Hanju arrived at the location, all eyes were immediately glued to him. Everyone wanted to break the rules of Jade Serenity Peak. Suddenly, a four-eyed youth came to start a conversation. He is Liu Sanxin, specializing in handling work of Jade Serenity Peak, so Shishuan Xianzi can focus on cultivation. Hanju politely expressed his gratitude to his senior brother. Just at that moment, Shishuan Xianzi arrived. The head teacher has ordered that the bottom 3 peaks in the 18 peaks competition will send disciples to participate in the confrontation with the Qingming demon sect. In recent years, the demon sect has repeatedly sent spies to plot against the Jade Pure sect, so the head teacher has decided to order a counterattack. Hanju looked around. Everyone seemed eager and energetic, so he didn't worry about being sent out. However, whether those bottom 3 peaks would be sent to their death or defect to the enemy was still unknown. Shishuan Xianzi didn't care about the rankings, but this matter involved the demon sect and the Jade Pure sect, so there would definitely be battles. She told them to choose their missions seriously and not slack off in training for even a second. Liu Sanxin reported that recently the sect had a plan to cultivate the most outstanding disciples from each peak as a foundation for the next generation. Therefore, he thought this was a plan specifically for early generational disciples like himself. Who knew Shishuan Xianzi would actually have her eye on Hanju? After all, he had just joined the peak and cultivated from Lianqi Stage 9 to Foundation Establishment Stage 3. As expected, the other disciples also felt it was unreasonable. In terms of strength and aptitude, senior brother Liu is the best choice. Why is there a cultivation plan for a junior who just arrived? Hanju didn't want to waste his cultivation time, so he proactively raised his hand and stood up to decline. It's not necessarily a good thing for Shifu to personally send him out. She might even suspect him of being a spy sent by the demon sect. Shishuan Xianzi didn't force him and sent Liu Sanxin instead, but deep down, she couldn't understand why he'd refuse this once lifetime opportunity. After returning, Liu Sanxin profusely thanked Hanju for giving him the opportunity. Thanks to this incident, his goodwill toward Hanju definitely increased by 1 star. While Liu Sanxin left, Yue volunteered enthusiastically to guide Hanju. Liu Sanxin didn't understand why she looked at him with a mysterious smile. It's like it's saying, just try to put up with her. Yue wants to take Hanju with her on a sect mission this time, since he's only been cultivating in his cave since he got here. Hearing about having to go out on a mission, Hanju put on a lazy act. Can I not go? It's fine if you don't go, but Yungtair's curious. Why don't you feel driven or pressured? You can even get a lot of cultivation resources while doing missions in the cave. Hanju made up enough excuses to refuse the mission. Mainly because he's afraid of dying. Yunir scolded angrily. How can we cultivators be afraid of death? If you're not afraid of death, why cultivate immortality? Yunir was speechless at his statement, and actually felt it made a lot of sense, and the story of the two siblings reached Shishuan Xianzi's ears. Sure enough, she suspected him of being a spy from the demonic sect, although she's less suspicious now because he's not going out to improve himself. But the fact that a rogue cultivator like him doesn't lack top-notch resources makes her want to keep a closer eye on him. More than 10 years later, Hanju came to the Thunder Spirit Pool again. The tree demon was puzzled to see that he was still at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm because it thought he was a genius. Seeing him sigh, the tree demon comforted him. Listen to this old tree. Cultivation is profound. You can't grasp everything. If he can't grasp it, then he wouldn't be Hanju. They only saw his 3rd level Thunder Spirit root, but didn't see the other spirit roots. And he spent nearly 400 high-grade spirit stones to pull them all up to the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. His actual cultivation is almost at the 5th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. With the little spirit stones left, he has to cultivate the Thunder Spirit Chi to perfection. Junior brother Han is here too. Mofuki jumped out to greet him. He also brought a girl, his junior sister, Moju. As soon as she saw Hanju, Moju pouted, scolding. Why are you still at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm? My senior brother said you might have reached the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm already. He, slow and steady, wins the race. After Hanju finished speaking, he sat down to cultivate right away. Just being here costs a lot of spirit stones, and he especially reminded them to stay away from him while he was cultivating. Moju seemed disappointed because he hadn't made any progress over the years, wasting Mofuki's high regard for him. Looking back at herself, she had broken through 2 levels in 10 years. Definitely the speed of a genius. Suddenly, Moju felt something strange. The surrounding spiritual energy was being absorbed at a dizzying speed. It even far exceeded Moifuki's ability to absorb, even though he was already at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. At this time, Moju was speechless, not knowing what cultivation technique Hanju was practicing. If it was due to the quality of his spirit roots, then why hadn't his realm increased at all? Mofuki could only think of one reason, which was that he had suppressed his cultivation. Maybe he had already caught up with Mofuki's cultivation. Every time they met, Hanju gave him a reason to admire him, and his favorability kept increasing. 15 years later, Hanju had cultivated the Thunder Spirit Chi to the 9th level. At this time, he finally agreed to leave the Thunder Spirit Chi to receive his stipend. The tree demon now saw that he was not simple at all, and even had a way to suppress his cultivation, and it had an opportunity that could help him obtain more cultivation resources. So it wanted to invite him to participate. Hanju only cared about one thing. Is it dangerous? Opportunities always come with risks. Hearing this, he immediately coldly turned around and left. Opportunities in the cultivation world are good and all, but even if there's just a little bit of danger, he'd rather just receive his regular stipend. But every time Hanju showed up, he'd become the center of attention for all the cute neighbors, and being too attractive ain't always a good thing. Suddenly, a petite hand latched onto Hanju. Moju, out jet of nowhere, started chatting him up like they were long-sauced buddies. Han, Mixyong, you're here too? What a coincidence. Turns out I need your help with something, a major opportunity at that. Hanju grimaced. How come the words great opportunity stuck to him like a leech? Seeing Hanju's silence, Moju deliberately leaned in to pull him along. If we succeed, wealth and status will be within reach. Maybe even some unexpected benefits. Annoyed by her clinginess, Hanju coldly pushed her hand away. Miss Mo, please have some self-respect. I need to get back to my cultivation. Moju was fuming, utterly rejected. Before she could vent her frustration, Hanju had already vanished. Right now he was hiding behind a secluded wall, hoping she wouldn't chase after him. 2 girls strolled by, excitedly gossiping about a young man even more handsome than Mofuki from last year's intersect competition. You could tell who they were talking about. But what caught Hanju's attention was intersect competition. He had been so focused on cultivating that he'd completely forgotten about it. His master would definitely not let him off the hook, so he hurried back to apologize to Shishuan Xianzi. Luckily, she wasn't mad about that, but about something else. You're still at Foundation Establishment Stage 3. Are you kidding me? Your teacher knows you're capable of more than this? Hanju finally came clean, admitting he was already at Foundation Establishment Stage 9. But he just wanted to live a peaceful life, so he hid his cultivation. Shishuan Xianzi's eyes narrowed, suspicious. If everyone on Jade Serenity Peak cultivated as diligently as you, then Jade Serenity Peak would definitely be the strongest peak. Thanks to his master's acknowledgement, the system rewarded Hanju with a movement technique manual, the 7 illusory steps. He almost forgot about it. While he was talking to Shishuan Xianzi, he didn't notice someone new wanting to join Jade Serenity Peak. Turning his head, he caught sight of Tilao's aged and weary face. This awkward reunion after all these years was something even he hadn't anticipated. They stared at each other, surprised. Tilao, Hanju, Chang Yuer stood in the middle, curious. You two know each other, but this was far from a normal acquaintance. At that moment, Shishuan Xianzi even assigned Hanju to be Tilao's senior brother, to guide him in the future. The two sat together, feeling dejected. Hanju, of course, didn't dare to call Tilao junior brother, and Tilao was still clueless about what was going on. Back then, he checked, and you had no spiritual roots. But now you're an inner sect disciple. It took him 20 years to reach Foundation Establishment. And you're already at Foundation Establishment 9th layer. If he'd discovered you back then, who knows? He might have broken through ages ago. What's with that face? Shidi. Yukare suddenly appeared behind Tialao, looking like she wanted to devour him whole. Han, Kushidi is our peak's genius. Don't you dare have any designs on him. Shishuan Xianzi summoned Hanju today to give him a mission. Because he's more obsessed with cultivation than she is, she's arranged for him to guard the 10,000 demon realm of the Yu King sect. Hanju smelled danger the moment he heard the name, but Yunker was super excited, like she was about to go party. It's the place where the Yu King sect's demon pets are raised. Let me go with Shidi. Shifu, no way. It's super dangerous there. The demon beasts are always escaping, and disciples have died because of it. Hanju's heart turned cold. Then why are you assigning me there? Turns out each peak has to send a disciple to guard the place, and the spiritual chi there is super dense, perfect for his cultivation. It's dangerous, but if he's careful, he'll be fine. With that reasoning, Hanju had no way to refuse anymore. He could only obey Shishuan Xianzi's orders. After he left, she turned to remind Tilao, "You better build a good relationship with Hanju. I don't care about the old grudges. From what I know, he won't plot against you. You can rest assured, Hanju will be a true disciple of Jade Peak from now on." Hearing this, Tilao's eyes widened in shock. He wondered in his heart if he really deserved it. Half a year later, thanks to the dense spiritual chi in the 10,000 demon realm, Hanju reached the 6th layer of Foundation Establishment with his wind spiritual root. But the other spiritual roots were still stuck in place. Super bored, he went to check if the system had any new functions. The relationship chart has a new update. This Xing Hongshuan actually has 4 stars of favorability, and she's determined to have him as her husband. Must be, because she got beaten to a pulp by both the devil cultivators and the Yu King sect. It was time for patrol, and he stretched his limbs tiredly. Every patrol was a practice session for the 7 illusory steps. Although the 10,000 demon realm is a good place to cultivate, the demon beasts are prone to rampages, so disciples are needed to guard the place. Today, as Hanju stepped out the door, he saw a demon beast, like a stuffed teddy bear. But it wasn't dangerous at all, so he brushed past it and whistled as he left. Unexpectedly, as soon as he turned his back, it revealed its true form as a huge beast and lunged to attack. It used its powerful claws to slash at Hanju, but his body disappeared like an illusion, catching it by surprise. While Hanju was already in the air, this demon can casually enter his restricted area, so it's definitely not a simple one. Each layer of the 7-fold phantom steps splits into an afterimage. Reaching the peak of the 7th layer allows you to split into 7 afterimages, not only increasing your speed, but also confusing your enemies. Even though Hanju was zooming around like crazy, that demon beast wasn't a pushover either. He had to seal off its movements to pin it down. After creating 7 afterimages surrounding the demon beast, Hanju unleashed the ultimate technique, Divine Sword Finger. From above, brilliant sword beams rained down, piercing through the demon beast's body. It yelped in pain and ran away with its tail between its legs, but wasn't seriously injured at all, because only his real body can hurt it with the 7-fold phantom steps. Thankfully, this demon beast was all about speed and had no offensive moves. He's just curious about what kind of demon beast that big cat is, and how it broke the restrictions to get in here. Recently, demon beast rampages have been getting more and more frequent. It's time he reports this to the higher Menshops. The sect immediately called an emergency meeting. Everyone suspects that it's the Qingming demon sect causing this. Probably trying to use the demon beasts in the Wanyaoji, 10,000 demons world. That makes sense, since the sect has tripled the number of demon sect scouts we've been cleaning up lately. How about we send more disciples to the Wanyaoji? The Yu King sect is facing two big problems. The sect leader is missing, and there's a demon beast rampage. Dao Lei Laoxian, the elder in charge of Tianlei Peak, suggested that they investigate the truth behind these two matters. He turned to ask for Xishuan Xianzi's opinion, since she's been quiet as a mouse since the meeting started, but she just said they could decide everything themselves. Dao Lei immediately suspected that she knew something behind the genius nurturing plan of the peaks, and immediately inquired, "Where did Shixiong, senior brother, take the disciples of the 18 peaks?" Shixiong, you know I'm always cultivating in isolation and only know a little bit about these things. If there are internal spies among the elders, then I can only trust that me and my sister can work together. Xishuan Xianzi nodded. After all, they are of the same vein. Dao Lei Laoxian smiled meaningfully for some reason. 2 years later, Hanju sat down for a rest within the restrictions of the formation. Thanks to the layout of the restrictions of the formation, he could patrol and rest at the same time. Currently, Hanju is at the 6th level of Zhuji. Even cultivators in the Jindan realm can't break through the restrictions, so he can cultivate without worrying about being disturbed. Little Hey, you're treating the Wanyaoji as your cultivation ground, huh? He, as Hanju replied. His face turned pale. Isn't he the only one here? Now this weird old geezer suddenly appears. He isn't affected by the restrictions, which means his cultivation is above the Jindan realm. Seeing his shocked expression, the old man smiled kindly and explained, "Don't be afraid, I'm like you, also a Yuqing sect disciple here to guard the Wanyaoji." Even so, the old man saw through Hanju's cultivation at a glance. Knowing full well that he had already reached the 9th level of Zhuji, he scared the living daylights out of him, then softened the mood. "No need to be tense. Did you come here on your own initiative, or did your Shifu send you?" "My Shifu, Xishuan Xianzi, sent me." For some reason the old man went, "Oh," still probing, asking if Xishuan Xianzi assigned you any missions. Huh. Of course, Hanju couldn't just blurt it out to a random dude like him. "Oh, can't tell others, huh? This Shime is pretty interesting." "Kid, you know you're in trouble now, right?" Hanju's eyes were full of panic. It was the first time he'd faced someone at such a high realm. The old dude then told you to follow him, and that he'd help you sort something out. Just then the system pinged you with some info. Turns out that old geezer is the head teacher of the Yuqing sect, Li Qingzi, with the cultivation of the 8th level of the Yuanying realm, and he's got the hots for Xishuan Xianzi too. Li Qingzi started walking and talking. "These demon beasts here are all subordinates of the demon king Huxin Bailong, and Huxin Bailong is the type to hold a grudge. This time he's gathered a bunch of demon beasts to ambush this place and prepare for a riot." Spill the beans. What did you do to piss off Huxin Bailong? Hello, testing 1 2 3. Li Qingzi's rambling on, and Hanju wasn't listening at all. In his head, he's picturing that old guy cozying up to Xishuan Xianzi. Absolutely unacceptable. This old coot doesn't deserve her. After telling the story of his fight with Huxin Bailong from 2 years ago, Li Qingzi figured out that he wasn't the one who provoked it, because the demon beast riot happened earlier than expected. He thought some evil sect was secretly causing trouble. "You were lucky the demon king was caught in the trap, losing so much power that you lived," he added. "But what kind of movement technique do you use? How are you faster than Huxin Bailong?" Faced with the question, Hanju mumbled that he accidentally picked up some kind of movement technique that was faster than his. Back to the main topic. "They have to deal with the demon beast riot first," Hanju asked naively. "Does the solution involve offing it? Are you crazy? That demon king has huge potential. Can you afford to kill him?" Li Qingzi was helpless with him. Xishuan Xianzi probably sent him here to earn some merit, but he doesn't have a clue. However, his movement technique is no joke. Even facing Huxin Bailong, he could protect his life, so he got an even crazier idea. "How about you go subdue it? Senior, go find someone else. I just want to cultivate in peace. You want me to sacrifice my life to the Demon King, huh? No way, in this lifetime." Hanju thinks he'll die for that lame reason. Li Qingzi tried everything to keep him here. He would cast a formation to swallow it. If he succeeds, he will pass on the most advanced cultivation technique of the Yu King sect, the Yu King decision. Seeing Hanju stop, Li Qingzi thought he'd convinced him, but he was just reading the system notification behind his back. If he accepted the mission, he would receive Yu King decision, along with the hatred of the Demon King and the attention of the evil sect. If not, just continue to cultivate and get a swordplay secret, but Li Qingzi's favorability will be reduced. Of course, Hanju didn't give a damn about the old guy's favorability, so he rejected it immediately. Seeing him leave, Li Qingzi stomped on the ground in frustration. Why did Shimei take in a disciple like this? He sighed. In the end, I still have to take care of everything myself. You think I'm right, don't you? The demon king Hu Xin Beilong had appeared behind Lin Qingzi some time ago. Facing it, he still maintained his superior attitude. Hu Xin White Dragon roared, summoning hundreds of other demon beasts. A one-ticka versus hundreds battle was about to erupt, while at that moment, Yu Xier and another young man were looking for Hanju in the 10,000 demon realm. They hadn't gone far when they encountered countless fallen trees scattered on the ground, the marks resembling extremely powerful swordplay. Moreover, it was a demon beast riot. A short while later they arrived at Hanju's cave in the 10,000 demon realm as usual. Yunker was still excited to see him. Happy to see me, Shidi. Come and catch me. As always, Hanju completely ignored her. He stepped forward to greet his fellow disciple. This humble one is Meng He. Honored to make your acquaintance. Han Jue. Meng He is Yu, Jade Peak's 7th senior brother. With a cultivation base at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, Shi Xuan Xianzi sent him to help Yu. As soon as he arrived, he inquired about the situation here, especially the fallen trees in the back mountain. Han Ju awkwardly scratched his head, fabricating a story that he had been surrounded by demon beasts, and a senior had come to his aid. Meng. He acted very much like a senior brother, immediately volunteering to patrol the surroundings, leaving Yuer and Hanju to rest. Yuisher sat down to enjoy tea with him. This time, Shifu was worried about Yu being in danger. Rumor has it that demonic cult spies have infiltrated these 10,000 demon beasts. Hanju understood why the system said he would attract the attention of the demonic cult. If he accepted that mission, no wonder Li Qingzi would come all the way here. It seems this 10,000 demon realm isn't simple at all. Thinking this, Hanju turned to Yuer and said, Shiji, how about we leave the 10,000 demon realm? Just then Meng He rushed in frantically, looking disheveled. Are there any unactivated restrictions left? Quick! Quick! Turns out he ran into a great demon as soon as he went out. Judging by its size, it was probably at the golden core stage, hence the severe injuries. Before that, Meng Heng had seen a group of demon beasts locked in a formation in a deep area a few miles away. Yuner now understood why Hanju wanted to leave this place. But you've been here for 2 years, and you're still fine. On the contrary, Hanju was even more certain that he had to leave the 10,000 demon realm. If he failed, he wouldn't go around recklessly. Just then, the demon queue grew increasingly dense. It seemed they were moving toward them. Sure enough, from afar, a horde of demon beasts rushed madly towards the cave. The number was too great, so the restrictions couldn't stop them. In this critical moment, Hanju wondered, what are you waiting for, run? This place is managed by our Jade Peak. If we run, will it be considered abandoning our post? Without listening to Yuger, Hanju left alone. Those who like to bravely sacrifice themselves are free to do so. Meng. He also felt that what he said made sense. All 18 peaks have managed areas in the 10,000 demon realm. If they're being attacked, then the other peaks must be targeted too. As soon as they left, the demon beasts leveled the pavilions and charged straight ahead. Looks like they weren't after them specifically, they were just passing through. Just then, a demon beast opened its mouth behind them. Hanju immediately grabbed Yuer. It was that golden core demon from earlier, the one Meng. He chickened out and bailed on them with his flying sword, and he was acting all senior brother. Parry before, Youngjer looked up in fear. There were like 6 or 7 of them, circling above, ready to attack. One dove straight down. She squeezed her eyes shut, ready to die. 3 Pure Shadows Sword. Hanju shouted the name of the technique. Last time you rejected Lin Qingzi, so you got this reward. It turns Sword Q into shadows, can use up to 3 different spirit energies, 1 sword shadow each. Now it was Hanju's turn to shine, he signaled, for the sword Kui to slash all those great demons. After witnessing Hanju's absolute power, Yunker was instantly stunned. No way, that was a golden core demon. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, no one would believe how ridiculous Junior Brother Han is. A golden core demon, and a Peak Foundation Establishment 6, headed 1, all gone, dead from 1 sword strike from Junior Brother Han. At this moment, he cast his gaze into the distance. Just one look made Junior blush with embarrassment. She still couldn't forget that cold gaze. Is that really the junior brother I knew? Still, he's seriously too strong and handsome. Yue was still thinking when she was suddenly awakened by Hanju's voice. Everything's taken care of. Today was a big haul. Those demon beasts are covered in treasures. Heard you can exchange them for spirit stones. Let's go! His quick change made Yugelair puff up her cheeks in anger and follow. After a long while, they finally arrived at the myriad demons' grand teleportation array. Seeing their appearance, Menghe suddenly burst into tears. Junior brother, junior sister, you're both still alive. That's great. In response to his cry was a kick straight to the face. Yusir angrily scolded. Why didn't the demon beast just eat you up? Finally, the teleportation was activated. Accompanied by Meng, his miserable screams. Teleported to some place, a thought appeared. A path I never thought of. I was worried I didn't have enough spirit stones to cultivate to the peak of Foundation establishment. But it's here. The thought was interrupted because Hanju didn't think that killing demon beasts could make so much money. Holding a bag of money in his hand, he could say it was the first time he'd felt like a rich guy. Seeing his wide-eyed, mouth-agape face, Yunair stepped forward to remind him. The myriad demons realm is where the sects raise demon beasts. Each one is very valuable. Under normal circumstances, disciples aren't allowed to kill the demon beasts there. This time is a special case. We won't be held accountable. Hearing these explanations, he pondered, I think I should still seriously seclude myself. I'll save the spirit stones slowly. Anyway, that's enough to cultivate the golden core already. After some time, they finally returned to their master's cultivation place. Faced with her, Hanju had no choice but to lower his head. Master, the Wanyao realm isn't just having rampaging demon beasts. There are even shadows of the demonic cult appearing. Your disciple can't stay inside any longer. I've come to beg forgiveness from Master, and will voluntarily punish myself with 100 years of reflection. Xishuan looked at him and shook her head. What if you can't cultivate for 100 years inside? Just that one light sentence made Hanju's eyes widen. What? Chang Yue, who was nearby, immediately chimed in. Master, this matter isn't related to senior brother. Back then we were attacked by demon beasts. Seventh senior brother abandoned us and ran away alone. But Xishuan didn't buy her explanation. Menghe simply didn't save you. Ultimately, it's because your strength is too weak, hindering him. One person living to deliver the message is better than 3 people dying inside together. Yunair was stunned. But this, Xishuan interrupted her, continuing, Menghe didn't violate the rules of the sect. He was merely protecting himself. You and Menghe may withdraw first. Left with no choice, the two of them could only obey her words. As for Hanju, he was still pondering the meaning behind his master's words. His face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. She doesn't want to settle accounts with me alone, does she? Not giving him time to overthink, Xishuan spoke up. Hanju, what have you been cultivating for all this time? He clearly stated his desire. It's for immortality. Xishuan shook her head. But if you just seclude yourself and cultivate painstakingly, without opportunities, you can never achieve immortality. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Disciple understands. But disciple wants to increase my cultivation first, then, with enough strength, seek out opportunities. His words only made her frown even tighter. An opportunity was arranged for you. If you had rendered meritorious service in the Wanyao realm, the day you became a core disciple wouldn't be far off. Sadly, you gave it up. Furthermore, the grade of your cultivation technique is so high that even I can't figure it out. In terms of cultivation techniques, I can no longer help you, Poet. Very well. Would you like to have your own blessed cave with Xiantian spiritual qi? Inside, aside from lightning spiritual qi, there are also other elemental spiritual qi. This condition was truly tempting, causing Hanju to take note. Where is it? Xishuan looked at him with a confident gaze. It's near the Yuqing sect, but you have to be in the top 3 of the inner sect's combat assessment to get it. Saying this, seeing his hesitant expression, she became even more annoyed. Are you even afraid of a combat assessment? It won't harm your life? Hanju then looked at his master with a look of disdain. Master, will anyone with a golden core cultivation or above participate in the combat assessment? She shook her head. Do you think golden core cultivators are cabbages? At that level, they either become Qingxin disciples, or become elders and stewards. Hanju was then pondering. So, those participating in the inner sect assessment are all Foundation establishment cultivators. Thinking of this, a glint flashed in his eyes. In that case, it's settled. Thank you for the suggestion, master. Your disciple will do his best to win glory for Jade Serenity Peak. Never would have thought that she used all her words to be able to persuade this disciple. Xishuan can only sigh. Finally, it can be considered that he speaks human language. Not knowing how long it had passed, a voice rang out in front of the door. Is the boss here? Open a heaven, Canatier cultivation room, 100 spirit stones. He looked towards Hanju, assessed him, and nodded. All right, your seat is in area Jia number 444. The places that he passed by, his extraordinary bearing attracted the praise of who knows how many women around. But to Hanju, nothing was as attractive as immortality in his heart, and the place he set foot in was a place with picturesque scenery, everyone riding swords. The scene in front of him caused the fighting spirit in his heart to rise, determined to break through the realm immediately and prepare for the assessment. But before 3 seconds had passed, he suddenly noticed something. A group of men are gathering together very mysteriously, attracting his attention. So it's a bunch of insects ganging up to bully a young teenager named Zhao Fan. Even after witnessing everything, with his tranquil mind, Hanju was still determined to be a melon-eating bystander, ready to watch the drama unfold. But the system didn't seem to want to let him get his way, popping up immediately. Hanju was super surprised to see the words displayed, quote, detected innate Providence possessor, do you want to view their background? Meanwhile, back to the other side of the story. Zhu Fan, having been provoked to the point of insanity, finally decided to bite back. He gritted his teeth. If you dare to make a move in Ling Qi, aren't you afraid of the disciplinary punishment? The demonic sects have been restless lately, and you're still fighting amongst yourselves? I have reason to report to the elders, suspecting you of being rebel traitors of the demonic sects. As soon as he finished speaking, the corners of Zhu Fan's mouth immediately curved into a smile. Along with that, his info also appeared. Turns out he's just a reincarnated Daicheng cultivator, just like those typical characters in other stories. No need to understand. As for Hanju, after seeing the system's reminder, his face darkened. Reincarnated cultivator, this title seems pretty hardcore. Character. If this was a novel, he could be the main character. His past is also quite familiar. Spiritual treasure. Please don't tell me it's from the Yi family, that old dude. Along with his thoughts, 2 little angels and devils appeared. The little angel smiled sweetly. He's the main character. Helping him later would be like a rocket to the top. But the little devil angrily retorted, no way! Aren't there enough supporting characters who get screwed over during the main character's growth? Don't even think about it. And so, he decided to listen to the devil, leading to Zhu Fan being beaten like a stray dog for his reckless words. Time flew by. 8 years passed like a dream. Hanju had now cultivated to the 9th level of this Huji realm, and the intersect assessment was about to begin. At this moment, a voice caught his attention. Why, it's the male lead Zhao Fan, facing a girl, holding a red umbrella. The expression on his face now was embellished by the autumn leaves flying through the air. His hands trembled as he tightly gripped his own clothes. The girl said with a sincere voice, I'm really sorry. I know you're a good person, just like in those chapters. Saying this, she turned around and left. Without a word of farewell, Hanju sighed beside him. See? It's better to just cultivate, no annoying troubles at all. But before he could leave, Zhu Fan called out to him, stop right there! Hanju turned around and asked, what's wrong, brother? Zhao Fan immediately replied, may I ask, are you Hanju? He nodded. I never change my name when I go, nor my seat when I sit. It is I. Hearing this, his face immediately became puzzled. I'm Zhao Fan from Tianlei Peak. I often hear Senior Brother Mo mention you, saying you'll definitely become a Danang cultivator of the Yuqing sect in the future, so I wanted to meet you. Hearing these words, Hanju immediately pondered. Senior Brother Mo, look at the good deeds you've done. Judging by his demeanor, this is still the old tradition of cultivation novels. But just when he thought there would be a fight or duel, Zhu Fan suddenly knelt down. I heard you resisted a girl's affection. I want to ask, how can I pursue the person in my heart? Completely off script. This left Hanju dumbfounded. What the heck, bro? I thought you wanted to fight me. Zhao Fan didn't pay attention to that expression and shouted loudly, please guide me on the right path and fulfill his wishes. His voice echoed. Hanju said, Brother Zhuao, you should actually let go of everything. How can we cultivators indulge in common affections? What are women? If you attain the great Dako, the world will follow your heart. Whatever you want, you'll naturally get it. Have you ever seen me get close to any women? This step requires you to comprehend your own nature. As he finished speaking, the sunlight seemed to be highlighting it, to make it even more persuasive. This single sentence touched Zhu Fan's heart. Why is my dead heart suddenly beating rapidly? But this couldn't stop Hanju's steps. He immediately turned around, his mind full of thoughts. What an idiot. Can your looks compare to mine? And you still want a girl? Scene changed to another place. Hanju looked at the line of people in front of him, pondering. Another summons of all disciples. Guessing it's related to the intersect assessment. Big brother Da Shixiong came from behind. Little brother Shigori, long time no see. Actually, there's something I wanted to talk to you about. Do you know a woman named Xing Hongjuan? Hanju was caught off guard. How did he know? Hanju looked at Yang Luo and denied it. Don't recognize her. Why are you asking me this, big brother? Yang Luo replied. For the past few years, Big Brother has been following the sect leader to set up ambushes in the 10,000 demons realm, fighting with the demon sect. I haven't been injured at all, because I was lucky enough to get intel from a traitor in the demon sect. That's why the sect leader pretended to leave the Jade Pure sect. In reality, he's lying in wait in the 10,000 demons realm. Yang Luo continued. The traitor is Xing Hongjuan. When she was little, she was captured by the Green Underworld demon sect and threatened with some kind of poison, so she became a spy for them in the Jade Pure sect. That's why she hates the demon sect so much. Before, she even tried to steal a pill formula from an outer sect alchemist to find an antidote, to Hanju's astonishment. Yang Luo continued. This girl also knew to turn over a new leaf. Afterwards, Xing Hongjuan was rescued by the sect leader. Because of her contributions, the sect leader made an exception to allow her into the inner sect, becoming a disciple. After he finished speaking, Hanju interjected, Tilao is really awesome, so righteous, I admire him so much. Yang Lu looked at Hanju. Right now, Xing Hongjuan is cultivating on our main peak. We met her before, and we heard that she was looking for a disciple who was also a servant alchemist. What a coincidence for Hanju. Our Jade Serene Peak also has a disciple named Hanju. Senior brother Han, you tell me, isn't this a coincidence? Hanju finally understood what he was implying, and his expression turned to stone. She spilled the beans. There was no other choice, he could only admit it. Alright, I'm the Hanju she knows, I didn't have a choice back then. But, seeing the sudden change, Yang Luo smiled and hugged Hanju's shoulder. I understand. It's just that Big Brother didn't think your aptitude would be so outstanding. Afterwards, you swore an oath to the sea. You chose Jade Serene Peak instead of a more superior peak. It's our honor. We'll try our best to give you the best resources for your cultivation, so rest assured. Skipping the pleasantries, Xishuan suddenly appeared, announcing the start of the intersect assessment. Then, she announced the content of the assessment. Each main peak must send at least one disciple. Is anyone willing to volunteer? The disciples who heard this immediately raised their hands to volunteer like ants, including Hanju. He looked at Meng He and asked, Everyone's participating so actively. Is the assessment really that rewarding? Meng He nodded. The rewards aren't small. Besides the inheritance of profound techniques, there are also 500 high-grade spirit stones, along with an ice spirit embryo. But these things made Hanju think, is that all? Why didn't Xishuan Xianzi mention the innate blessed land? Could it be that Xishuan Xianzi is opening a back door for me? Finally, he decided to raise his hand. Everyone's so enthusiastic, so I'll join in on the fun too, to avoid others thinking I'm not sociable. But Xishuan's loud voice made him despair. Hanju, you're first. Is there anyone else? He immediately stood up, his expression saying, Master, isn't there some misunderstanding? But she completely ignored him and turned away. After a long time, the list of volunteers was finally complete. The other disciples immediately left in a flurry of discussion. Only Hanju was left here because of Xishuan's special request. She looked at him and asked, Your cultivation has improved again. I underestimated your talent. You have all 3 elemental affinities. But your breakthrough speed is so outstanding, it can even be said that no one in the Jade Pure sect can compare. Facing her praise, he immediately clasped his hands. This is all thanks to Master's guidance. Master is the truly powerful one, but his flattery only made Xishuan feel helpless. I don't remember teaching you anything. Your cultivation method and sword techniques are all not bad, but they're not our profound techniques. Speaking of this, her expression became transcendent. You must have had a master before. Since you joined the sect, You've been diligent in your cultivation, and have no intention of harming the sect. Furthermore, there are witnesses who say you were born in the outer sect, which means you only obtained an opportunity from a young age. Everyone has their own opportunities, and I won't be curious. The reason I'm telling you these things is because I want to tell you that in this inner sect assessment, you can confidently display your strength without fear of causing trouble for yourself. Not stopping there, Shi Shuang continued. To avoid unnecessary trouble, from today onwards, you will be my personal disciple. Her words were like a bolt from the blue, stunning him. A personal disciple. But the system didn't give him a chance to refuse. Immediately, a congratulatory message popped up, and the reward he received for becoming Shi Shuang's personal disciple was the 9 Dragons Demon Subduing Seal. Knowing his fate was sealed, he didn't refuse and immediately shouted, "Thank you, Master." A smile flickered on her lips as she immediately turned away. She waved her hand. "This is your personal disciple jade token. Keep it safe. You may leave." After that encounter, Hanju returned and started familiarizing himself with his new moves. He held out his hand and muttered, "Having these 3 spells is enough. It shouldn't be much different from a senior disciple. Using different attribute spirit energy will produce different effects." Interesting. I have more trump cards now, but I'm not proficient yet. Adding the 3 pure shadow sword, there shouldn't be a problem at all. The more Hanju thought about it, the more conflicted he became. Though, even if Master said, there are no restrictions on methods during the competition, the destructive power of these 2 is too great. I shouldn't use them unless necessary. Then I really have no other spells left. Suddenly, Chang Yuer popped up from nowhere. "Junior brother, the inter-sect competition is about to begin. Are you confident?" He stammered in response. "Oh, good morning, senior sister." The scene changed to some mountain, and a scream came out of nowhere. "How did you guys get in here?" "Secret," Ugrier explained. "Senior brother, I'm taking you to a place so you can join the inter-sect competition," Ugrier explained. "Master was afraid you wouldn't understand the rules, so she especially told me to explain them to you. The 18 peaks have already built their arenas. You know this, right? The disciples will be assigned to the peaks for one-on-one battles, and the top 10 will be selected. Then, the entire sect will watch the final battles in the inter-sect city. Junior brother, look. Tomorrow you'll be going to the Heavenly Chu Arena for the competition?" Hanju looked at the announcement board and asked. "So, before the top 10, not many people will be watching, right?" Yukare confirmed that this was the case. "Could it be that Junior brother's goal is the top 3? I believe you definitely have the strength," he sighed wearily. "I'll try my best." Yukare was very happy at this moment. "We have to go back and tell Master, Junior brother, good luck. Thank you, senior sister. Be careful." As soon as Yuer left, Hanju thought to himself, "Not bad. I can compete with humility. I don't want to attract too much attention." Suddenly, Xing Hongxuan unexpectedly appeared from behind, her voice soft. "Darling." Hanju jumped in fright. He turned around and shouted, "Miss, don't call me that so casually." But it seemed to make her happy, and she chuckled. Hongxuan teased. "We already said that when we were in the outer sect, I didn't expect to meet you here. Fate is truly miraculous." Hanju stammered. "That situation was a fleeting encounter. If I refused, I was afraid you'd kill me." But Hongxuan didn't seem to care. "It's okay, I took it seriously. Besides, you didn't stand me up back then, otherwise I wouldn't have my status today. I heard them say you're at the 9th level of Foundation Establishment." "Is that true?" Hanju confirmed. "Accurately speaking, it's a bit away from the 9th level. I was about to reach it. But I haven't had time to level up," Hongxuan asked. "Just a little bit more." Her hand began to grope around her ample chest. "Then I have something that can help Foundation Establishment cultivators increase their cultivation. Let me see." Hongxuan immediately pulled out a bottle of pills. "This is the Jade Clarity Pill. I don't really like it. It's perfect for you to use." This young man, though addicted, still pretended to be aloof. "Keep it for yourself," saying one thing, but in the next breath the pill was already in his hand. She continued, "Don't worry, I can get these pills periodically." But the problem Hanju was concerned about wasn't this. "I'm cultivating with Jing Si Zhenren. You don't need to worry about Master's side." Her voice had a hint of warmth in it. "Darling, good luck in the inter-sect competition. I didn't think you'd be such a genius. My aptitude is average, but if you need anything in the future, I'll do my best to help." Hearing these words, Hanju's eyes lit up. "You're saying..." Before he could finish his sentence, Hongxuan had already disappeared before him. Hanju clenched the pill bottle in his hand, thinking, "This is karma." The scene shifts inside a room. Xing Hongshuan is cultivating with her master, who is none other than Jingxi Zhenren. You gave the Yu King pill to that kid. No regrets? Xing Hongshuan answers decisively. No regrets. This disciple has fallen head over heels, but Jingxi Zhenren isn't buying it. Nonsense. Just because he's handsome? Xing Hongshuan, caught red-handed, blushes and retorts. Isn't that enough, master? The master is speechless. To make me help him so much, I don't think he's worth it. Xing Hongshuan explains. His aptitude is outstanding. When I first saw him, he hadn't even started cultivating. The headmaster says he's already at Foundation Establishment Stage 9, but Jingxi is still puzzled. With such talent, why haven't we heard of him in all these years? Xing Hongshuan explains. The headmaster says he's humble and always in secluded cultivation. The headmaster even wanted to give him an opportunity, but he flatly refused. Jingxi now finds the young man a bit interesting. Looks like this master needs to pay attention to him. Cut to the competition arena. Hanju now realizes he's been tricked. He thought only the top 10 got the whole sect watching, and that there wouldn't be many from other sects either. But before his eyes is a sea of people, black like ants, surrounding the arena. Hanju wails in despair. WTF, how am I supposed to act now? The system then announces. The Yu King sect's inter-sect competition begins. You now have the following options. 1. Win the whole thing and become famous throughout the Yu King sect. Reward 1,000 high-grade spirit stones. 2. Humbly aim for the top 3. Minimize your impact. Reward 1 spirit treasure. After reading the system's message, he immediately chooses the second mission to stay true to his low-profile motto. Looking towards the sky, Hanju feels the system really understands him. Along with that, the bell for the first match rings. Moju points forward when she sees Hanju stepping onto the stage. She's super confident that Hanju will win the first match, but contrary to his overwhelming cultivation level, he deliberately puts on a very distressed appearance, using his footwork to dodge east and west, not letting his opponent hit him. The other guy, not realizing he's being played, is super excited to attack, not paying attention to his inner energy consumption, even putting on a disdainful look of looking down on his opponent. Their match really fails to attract the discerning audience around. Even the Mo brothers are stunned by what they're seeing. Mo Shixiang's face darkens, because he knows Hanju is just putting on a show. That's right, he's actually exhausted from trying to suppress his strength. Sensing that the time is ripe, his eyes sharpen when he notices that there are not many audience members left, and the judges are sleeping until noon. He uses his fastest speed to close in on his opponent, who is still full of arrogance, unaware that the Grim Reaper is coming, and then Hanju's triumphant expression appears. A loud noise rings out, accompanied by dust, causing the judges to be stunned. He used an overwhelming posture to make his opponent unable to stand up again and win. The Mo brothers look at it and are speechless. Hearing their voices, he looks towards them with a beaming face. Mo Xiangdi, I was just finding his flaws. And so his subsequent matches continued. Like the first match, with Zhu sitting on the side, propping up her cheeks. My fellow disciples always feel like that guy's intentionally avoiding us. Meanwhile, Fuki sighed on the side. He's a dedicated cultivator, doesn't want to be tied down by a woman. Saying that, he got serious. What he wants is the great Dao and immortality, even if he gets comforted by your little sister. But he still shook his head. I can't compare to him. The sun immediately peeked over the pavilion's roof. Hanju was cultivating, his mind wandering. At first, his fighting style was waiting for all the spectators to leave before defeating his opponent with one strike. Now, the competition has become so heated it's hard to hide when surrounded by viewers. Notably, Zhao Fan, the reincarnated Dai Cheng, has surprisingly broken into the top 10. But the most important thing for me is to get stronger, to avoid accidents. Just then, a picturesque scene unfolded, accompanied by Hanju's gaze. Wait a sec, he looked into the distance. The leaves weren't moving, so there's clearly no wind. Where did that wind sound come from? Am I being haunted or something? The atmosphere grew increasingly ominous. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he unleashed the Yulong exorcism seal. A powerful ray of light immediately struck downwards, but that wasn't enough to completely eliminate it. Remnants still emerged. He immediately yelled, "Evil spirit, surrender now!" In the darkness, a massive explosion erupted, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps rushing through the air. A black figure appeared, screaming, "Stop!" Hanju was stunned. He can talk? These demons are really evolving. But upon closer inspection, it was an old man. I told you to stop. This old man is the supreme elder of the Yu King sect. Since when did the Yu King sect have a half-beastman like you? And with no respect for your seniors. Hearing the voice, Hanju's eyes widened. Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder angrily berated Hanju. I was just passing by. And you bombard me with these big moves. Is there no law? Is there no justice? He couldn't understand the old geezer. Running around acting weird in the dead of night. No wonder people would misunderstand that. The elder just ignored him, still sulking. This old man cultivates the primordial spirit out of body technique. Don't you understand? Actually, the Supreme Elder was also terrified by the spell just now. It almost destroyed his primordial spirit. Even his real body couldn't have withstood it. Are all the inner sect disciples this strong now? Hanju ignored the old geezer and turned to leave. I have to tell my master about this. A senior acting like this is just gonna scare the disciples to death. The Supreme Elder panicked, quickly stopping him, even swallowing his pride to apologize. Seeing his reaction, Hanju suspiciously asked, You know my master? The elder puffed out his chest and proudly declared, Your master is actually my disciple. Even the current sect leader. Hanju nonchalantly replied, Then I'll pretend today didn't happen. Take care. The Supreme Elder gleefully sized up Hanju. Kid, I see you have extraordinary talent. Want to inherit my legacy? Hanju played along. What legacy? The Heavenly Gang Golden Body. Want it? This whole Yu King sect? Only this old man and the sect leader know it. This muscle building book is the Heavenly Gang Golden Body? Sounds cool. Hanju wanted to, but then changed his mind. Never mind, thanks for the offer. Hearing that, the old geezer huffed and stormed off. Hanju was even more certain. After almost killing him, how could he be so nice? He definitely wanted to screw me over. Hanju told his master. Having such a childish old geezer as a senior gave Shi Xuan Xianzi a headache. That damned old man is causing trouble again. Don't worry, I'll go find him another day. If he dares do that again, I'll personally take action. After giving Hanju her word, she told him to go rest. At that moment, Hanju was still curious. He wondered, is the Heavenly Gang Golden Body really that powerful? Why did that senior want to pass it on to me? Shi Xuan Xianzi answered a bit awkwardly. It's super powerful, arguably the strongest technique of the Yu King sect, but you have to castrate yourself before you can cultivate it. Silence fell in the room. Knew that old geezer was up to no good. Dodged a bullet there. Wait a minute. So doesn't that mean the sect leader and the grand elders, Shi Xuan, knew what he was thinking and sternly warned him, don't you dare spread that around? Hanju yelled, Yes, ma'am, to sound convincing, but inside he was thinking, damn, these seniors are hardcore, straight up chopping it off for the sake of divine powers. The next morning, inside the Intersect City, the Intersect Top 10 tournament officially began. On the viewing platform, countless disciples squeezed together to witness the power of these geniuses. The fan clubs were going wild. One of them was hugging some weird-looking bear that didn't resemble a panda and yelling, Bing Dunner, work it! With so many people watching, this is too much drama, Hanju thought. Maybe I should just end this quickly. Suddenly, a hot figure appeared in his line of sight, and Cheng Yuer's voice rang out. You finally came, Junior Brother. Junior Brother Han. We're here to cheer you on. As she finished speaking, the Yungyu Peak senior brothers and sisters behind her enthusiastically raised cheering banners. Hanju was surprised. Thanks, everyone. But right now, his eyes locked onto a figure. It was Zhao Fan, sitting at the top of the viewing platform, frowning unhappily as he looked down. Zhao Fan remembered Mofuki's instructions. His biggest opponent this time was Hanju. Because Hanju always hid his strength, Zhao Fan couldn't get a clear understanding of his actual power. Mofuki guessed that his strength was already on par with elite disciples. Zhao Fan smirked confidently. Not necessarily. Now that I have a powerful magic treasure, he definitely can't be my match. Abruptly, his expression changed, and he looked shocked, as if he'd seen something strange below. Moju, a gorgeous woman, appeared in front of Hanju and cheered for her senior brother's opponent. I believe you can definitely win first place. Cheng Yuer raised an eyebrow disdainfully and looked down at her, asking, Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. She acted like a cat whose tail got stepped on, glaring at Cheng Yuer. The senior sister advised her gently, but with barbs, go back and finish puberty first, or Junior Brother Han will end up in jail. Amidst the tense confrontation, Xing Hongshuan appeared, calling out, Husband, causing both of them to short-circuit. The duel between the two turned into a three-way battle. Moju said with disgust, Husband isn't a word you can use. Xing Hongshuan immediately retorted, So what if this old lady likes it? Hanju, the root of all evil, was pushed aside and sat alone in a corner, contemplating his life. Why am I getting caught up in this mess? After a moment, Dao Lei Laoxian came out and amplified his voice with magic power, echoing throughout the plaza. Everyone, quiet down. The top 10 tournament will now begin. The first match, Yunyu Peak's Hanju versus Tianlei Peak's Zhu Fan. The audience went wild. They were talking about Zhu Fan. It was rumored that a grand disciple of Xi Jinping publicly stated that if Zhao Fan made it into the top 3, he would offer himself as a Dao partner to compete with him. Their words didn't affect the two geniuses on stage. Zhu Fan was extremely annoyed and sneered, "Brother Han, you always said you weren't interested in women." Hanju was also very despondent. "My fate is not my own. What can I do?" Not wasting any more time on words, Zhu Fan raised his hand, gathering powerful lightning spiritual energy. He arrogantly reminded, "Brother Han, you better use your full strength this time." Appearing in his hand was a lightning-infused spiritual treasure with a strange shape, surrounded by a vortex of deadly lightning spiritual energy. Zhao Fan raised his head, revealing a cold gaze as he stared at Hanju. The vortex of spiritual energy caused both of their clothes to flutter. The two didn't make a move, cautiously observing each other. Zhao Fan politely invited Hanju, "Don't be polite, please make the first move." His words were practically a declaration of confidence in his victory. Hanju understood what he meant. Without the slightest hesitation, he agreed. "You said it yourself, okay." Dao Lei Laoxian, seeing they were ready, announced, "Prepare yourselves, the match begins." The moment he finished speaking, pale golden sword Qi appeared around Hanju. He spread his arms, channeling his spiritual energy, preparing to unleash his move. He was putting everything into this final strike. Hanju raised his head, his eyes sharp as he gazed at Zhao Fan, preparing to strike. Before this, Zhu Fan was confident that his magic treasure would give him the upper hand. But now his heart was filled with utter panic. He thought in alarm. Could it be as that person once said? Mo Fuqi was a core disciple of the Heavenly Lightning Peak, and his strength was undeniable. Hanju was one of the few people he acknowledged here. He admitted that in some areas, he was far from Hanju's equal. It's better to compete than to antagonize. If there's a chance, try to befriend him, and you'll gain a lot of benefits. Hanju's potential was enormous. He was a role model for their generation. Even so, Zhu Fan was still a little unwilling. He was determined to defeat Hanju and rise to the top in one step. "My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's." He remembered Lu Zhao's mocking words, "You're nothing more than this." The more he thought about it, the more unwilling Zhu Fan became. "You'll have to watch closely. I'll make you regret it, make you understand that you were wrong." In his rage, he unleashed his spiritual power, the shockwaves blasting in all directions, causing the audience to stir in astonishment at this terrifying spiritual force. Condensed, purplish lightning enveloped Zhu Fan's body. This was his ultimate defensive technique. Zhu Fan gritted his teeth and sneered. "So what if you're a Tianao? Today, I, Zhu Fan, will trample you under my feet." He shouted provocatively, "Hanju, hurry up and come at me." Mo Zhu, who had been watching all this time, couldn't help but feel worried. Zhu Fan, combined with his magic treasure, is truly formidable. He was even accepted as a true disciple by his master. "Han Xiong, this time, things aren't looking good for you." Cheng Yuzhe didn't seem worried at all and retorted, "He's still far from my Han, Xu Chuadi. It's obvious you don't know anything about him." Suddenly, the entire audience erupted in an uproar. Xing Hongshuan covered her mouth in disbelief and exclaimed, "The duel's over!" Zhao Fan, at this moment, was beaten unconscious, and he reflexively coughed up blood in pain. The magic treasure he was so proud of was shattered under the power of the swordplay. Zhu Fan was sent flying off the stage, tearing straight through and slamming into the audience stands, causing bricks and rubble to collapse everywhere. Even Dao Lei Laoxian was startled by this situation. After regaining his composure, he announced, "Yu Yufeng's Hanju wins the match. The second match is about to begin." The surrounding crowd hadn't recovered from this quick ending. They ridiculed Zhu Fan. "He's just all talk." Amid the whispers assessing Zhao Fan and Hanju, Chang Yueyi said to Mo Zhu, "I told you, Han. Shidi is very strong." Mo Zhu grudgingly accepted. She glared angrily at Zhu Fan, who was being treated by the medic below. Unaware that Zhu Fan couldn't accept his defeat at this moment, he knew Hanju hadn't held back at all. After a round of challenges, the top 5 inner sect disciples had emerged, determining one person who didn't need to compete and would be directly ranked in the top 3. The remaining 4 would compete in 2 matches. The elder brought out a jar of lots for them to draw. If they drew a red slip, that person would directly enter the top 3. Hanju stepped forward to draw first. He drew a red slip. As expected, supreme luck wasn't just a boast. Hanju remembered his master saying that if he entered the top 3, he could choose a Xiantian cultivation cave. Now that he was directly in 3rd place, didn't that mean he could? Hanju could skip a round. The remaining 4 engaged in a battle for supremacy. These 2 duels were extremely unique. The first match was fought by 2 cultivators. With spiritual powers, everyone watched them stand still in boredom, unaware that their spirits were clashing fiercely. The second match clearly involved swords, but they insisted on using muscles to prove their manliness. The audience begged them to use magic. But in the end, the most exciting thing was still the duel that lasted less than 3 moves. Now that the top 3 had emerged, Dao Lei Laoxian would announce the rules of the final match. Before he could even speak, a hand suddenly shot up. Elder, I forfeited. Everyone was like, WTF? Looking at Hanju raising his hand. Not giving a damn about what others thought, he explained. The previous fight drained too much of my spiritual energy. I haven't recovered yet. I'm happy with 3rd place. Dao Lei Laoxian was stunned, pursing his deep lips and bushy beard. After a moment, he agreed. 3rd place confirmed. Yu Feng Hanju. He reminded, remember to go to the main peak to collect your reward later. Some felt they had overestimated Hanju, but others saw it as an act of respect for his opponent. Someone else deeply cared for and felt sorry for Zhu Fan, and was heard muttering, turns out, I'm not that weak after all. Zhao Fan felt relieved, his face flushed with joy as he murmured, I'll call him Brother Han. Meanwhile, Hanju suddenly got a system notification. Zhao Fan's favorability towards him had increased to 2 stars. He was confused. Why is everyone's favorability so random? The system announced, you have received a reward. A 7th grade spiritual treasure, the Golden Cicada Mystic Garment, which can withstand any attack. Up to 1 full power strike from a Transformation Realm cultivator. Adding spiritual chi can enhance its defense. Transformation Realm is below the nascent Soul Realm, huh? That's awesome. Hanju was so happy he was practically wagging his tail. Dao Lei Laoxian saw him like that, suspiciously curling his thick lips. You're this happy with just 3rd place? Unless Xishuan Xianzi told you to aim for 3rd place. Hanju was startled and had to deny it to get it over with. He led the top 3 to the main hall to receive their rewards. Jingxi Zhenren, representing the sect, congratulated the 3 on becoming elite disciples of the sect. This time's reward is 3 Xiantian grottos, heavens. The 1st place winner gets to choose first. Golden orbs of light flew from her hand. Jingxi Zhenren explained. These 3 Xiantian grotto heavens are located near the mountain range outside Jade Creek 18 Peaks. Their locations are extremely secluded. These orbs of light will guide you to your grotto heavens. You will guard these areas around your grotto heavens from now on. Hanju couldn't help but think, are they setting us up as guards? The first Xiantian grotto heaven has a strong balance of fire and wind spiritual chi. The champion seized the opportunity and immediately chose it, as it suited him perfectly. The second Xiantian grotto heaven has a relatively high concentration of water, fire, and wood spiritual chi. Without hesitation, the buff dude with the scarred face chose it. The remaining grotto heaven belonged to Hanju. This grotto heaven had very complex spiritual attributes, but its spiritual chi concentration was equivalent to a spiritual pool. Hanju rejoiced inwardly, as this grotto heaven was perfect for his 6 spiritual roots. On the surface, he was extremely humble, clasping his hands. Thank you, Zhenren Jingxi. This is more than enough for me. Jingxi Zhenren, appreciating his nature, thought to herself. This person was able to achieve 3rd place. It seems Quan Kair did not misjudge his qualifications. Not bad indeed. With everything settled, Jingxi Zhenren told them to follow the orbs of light to their own grotto heavens to inspect them. The 3 paid their respects and accepted the orders. Leaving, Hanju was led by the white orb of light, passing through forests all the way to a water source, where he found a mountain. There was a small cave at the foot of the mountain, faintly illuminated by light. The orb went to a rock with a gap, going through an extremely narrow passage, only allowing 1 person to pass. Hanju walked for about 10 steps, and at the end of the road, it suddenly lit up. In front of him was a building carved into the mountain walls, divided into small rooms. The house was tidy and clean, with ready-made wooden frames, allowing for the convenient planting of vine, like plants. Around it was a wide expanse of land, ponds, and naturally growing trees and plants. At this moment, Hanju stared wide-eyed at the spirit treasure he had just received. This was the main garment used for defense, just like the one outside. But the golden cicada mystic garment was different. When touched, it was extremely thin, light, and transparent, yet capable of defense. Hanju draped the golden cicada mystic garment over himself. It covered his arms, sparkling and transparent. But only for a moment. He looked no different than before he wore it. The whole garment completely hid within his outer robe, making his sect uniform look newer. Hanju thought to himself, if the defense is really as the system says, then even a nascent soul powerhouse might not be able to do anything to me. This is an unprecedented sense of security. Now I can cultivate in peace. Hanju paced back and forth, thinking. Things were different now. Finding him wouldn't be easy. He'd carved his own mark outside the main entrance, hoping they'd recognize it as his cave. Just then, two figures stood before the narrow cave entrance leading to Hanju's abode. It was Zhao Fan and Mo Fuqi, who'd been searching for Hanju for half the freaking day. Zhao Fan still kinda doubted if this was really Hanju's cave, but Mo Fuqi, who was hesitant before, was now certain. He told Zhao Fan to look up. Following his gaze up the super tall cliff face, at the cave entrance, there was a ridiculously arrogant line. Bear with it for a moment, and the sky and sea will be vast. The two were speechless, not knowing what to say, but it totally fit Hanju's personality. Mo Fuqi shouted, Han Xiongdi, it's Mo Fuqi. Here to visit ya. Hanju curiously popped out and asked, what brings you two bros here? Mo Fuqi explained. The sect's been throwing out tons of missions related to the Qingming Devil Sect lately. Interested in joining us to wipe out one of their branch strongholds? Zhao Fan grinned like a maniac, adding, I've checked it out. That branch is loaded with spirit pills and elixirs that could help your cultivation. Hanju wasn't even a little tempted. He waved his hand. Thanks for the thought, but I don't want to leave this place right now. Gotta go into seclusion to break through. Wish you both a bright future. Seclusion for a breakthrough, Zhu Fan exclaimed. Are you about to achieve the Golden Core realm already? This cultivation freak really scared him. Hanju didn't deny it. He turned to go back inside. If there's nothing else, I'm heading back to Cultivate. Mo Fuqi wouldn't give up. He grabbed Hanju's shoulder, pulling him back, trying to convince him. Golden Core ain't that easy to break through. The Heavenly Tribulation is way scarier than the Foundation Establishment one. If you do the mission with us, we'll prioritize giving you the Tribulation, passing pill. Seeing Hanju startled and perked up at that, Mo Fuqi was pleased, knew it. Gotta lure Hanju with cultivation stuff. Cultivation ain't just about luck, gotta have stepping stones. No going far. He was clearly unwilling, you could see it in his eyes. Hanju was actually checking the system. Option 1. Agree to join them and get a low-grade spirit stone. Option 2. Refuse, cultivate humbly, and get a new ghost artifact. Pretty obvious which one's better. Zhao Fan continued enthusiastically. This mission is super important. If we do well, we'll definitely earn merit. Our status in the Yuqing sect will rise, and we'll even get famous in the cultivation world. Hanju still refused. Forgive me, I'm not interested in fame or fortune. If the Yuqing sect is ever in trouble, I'll fight with all my might, even if it means my flesh and bones are shattered. He turned, looking super righteous as he said, but right now, I just want to cultivate. He looked up at the sky. White clouds floated by, like the long, endless pursuit of the Dao of longevity. Mo Fuqi and Zhao Fan couldn't understand this talented guy's thinking at all. Even though he's strong, he's too chicken, Mo Fuqi lamented. Yeah, you can't just stay in seclusion your whole cultivation life. If you want to cultivate, you gotta fight for opportunities. He'll realize that sooner or later, Zhu Fan added, unless he really doesn't need resources. It's hard to get anything just staying in seclusion. He tilted his head, thinking, forget it. Maybe I can surpass Hanju when I get those elixirs. Han Xiong, wait and see. I'll prove I'm not inferior to you. When you have nothing, you'll definitely regret it. Meanwhile, Hanju was happily accepting his system reward, the Little Universe Belt, which can be used as a storage bag or ring. It holds a vast space, and the shrunken belt is not easily destroyed. 2 years later, the 6 spiritual powers had been perfected, and Hanju was finally able to break through the Golden Core. This step cannot be careless, as only 3 of the 10 cultivators succeed in breaking through. Surrounding Hanju's body were streams of excess spiritual energy that escaped as he approached the breakthrough. Dark clouds rolled in, gathering overhead, waiting for the moment to reward him with a searing bolt of lightning. Ignoring everything, Hanju focused and closed his eyes. They say that the Golden Core Realm's heavenly tribulation easily spawns inner demons. If you fail the breakthrough, you either get struck dead by the heavenly tribulation or go crazy and become a demon. Just then, he heard a creepy laugh in his ear, whispering, asking him what he wanted: fame, fortune, or women. You're strong enough to stop hiding now, so go out there and show off your power. Whether you devote yourself to the saints or overthrow all beings and defy eternity, it all comes down to a single thought of yours. Hanju calmly asked it. Is that it? Anything else? It was stunned, not understanding why the main body wasn't phased at all. He gently pointed, already capable of tearing it apart. Is this all there is to a demon of the heart? No other choices, and you dare tell me to erase Yang Gao's name in this area? You really know how to pick your targets. Farewell, don't need to send you off. The heart demon turned into fine dust, vanishing into the void. Heart demon gone. Now it's time for a full power breakthrough. Hanju's eyes looked up. Deep within his pupils was absolute determination. A light suddenly flashed in the rolling clouds. Speak of Cao Cao. And Cao Cao arrives. Massive heavenly lightning struck, whiting out a whole section of the gloomy sky. At the same time, Hanju quickly chanted an incantation. 6 paths reincarnation. Open. Golden cicada mystical god armor. Open. The light and his figure intertwined, indistinguishable from each other. One could only peek and watch. 3 days later, the system notified him. Received an excellent grade magic sword, the Kulin sword, made from Kulin tendons and bones, housing the Kulin soul, with the effect of exorcising evil and the 6 paths soul absorption divine power, unlocking the inheritance function. Hanju excitedly celebrated. My lifespan has increased. Not bad. A small goal of breaking through to the Yuanying stage within 100 years isn't impossible. If I fail after 100 years, I'll admit defeat. He stretched and loosened his muscles, then lazily plopped back down, happily tapping on the screen. Alright, let's see what my friends are up to, before continuing to cultivate. The joy was short-lived. Hanju suddenly stared at the screen in shock. It read, Good friend Li Qingzi has been attacked by a demonic cultivator. Head teacher has been attacked by the demonic sect multiple times. What? Could it be that the demonic sect has infiltrated? I wonder how Master is doing. Best to head back and see. He hurriedly flew back on his sword, but the scene before him shocked Hanju. Black smoke covered the once elegant Jade Pure sect. Cries of distress and commands echoed everywhere. Those with minor injuries wait here. Those with severe injuries are to be taken for treatment. Those who have recovered should try to gather at the Northwest Plaza. Countless fellow disciples, covered in injuries, wearily gathered together. Standing in the plaza filled with injured people, Hanju couldn't utter a word. Cheng Yue was busy bringing medicine to everyone when she saw him and exclaimed, Senior brother Han, the girl who used to be so strong and aloof, now had a tired face, dark circles under her eyes as she reproachfully said, You still know how to come back? Master said, If we find you, tell you to go see her. Entering the familiar main hall, Hanju remorsefully bowed. Disciple pays respect to Master. After the inter-sect competition, this disciple hurriedly cultivated. Forgetting to visit you, please punish me. Shi Xuan Xianzi coldly opened her mouth. You still know how to come back. I thought you had already betrayed the sect. Hanju's heart was in a mess. He couldn't answer this seemingly light but sarcastic statement. She continued slowly. As things stand now, the Jade Pure sect is about to face an unprecedented disaster. At this moment, an unfathomable meaning flashed in Shi Xuan Xianzi's eyes. As your master, I'll give you a chance. You can leave the Jade Pure sect. These words were like the sky collapsing onto Hanju. Hanju stood motionless in the pouring rain, his silent figure reflected in a large puddle on the ground. Hanju exclaimed in astonishment, as if struck by lightning. The incident of the Jade Pure sect was so hard to believe that he thought it was just a cruel joke. Hanju widened his eyes and stood frozen, unable to utter a single word, his mouth agape, sweating profusely. While he was weighing whether to choose the first option, the system's notification suddenly popped up, drawing Hanju's attention. The system notified him that he had 2 choices. 1. To leave the Jade Pure sect and receive a bottle of Qi gathering pills. 2. To stay and receive a magical artifact and a secret magical manual. After reading the notification, Hanju lowered his head slightly and said in a deep voice, "What about Master?" Xishuan gently closed her eyes, looking serene. "I will live and die with the Yuking sect." Suddenly, Hanju's voice chimed in, making her slightly surprised. "If that's the case then," Hanju said solemnly, his eyes firm as he emphasized each word, "this disciple will also live and die with Master." Xishuan raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Aren't you afraid of death?" Hanju thought to himself, "Of course I am. But there's also the golden cicada mystic skill." Suddenly, the system's notification cut through his thoughts. Seeing the notification that his master's goodwill towards him had increased by 3 stars, Hanju's expression became a bit awkward. Another star and it could develop into a Dao partner. After thinking for a moment, he decided to throw it all aside. Afterwards, Hanju raised his hand resolutely. "People are destined to die. One death is as light as a feather, the other as heavy as Mount Tai. I pursue longevity, but I don't want to abandon Master." He clenched his fist, full of determination. He said that, but Hanju's eyes were still full of worry. "Unless I encounter someone I can't fight, then I'll definitely protect my own life first." Xishuan slightly curled her lips. "But I haven't taught you anything. It's not to the point where you have to do this." Before she could finish, he immediately retorted, "Although you haven't taught me, your kindness is as heavy as a mountain. Every time Master has helped this disciple, it is deeply etched in my heart." This was truly Hanju's honest words. He sincerely hoped that she would live a peaceful life. Hearing this, Xishuan smiled slightly, full of pride. "Worthy of being a disciple of my Jade Serenity Peak. But this matter isn't that serious yet. I appreciate your sentiment." Suddenly, Chang Yuer excitedly jumped out. "Actually, Master saw that you were afraid of death, so she told you to leave first." She immediately received a flick on the forehead. Xishuan then asked about Hanju's cultivation, and told him that he could follow her. At this time, Xishuan realized that she had never properly taught Hanju, and he felt a little embarrassed, scratching his face with his index finger. Saying it was nothing, she didn't reply, but inwardly scolded Hanju as a little rascal. "I'm giving you pointers, and you don't even want them." In the end, Xishuan didn't say anything and let him retreat. From inside the large, sun-drenched tower, Hanju's cheerful voice echoed, "This disciple takes his leave." After he left, she instructed Chang Yuer to go to the other side first. Xishuan held a talisman between her fingers. "Go help your junior brother according to my instructions. Those things are all in the universe pouch." Hearing this, she curiously glanced at it, and then obediently agreed. A moment later, in front of Hanju's cave abode, he hesitated, and then asked, "Why is Senior Sister here? Why did Senior Sister enter my cave abode when no one was around?" Hanju stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. "What are all these?" Chang Yuer glanced at him. "Master told me to help you set things up. Planting spirit herbs will help increase the spiritual qi of your cave abode. The formation is created by Hongxi. You have to infuse spiritual qi to activate this formation, which will conceal the entrance to the cave. If someone forcibly enters, they'll fall into an illusion and won't be able to escape. The spirit herbs don't need care. They'll naturally increase the spiritual qi around them." The lush spirit herbs seemed to be glowing under the sun. She happily asked Hanju if these things weren't bad, huh? He couldn't help but blurt out, "I never expected Senior Sister to know these things." Hearing this, Chang Yuer smiled smugly. "Don't think my cultivation is inferior to yours. I know everything. Alchemy, talisman making, formation setting, exorcism." Hanju immediately bowed his head to thank her and Xishuan. Suddenly, Chang Yuer moved closer to him, her ample bosom swaying before his eyes, causing Hanju to startle in surprise. Forget about the thanks. Under the setting sun, she looked like an angel. "In a while, Senior Sister will move here to keep you company." He sweated, swallowed hard, and hesitantly called out, "Senior Sister." After a moment of hesitation, the sentence that Hanju finally uttered in the romantic atmosphere was, "Are you trying to leech some spiritual qi from my cave abode?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Yuer instantly turned gloomy, causing her entire body to tremble. Seeing this, he immediately froze like a stone statue, the expression seemingly frozen on his face. 5 years later, inside the cave abode, dazzling light shone through the entrance, illuminating the interior. Hanju, now chilling at the 3rd level of the Golden Core realm, was sitting cross-legged, pondering life, and staring at system notifications. He scrolled through the notifications. Li Qingzi getting jumped by demonic cultivators popped up like crazy, panting non-stop in the messages. Headmaster, Brother Over-the-Top Mo, and Brother Zhu were also on the hit list. Glad I didn't tag along with them in the first place. Suddenly, a system notification popped up again. Detected a Xiantian Luckholder. Wanna investigate their background. Hearing Xiantian Luckholder, Hanju instantly tensed up. Someone's outside the cave. The notification revealed the profile of the Xiantian demon fetus, Chen Santian. He deadpanned. Why is a core disciple of the demonic sect coming to the Jade Pure sect? Is he alone, or did he bring the whole squad? While Hanju was thinking that he would have the upper hand if the other party was alone, outside the cave, Chen Santian was reading the words carved on the stone. A moment of patience, a vast sky and sea. After reading, he disdainfully sneered and laughed. The people of the Jade Pure sect are indeed cowards, turtleheads. Suddenly, Chen Santian noticed the strangeness of this place. Why is there such a big name in this desolate place? He immediately came to the conclusion, this must be a cave dwelling. But then Chen Santian scratched his head. But I wonder where's the door? Inside, Hanju was watching him through the barrier. Hearing Chen Santian call him a turtle, he was so angry that his hands were shaking, and all his veins were bulging. His voice sounded again. I'm coming for you, kid. He gritted his teeth and stared at Chen Santian with murderous intent. Basically determined that he was alone, so I have to give him a grand welcome. As soon as he made up his mind, he immediately sensed murderous intent near him. Before Chen Santian could prepare, 3 streaks of swordlight brushed past his body at the same time. He widened his eyes in disbelief at his current situation. The 3 streaks of swordlight that just brushed past were Qingju's shadow sword of the banishing world. Less than a second, Chen Santian was knocked down. He flew far away on the ground and sank into the thick smoke. Damn, what kind of trick that dissipates the spiritual energy, the change to fight back. Otherwise later, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Chen Santian lying on the ground. Suddenly he noticed a move waiting in the air and looked up in horror. Chen Santian, with his head full of blood, begged in a hurry. Senior, stop. A voice sounded from inside the cave. Why did he come to the Jade Pure sect? Chen Santian immediately tried to justify himself. It's all a misunderstanding, I just happened to pass by here. At this moment he was extremely nervous. Who is this person? Who, I have clearly investigated, that there is no strong sword cultivator elder in the Jade Pure sect. Chen Santian narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be the supreme elder of the Jade Pure sect? At this moment, Hanju suddenly appeared behind him, calling his name in a deep voice. Xiantian Demon Fetus, disciple of the Qingming demonic sect. If I hand you over to the Jade Pure sect, what do you think your ending will be? The first thought that came to Chen Santian's mind was, how does this person know my background? Then, he turned his head sharply and shouted repeatedly that he was wrong. Please give me a chance. After seeing the young and beautiful face in front of him, Chen Santian speculated. You are a disciple of the senior. Hanju was considering whether to hand him over to the sect in exchange for hostages. While thinking, suddenly a sharp knife was placed right next to his neck. After Chen Santian put the knife on Hanju's neck, he immediately threatened loudly towards the cave. Senior, let me go, otherwise I will kill your disciple. Suddenly a calm voice rang out, stopping him. Then please let me interrupt for a moment. After he said that he had no disciples, the atmosphere suddenly became extremely awkward and embarrassing. Chen Santian was petrified on the spot. After waking up, he immediately shrank and knelt on the ground, trembling. Said he was just joking. At this moment, Chen Santian was scared shitless. A 9th level foundation establishment cultivator? This must be some kind of illusion technique. He can suppress me, and even see through my background. He's definitely a master. There's no way I can escape. Hanju, on the other hand, felt a bit let down. Is this all there is to a core disciple of the demonic sect? I was wondering if he was just too weak, or if my 3 pure shadow sword technique was too OP. He thought for a moment, then suddenly turned around, scratched his head, and headed back to his cave. Whatever, just follow me. Hearing Chen Santian immediately thanked Hanju loudly for not killing him. Inside the cave, water dripped continuously from several stalactites into a small stone pool. Hanju led Chen Santian inside. I can't force things right now. I need to figure out how to keep him here. Chen Santian followed Hanju, peering around curiously. So, this is a formation concealing the cave entrance. Chen Santian speculated nervously. I originally planned to hand him over to my master, but he would definitely try to escape desperately. The only option I have is to kill him now. He probably doesn't dare to run because he's overestimating me. Thinking this, Hanju suddenly called out, Chen Santian, causing him to look over in confusion. Hanju nonchalantly pointed to his own face and told Chen Santian to stab him with all his strength. Hearing this, Chen Santian's eyes widened in disbelief. Is this senior trying to find an excuse to kill me? Chen Santian started overthinking and got increasingly terrified, panicking and shouting, I was wrong. Hanju remained calm. Why do you keep trying to sneak attack me? Don't you want to try? Hearing this, Chen Santian immediately shook his head, vehemently denying it. Hearing that Hanju wasn't blaming him, Chen Santian immediately wanted to kowtow to him. Indeed, he didn't know that the reason Hanju wasn't worried was because he had the Golden Cicada Mystic Divine Armor protecting him. Hanju was speechless, looking at Chen Santian's fear-stricken state. He then assigned tasks to Chen Santian. Am I that scary? I didn't expect this guy to be such a coward. Diverse clusters of flowers of all colors and shapes were enveloped by sunlight and spiritual energy. Sunlight streamed in through the cave entrance, illuminating the inside of the cave. Hanju sat in meditation right in the middle of the cave entrance, receiving the brightest and most potent sunlight. In a corner of the shadows, Chen Santian was secretly observing him. This senior cultivates so hard he never leaves his cave, he thought. Then lowered his head again, worried. I've been here for a year now. If this goes on, the intelligence gathering will be delayed. Chen Santian, looking grim, turned to look at Hanju again. As a core disciple, I haven't returned for so long. The elders and my master must be very worried. What should I do? Unable to come up with a solution, he suddenly had a murderous intent. If I attack him while he's cultivating, maybe I'll have a chance. No sooner said than done. Chen Santian immediately took action. The veins on the back of his hand bulged menacingly. In the next second, Chen Santian had dashed towards Hanju, who was sitting there. If I can, I'll make you pay 100-fold. I am the demonic embryo that everyone in the Qingming demonic sect fears. Just then, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, Hanju suddenly whipped his head around, looking at Chen Santian with a murderous gaze. Chen Santian immediately did a 180-degree turn and pretended to swat a mosquito for Hanju. Sorry, did I disturb you? There was a mosquito. Seeing this, Hanju merely pursed his lips in silence. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. Looking at the system notification that Chen Santian's hatred level had risen to 4 stars, and then looking at his obedient and subservient attitude, offering to sweep and clean, Hanju was speechless. He sat in silence, contemplating. Over the past year, Hanju hadn't tormented Chen Santian at all, and hadn't even contacted the sect to protect him. Yet now, his hatred level had reached 4 stars. Behind him, as soon as Chen Santian turned away, he immediately thought of another way. I can only run away when he goes out. I can't keep cultivating like this forever. Once I escape, take over the sect, I will flatten this mountain. He frowned tightly, full of determination. Chen Santian narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of hope for the future shining in his eyes. When the time comes, I'll get back the debt of the past year. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly gasped in shock, his eyes widening so much that his eyeballs almost popped out. Right in the middle of Chen Santian's chest was a large, gaping hole, and that hole was created by Hanju behind him. The 3 pure shadow sword gathered into a single point. Hanju coldly declared, I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to use it. If you stayed put, you would at least have some value as a hostage. But now, you're no longer needed. With those words, Chen Santian's body collapsed at Hanju's feet, blood and flesh splattering in all directions. Afterwards, Hanju began to think about the next steps. This guy has connections with a strange senior. Once he's dead, those old monsters will sense it, and then hunt me down at all costs. Just then, a weird puff of smoke suddenly rose from the corpse at his feet, startling him. Hanju watched Zhang Renma gradually appear from the smoke, and couldn't help but think, he's actually showing up for real. Zhang Renma glared with bloodshot eyes, gnashing his teeth. You killed my beloved disciple, which is the same as courting death. With that, Zhang Renma pointed at him, growling, if you have the guts, tell me your name. Hanju casually lied without batting an eye, I am Cao Cao. And you are? Hearing that, Zhang Renma immediately cackled. Zhang Renma introduced himself. I am Zhang Renma, from the Qingming Devil Sect. Cao Cao, I've got your name. Just wait to die. With that, he vanished into thin air right before Hanju's eyes. At that moment, the system finally popped up a notification that Zhang Renma's hatred for Hanju was at 5 stars. Hanju looked at the hatred level and rubbed his forehead, sighing, "Oh man, that's high. Hanju is only at the 8th level of the Yuanying realm. It'll be tough to fight him before reaching the transformation god realm." After thinking it over, he decided to contact the sect to send someone to clear the hatred. 8 years later, it was still the familiar cave abode with the proverb engraved horizontally. Sheng Hongzhuan stood in front of the cave entrance, calling out loudly twice, "Hubby." She gently stepped inside, cheerfully raising her hand, pretending to ask, "Is hubby home?" Immediately after, Xing Hongxuan excitedly ran in, calling out, "Hubby!" causing Hanju to jump. First, it was senior apprentice sister, and now it's her too. Are the formation arrays just for show or what? Then he calmed down and asked, "What is it, Xing Hongxuan?" She immediately pulled out something that shocked Hanju to the core, showing it to him. This treasure! It turned out that the so-called treasure, in Xing Hongxuan's words, was the jade purity pill. Looking at the large quantity of jade purity pills displayed on the table, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement as she generously said, "This is all the jade purity pills I've accumulated over the years. Just use them." But Hanju's answer was beyond Xing Hongxuan's expectations. "Go back, I don't need them," she stammered in confusion. He didn't explain but just said in a deep voice, "You're already at the 3rd level of the Foundation Establishment realm. Keep them for yourself." Hearing that, Xing Hongxuan immediately frowned sadly. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility, and her eyes widened in horror, as if struck by lightning, unable to speak. Seeing that, Hanju went to Xing Hongxuan's side. "Don't tell anyone about my breakthrough, if you want to be my partner." Saying that, he slightly raised his head, frowning with determination. "Then you have to cultivate properly. Now, in a few hundred years, I'll achieve enlightenment and become an immortal, while you'll turn into a pile of white bones." She silently listened to Hanju's heartless words. "Your deep affection for me is a punishment." After a while, Xing Hongzhuan replied, "You're right. I can't hinder your progress." She slightly turned her head to smile at him. "Hubby, cultivate in peace. I'll go help you get the cultivation elixirs for the Golden Core realm." Hearing that, Hanju immediately panicked, reaching out to stammeringly try to stop her. "That's not what I meant." Inside a room in the Qing Ming Devil sect, natural light penetrated through the small window on the roof, enough to see the things hidden in the darkness. Along the wall were several skulls with glowing eye sockets, neatly arranged. Deeper inside, another empty room had nothing in it, except for a few people sitting in a circle. One person stood in the middle. The Qing Ming sect leader, Duan Tongtian, who had reached the peak of the Yuanying realm, frowned gloomily. "It's been so long, and we still haven't found Li Qingzi." Zhang Renma immediately confirmed. "Li Qingzi is deliberately not returning to the Yuqing sect to divert our attention." He slightly narrowed his deep eyes. "We might as well ignore him and directly attack the Yuqing sect." The others there simultaneously volunteered to attack. Someone came to report that Yuqing sect still had an old monster. Someone spoke up, asking for the sect master's opinion. He pondered for a moment but still chose to delay. "We've invested too much. Chen Santian is already dead at Yuqing sect. We won't let it go. This time it's different." Duan Tongtian grinned smugly. "Announce it. This seat is about to undergo nascent soul transformation. If successful, defeating Yuqing sect will be a sure thing." These words immediately startled everyone else in the room. Zhang Renma stuttered, testing the waters. Duan Tongtian is really that confident? Hearing this, he frowned tightly, annoyed by the doubt. This seat has been preparing for this for decades. Then, Duan Tongtian turned around, affirming, 9 parts confidence. You guys can wait another 30 years. The surrounding demonic cultists immediately cheered in support. He demanded Yuqing sect be leveled to the ground for revenge. Zhang Renma also narrowed his eyes, filled with killing intent. Just wait and die, Kaio. Treasure the time you have left. In another distant place, there was a gleam in someone's eye, overflowing with happiness. Another 10 years. These past years, every day brings change. Han Zhu has reached the 9th level of the Golden Core realm of the Lightning and Wind spiritual roots, plus other lower Golden Core realm spiritual roots. Happy wiggling, it feels so abundant, so magical. The nascent soul realm is waving at me. He was like he was flying in paradise. Extremely happy, and that heart shape above his head is too extra. Suddenly, at this moment, Chang Yuer appeared next to him, joining the fun. "Junior brother, I'm here to visit you." Hanju's helpless voice echoed in the cave abode. "Please, just give my cave abode some face, will you?" She looked natural and relaxed, I set up the formation. Of course, I know how to get in. Chang Yuer held something about the size of a thumb, saying that planting it by the lake would make the spiritual qi in the cave abode denser, and it could even become the best cave abode in Yu Qing's sect. After hearing this, he was extremely grateful and bowed deeply, thanking her loudly. Seeing this, Chang Yuer chuckled. It's all thanks to the master's rewards. I'm just doing some small tasks. While Hanju was still squirming with happiness because the master was so good to him, she continued. In the past few years, Jade Serenity Peak has gotten some new disciples. Ranked behind you, also, Iron's senior brother passed away 2 years ago, reaching the limit of his lifespan. These words immediately shocked him, making his hair stand on end. Hanju whipped his head around. With an unbelievable look, hesitating. Tialao is gone. Chang Yuer slightly raised her head to look at the sky. Iron's senior brother's aptitude was too poor. He just died when his lifespan ran out. But before he died, he wanted to see you once. This is his pill companion. Hearing this, he only asked grimly, Why did he want to see me? She replied calmly, How would I know? I wasn't close to him. Hanju didn't say anything more, only frowned and lowered his eyes, hiding the pain in the depths of his eyes, silently calling Tilao's name. Rewinding time to many years ago, when he was just a 6-year-old child, his parents abandoned him and ran away. My lord, what do you think? That voice came from 2 people, anxiously explaining outside the door, pleading for that pitiful child. With a person called my lord, he coldly instructed. If that's the case, let him work in place of his parents. Yu-chun, no, stop. The subordinate stammered his opinion. He's just a child. He can't do heavy work. 6-year old Hanju blankly looked up at Tilao. He can do as much as he can. It's better than starving to death outside anyway. He recalled what he had gone through, and slowly recounted. Sometimes he wasn't human, making Hanju do all sorts of things. But over the years, Tilao never harmed him, and even gave Hanju enough to eat and drink. He even educated him. Although this education made Hanju display an extremely uncomfortable expression, he used to hate Tilao very much, but it was thanks to him that there was the Hanju of today. He thought to himself, perhaps the path of cultivation is also about fate, elasis. Some people rush by in a hurry, leaving only sorrow. After thinking about it, Hanju looked up again at the person in front of him. Senior sister, please try hard to cultivate. If there comes a day when you're gone, junior brother really. Hearing this, Chang Yuger turned her head in surprise to look at him. She smiled happily, scolding Hanju. You stinky little brother. I thought you didn't have me in your heart at all. Right after, Chang Yuer said she had to go back to cultivating, trying to squeeze out some more time to walk a bit further on the cultivation path with her little brother. A while after she left, Hanju stood silently outside his cave. He gently raised his head, taking a deep breath, as if to calm his mood. Then Hanju turned and walked away, revealing a memorial tablet carved with the 2 words, Tilao, on the rock face. The memorial tablet was enveloped in light. Hope you reincarnate into a good family. Time drifted by lazily, and 10-odd years passed in a flash. Even without the support of elixirs, his 6 spiritual roots, besides the earth and wood spiritual roots, all reached the 9th level of the golden core stage, and his strength was getting closer and closer to the nascent soul stage. Since he was about to reach his centennial birthday, the system activated a new function. Hanju looked at the system, confused. Suddenly it chimed, Congratulations! You've turned 100 years old. Activating the trial simulation function. Trial simulation. You can set the cultivation level and strength of the combat opponent. Test and replicate the strength of all living beings within a 100-mile radius. The battle results do not affect your real body and mental state. You can trial countless times. After reading it, he was super excited and shouted, Trial simulation doesn't suffer from side effects like getting injured. This is practically a cheat code. Hanju didn't hesitate and clicked Activate Trial Simulation. He'd never really understood his own strength before. Finally, he could test it out. Instantly, a dazzling blue light erupted from the system screen. Before he could prepare, he was sucked in. System. Teleport. In an instant, Hanju teleported to a white space. The system announced, Welcome to the trial simulation arena. He felt like he was in a dream, wondering if he was in his consciousness. While he was confused, the screen suddenly appeared in front of him again. The system displayed a list of characters with real relationships to Hanju, simulating the strength of the opponents. He muttered, Fighting myself would be a bit weird, so let's try the strongest. Then, he decided to choose Li Qingzi, the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. A character exactly like the real person appeared instantly. Hanju greeted. Sect Master. Bri Reflex. Based on that voice, the character immediately detected his location. It instantly charged toward him at the speed of light. He nimbly dodged. Couldn't help but think. Too fast. Hanju used the 7 shadow steps to jump up, while cursing inwardly. This trial simulation has no martial ethics, attacking without a word, and it's doing it for real, he thought. Can't hold back now. Then, he gathered his strength and unleashed the 3 pure shadows sword. A huge golden light followed his hand as he struck down. The character on the ground instantly exploded. After the explosion, smoke filled the ground, making it impossible for Hanju to see anything. He waited anxiously for the smoke to dissipate, then was shocked to discover that the 3 pure shadows sword hadn't broken through the defense. The character stood still. Only his clothes were torn, he guessed. This golden body, unless it's the Heavenly Dipper golden body, it didn't rest, but rushed toward Hanju fiercely. He didn't hesitate, and decided to try the 9 dragons expelling demon's seal. A dazzling golden ball flew out of Hanju's hand, falling straight onto the character's head. Another huge explosion rang out. This time, the power was even stronger than before. Amidst the shattered rubble, the two continuously attacked, neither giving way. From the outside, all you could see were 2 circles of blue and yellow light constantly clashing. After a few moves, the figure got pushed back a little. Hanju sized it up. The 9 dragons' exorcism seal wasn't simple, but it could only push back the sect leader, not defeat him. It was still too much of a stretch against someone at the 8th level of the nascent soul realm. Just then, the system suddenly popped up next to him. Do you want to adjust your opponent's strength? Adjustable range. Nascent Soul Realm Level 8 to Lianqi Realm Level 1. Seeing this, Hanju frowned, feeling like the trial simulation was getting more and more interesting. Meanwhile, at the Jade Pure Sect, someone's stammering voice echoed from inside the main hall. No way, Dao Lei exclaimed in disbelief. Is this true? Li Qingzi confirmed. Absolutely accurate. Duan Tongtian won the first round and successfully underwent tribulation. He's currently consolidating his cultivation in the transformation god realm. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar, feeling like they couldn't win. Jingxi suddenly remembered and asked, "Where's the master? Isn't he cultivating towards transformation god? He should be close, right?" Lao Ta retorted. Nah, it's just some kind of divine power. Transformation god is tough, Dao Lei suggested. How about we call for reinforcements? We can still ask for help. Li Qingzi replied indifferently. I've already asked the righteous factions for help, but no one's responded yet. Shi Xuan thought silently. Meanwhile, Lao Ta continued. If the old ancestor was here, that would be great. He has the strength of the mid-stage transformation god realm, but he's been out for years and hasn't returned. We can't find him even if we wanted to. Here's the plan. The Supreme Elder and I will deal with Duan Tongtian. Everyone was surprised by this. Jingxi quickly spoke up to stop him. Li Qingzi said helplessly. There's no other way. With your current cultivation, anyone who goes will just be throwing their lives away. He pondered. Forget about Duan Tongtian. You can't even break my heavenly gang golden body. This is the Jade Pure Sect's strongest technique. No one can break it. Maybe I can fight him. At that moment, on Hanju's side, the Lin Qingzi character had been completely annihilated by him. You broke the heavenly gang golden body, the system announced. Today's achievement has been granted. Killing a nascent soul realm level 5 cultivator, the respect of passerby. This trial simulation is so much fun. Immediately afterwards, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, and the first lightning bolts appeared. Then came countless crisscrossing lightning bolts, lighting up the entire sky. From those lightning bolts, a huge bolt of lightning converged and struck straight down, and below was Hanju. He was ready, waiting for the lightning to strike him. He was radiating brightly. This was the moment of a nascent soul realm cultivator's tribulation. This year, all 6 types of spiritual roots have reached the 9th level of the golden core realm. Cultivation complete, Hanju thought to himself. Time to break through to the nascent soul realm. Just then, his senior sister's voice called from the foot of the mountain. He wondered, is the demonic sect attacking? Why is she here? Chang Yue ran over breathlessly, and seeing the scene before her, she wondered. Is junior brother about to break through to the golden core realm? She muttered. If the Qingming demonic sect comes here, it will interrupt his tribulation. Forcibly interrupting is a major taboo during tribulation. Junior brother will suffer a backlash that endangers his life. Thinking of this, Chang Yuer made up her mind. No way, as his senior sister, I have to protect him. But suddenly she thought, with my strength, it will be difficult to protect junior brother. Looking at the lightning that was still constantly striking the mountaintop, she thought, I'll just have to wait for junior brother to wake up and immediately take him back to the inner sect to avoid disaster. What can I say? I just like him so much. Gotta be a bodyguard first. 10 days later, the demonic sect's people began to attack the Jade Pure sect. They slaughtered everyone they came across, and dust and rocks flew everywhere. Chang Yuer suddenly sensed demonic energy. She guessed they had arrived. She looked towards the source of the demonic energy, secretly delighted. It's the main peak. The demonic sect is attacking there. Lucky it's far from my junior brother's cave. Chang Yuer frowned thoughtfully. Taking him to the inner sect now would actually harm him. This is for the best. As long as junior brother stays in his cave, he'll be safe. Then, she stepped onto her sword, preparing to fly off, leaving a sentence behind before she left. Sorry, I'm going ahead to help Master vow to live and die with the sect. Instantly, Chang Yuer rode her sword and flew away, hoping her junior brother wouldn't come back. At that moment, Hanju successfully leveled up to the Yuanying realm. He felt himself, this Yuanying realm is a bit OP. Even the Six Paths reincarnation technique has transformed. The Yuanying realm is a barrier. Its power connects to heaven and earth, interacts with the 5 elements, and obtains supreme power. Therefore, all spiritual roots will merge into a 6-system spiritual root, turning into a completely new and extremely powerful spiritual power. Hanju felt the 6 paths spiritual power floating in the palm of his hand. From now on, he could directly absorb the spiritual power between heaven and earth, no longer needing to rely on spiritual roots to cultivate. Just absorbing the 6 paths spiritual power alone would make his cultivation far more efficient than before. The system prompted, congratulations on breaking through to the Yuanying realm, receiving a divine power reward. You chose the path of a sword cultivator, receiving the sword Tao divine power. Heaven punishing ghost god sword. Looking at the number 998 years old on the system, he couldn't help but feel bewildered. Just then, the system suddenly issued a red alert, reminding, your Yuking sect is under attack by the Qingming demonic sect. He was utterly stunned. What? The attack has already begun? Is it me? The system chimed in again, interrupting Hanju. He didn't expect it still had another reminder. The strongest expert in the Yuqing sect has been detected. Qingming demonic sect leader, Duan Tongtian, first level of the transformation realm. Do you want to immediately start the trial simulation? Seeing this, he thought to himself, the Yuking sect definitely can't hold on. Hanju reminded himself, calm down. Before, I could kill Yuanying realm cultivators in the Jindan realm, so now I should be able to fight against a transformation realm. Then, he decided to try the battle, and pressed start trial. At this moment, black smoke covered everything within the Yuqing sect. The disciples, seeing they couldn't win, shouted for each other to retreat. Zhang Renma led the demonic sect army and shouted, Cao Cao, get out here and accept your death, if you don't show yourself, unless you've already run away. His single protruding eye was cloudy, and his mouth continuously laughed disdainfully at the people of the Yuqing sect. As expected, a bunch of useless trash. Zhang Renma looked towards the thick, reddish-purple heavenly lightning pillar in the distance and muttered, the sect leader's side should be finishing up soon. Immediately after, he raised his voice and ordered, disciples, listen to my orders. Kill everything, loot everything. They immediately obeyed. He added, if you can't find Ko, use the Yuking sect disciples to worship my disciples' spirit in the sky. At this time, Hanju had finished the trial. 1 minute after the fight, he fell into contemplation, finding it incredibly unbelievable. After a while, he hesitantly asked himself, that's all there is to Duan Tongtian. The pink lightning bolt from the black swirling clouds in the sky struck the mountain. It was gradually weakening. A skull, along with a terrifying red aura, flew towards Ling Qingzi and the Supreme Elder, making them unable to withstand the pressure. Immediately after, a figure gradually appeared. The person laughed loudly and said, give up! After looking closely, they recognized Duan Tongtian. He disdainfully said, as long as you kneel down and beg, perhaps this seat can at least let you suffer less pain. Li Qingzi gritted his teeth, saying each word carefully. Duan Tongtian, even if we, disciples of the Jade Pure sect, die, we will never submit to the demonic sect. After saying that, he leaped towards Duan Tongtian. Duan Tongtian didn't even try to dodge, just sighed. Too slow. Li Qingzi was instantly sent flying. The Supreme Elder mused. That skull behind him has Xiantian dark energy. Once absorbed, it instantly neutralizes attacks. That's how he's been wearing us down. He struggled to his feet, cursing. What the hell are we supposed to do now? Behind them, Shi Xuan, in pain, clutched her arm, rising from the rubble. She couldn't help but sigh worriedly, thinking of her disciple, Han Zhu. That little brat is probably in seclusion. Hopefully, no one discovers his cave. And then there's Cheng Yuer. I'm sorry. As your master, I couldn't protect you. Guess I'll be taking the first step, Shi Xuan sadly thought to herself. Duan Tongtian spoke up. These centuries of grievances should end now. Seeing her sudden appearance, he was a little surprised. Then, Duan Tongtian gave a sinister smile. What a pity to see such a beautiful woman like you go to waste. Mo Zhu, cornered, had no choice but to jump off a cliff. Someone shouted from behind. She jumped off the cliff. Below is a bottomless abyss. Keep chasing. Don't let her get away. She felt helpless. Her spiritual energy had been exhausted from trying to escape, and now she couldn't even control her sword to fly. Under the pursuit of the demonic sect, Mo Zhu thought she was surely done for. She resolved herself. Even if I die, I won't let them have their way. At this moment, she thought of Han Zhu and told herself, if I had cultivated as diligently as him, I wouldn't be in this mess. Will I ever see him again in the next life? Just as she closed her eyes, thinking she was about to die, Han Zhu suddenly appeared. Miss Mo, what are you doing down here? Mo Zhu opened her eyes wide, hardly believing what she was seeing. Han Zhu hovered in the air, catching her. After a long moment she stammered, Senior Brother Han. But then, Mo Zhu asked a few strange questions in confusion. Are we dead? Are we in heaven? Just as he was getting confused, the system notified him. Mo Zhu's affection for you has increased. Current rating, 55 stars. Han Zhu brought her to Mo Fuqi, saying, Brother Mo, I've finally found you. Then he looked up and saw Han Zhu flying over, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Without hesitation, he tossed Mo Zhu to Mo Fuqiwa, instructing, Take care of her, I have to go. Watching Han Zhu's figure gradually disappear, he wondered, how exactly does Han Zhu cultivate? Mo Zhu still hadn't come to her senses, asking, Are you in heaven too? Mo Fuqi ignored her, lost in his own thoughts. 3 Golden Core Realm cultivators were ganging up on me, but Senior Brother Han killed them along the way. Han Zhu hurriedly flew off, sensing an increasingly strong aura, an oppressive force. He realized the situation wasn't good. The aura of a Transformation Realm cultivator was on the main peak. I'm to blame for arriving too late. Just then, he passed by Jade Ripple Peak, and it caught his attention. Han Zhu approached to observe, discovering a swarm of black, gold-clad demonic cultivators surrounding several senior brothers and sisters. He turned back, instructing his junior sister. After we carve out a path of blood, quickly lead the new disciples to escape. Hearing this, Cheng Yuer turned back in dismay, trying to dissuade them. Yang Luo said sternly, My mind is made up. Even if we die, before we die, we'll drag them down to hell with us. As soon as he finished speaking, they prepared to charge forward. But they noticed 3 strange flashes of lightning. Seeing this, Cheng Yuer quickly guessed. 3 flashes of light. Could they be golden rays in the shape of swords, darting down from the sky, heading straight for them, swirling around the group of demonic cultivators, killing everything in their path? In a blink, all the demonic cultivators, dozens of them, were wiped out. Cheng Yuer and the others were so surprised that their jaws dropped at what just happened. Immediately after, the golden lightning flew away again, without stopping at all. She noticed it, and called out tremblingly, Shinadi. Just then, a threatening voice echoed from inside the forest. I'll give you a chance, woman. Agree to be my partner and return to the demonic sect with me, and I'll spare your life. Shang Hongchuan angrily retorted, Duan Tongtian murdered my parents. Even if I die, I won't go back. Hearing that, he immediately drew his sword, saying, You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Prepare to taste my blade, coated in poison. At that moment her eyes seemed to spot something. Xing Hongchuan's expression suddenly changed as she excitedly shouted, Hubby! Thinking he'd won, he said, So, you agree? You know what's good for you. I told you, you can't get submission without being forceful. But he didn't know that Han Zhu had appeared behind him at some point, with a chilling gaze. The trees swayed, rustling, as everything tried to quiet down because of the arrival of the killing god, Hanju. All that was left was Xing Hongshuan's voice calling, "Hubby!" The man was like, "Huh." She was already lying motionless on the ground. Xing Hongshuan was utterly shocked. That guy was the second-ranked core disciple of the demonic sect, but he was taken down in one move. Turning around, Hanju seriously reminded her, "Find a place to hide. It's not safe here anymore." Xing Hongshuan's face flushed red. She shyly reminded, "Shidi, you have to be careful too." At the same time, the system notified, "Shang Hongzhuan's favorability towards you has increased, currently at 6 stars. He walked away annoyed, cursing his damned charm and strength in his heart. On the other side, Duan Tongtian was arrogantly at his peak, scoffing, "Is this all the Jade Pure sect is capable of? You've been chasing our demonic sect for hundreds of years. With me, I'm at the transformation realm. Who dares to stop me?" The pressure around her, along with her injuries, left Zhishuan Xianzi with no strength to retaliate. In the distance, Li Qingzi had his arms torn off, and he was collapsed unconscious against a nearby rock, while the Supreme Elder was also exhausted, just sitting still. Duan Tongtian swaggered as he looked at them, contemplating, "Using all the cultivators of your sect to nurture GU will definitely help me increase my strength. When that happens, the #1 sect of the Great Yan Dynasty will be ours." He looked at the plaque of the Jade Pure sect and shouted, "Will the centuries sold foundation of the Jade Pure sect be destroyed here today?" With that, using his spiritual energy, he stomped the plaque under his feet. Then, Duan Tongtian stepped maliciously towards Zhishuan Xianzi. He glared viciously, adding to her despair, "You still haven't given up. Guess how many people from the Jade Pure sect are still alive?" Zhishuan Xianzi's eyes were resolute, as she widened her eyes and bluntly said, "No." Duan Tongtian was enraged. A powerful spiritual energy flashed in his hand. "This ungrateful brat. Go say that in the Yellow Springs." The powerful stream of spiritual energy was about to shoot straight at Zhishuan Xianzi. Li Qingzi couldn't accept it, crying out mournfully, wishing he could take her place. Duan Tongtian's blow unleashed a massive explosion. Under the blazing fire, Hanju used the 7 illusory steps to instantly whisk Zhishuan Xianzi away. He was as cool as a cucumber, even asking her gently, "Master, are you all right?" Zhishuan Xianzi still hadn't shaken off the feeling of brushing against death. She stared blankly at her disciple. "I shouldn't have come here." Li Qingzi was freaked out, secretly marveling, "My junior sister sure picked a good disciple." The Supreme Elder felt a liking towards Hanju, but alas, we're all going to die here. But Zhishuan suddenly smacked Hanju. She scolded sternly, "What are you doing here? Get out of here, listen to me, and go as far as you can. From now on, you're no longer a disciple of the Yu King sect." Hanju was dumbfounded like an abandoned kid, reaching out to grab her. "I'm here because of you, master." Zhishuan desperately avoided him, both worried and annoyed as she shooed him away. Duan Tongtian, who had been ignored this whole time, laughed mockingly. "A mere Lianqi 9th layer dares to come here? What a brave little guy. If you kneel down and kowtow 3 times to this old man, I'll spare your life, and even give you a chance to join the Qingming Devil sect." Suddenly, the system threw 2 options at Hanju. 1. Listen to his master and escape. If successful, he'd get a magic artifact. 2. Successfully kill the Huashen stage dude and save the Yu King sect, and he'd get a top-grade elixir. Hanju thought to himself, "Good thing I have the trial simulation, or I would have chosen to run." He turned to Duan Tongtian and said, "I don't need your offer. I'm here to prepare to kill you." Duan Tongtian couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard this. "Little brat, you're so arrogant." Hanju calmly walked closer to him. Even bitter cultivation has its moments of passion, you know? Just as he was filled with the intent to slice that fake old man to pieces, someone shouted, "Cabasio, Cabasio, so you're here too." Zhang Renmo appeared behind Hanju, holding a knife to his neck. "Die." The Supreme Elder was shocked and horrified at his sudden appearance. Duan Tongtian laughed loudly. "I don't even need to lift a finger. With the Renmo Elder's strength, he can crush him. I'll enjoy watching your despair before you die." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Renmo was sent flying, skimming past his face. He crashed to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Duan Tongtian was stunned, his eyes wide. Li Qingzi exclaimed in shock, taking down a Yuanying stage cultivator in an instant. "This is impossible." Everyone around was also staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Zhishuan Xianzi quickly recognized the familiar spiritual energy and was a bit surprised. She turned her head, searching, and saw Hanju as the source of that spiritual energy. Standing in the swirling aura, he raised an eyebrow challengingly. "Ready? I'm sending you on your way." A red glint flashed in Duan Tongtian's eyes. He sneered. "You think taking down the Renmo elder with a bit of effort means you can fight me?" The dust slowly cleared, revealing Zhang Renmo kneeling on the ground, struggling to get up. He muttered angrily. "Humiliation, utter humiliation." He went crazy, roaring and charging toward Hanju. "I'll kill you!" Zhang Renmo summoned a lantern, using a magic treasure called the Yisha Tian Mo Deng, other killing Sky Devil lantern. The Supreme Elder shouted in horror, "Little friend, step back! This magic treasure can refine souls." Not giving Hanju a chance, Zhang Renmo made his move. Sha Tian Feng Hun Mo, killing heaven-sealing soul devil. I will use your souls to appease my disciple for 3 days. Did you see that, my disciple? I'm avenging you. Hanju just said coldly, "He'll see you real soon." He lightly pointed his finger, and the 3 pure shadows sword appeared. Half of Zhang Renmo's body got blasted to bits. Even that shattered Calamity Devil dude who was already falling apart got vaporized. Click. The Supreme Elder and Lin Qingzi were speechless, just standing there with their jaws dropped. Duan Tongtian wasn't scared at all. Instead, his fighting spirit got fired up. He said, "Qingzi, impressive. So young and already strong enough to kill one of our elders." Hanju looked up at him. "Do I have the qualifications now?" Duan Tongtian was really appreciating him. "You're strong enough to take on an elder position in our sect. Why don't you come to the devil sect? Wealth, fame, babes, cultivation manuals. I can give you everything. What do you say?" He barely finished when the 3 pure shadow sword shot right in front of his face. A spiritual energy shield popped up in front of Duan Tongtian, protecting him without even ruffling his clothes. Hanju frowned, getting more serious. The 3 pure shadow sword got blocked. Duan Tongtian didn't bother hiding anything, saying slowly, "Behind me is the Xiantian Black Magnet Supreme Treasure. It can absorb spiritual energy and is immune to most attacks. Unless your spiritual energy is greater than mine, you can't even touch me." He started yelling like a maniac. "I gave you a chance, but too bad you have an extraordinary fate. Did you really think I'd regret losing a talented person like you? The one thing this world doesn't lack is geniuses. Why are there so few geniuses in this world? It's because only the capable survive. Everyone else dies along the way, just like you." Duan Tongtian's power radiated everywhere, making everything around him distort. The righteous and demonic armies were still fighting, struggling to stay standing under the pressure. Zhao Fan, who was in the middle of a fierce battle, was also affected by this terrifying pressure. On the mountaintop, the elders closest to him were under even more intense pressure. This is the power of a fully realized transformation realm. Duan Tongtian flew into the sky, sucking up the surrounding demonic spiritual energy. "If you're so stubborn, I'll make you taste despair. Don't you want to protect the Jade Pure sect? I'll stand right in front of you and make everyone in the Jade Pure sect die before your very eyes. Let's see how you protect it then." Hanju gripped the Qilin sword, which was shining brightly. "So much talk? Are you done yet? I mean, any last words you want to get off your chest?" He raised his sword, the light reflecting off the blade above his head. He smiled mockingly back. "Save your last words for yourself." A surge of energy made Duan Tongtian choke, unable to speak. A million thoughts raced through his head. What's happening? Something's locking me down. I can't sense anything. My body won't move. What kind of weird trick is this? It was Hanju's newly created secret technique, the Heavenly Curse Fiend Slaying Sword. The light from the technique made everything else fade away. The force of the sword seemed to split the air itself. Xishuan Xianzi's emotionless face cracked, revealing a look of shock. Li Qingzi and the Supreme Elder were petrified, staring wide. Second Ying lied. They trembled and muttered, "Duan Tongtian is dead. Yuan Ying killed a transformation realm cultivator." The Supreme Elder said in astonishment. "No wonder back then. It really wasn't the problem of divine powers. He's ridiculously strong. This guy, the Jade Pure sect, must keep him." On the other side, Hanju was carefully examining the guy. Only the body was destroyed. The 6 Paths soul absorption technique senses a nascent soul escaping, meaning he still has a chance to recover. This future trouble must be eliminated. The battle is over. The fiery red sky had been replaced by the afternoon sun. A beautiful scene, but no one cared. They were all busy gathering and talking excitedly about Hanju. White smoke billowed up from the ruins. Duguang Tongtian's spirit was barely hanging on, trembling as he hid. Phew, luckily I bailed out Jita there fast. Hope they didn't spot me. He was so salty about it. He's just a freaking Yuan Ying. How is this possible? Just who in the heavens is this guy? Hanju suddenly appeared behind him, like he was just chilling there the whole time, and casually dropped, I'm Changshan Zhao Zilong, duh. The Jade Pure sect and the Qingming Devil sect have been beefing for centuries. Time to wrap things up today. 6 Paths Soul Absorption. Under the light of the divine power, Duguang Tongtian unwillingly cursed, Zhao Zilong, I'll haunt you even as a ghost. And the demon-taming sect won't let you get away with this either. His spirit finally faded away in the light, kicking and screaming about how unfair it all was. And just like that, Huashen Master Duguang Tongtian was a goner. Hanju, retracting his power, was like, demon-taming sect? What's that? The ever-reliable system pinged. You eliminated a Huashen. Received a superb, Casagrade pill, the Godmind pill. Xiao Yi is now filled with hatred for you. Current hatred level, 6 stars. He wonders, Xiao Yi, who's that now? And finds out Xiao Yi is at the 2nd level of the Void Amalgamation Realm and hates your guts, wishing he could rip out your bones and refine your soul. Current hatred level, 5 stars. Hanju sighed dramatically after reading that. Knew some grumpy old dude would come causing trouble. Then he thought, Void Amalgamation Realm, huh? A little worried, he muttered. Definitely can't win that fight. Even if I become a Huashen now, it'd be tough. Jingxi Zhenren anxiously called out, Everyone, look! That Shantian Black Fiend seems kinda weird. They all looked over and were gobsmacked to see a skull with glowing red eyes, breathing out sickly green mist. From within the mist, a crimson devil stepped out, letting out a dry, crackling laugh. Duguang Tongtian was truly useless. Couldn't even buy me some time. Looks like I'll have to find another pawn. Fellow cultivator, your divine power is impressive. A Yuan Ying killing a Huashen. It's broadened my horizons. Hanju raised his hand, forming a seal, ready to blast him. But the devil taunted. Useless! I'm a Void Amalgamation Grand Cultivator. Your divine power can't kill my primordial spirit. But if Duguang Tongtian had bought me a little more time, I wouldn't have only recovered this much. This made everyone around tremble in fear. Void Amalgamation Realm? Who the heck are you? The guy introduced himself all casually. I'm Zhao Yi, an elder of the Northern Continent demon-taming sect. I've schemed for years, yet I never calculated this variable. I'll remember this debt. Hanju narrowed his eyes. So you're saying Duguang Tongtian was just stalling for time? It was actually for you. Xiao Yi snapped back, annoyed. Of course! That trash told me no one in the Jade Pure sect could stand up to him, that he could let me. Before he could finish, Hanju interrupted. Trying to set me up, I can tell your primordial spirit isn't like other people's. Maybe your main body is damaged, or your physical body was destroyed. The guy didn't even flinch. You're not worthy to know. I just don't feel like bullying juniors. Xiao Yi channeled his energy, leaving a sentence before disappearing. I'll send this information back to the demon-taming sect. You guys just wait for the demon sect to come for revenge. Then he vanished. Li Qingzi guessed. No wonder the Qingming sect ambushed the Myriad Fiend Assembly. It turns out that this demon-taming sect guy arranged everything. The Supreme Elder beside him added, From now on, the Qingming sect should be erased from history. Li Qingzi turned back. Thanks to Hanju, the urgent task is to eliminate all the layers of the devil cultivators within the sect. I'm counting on you for this. Hanju, meanwhile, was all attentive towards Sichuan. I'm sorry, master. This disciple is useless. Let me heal you. Li Qingzi shouted from outside. Han kid, your master isn't seriously injured. He stubbornly refused. Master is the most important. If you want to go, go yourselves. In his heart he was thinking, yeah right, if I single-handedly wipe out the devil sect, my reputation will explode. Sichuan smiled happily upon hearing this, feeling touched by her disciple's care and concern. Everyone around was jealous. Immortal Sichuan has such a talented disciple who is so caring of his master. Dao Lei was suspicious. Just what is that fellow cultivator's background? With your cultivation, you couldn't possibly be a disciple nurtured by our Jade Pure sect, Hanju calmly said. Just because you've met doesn't mean you know someone. You just need to know that I'm now a disciple of the Jade Pure sect, and I won't harm the Jade Pure sect. The people around him spoke up for him. all thinking that he had his own story that he couldn't talk about. Just then, the demon sect bunch showed up yelling, looking for their sect leader. They suddenly panicked because they couldn't find him. His aura was completely gone, and there was a demon corpse lying nearby. Li Qingzi seized the opportunity and ordered, "Han Brat, quickly kill them all. Afterward, I'll make you the next sect leader." Shi Xuan next to him worried, "Your newly healed arm shouldn't exert too much force." Hanju stubbornly insisted on healing his master first. The helpless situation made the old man so angry he couldn't say a word. Li Qingzi had to shout, "The demon sect leader is dead. Jade Pure Sect disciples, listen to my order, kill all the demon cultivators." These words scared them so much that they ran away. As they ran, they spread the news. The sect leader is dead, making the demon cultivators even more panicked. The Jade Pure Sect surged forward with renewed vigor, determined to kill all the demon cultivators. The entire city was filled with battle cries echoing in every corner, forcing the demon cultivators to desperately resist. Those who remained all thought the Azure Underworld demon sect would suffer heavy losses, and this debt would prevent them from ever attacking the Jade Pure Sect again. Li Qingzi announced, "All the elders here are certainly aware of Hanju's strength, right?" He declared clearly, "With this performance from now on, Hanju is the deputy sect leader of the Jade Pure Sect. As for me, my cultivation can no longer break through. The future of the Jade Pure Sect relies on the younger generation." In his heart he thought, "I must not let this guy leave the sect." So he tentatively asked, "Hanju's potential is enormous, and his strength is fully qualified for this position. No one has any objections, right?" At this moment, Hanju spoke out in opposition, making Li Qingzi want to burst with anger. He whined, "I only want to cultivate. Being the deputy sect leader is so tiring. How would I have time to cultivate?" These words directly choked Li Qingzi. The supreme elder had to step in to defuse the situation. "Then let him be an honorary elder, enjoying the salary and benefits of the deputy sect leader, unless the sect is in danger. Normally, no one is allowed to bother him." Hanju happily gave a thumbs up in his head. As expected of the supreme elder, so clever. On the surface, he pretended to be troubled and accepted, then asked, "You were at the void amalgamation realm just now." Then he, the supreme elder, confirmed, "Just as you predicted, he only had his primordial spirit of the connecting heaven realm left. At most, helping him restore his physical body would give him a chance to break through, thus delaying the time. He probably borrowed some secret technique to absorb the life force and spiritual energy of the Jade Pure Sect on the ground." The war that had just occurred gradually returned to peace. The skull floating in the sky gradually disappeared. He continued, "Furthermore, North Continent is so far away from us. Even if they arrive in time, our righteous alliance won't let them run wild." Hanju couldn't help but feel uneasy in his heart. How can I be at ease? What if? I should quickly close up and break through the void amalgamation realm as soon as possible. Suddenly, a legend about a mysterious great power spread throughout the sect. Shi Xuan stood in the hall and announced to everyone, "This time the Jade Pure Sect encountered danger. Fortunately, thanks to the sect's god, Slaying Elder, who killed the transformation god with one sword, turning danger into safety." Hearing this news, everyone was in an uproar, discussing the god, Slaying One. Contrary to everyone else there, Hanju's face went blank. At this time, Shi Xuan dismissed everyone and called Hanju to stay. Everyone obeyed and retreated, leaving only Hanju and Shi Xuan. Both of them were silent for a moment, making the atmosphere awkward. Suddenly she spoke. "Haven't you ever thought about it?" he asked back, a bit dazed. "Thinking about what?" She sighed and said, "Help. Who exactly are you? What's your purpose in coming to the Youqing sect?" Li Qingzi might not mind, but as your master, I need to get to the bottom of this. No wonder you never needed my guidance. Should I be calling you Taoist Han from now on? This made Hanju chuckle awkwardly. "No need, master. You probably know a bit about my background from junior brother Tai, right? Don't you trust my aptitude?" Shi Xuan challenged him, clearly annoyed. "Even if your aptitude is amazing, where did you get all those divine powers and techniques?" He was speechless. He couldn't blame his master for thinking that way. A nascent soul killing a transformation divinity was just too abnormal. No one would believe it, especially with his long seclusion and access to top-tier resources. Even a fool could see something was up. Hanju had no choice but to explain. "All right, I'll tell you, but you can't tell anyone else." Shi Xuan nodded in agreement. He began. "Once upon a time, there was a naive and innocent little kid who loved drinking beast milk and lived carefree days. Then, one day, he found a ring under a willow tree that had been struck by lightning and burned to a crisp. Being the selfless child he was, he gave the ring to his uncle. Little did he know, the ring contained a hidden immortal. The immortal took a great liking to him and decided to bestow a great opportunity upon him. The immortal said, "I see that you have extraordinary talent. 1 in 10,000. I, this old man, happen to have a yellow-grade cultivation technique that I'll give to you." Hanju continued. After that, the immortal would often transmit techniques to me in my dreams, saying that I would become a celestial god. But fate is fickle, so I have to seclude myself every day and not cause trouble. He thought, the more I embellish this, the less believable it gets. Master probably won't believe it. But Xishuan remained calm. So that's how it is. There have been precedents before. Her words surprised him. She continued, if that's the case, then why did you bravely stand up back then? The Yu King sect has never been particularly generous to you. I believe you don't consider the Yu King sect your home either, Hanju said seriously. That's true, but in the past 100 years, there haven't been many people who truly cared about me. And they all happen to be in the Yu Qing sect. Among them, the most important one is willing to live and die with the Yu Qing sect. At this moment, the system notified him that Xishuan Fairy's favorability towards him had increased again. She asked gently, so, what are your plans for the future? Continue to seclude yourself? Hanju replied respectfully, who knows when that void amalgamation realm demon head will arrive? I have to seize the time to become stronger. Xishuan agreed and let him go. After that, he returned to his cave to seclude himself and cultivate. Hanju recalled how those immortals used to speak to him with contempt. Now it's always, Elder Slays Gods this and thank you, benefactor that. He relaxed on his hammock, enjoying the moment. As expected, strength reigns supreme. Facts prove that always secluding myself was the right choice. If I had slacked off on my cultivation for a few years, I'd be struggling to even survive now. You could only say that success is always, for those who are prepared. I must risk my life to cultivate in the future. Chang Yue approached at this moment, cheerfully greeting him. Junior brother, I'm here, she said excitedly. The sect has collected a lot of heavenly treasures for you, to help increase the spiritual energy in your cave dwelling. I'm here to help you plant them. And adjust the spirit gathering formation too, Hanju said without caring. Sorry for the trouble, senior sister. Chang Yue smiled brightly, teasing. Come on, you're the Elder Slays Gods now. How dare I still call myself your senior sister? The system then notified him that Chang Yue's favorability had increased again. She was suddenly pinned against the wall, her eyes wide with surprise. Hanju leaned one hand against the wall, a smirk on his face, and said, as long as senior sister cultivates diligently, you'll always be my senior sister. Chang Yue blushed awkwardly, stammering, I am still cultivating, but how can I compare to you, junior brother? He whispered in her ear. It's okay, senior sister. I have a request. She shyly whispered back. Tell me quickly. I'll fulfill it for you, junior brother. Hanju flashed a cunning smile, thinking to himself, I've been waiting for you to say that. He made his request. Then please add another formation to the cave dwelling, for fire prevention, theft prevention, and even senior sister prevention, thank you. This left her speechless, not knowing what to say. In the past 3 years, the Jade Pure sect actively prepared. The sect leader led the disciples of the 10 Peaks to defeat the Azure Nether sect, while Bo Feng guarded the sect. Under the Jade Pure sect's assault, high-level figures like Duan Shentong and Zhang Renma gradually failed. Corpses piled up like mountains. Blood flowed like rivers. A truly horrifying sight. The Azure Nether demonic sect, which had committed evil deeds for 100 years, was finally destroyed, shaking the entire cultivation world. The Jade Pure sect's prestige rose to unprecedented heights. The name of the god, Slaying Elder, was also spread throughout the cultivation world, known by all but never seen. Hanju stood watching the setting sun fade into the distance, feeling his cultivation base increasing noticeably. The mission has been completed. He immediately received the precious rewards bestowed by the system. Dark clouds and rumbling thunder rolled across the sky, illuminating the mountain gate with an eerie green glow. The ferocious thunder and lightning seemed to want to swallow the entire dark sky. Below the Jade Pure sect, fellow cultivators had gathered in full force, all thinking that the demonic sect was about to attack again. Li Qingzi turned to ask the Supreme Elder, Master, what do you think? the old man calmly said. No need to worry. This old man will use the Qi observation technique to take a look. The origin is from Hanju's territory. Everyone heard this and thought, then it's nothing to worry about. At this moment, an extremely powerful spell struck from the sky, called the Great Heavenly Thunderblast. It could convert the thunder spirit Q of heaven and earth into a thunderblast, destroying the world with an extremely large range of damage. The lightning struck the ground. The explosion was deafening, scorching the surrounding earth and rocks. Hanju stood there laughing loudly. Finally, there's an attack with a large area of effect. This old man loves it. Watch me cast lightning 5 times. At this moment, a voice called out, Elder Han, do you have a moment? He looked down and saw Li Qingzi standing below for a long time. He stopped and asked him with surprise, Sectmaster Lai, what's the matter? The old man stood below, smiling happily, and replied, There's something I need to talk to you about. If Elder Han has any requests, you can tell me directly. I've already greeted the other elders. Your small matters are the Jade Pure sect's big matters. Hanju said frankly, I don't have any requests. I just want to live peacefully. Li Qingzi looked around again. Now that I see it, this cave is a bit small, isn't it? He said calmly, I'm used to living here. The old man suddenly suggested, how about Elder Han move to the main peak to cultivate? It's both spacious and comfortable over there. He still firmly refused. There's no need for that. Thank you for the sectmaster's concern. Li Qingzi continued. If that's the case, then we won't force it. As for the Xiantian cave dwelling, the sect will try its best to improve it at that time, giving you the best resources. Hanju was surprised. There's such a good thing, the old man whispered. There's one more thing. Can Elder Han take in a disciple? He asked hesitantly. Take in a disciple? The old man continued to introduce. This kid has outstanding aptitude. Elder Han only needs to guide him a little in your spare time. Later, when he grows up, he can also be filial to you. Hanju didn't know what to do for a moment. At this time, the system also sounded a reminder, detecting a Xiantian Qi luck-bearer. This information surprised him. At this time, a young man appeared. The system then introduced him. His name is Yang Tiandong. He has demon blood, born half human and half demon, with excellent aptitude. But when he was young, he once lost control and transformed into a demon, injuring his fellow disciples, so he was imprisoned by the Azure Nether demonic sect. Fortunately, the Jade Pure sect rescued him. Hearing this information, he thought, it's another protagonist, Laya-type character. He quickly and respectfully said, Greetings, Elder Zihan Shen. Hanju awkwardly replied, I can accept him as a disciple, but he can choose his own cultivation techniques from the Jade Pure sect. I'll only be responsible for teaching him spells and divine abilities. Li Qingzi immediately agreed. That's the best. The old guy pulled out a barrel of tokens and gave it to him. Cultivation techniques aren't a problem, but if he wants supreme techniques, he'll need to accumulate contribution points. Please accept these tokens representing the elders. You can give them to your disciples in the future. Seeing a pile of tokens, Hanju started sweating bullets. Does this mean I have to keep accepting disciples in the future? Li Qingzi continued. All right, I'm off. You two can chat slowly. Hanju turned to look at the disciple who was still bowing respectfully. As your master, I've divined your origins. Your name is Yang Tiandong. This surprised the boy, his eyes widening. Hanju continued. You're half human, half demon, and were imprisoned by the Azure Nether Devil sect. Is that right? Yang Tiandong remembered Li Qingzi's warning. Your identity is special. Remember, don't tell him about your past. Understood. Now he was thinking in surprise. He can even deduce my past. Hanju smiled. From now on, you are my disciple, Yang Tiandong said admiringly. As expected, master is amazing. You can even calculate this. Disciple is in awe, the system notified. His favorability towards Hanju has increased by 3 points. He laughed gleefully in his heart. This is ridiculous. I have a system. What don't I know? He then threw a token to Yang Tiandong. Alright, accept this token and find your own place to cultivate. He immediately obeyed and followed the instructions. Suddenly, Yang Tiandong's mood dropped, and he spoke up. I have a request. Seeing him like this, Hanju turned back, wondering what he wanted. He said, my father once left behind a profound supreme technique that requires the nascent soul realm to cultivate. This disciple's aptitude is foolish. I hope master can guide me. Then, he took out a beautiful, reddish, orange feather. As soon as he saw the feather, Hanju was startled. This is. Hanju stared intently, thinking, my divine sense is blocked by this feather. To obtain the supreme technique within, one needs the consciousness of a nascent soul realm to open it. You wait for me there. He turned and left, saying, this master will take it back for research first. Cultivation requires willpower and arduous training. After you've cultivated your spiritual power for 10 years, I'll teach you spells. He quickly obeyed. Suddenly noticing something strange, he asked in surprise, 10 years. But seeing his master indifferent, he said helplessly, it's okay, disciple will go cultivate now. In a flash, 10 years passed. Still the same scenery, illuminated by the bright sunlight. In seclusion, Hanju cultivated, already making plans in his head. 10 years. Core formation realm 4th layer, breaking through to the nascent soul realm shouldn't be long now. I can prepare that thing already. Suddenly, he remembered, I wonder how my disciple is doing now. Yang Tiandong, who had been by his side all along, now trembled and said, Master, you've finally awakened. He had been sitting motionless for 10 years, almost becoming petrified. Hanju probed. Foundation establishment realm 1st layer has broken through to the 6th layer. The speed is not bad, he does have some strength. He then began to ask his disciple how he felt over the past 10 years. Yang Tiandong reported. Reporting to Master. This disciple has cultivated arduously for 10 years, and the gains are not bad, and he has also gained some insights. These words made Hanju want to bang his head against the wall. I've been in closed, Kusundor cultivation for so many years, and I haven't gained any insights. He yawned, exhausted. If that's the case, then you can go out and do a mission. Yang Tiandong perked up excitedly. Really? I can go out? Awesome! What kind of mission is it? Hanju casually ordered. I remember the sect has a monthly contribution leaderboard. Wait until you're in first place, win, and then come back. He looked shocked, his mouth agape. He was kicked out of the cave by his master, thinking gloomily, first place on the monthly leaderboard. How long will it take to achieve that? Hanju, alone in his cave, looked at the red feather, finally managing to separate that kid's consciousness. Actually, I don't need to wait until the transformation realm. I can open it now. I've been preparing for this day for 10 years. Increasing my cultivation to strengthen my divine sense is secondary. The most important thing is to rely on an object, that is, the mind-enhancing pill, a specialist in boosting divine sense. He popped open the pill bottle, saying, unexpectedly, it was all according to my plan. This elixir has a total of 9 pills. The more you take, the stronger the effect. A nascent soul cultivator who takes it will have the divine sense of a transformation cultivator. This elixir strengthens divine sense by M times. Let me see what you actually are. The feather began to smoke, and the intention within gradually revealed itself. It began to emit a great light, enveloping the entire space, and Hanju himself. He was swallowed by the blinding light, only managing a few hesitant sounds. Outside, a group of people were approaching, walking and talking. They seemed to be a group participating in the sex assessment. The kids laughed and joked happily, asking each other all sorts of things in a lively commotion. Mofuki led the way, a gentle smile on his face. Youth is so good. He remembered the year I had just entered the Jade Purity sect. Was also like this. Nan Sheng doesn't spare anyone. My uncle is now in charge of recruiting new disciples. These kids are all talented, and they're easy to talk to. The menial work is relatively light. Suddenly, from the darkness, someone holding a small green bamboo hairpin released a clear, murderous intent as a hidden weapon. Mofuki immediately sensed it, instantly dodging the path of the hidden weapon. Unexpectedly, the hairpin exploded, releasing a cloud of green smoke. He immediately realized there was poisonous smoke in the hairpin. The kids behind him panicked and called out to him. He only had time to shout, "Fall back! There's an attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure appeared, 2 long sabers in his hands, charging forward to attack. Mofuki retracted his hand, gathering magic power and shooting a powerful bolt of purple lightning at him. He was thrown back by the damage from the lightning. Mofuki seized the opportunity to launch another attack. He slammed his hand hard on the ground, causing the ground to explode. Bolts of lightning flew up in a straight line, speeding towards the stranger. He quickly dodged the move. Suddenly, a sound of piercing through the body rang out, blood splattering everywhere. Mofuki only had time to think, careless, before another person stabbed him through the throat from behind. Seeing this scene, the kids panicked and called out Senior Mo in worry. The stranger shouted, Everyone kneel down, don't move. We only want Mofuki. If you dare to interfere, don't even dream of returning alive. Mofuki, panting, asked, "Who are you?" He mentally checked himself. Realizing the stab was close to his heart, he didn't dare to move recklessly. The guy said, "Tian gang di sha, suyi gyume. All I can tell you is, Yu King's sect's great tribulation is coming." Suddenly, a cloud of white smoke billowed out, enveloping everyone and forcing the strangers to retreat warily. The kids looked up at the sky, speechless with surprise. A gigantic figure stood there. Hanju, using the divine power, Dharma, heaven, and earth. He was using primordial essence to create a physical body. When mastered, it could manifest as a 10,000-foot tall body. He boomed. "You dare to kidnap disciples of my Yu King sect?" The strangers panicked. They all thought it was an illusion. There's no way someone can be that big. Hanju thought to himself. This Dharma, heaven and earth divine power is seriously awesome. The intimidation factor is maxed out, and the destructive power is off the charts. Too bad my people are here, so I can't go all out. Or else! Then he saw the heavily injured Mofuki sitting on the ground and thought, this guy looks kinda familiar. He immediately charged forward, causing the strangers to freak out and run. The kids on the ground screamed in terror, "Don't step on us! If that foot comes down, we're goners!" The strangers quickly signaled a retreat, wanting to take the hostage, believing that Hanju wouldn't dare to do anything rash. Hanju suddenly raised his fist, leaving them stunned and speechless. They saw a colossal fist flying towards them. They thought, he even dares to punch his own people. Mofuki shouted, "Stop! Don't involve the children, they're innocent." Suddenly, Hanju's figure zipped past him, causing him to instinctively turn his head. Was that just a feint? This thought made his eyes widen in shock. At that moment, the two strangers from earlier were sent flying forward, as if kicked away. He quickly turned his head again, but everyone was gone. Mofuki was speechless. His fellow disciples still didn't understand what was happening, and stood motionless. The kids were buzzing, all remembering that someone had made a move, but they couldn't see clearly because the speed was too fast. Mofuki smiled. Of course. Who else could defeat two Golden Core experts in an instant? He turned and yelled, "What are you blanking out for, junior brother? Come over here and help me heal." The junior brother hurriedly ran over, apologizing profusely. At the sect, large clouds covered the sky, and the sunlight shone through the roof of the main hall, creating a sparkling golden hue. Li Qingzi was chuckling lewdly while reading a racy comic book, muttering, "Nice, nice." Suddenly, Hanju kicked the door open and stepped in, startling him so bad he incinerated the whole comic book. Hanju tossed the two strangers in front of him and said, "These two wanted to kidnap Mofuki. I'm handing them over to you." Looking at the hat and the patterns on their weapons, Li Qingzi had a guess. A straw raincoat going further and further, twin blades, enough to kill the righteous path. The Supreme Elder stepped forward and said, "If I'm not mistaken, these are people from the Green Robe Holy Sect. A millennium ago, the Green Robe Holy Sect unified the cultivation world in Great Yan. Because they assassinated geniuses of various sects, they were ambushed by the righteous path. Recently, they've suddenly resurfaced, kidnapping many talented disciples of the righteous path." Li Qingzi added, "It seems they've got a serious intel network on us. All the disciples they nabbed were top talents. I reckon we've got a mole inside the sect. The intel they got either came from Chaoyang Pavilion or our higher-ups." The Supreme Elder shook his head. "Let's not jump to conclusions. This devil sect has been quiet for thousands of years. For them to suddenly pop out now? They must be plotting something huge." Hanju asked, "So what's the deal with the Green Robe Sacred Sect's strength? Do they have any Void Amalgamation Realm cultivators?" The Supreme Elder denied, "Nascent soul is a given. But Void Amalgamation Realm? Who knows?" Hearing this, the dude low, Groki wants to run for the hills. The Supreme Elder said gravely, "Elder Han, time is of the essence. I must personally pay a visit to the other sects with Li Qingzi and rally the forces of the righteous path. During this time, the safety of the Jade Pure sect will be in your hands." Ding dong. System notification. Incoming task. Facing the Jade Pure sect Elder's request, either refuse or agree, and receive a worthy reward, a youth-preserving pill. With this, I won't need those face-tuning apps anymore, sweet. But he immediately agreed. No problem. The two old guys both sighed in relief. With Elder Han keeping watch, we can rest easy. They happily chatted away, And the system chimed in again. Good feelings. 1. 6 years later, Hanju broke through to the 5th level of the nascent soul realm. Lifespan increased to 1085, raising his shoulders tiredly. He says, how is it taking so long? The disciple still hasn't returned yet. Is the first monthly chart being a little too much? Gotta check the friend circle to see if his name is there. Ding dong. The system announced that all of his friends and disciples were attacked by the Green Robe Sacred Sect, and Yang Tiandong was kidnapped. He froze. Normally, if a disciple is in trouble, his master would go and save him, no question about it. Nope, this is totally a trap. He feels a mysterious force from the shadows controlling his life, forcing him into danger. This has got to be fate. I, your daddy, have to fight against fate. Sorry, my beloved disciple. Your master is useless and helpless. I can only wish you a good reincarnation. I can't leave, but I'm an elder, so I need to work for the sect. I have to do what's expected of me. Recalling Li Qingzi's words, I suspect there is a spy in the Elder Hall, Hanju thought. There must be someone from the Green Robe Sacred Sect inside the Jade Pure Sect. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, making him look up in surprise. Dao Lei Laoxian, 7th level of the nascent soul realm, Jade Pure Sect Deacon, secret agent of the Green Robe Sacred Sect. He's shocked. So it's him. Hanju's face darkened. He sighed. This Green Robe Sacred Sect secret agent is pretty good at hiding too. No wonder everyone was feeling my heroic rescue of the Jade Pure Sect. Except him. I thought he was just arrogant, but little did I know he's a spy. What to do? Should I arrest him immediately or find evidence first? The sect leader and the supreme elder aren't even here. The only person I can trust is myself. He immediately went to visit his master. I have discovered a spy from the Green Robe Sacred Sect among the elders. How should we deal with it? Shi Xuan coldly asked. Who is it? Short and sweet. Hanju honestly answered. It's Dao Lei Laoxian of Heavenly Lightning Peak. In his heart he thought, but I don't have any evidence right now. I can't reveal a word about the system. Should I continue to weave a tale about someone accusing Lao Lei? But she coldly uttered a chilling statement. Kill him. The statement that stunned him speechless. Do they have beef? She's not even asking for evidence before demanding to kill him. Shi Xuan explained, I've long noticed something off about him. If even you say the same, then it must be true. There's no need to tell the other elders. Go straight to Heavenly Lightning Peak. Outside the sunlight was bright, but a thick cloud of smoke was gradually spreading. Right then, at Heavenly Lightning Peak, Dao Lei cheerfully went to open the door. 2 elders arriving together. What's the deal? Suddenly, a blade of sword Qi flew right at his face. With a little gift for Han whispered in his ear. Hanju coldly unleashed a move. The 3 pure shadows sword, stabbing straight into him. Dao Lei was pierced by the sword Qi, pinned to the wall, totally unable to move. He coughed up blood from the heavy blow, but still angrily yelled, What do you mean by this? Hanju stepped closer to question him. Someone accused you of being a secret deacon of the Green Robe Holy Sect. Recently, the disciples' incidents are inevitably related to you. Today I'll eliminate you for the sake of the lost genius disciples of the Jade Pure Sect. Dao Lei was stunned to hear that. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted from his body, blocking Hanju's vision. The system chimed in. Dao Lei harbors hatred towards you. The current hatred level is 5 stars. At the same time, he also used 300 lightning tribulations to escape from there. Suddenly, beams of light appeared on the ground like a barrier surrounding Dao Lei. Hanju used the great heavenly lightning blast to strike him, causing Dao Lei to cry out in pain. Shi Xuan, watching from the outside, was shocked. So fast, I didn't even see when Hanju made his next move. Facing him, there's no way out. All that was left of him was his Jungian Shen, trembling and begging, Elder Han, please show mercy. I'll tell you everything. Hanju suddenly appeared behind Dao Lei. All right, I'll show mercy. Suddenly, he glanced away and left a message. Master, leave the rest to you. 9 Dragons Demon Subduing Seal. At this moment, Dao Lei's disciples ran over anxiously. Master, what happened? They saw Shi Xuan standing there silently and hurriedly asked about their master's whereabouts. She announced sternly, After an investigation by the Demon Slayer Elder, it's known that Heavenly Lightning Peak's Elder Dao Lei is actually a spy from the Green Robe Holy Sect, and he has now been executed. Disciples of Heavenly Lightning Peak, cultivate in peace. The position of Elder will be decided when the sect leader returns. In the meantime, Try to avoid going out to prevent being targeted by the green robe holy sect. The disciples still couldn't believe it and kept asking questions. An elder angrily slammed his gnarled hand on the table. He stood up and said loudly, "He's dedicated himself for so many years, yet he's a spy." "What's the evidence?" Xizhuang calmly explained. "This is Dao Lei Leoxian's storage ring, which he used to exchange information with the Green Robe Holy Sect's holy envoy. Besides this, there are other letter exchanges with demonic cultivators' magic tools." Other elders also confirmed, one by one. They shared a common view. The Demon Slayer elder is terrifying, unapproachable. Hanju was sitting leisurely on a tree at this time. Luckily, the remaining elders are all upright. This Green Robe Holy Sect has spies in both the righteous and demonic paths, and they've infiltrated some cultivation families. The Jade Pure Sect is full of holes now. Cleaning up the sect is such a pain. I'll remember the names first and deal with them later. Can't stir things up yet. Suddenly, the system announced, "Detected a Xiantian luck possessor. Do you want to check this person's background?" Hanju suddenly exclaimed in surprise. How can it be that the disciple's bloodline is worse than him? Hanju quickly turned pale with fear, thinking, do these things really exist? He jumped down and blocked the old man's path. "Please stop." His actions startled the old man. Hanju begged. "Old man, can you give me one of your chicks?" the old man said embarrassedly. "These are for the inner sect." Hanju then held out his command token. "It's fine, I'm the Jade Pure Sect's Demon Slayer elder. If they ask, just say I took your chicks." The old man was frightened. This servant greets the elder. "Elder, please choose as you wish. Take as many as you want." The old man opened the basket for him to choose. Hanju immediately said, "No need, just one is enough." Just then, the system displayed the stats of a chicken. Its color and form vastly different from the others. Name: Hey Ug, Black Hell Chicken. A reincarnated demon saint from the upper realm. Currently just a chick, with the spiritual energy of a 2-year-old in the Jade Pure Sect. At that moment, the sun was nearing its peak, brilliant light illuminating all. Xizhuang calmly said, "Master and senior brothers, you've finally arrived. Seeing you all so radiant, the journey must have been smooth, huh?" The Supreme Elder, looking utterly wrecked, forced out, "Not at all, not at all. It's the first time this lass has shown such concern for us old geezers. Live again." Lin Qingzi, whose clothes were tattered, chimed in, "Truly, life is without regrets. Junior sister, what's the matter?" Her face scrunched up. "It's like this. Taoist Thunder Immortal, that guy," and she proceeded to tell them the whole story. A long silence stretched between the three. No one speaking, all focused on listening. After a long while, the sect's gate still stood majestic in the twilight, without a single sound. Finally, Lian Qingzi and the Supreme Elder simultaneously demanded to go and kill Taoist Thunder Immortal somewhere else. Hanju's system chimed with a notification. "The sect master has returned. The Jade Pure Sect is safe and sound," and rewarded him for completing the task. He was off to the side, enthusiastically teaching Hei Yuji how to absorb qi, to alleviate its hunger. After finishing, Hanju wearily wiped the sweat from his brow. This time, there's no need to eat heaven and earth treasures. Sheng Hongzhuan, from the Qiankun cave residence next door, comforted him. "I've gained quite a few heaven and earth treasures from my travels. I've already planted them all for you. Not only that, I have a huge gift for you. Guess what it is?" He pouted. "Probably a storage ring," she happily exclaimed. "You guessed right. Last month, while traveling with my senior brothers and sisters, we encountered the Scarlet Wind Sect, fighting the Azure Dragon Sect. When we joined forces to defeat the Azure Dragon Sect, I conveniently snatched a storage ring. It's full of treasures." Traveling isn't without its rewards. With your strength, you'll definitely make a killing. Hanju nonchalantly replied, "Forget it. You keep that storage ring. I just want to live a peaceful life." Sheng Hongxuan worried. "Face reality. The Jade Pure Sect can't protect you forever. In this world, there are countless sects stronger than the Jade Pure Sect, beyond your imagination." Hanju then asked, "So where does the Jade Pure Sect rank among the cultivation sects of the Great Yan?" She pondered. "The Great Yan's cultivation world has over 20 sect forces in total, of which 12 are righteous. The Jade Pure Sect is probably in the top 5. He thought helplessly. Only top 5. Quote, "No wonder the Jade Pure Sect has so many enemies." Xing Hongxuan added, "Actually, the strength of most sects isn't that far apart. There are no official rankings. and no grand tournaments are held to determine the positions. Husband, it might be a little difficult for you to live a peaceful life. Recently, a famous figure has emerged from the Vermilion Bird Sword sect. His name is Huang Jihai. At the Golden Core realm, he already beheaded an old monster from the nascent soul realm, and now he has become a transformation divinity realm. It is said that he wants to challenge all the sects in the Great Yan cultivation world. What if he really comes to our Jade Pure sect? He can't just not act, right? The god-slaying elder. Han Ju bitterly thought. What does the god-slaying elder have to do with me? He sadly said. Why is there always some battle maniac wherever I go? Has this Huang, whatever, Hao, who challenges sects, ever killed anyone? She replied, no, after all, the Vermilion Birdsword sect is a reputable orthodox sect. These words cheered Han Ju up. He quickly jumped up. Han Ju has become stronger. So I am relieved. Let the old Huang come. Han Muchi always welcomes. The expression on his face at that moment left Xing Hongzhuan speechless. He Yuji was happily catching bugs under the ground. A year had passed. The forest was still peaceful. Under the sun's dazzling rays, as Ye Sanlang, the 7th level nascent soul realm of the 6 Desires Sacred Cult, was hidden there, complaining, I've been here for a month already. Why hasn't old Lei arrived? Could something have happened? If it weren't for the god-slaying elder stationed here, I would have sneaked into the Jade Pure sect long ago. I heard that the god-slaying elder is very ruthless, but there is also a rumor that he is very cautious. To this day, no one has seen his face. If he has this kind of mentality, I really want to see the cult master have a good fight with him. At this moment, a figure approached. Is it Ye Zibi of the 6 Desires Sacred Cult? Han Ju, disguised as a true disciple of Taoist Thunder Immortal, thought to himself. The system checks for nearby powerhouses every so often, leaving no hidden dangers unchecked. But his lies couldn't fool the man. He darted forward like lightning, attacking him. That's not our code phrase. As Ye Sanlang landed a blow on Han Ju, he explained, including spies, no one ever knew his identity before. The shockwave from the attack sent rocks and plants flying everywhere. Then, a huge explosion rang out, and his attack was bounced back, sending him flying away. Hit by his own move, Ye Sanlang could only think, how could it not break his defense? This power, I've only seen it from the sect leader. The important thing is, he trembled as he asked Han Ju, you're clearly only at the 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. How are you so strong? Suddenly, he realized. 9th level of the Foundation Establishment realm? Could it be? Han Ju just stared coldly at him. Then, he confirmed his guess. That's right, it's me. Ye Sanlang immediately turned to flee, his mind racing. To deal with the elders Han Shen, they need to use half of the high-level combat power. At all costs, I have to send a message back. His eyes turned bloodshot, showing his determination. But just as he thought that, Ye Sanlang's body underwent an abnormal change. He suddenly became only a primordial spirit. It turned out that his body had been annihilated by Han Ju's heavenly punishment Ghost God Sword. Ye Sanlang was horrified. Before he could react, he was just a primordial spirit. No wonder the sect leader kept saying that. We blamed him wrongly. Han Ju didn't hold back. Quickly using Grand Heavenly Thunderstorm, he hastily begged, I admit defeat, I surrender. Han Ju stepped forward from behind, interrogating. What exactly is the Green Robe Holy Sect plotting? Tell me now. Han Ju relentlessly questioned Ye Sanlang. Why is the Green Robe sect capturing so many geniuses? He trembled. Before annexing a sect, they capture geniuses and take them to a training camp to concentrate, waiting for the sect to be destroyed, so they have to join the holy sect. Han Ju angrily threatened, you guys are really bold. Does the Green Robe Holy Sect have transformation or void amalgamation realm cultivators? Ye Sanlang became even more panicked. There are transformation realm cultivators, but I don't know about void amalgamation realm. At that answer, Han Ju became even more annoyed. Why does the Green Robe Holy Sect, being so strong, keep hiding in the shadows? Where are the geniuses being held? He stammered. I really don't know about that. I'm just a normal deacon. As soon as he finished answering, it seemed like Ye Sanlang was afraid he would get angry and chop him in one blow. Han Ju felt really annoyed inside. A 7th level nascent soul realm cultivator is just a normal deacon? Your future path is narrow. He just trembled as he looked at him, begging for mercy. At the same time, the system notified him that his hatred level with him was 6 stars. Han Ju then coldly ordered, Then that's good, you can go now. Maybe this was what Ye Sanlang expected the most. His expression suddenly became so excited that it was unbelievable. But he immediately extinguished his hope with just one sentence. "It has to be me who sends you off." Immediately after, a dazzling light flashed, a sound rang out, and then the entire forest fell silent again. Xing Hongxuan excitedly held the ring in her hand. "I found another storage ring. I'll take it back and give it to my hubby." But that ring was actually not simple. There was still the aura of a nascent soul escaping on it. 2 years had passed, and He Yuji was still as fat as ever. His chubby cheeks drooped down, and his beak kept chirping. At this time, Lin Qingzi was sitting at the table, discussing matters with Hanju. He suggested, "There's something I want to ask Elder Han to do. We've investigated the location where the Green Robe Holy Sect is holding the geniuses, but this place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. At that time, we'll be responsible for the front, and the Elder will break in and take their heads." Hanju frowned. "I don't think it's right. What if it's a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain? Once I leave the sect, the Green Robe Holy Sect might send a Transformation Realm cultivator to attack the Jade Pure Sect. Can you guys stop them?" He looked at him and reminded. "Moreover, nascent Soul Realm experts in the Green Robe Holy Sect are only deacons. The difficulty is extremely high," he realized. "Then I'll just take care of it myself then." Li Qingzi quickly stood up and thanked him. "The safety of the Jade Pure Sect is all entrusted to Elder Han." He then supported his hand, politely reminding him to rest assured. Afterwards, Li Qingzi thanked him repeatedly and hurriedly left. Hanju thought to himself, "To be sure, I'll go explore where my limits are." Now at the simulated training ground, he ordered the system to create Duan Tongtian to fight. Following his command, the guy was instantly set up with a 9th, red layer deity transformation realm cultivation. Hanju was only at the 6th layer of the nascent soul realm. He ordered him, "Last time I didn't give you a chance, this time, go all out." Duan Tongtian frowned but didn't answer, bracing himself for battle. Quick as lightning, Hanju lunged forward, throwing the first punch. The guy's eyes lit up, and he immediately backed away to dodge. They threw some serious punches, with both of them going at each other per stop. Then, the simulation trial ended. He flopped down, exhausted, grumbling, fighting evenly with a 9th, red layer deity transformation realm cultivator. What if it was a void amalgamation realm dude? Hanju rubbed his temples, calculating. Can't keep going like this. Gotta immediately go into secluded cultivation. Need to confirm the Green Robe Holy Church's plans first. The system immediately notified him that his disciples and friends had been ambushed by the Green Robe Holy Church. Hanju thought to himself, "Hang in there, disciples. Your master's trying hard to cultivate so he can come save you." Inside a dilapidated, crumbling house, it was dark as heck, with only a few rays of light coming through the windows. A bunch of masked dudes sat inside, anxiously asking each other, "Why isn't Yang Sanlang back yet? Could something have happened to him?" They were speculating like crazy. How could that be? Sanlang is a 7th, rare layer nascent soul realm expert, who besides Elder Zhanshin could stop him. Plus, we've got our inside man. So who is the inside man anyway? Only Ye Sanlang knows. Each inside man only has contact with one person, besides the sect leader. That's the problem. The sect leader's too damn cautious. I say we just go and level the Jade Pure Sect, kill any disciples who don't submit. Suddenly, the door behind them was smashed open, and a tall, burly figure appeared. Enraged, the group grabbed their swords and rushed forward to deal with the intruder, but the guy just looked down on them, sneering. "You guys are this weak? I can't even be bothered to draw my sword." The group looked at the newcomer in shock. He coolly introduced himself. "This one is Huang Jihai of the Breathsword sect." Huang Jihai glanced at them, interrogating. "I want to challenge the Green Robe Holy Church. Tell me, where's your headquarters?" The group immediately started freaking out, asking each other, "Huang Jihai, why is this killing star here? Should we let the sect leader teach him a lesson? Are you kidding me? You know the sect leader's personality? We'll be skinned alive." Without another word, he casually drew his sword slightly, sending shivers down their spines. One of them shouted, "Our sect leader is in secluded cultivation and can't come out so quickly. Why don't you challenge the Jade Pure Sect first? If you defeat that guy, we'll tell you the location of our mountain gate." He was surprised when he heard the words, Jade Pure Sect. How can that Jade Pure Sect contain such a man? Huang Jihai felt confused. Huang Jihai became serious upon hearing the name Jade Pure Sect, and that person, he scoffed. "What's the point of challenging the lowly Jade Pure Sect?" The guy quickly said, It's different now. A powerful figure called Elder Zhanshen has appeared there, a sword cultivator who can slay deity transformation realm experts. His strength is unfathomable. You might be interested, Huang Jihai said in a low voice. I used to have disputes with the headmaster and the supreme elder of the Jade Pure sect. Their strength was average, and I've never heard of this Zhanshen fellow. Don't lie to me! The others were in a panic. It's really true, you can go and ask around. Even the Qingming magic sect was destroyed because of him. But one sentence from him shut them up. You guys tell me the location of the Green Robe Holy Church first. I'll go challenge the Jade Pure sect, then come back for my life. Finally, they had no choice but to compromise. Huang Jihai arrogantly left. Back at Hanju's place, Chang Yue's familiar, crisp voice rang out. Hanju, I'm here to see you again. She ran over excitedly, her eyes twinkling. Come on, give me a hug. Hey Yuji was squeezed tightly in her arms. She gushed in his ear. Hanju, how long have you been raising this thing? It's so big and soft. Hanju angrily ran over. Stop touching him. This is my precious mount. If you break him, you're paying for it. Chang Yue didn't care about that. But when she looked up and saw his face, she couldn't help but compliment him. She nodded, looking at him with admiration. Every time I see your face, I feel like it's a feast for the eyes. Plus your talent. Chang Yue seemed very curious. I really want to know how outstanding your parents must be. They can't be simple folks, right? Hanju replied in a low voice. They were just ordinary people. After more than 100 years, they're probably pushing up daisies by now. He felt a pang of sadness, but reminded himself. From the moment they ditched me to save their own skins, there's no family bond left. He was silent, scratching his head, and quietly walked ahead. Chang Yue followed behind, asking, Han Shidi, do you know Elder Quan? He's our Shifu's third Shixiong. Hanju didn't pay attention to such things, so he didn't know. She added, 300 years ago, he offended someone, and was sent away by the Supreme Elder to avoid trouble. He's saying he wants to come back recently. Didn't you know? He was obviously unconcerned about this matter. Chang Yue continued. It's said that Elder Quan is returning to compete for the position of Elder. Hanju still ignored her. That's Li Qingzi's problem, let him worry about it. She pretended to think. I heard Elder Quan really likes our Shifu. Maybe they'll even become Dabeo companions. This time, he finally asked uncomfortably. If that's the case, how strong is this Elder Quan? Seeing his annoyed expression, Chang Yue's voice trembled slightly. I heard he encountered an opportunity outside of Daiyan, and he's now a transformation god stage cultivator. Compared to the elders here, he's like a ticking time bomb. Only the sect leader doesn't know about this. Hearing this, he immediately shooed her away. Chang Yue scurried off. Hanju called after her. Please tell Li Qingzi that I'll do my best to protect his position as sect leader. He frowned, feeling secretly worried. Things have gotten complicated. Fighting Elder Quan is unavoidable. But for Shifu's sake, how to resolve this peacefully is a problem. There's an even bigger problem. This innate fortune tester has been showing up all day. Couldn't this guy cultivate peacefully instead of challenging the sect? Huang Jinhao's appearance is even more headache-inducing. The system continued to prompt him and even activated a mission. It seemed like Huang Jihao was getting really close. Hanju muttered to himself. To be on the safe side, I'll try it out in the simulation trial first. Then, the system started repeating itself. This time it took 2 minutes. He got annoyed. Hanging on for so long isn't good. After a session of simulated combat, Hanju slumped onto the floor, lamenting, as expected of someone with innate sword intent, he can actually last 2 minutes against me. He pondered. Continuing like this isn't an option. Fighting for too long isn't good. There's only one way, but it depends on Huang Jihao's character. Sure enough, he was getting closer. The sun was gradually setting behind the mountains. Huang Jihao's shadow grew larger and larger. Passing through the rolling mountains and rough roads, he arrogantly came to challenge the Jade Pure sect. Huang Jihao's face was cold, radiating killing intent as he went to find the terrifying god slaying that the others had mentioned. Suddenly, he realized something was wrong. The surroundings seemed to have subtly changed. Huang Jihao unexpectedly saw a figure that had appeared under a tree nearby, he thought. Foundation Establishment 9th layer. How did I not sense him? This kid is quite interesting. He looked more closely. An eye-pleasing figure, slender and alluring, and looked at the handsome face, the rosy lips, full and fresh. Huang Jihao could also feel the smooth, long hair fluttering around him and giving off youthful hormones. truly innately handsome. He stopped for a moment. Huang Jihao's eyes judged him from head to toe, and then suddenly his cheeks turned red, revealing a clear expression of shyness. The system reminded him, Huang Jihao has developed affection for you. Current affection level, 2 stars. Hanju really didn't expect this situation. He was speechless. At this moment, the two of them stood still. 4 eyes met, and neither of them spoke. Hanju thought, I haven't even done anything. Where did his affection come from? Huang Jihao spoke. Kid, I really vibe with you. Wanna become my disciple? Reaching the nascent soul stage won't be tough in the future. He was stunned. Didn't expect the guy to say that. Bro Huang? No way. Hanju felt like his charm was being used incorrectly and asked, Who the heck are you anyway? Why did you come to the Jade Pure sect? Huang Jihao introduced me as being from the Zhaoxi Sword sect. Huang Jihao. His eyes showed determination. Coming to the Jade Pure sect this time is definitely to challenge your decapitating God Elder. He didn't understand why Huang Jihao wanted to challenge the decapitating God Elder, and not others in the sect. He replied, I have to deal with the decapitating God Elder, so the 6 Desires sect will let me challenge him. Hanju was so angry at that ridiculous reason that his veins popped out. At that moment, the system prompted, You harbor hatred towards the 6 Desires Saints sect. Hatred level 6 stars. Hanju wondered, what about their sect master? Feels like the decapitating God Elder isn't as good as him. Huang Jihao didn't know because he was very mysterious. He still asked him to make sure. Huang Jihao started getting pissed, frowning. Why are you asking so many questions? Are you going to become my disciple or not? Hanju gave a sly smile, thinking to himself, He's getting impatient. Time to play some tricks, he said smugly. Becoming your disciple isn't a problem. If you can take 1 sword strike from me, then I'll become your Shifu. A look of confidence was now on his face. I'll take 1 sword strike from you. If you can even injure me, even a hair, then I won't bother the Jade Pure sect anymore. With that, Huang Jihao spread his arms out decisively. Huang Mao keeps his word. Hanju wasn't going to be polite anymore. He took out a sword. He observed it. This sword isn't simple. He's only at Foundation Establishment 9th level, and already has such a treasure. Hanju started preparing to attack Huang Jihao. He emitted an extremely powerful spiritual energy. Huang Jihao was shocked by the spiritual energy emanating from Hanju. He felt like he almost couldn't stop it, and got into a stance ready to make his move. Huang Jihao was about to be blown away and quickly cast Wind Wall. After that, he noticed that he was launching an attack from a distance towards him. Huang Jihao hurriedly raised his sword to block Hanju's attack. The power from the strike grew stronger and stronger, making it difficult for him to defend. Then his eyes suddenly changed. In the end, he still tried to resist to the end. But Huang Jihao couldn't resist anymore and was thrown away. He was sent flying high into the air, his feet no longer touching the ground. What kind of swordplay is this that's so powerful? Huang Jihao suddenly realized something strange. That's not right, it's a divine ability. After regaining his composure, he landed gently on the ground. Hanju sighed. As expected of you, your reaction is outstanding. He raised his eyebrows. Huang Jihao's reputation is renowned. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? He was unconvinced and shouted. You ambushed me, Hanju said calmly. I warned you beforehand. Huang Jihao's words were a bit hesitant. No matter what you say, I wouldn't be able to take that sword strike even without the ambush. Who the hell are you? His eyes suddenly turned cold. You came looking for me, and you're asking me who I am. He was shocked after hearing this. No way. But he quickly regained his composure. Huang Jihui promised not to come to Yuqing sect again, and would wait for Hanju to leave Yuqing sect before challenging him. Seeing this, he grinned wickedly. Wait till I leave Yuqing sect, see if you can wait that long. As Huang Jihui walked, he grumbled to himself. That damn guy dared to trick me. I was careless and avoided too slowly. Otherwise. Suddenly, a strange voice startled him. May I ask who you are? Guan Yugang approached Huang Jihui from out of nowhere. Why are you coming from the direction of Yuqing sect? Acting so sneaky, you must be a heretical thief. Being called that made him a bit annoyed. None of your business. Get lost. But he remained nonchalant. Capturing you will be my contribution. The elders will definitely value me more. Then, before he could finish speaking, the two quickly drew their swords. Suddenly, Huang Jihui burst out laughing. What kind of trash are you? Then, the two wielded their swords and slashed wildly at each other. And he felt lucky to have a place to vent. On Hanju's side, the system notified him. You silently repelled Huang Jihui. gaining a piece of spiritual treasure. Congratulations on obtaining a 6th grade spiritual treasure. He felt this was a good treasure. Hanju laughed gleefully. I'm the boss of my own world. Let me know if anyone else exists. At this moment, a voice called out to him from outside. Hanju, are you there? Hearing the familiar voice, he guessed that his master had come to find him. Hanju felt a little embarrassed to have his master come all the way here, so he immediately responded, It's okay, has Yuger told you about my senior brother, Guan Yugang? He was trying to remember, and indeed she had mentioned it. She hurriedly continued. He returned yesterday, but he encountered Huang Jihui near Yuqing sect, and as a result he was seriously injured. Hearing this, Hanju was speechless. Well, aren't you something, old Huang? He reached up and scratched his head in confusion. Really, what bad luck? Xishuan recounted that he was defeated while Huang Jihui was injured, and nearby there was a forest that was destroyed by sword energy. She guessed that he had come to Yuqing sect to challenge, and was defeated by Hanju. Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat. No way! Is master here to question me? Xishuan smiled. It's just that I didn't expect Huang Jihui, the famed one, to lose to you. This time I came to find you hoping you can help me suppress senior brother Guan a little. He looked doubtful. Also a little worried. Suppress senior brother Guan. She offered a plan. The headmaster is probably not better than senior brother Guan, but because he is devoted to Yuqing sect, he delays his cultivation. At this time, expelling him from the position of headmaster will inevitably disappoint people. Moreover, senior brother Guan only wants to avenge the headmaster. After his injuries heal, let him challenge you. If he wins, he can be the headmaster. Hanju said seriously. If it's possible, then it's possible. But this battle is best carried out quietly. Xishuan then replied. Of course. Just to save face for senior brother Guan. While talking, she suddenly looked down at Hey Yuji. Why are you raising a chicken? This chicken looks extraordinary. He suddenly smiled in a terrifying way, startling it. Usually cultivation is dull. Having it as a companion isn't bad. Xishuan didn't expect Hanju to also feel dull. Speaking of which, she remembered that the Immortal Realm Grand Meeting once every 100 years was about to begin. In that place, you can get all kinds of magic treasures, elixirs, natural treasures, whatever you want, even secret cultivation methods. As long as you have enough resources you can exchange them. Do you want to go? But he refused to go because he didn't want to take risks. At this moment, in the Chu sect sword sect, there was a loud scolding. What? You couldn't even block one of his sword strikes? Huang Jihui bowed his head and took the punishment. I don't want to admit it, but it's true. The man opposite him spoke up. You are the person with the highest combat power of this sect besides me. He could only explain. His spiritual power is extremely overbearing. It's the first time I've encountered spiritual power like that. Also, the one talking to Huang Jihao is Tang Han, the sect master of the Zhaoxi sword sect. He wondered, also what? Then he blushed embarrassingly. This guy is super handsome. Within our Zhaoxi sword sect, when it comes to looks, no one can compare to him. Tang Han's expression immediately changed to one of helplessness. Is that really important? Seeing this, Huang Jihao quickly waved his hand. All right, it's not important. He suddenly remembered. The Luji sacred sect is still targeting the Yuqing sect. Once my injuries heal, I plan to challenge the Luji sacred sect, Tang Han thought. Their foundation shouldn't be underestimated. The Supreme Elder already approached me, hoping we'd stand against the Luyi sacred sect, but I didn't agree. Simply because that person isn't dead. The Luyi sacred sect won't be destroyed. Huang Jihao wondered about that person. Tang Han recounted. The sect master of the Luyi sacred sect? When he was younger, he was like, because of a fortuitous encounter, he fell into the demonic path, becoming the sect master of the Luyi sacred sect. I heard from my grandmaster that this generation's Luyi sacred sect master is the most powerful in the last 2 generations. You should probe his strength, but don't be reckless. His eyes turned determined. Don't worry, I might be arrogant, but I'm not stupid. 7 years later. Hanju was sitting bored, thinking. After Yang Tiandong and Zhao Fan were captured, my cultivation increased, but their status hasn't changed. Maybe they're just pretending to compromise. Head teacher Lai is too pitiful. If he's not being beaten up, he's getting beaten up on the road. Suddenly, Hey Yuji came over, calling him, and saying it wanted to go outside to take a look. Hearing it say that, Hanju pondered. Hey Yuji's strength is already equivalent to a Lianqi cultivator. Its mind is growing bigger, and it's curious about the outside world. After thinking it over, he suddenly stood up, startling it. Let's put it this way. Hanju held up a picture of a roasted chicken, saying threateningly, "It's very dangerous outside. Lots of people want to eat you. Got it? This is your forbidden area. Remember, you absolutely can't go there. You absolutely have to become invincible before you can go. Otherwise, you're dead for sure. Even I don't dare go outside." Hearing those words, Heiyunji slumped down and started crying. "Master, please don't read anymore. I won't go outside anymore." He was happy that he had successfully brainwashed it. Just then, Li Qingzi rushed over anxiously. "Elder Han, something's happened. Maple Leaf Valley has been destroyed by the Luyi sacred sect." The Valley Master, before dying, sent a message to me, saying that within the Luyi sacred sect, there are 10 Huashen cultivators, enough to sweep through the cultivation world of Great Yan. The next target of the Luyi sacred sect is very likely the Yu King sect. Elder Han, what do you plan to... Before he could finish, Hanju had already dashed off. He quickly grabbed his basket, not forgetting to bring Heiyuji and his sack. Li Qingzi, seeing this, shouted. Acting swiftly in a crisis, I really didn't misjudge him. Having prepared, Hanju replied. Then why aren't you seizing the time to run away? Li Qingzi was taken aback by Hanju's words, his mouth agape. Hanju was furious, trying his best to escape, while Li Qingzi desperately held onto his leg, exhausted to the point of panting. Hanju, carrying the fat Heiyuji on his back, angrily told them to run, but Li Qingzi stubbornly clung on. Are you even listening? I came to give you a heads up. Preparing in advance isn't telling you to pack your bags and scram. When he looked over, he heard the old man grumbling. Where can we even run to? So many disciples. Even if we run, we can't just give up our territory to them. Those sects will just station themselves here. The Yu Qing sect is still doomed anyway. After hearing that, Hanju fell into thought again. He was about to say that it didn't matter if the Yu Qing sect was destroyed, as long as the people were alive. But he had underestimated the significance of the Yu Qing sect to them. At this moment, the system popped up a notification about the Yu Qing sect's impending annihilation, and presented him with 2 choices and corresponding rewards. After reading it, he wondered what he should do. Afterwards, Hanju turned to Li Qingzi and asked, Hey, you said the intel said they wouldn't be here so soon, right? The old guy replied honestly. They needed time to clean up the mess at Maple Leaf Valley. Plus we have, 10 days max? Suddenly hearing this, he grabbed the old man's shoulders. Chief, what the heck? He wondered, eyes wide. Why is our Jade Pure sect constantly being targeted? I thought the Jade Pure sect was super strong. Li Qingzi was just left standing there dumbfounded. Not stopping there, Hanju kept pressing, each question digging deeper. It's like you guys put the Jade Pure sect on a pedestal it doesn't deserve. The old man replied helplessly. Actually, the Jade Pure sect is pretty awesome. It's just that strongest guy, our founding patriarch. He's been MIA for 500 years. If he was still around, would the Six Paths sect dare to mess with us? Thousands of years ago, he single-handedly gave the Six Paths sect a beatdown they'd never forget, driving their leader into a mental breakdown. Hearing that, he had another question. Curious. So, the Six Paths sect wants revenge on us? Li Qingzi said awkwardly. That's not important. Your master and I used the secret transmission treasure that the founding patriarchs left behind. As long as the founding patriarch returns, the Six Paths sect will be nothing to fear. Saying that, the old man suddenly grabbed his hand, expressing, Hanju, we gotta grit our teeth and get through this crisis. Once we get through it, there won't be any more threats, and you can cultivate in peace. Hanju didn't know what to do other than agree. Afterwards, he used his foot to push Li Qingzi away like he was saying up front, If we can't win, then I'm booking it out meta here. The old man agreed with him. Li Qingzi added, If we really can't win, I can't let you die here with us for nothing. He seemed satisfied, saying he'd stick around. Oh yeah, Chief. Does the sect have any pills suitable for cultivating in the nascent soul realm? The old man replied sheepishly. The Jade Pure sect has very few alchemists. You'll have to figure that out yourself. Hearing that, Hanju's face immediately changed. He straight up left, ignoring Li Qingzi's reluctant attempts to stop him. In the end, Hanju compromised. Just kidding, I'm gonna buy a beast-taming pouch. But in his heart, he was thinking it'd be more convenient when he ran away. Next up, a meeting of the minds as a man and a chicken discussed their escape plan. Inside the main peak city, the streets were bustling with people. Somewhere in the mix, Hanju was floating in the air. Heiyuji's face looked a bit dissatisfied and bored. People turned to look at it. A huge animal crammed into a sack with a glass window exposing its face. Suddenly, the system announced, Detected a Khanate luck possessor. Do you want to check their background? making him jump. Hanju looked at the system panel and sighed internally. Another Khanate luck possessor, the Jade Pure sect, is a lucky sect indeed. The background check contained Xuan Qingjun's identity, including her realm, true identity, and a few highlights about her. After reading it, his face went square, marveling that to ascend, she must be at least a great ascension cultivator. Hanju blankly focused on an important detail. She is. After being stunned for a moment, he guessed that there was only one woman on the plaza right now, so it must be her. In front of Hanju appeared a girl, Xuan Qingjun, sitting on a step near the fence. Next to her were two men fighting over the beauty, arguing with words, then breaking into a brawl and punching each other left and right. Seeing that, Xuan Qingjun wasn't interested at all, even looking extremely bored. Suddenly, as if realizing something, her eyes widened in surprise. There's a hidden aura. Xuan Qingjun's focus suddenly shifted to him, behind. She became interested again, gently touching her lips. Looks like I can stay a little longer. Hanju was walking, when the system notification popped up again. Xuan Qingjun is showing interest in you due to your appearance. Favorability, 1 star. He was totally bummed. He was just trying to steer clear of the battlefield to avoid getting caught up in any trouble. Then, Hanju turned back to look at her, bewildered. Never thought this killer charm would be my downfall. Xuan Qingjun, even more intrigued, kept her eyes glued on him. He barely took a step when the system dinged again. Favorability increased. Current rating, 2 stars. This notification freaked both him and his pet out. Meanwhile, Xuan Qingjun stood before a mountain with the inscription, "A moment of patience, a vast sky and a wide sea." She found it super interesting. After thinking it over carefully, she suddenly got it. These 7 characters actually make sense. Lastly, Xuan Qingjun looked up and said with a smirk, "You're even more interesting now. I like saving the best for last. See you next time." With that, she waved goodbye. Hanju inside finally breathed a sigh of relief. She's finally gone. Must be the formation that kept her from finding the entrance. He seriously discussed Xuan Qingjun's true power with Heiyuji, but all Heiyuji cared about was, damn, can I return this beast pouch? Then, he hung a calligraphy painting on the cliff, hoping she'd forget about him. 7 years flashed by. Hanju was now at the 8th level of the Yuanjing realm. But he wasn't satisfied with his current strength. That, if I don't break through to the transformation realm before the sacred sect of 6 desires arrives, I'm screwed. Suddenly, the system panel displayed notifications. 2 people being chased, and 2 people being ambushed. He was surprised. Why was Li Qingzi ambushed by his own sect members? We clearly screened everyone. All Yuanying realm cultivators in the Jade Pure sect are not spies. Then, Hanju's eyes widened as if he remembered something. Crap, I forgot about Kuan Yu Gang. Hanju was right. Kuan Yu Gang didn't dare challenge the Elder of Killing Gods, so he gave up on becoming the sect leader. But he couldn't let go of his anger, so he found Li Qingzi and beat him up to vent. He was still relieved that his masters were okay. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Is there a Taoist friend present? May I have a moment of your time?" Hanju groaned. Xuan Qingjun, she's back again. In the past 7 years, she had visited twice without success. But she didn't seem to be forcing her way in. She wasn't really malicious, just stubborn. Or at times a charm doesn't apply here. I'm afraid she'll break me. After calling out, she waited quietly outside. This time, he actually came out and faced Xuan Qingjun directly. But the one who panicked was Heiyuji. It looked like it was about to cry. It bowed its head and pleaded, "Please, don't eat my master." Xuan Qingjun was clueless about its actions. Hanju kicked away the shameless bird and introduced himself. "I am Hanju. May I ask what brings you to my humble abode?" Xuan Qingjun said softly. "I am Xuan Qingjun, a disciple of Jade Bamboo Peak. A few years ago, I happened to meet Senior Brother in the inner sect, and realized what it means to be unforgettable at first sight. Finally," she said, "I'm taking the liberty of visiting this time. I hope Senior Brother won't mind." Senior Brother's handsome appearance is truly rare in the world, peerless. Hearing these words, Hanju just thanked her awkwardly and wanted to slip away. Xuan Qingjun took out a token and stopped him. "Don't be in such a hurry. Junior sister is willing to offer a treasure. I hope Senior Brother won't refuse." He was curious. "What is this?" She explained the item's origins. "This is the Heavenly Immortal Manor token. The Heavenly Immortal Manor is a sacred cultivation ground in the world of cultivators. With this token, you can be led into the sacred ground, and at worst, you'll achieve the Yuanying realm after leaving. In her heart, Xuan Qingjun thought, "Little brat, I don't believe you won't be tempted. I'm gonna get that face of yours no matter what." But unlike her expectations, Han Ju bluntly refused. "Thank you for your kindness, junior sister, but I don't want to leave the Jade Pure sect. I plan to stay and cultivate in the Jade Pure sect for the rest of my life." Hearing this, Xuan Qingjun quickly turned around and searched for something. "It's okay if senior brother doesn't value it. I still have more." She took out a tiny sword. This is the dealing sword, totally capable of one-shotting a golden core master. Seeing Han Ju frozen solid, she's like, "Okay, now I'm starting to freak out a little." Xuan Qingjun pulls out a bottle. "So, I'll throw in a bottle of pills that'll help you break through to the golden core realm." Han Ju's still rocking that stone, cold indifference look, not even batting an eye. She keeps going. Pulling out a book, "I'll also give you a body refining manual, plus 3 magic secret manuals." Still feeling generous, she reaches for more. When Xuan Qingjun whips out a crimson spear, Han Ju finally snaps. Alright, hold up." Xuan Qingjun, totally lost, stares at him like, "Dude, what's your problem?" Han Ju unlocks his hidden cultivation. A crazy wave of spiritual energy bursts out. Turns out, I'm already in the nascent soul realm. Xuan Qingjun is stunned, speechless. Then, realizing it's the 8th level of nascent soul, she asks, "Unless, you're actually the Zihan Shen Elder." Han Ju doesn't even try to deny it, revealing his secret. "Just keep it on the DL, okay?" System notification pops up. Xuan Qingjun's favorability towards you has increased. Current favorability: 4 stars. After a moment of shock, she suddenly all smiles. "I get it now. So, what you need is something simple." Xuan Qingjun pulls out a jade bottle. This is a first-grade nascent soul pill. It can help you break through to the transformation god realm. 1 bottle enough? I can give you another one if you want." Han Ju is just speechless at this level of wealth. He can't help but ask, "Seriously, what's your background?" She dodges the question. "My identity isn't important, but I want to become Daco partners with you. What do you say?" Han Ju hesitates. Then he finally speaks slowly. "You can pull out so many treasures, you're definitely not ordinary. Can you help us deal with the 6 Paths sect?" Xuan Qingjun refuses without a second thought. "Nope. All I care about is you." Han Ju is defeated. Guess getting a demon lord to help isn't easy. Without a shred of integrity, he asks, "So what's the price if I agree?" Hearing that, she covers her mouth and giggles. Then she replies, "The price is cultivating together, getting stronger together. What do you think?" The system pops up a notification. Xuan Qingjun wants to form a Dao companion with you. Option 1, reject. Option 2, accept. You will receive corresponding rewards. Han Ju wants to flip the table on the system, because it's clearly doing it on purpose. In the dim, gloomy dungeon, the sound of footsteps echoed. Bleak and frightening, the figure passed by a prison cell where soldiers were lashing out whips in bursts. There, Zhu Fan was being brutally tortured. Whip marks were bloody and bruised all over his body. Yang Tiandong wasn't doing any better either. He was coughing up blood from the torture, gasping for air. The 6 Paths sect members said to each other, "These 2 guys from the Jade Pure sect are really stubborn. They try to escape every year, and even after getting caught and beaten, damn it, they still don't give up." One guy says decisively, "Just kill them." The other one worries, "If we kill them, how will our holy sect win over people's hearts?" They whine and complain for a while, then head off for a drink, leaving the 2 guys there. Zhao Fan swears in his heart, "One day, when I attain enlightenment, I'll definitely kill every last dog and chicken in your 6 Paths sect." Yang Tiandong collapses in pain. "This is your plan. How did we get caught before even getting out?" He sighs. "Who knew there were people training giant mole rats at the Heavenly Terrace?" He pants as he tries to advise, "Zhao bro, let's not struggle anymore, let's just wait for my master to come." Zhu Fan looks up to the sky and laments, "Your master, the Zihan Shen Elder. Too bad he's not coming." Yang Tiandong jumped up to retort, "Nonsense. Master is so strong you won't find an opponent in the entire Yuqing sect. If he's not coming, then who is?" He was also helpless. Master's talent really was the best he'd ever seen, and his strength was undeniably real. Zhu Fan thought to himself, but didn't dare say it out loud. But he was scared to death. The kid said with admiration, that's right, Master Zhu ditched me like that. You must have arrived a long time ago. Maybe you're observing me in the dark to see if I can take the hardship. He was too lazy to argue. It was better to say nothing, leaving this poor kid with a little hope. Elsewhere, Hanju was recalling the divine ability granted by the system, the somersault cloud, which could travel 18,000 miles in a day. Xuan Qingjun's goodwill increased again, and he instructed, "Remember to cultivate diligently. I promise to come to you if I need anything." He sat in a corner, burying his face in his hands. "Sorry, what she gave me is really too much. I'm getting corrupted." Hei Yuji looked suspiciously. "Master, is she still going to eat people?" Hanju kicked it in the face. He poured out pills into his mouth, eating while saying, "Don't you dare slander my Tao companion." At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if something terrifying was about to happen. A grade 1 nascent soul pill. The medicinal effect is truly domineering. The six-path spiritual power is cleansed until it's smooth and stable, accelerating years of absorption. Once again, Hanju was enveloped in a massive surge of spiritual power. He sighed. "Just one pill is equivalent to 100 years of effort, but I can't rely too much on pills. Daily cultivation must also be done to avoid weakening the spiritual power." 2 years flashed by, and Hanju stood there majestically. To Heiyuji's surprise, thanks to Demon Lord being so generous, he was now half a step into the transformation realm. He was now at the 9th level peak of the nascent soul realm. His eyes sharp, he called out, "System, check." The system announced. The strongest person in the Yu Qing sect is Guan Yang, at the 2nd level of the transformation realm. Hearing this, Hanju thought, "That's good. The Six-Path Saint sect hasn't made any moves yet, so I still have time to break through to the transformation realm." He quickly moved, leaving Heiyuji with a word. "I'm going to the 10,000 demons realm. I'm leaving the house in your care." As soon as he stepped outside, Ling Qingzi came running up to announce, "Elder Han, you've come at just the right time. There's good news." He could tell from the guy's expression that it wasn't anything good. The old man said with a smile, "Huang Jihao challenged the Six-Path Saint sect and got beaten to a pulp, angering the Zhaoshu Sword sect. They want to prepare to join forces with us to attack the Six-Path Saint sect. The situation has turned around." They both smiled contentedly. Praising old Huang for stirring up trouble at just the right time, Li Qingzi suddenly lowered his voice. "So, this time I was planning to invite—" Before Hanju could finish listening, he had a bad feeling. He put his arm around the old man's shoulder happily. "I understand what you mean. You want to take Elder Guian, but you're worried it will affect the sect, right?" Li Qingzi looked embarrassed. "I didn't mean that." Hanju insisted, "It's fine if all the elders go. I alone am enough to guard this Yu King sect." These words made the old man's face twist with anger, thinking, "You really are." Suddenly, he whispered in the old man's ear, "About to break through to the transformation realm." This sudden information left Li Qingzi stunned for a long time. He then shouted excitedly, "Great, great! You can focus on breaking through. Leave the matter of conquering the Six-Path Saint sect to us. So exciting! You, at the nascent soul realm, were able to defeat someone in the transformation realm. So what will you be like after breaking through to the transformation realm?" Hanju quickly waved his hand. Yes, so you should go quickly. I wish you all the best." In the 10,000 demons realm, Hanju thought to himself, "I heard that breaking through to the transformation realm causes a big commotion, making it easy to attract enemies for a sneak attack. The 10,000 demons realm is the best choice." He stood alone on the edge of the abyss, looking down pensively. Hanju declared clearly, "Today is the day I break through to the transformation realm." Thunder and lightning in the sky, black clouds underfoot, birds and beasts scattering. Just then, a crack appears in the sky. A blinding area of lightning. He boldly declares, "Come at me!" Immediately, a heaven-shaking thunderbolt strikes down on the 10,000 demon realm. The myriad officials of the Green Garment Sacred Cult are a mysterious black mass. A figure slowly approaches. He's stopped at the gate, and only then takes out his token. The other person quickly presents their token as well. The gatekeeper takes the token, looks at the name Jade Pure Sect's head Elder Li Liu Zi, and is puzzled. The person quickly retracts the token, because he presented the wrong one. Then he presents the correct token, plus a book with scantily clad women, which the gatekeeper quickly accepts and says, "Greetings, Deacon." The figure reveals himself. It turns out to be Li Qingzi, now smiling. "Pleasure. It's just a small matter. Everything is prepared. We just need to set up the teleportation formation at the ceiling location." A rustling sound is heard. "March, quickly, An army of the Green Garment Sacred Cult is hurrying, due to an order from the elder inside the prison. Zhao Farren stares blankly at them moving. He turns to discuss with Yang Tiandong. Could it be that something happened to their people? He says, wait. Unless it's Master coming to save us. He opens his eyes wide and thinks, to mobilize so many people, it must be a full, Phoenix-scale attack from the sect. Zhao Fan is excited. It's a rare opportunity. Should we take advantage of the chaos and escape again? Yang Tiandong scratches his head awkwardly. Maybe not. Let's just wait for them to come and rescue us. Hearing this, he gets angry. Don't just sit there and wait for death. Zhao Fan points to the door. What if it's not our people coming? Wouldn't we miss this chance? Yang Tiandong is also annoyed. Aren't you afraid of your own ideas? How many times have we tried to escape? Don't you know by now? Suddenly, a large dent appears in the ceiling above. Dirt and rocks fall down, forcing the two to quickly dodge. In the dust cloud, a voice calls out, all captured disciples of the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi appears in the admiring light of the two prisoners. This seat has come to rescue you. They also happily call out, Head Elder, he shouts. Prepare to fight back. Break out. Join this seat in destroying the Green Garment Sacred Cult. For a moment, no one says anything. In the 10,000 demon realm, Han Ju has broken through to the Hua Shen realm. The system immediately displays a notification of a worthy reward. He stretches, thinking that after breaking through to Hua Shen, he has a lifespan of 3,000 years. There's hope for longevity now. He breathes a sigh of relief. Finally! Hei Yuji sees him again and says, Master, you're finally back. I thought that woman had eaten you. Han Ju angrily knocks it on the head. You chicken! What are you thinking about all day? It cries out in pain, retorting, Am I not a phoenix? He says coldly. But right now you're just a chicken. Only through diligent cultivation can you become a phoenix. Hei Yuji is dejected. How long is diligent cultivation? Han Ju summons the system, checks, and sees that his fellow disciples and Dao companions are being attacked by the Green Garment Sacred Cult, and thinks, hang in there, guys. I still have to protect the Jade Pure sect and guard against enemies from afar. Xuan Qingjun suddenly appears behind him. I heard that our slaying god elder broke through in the 10,000 demon realm, scaring Han Ju half to death. When did Xuan Qingjun come in? He turns around, trembling, and asks her, What do you want from me? Han Ju was like, Oh crap, is she gonna force something on me? What should I do? She opened her mouth softly, but with a hidden meaning. I've come because... Before Xuan Qingjun could finish, Han Ju was sweating bullets. She's a demon lord who's been kicking around the mortal world for who knows how long. How could she fall for someone at first sight? Letting me rise to the heavens in one step, letting me pay the price for everything. I wouldn't even dare to think about it. Xuan Qingjun continued. To say goodbye, I'm getting ready to leave. This sentence stunned Han Ju. He was so surprised he couldn't speak. Go where? He asked. She lowered her head, not explaining clearly. We don't know how many years it'll be until we meet again, so I wanted to visit you. Han Ju spoke up. Before you go, what do you want? I'll do my best to satisfy you. Could you not leave? He pleaded. I'm so lonely without you. Xuan Qingjun got angry. Your face, on the other hand, shows that you're looking forward to me leaving. Hurry up and leave, so that I can need you. But not now. Don't think about me. The timing for us to be together every day hasn't arrived yet. Han Ju still tried to salvage the situation. Do you have any pills that can raise the cultivation of the transformation realm? She immediately pulled some out. These are transformation realm spirit enhancement pills. I have 4 bottles of these. I'll give them all to you. He was overjoyed. Why am I so shameless? Okay, thanks. Xuan Qingjun continued to advise. It's been many years since we've met. I'm a little reluctant to part with your face. Even though you're already in the transformation realm, you're not invincible. Stay in the Yu Qing sect and cultivate properly. Don't run around. The cultivation world is very dangerous. Pretty boy, I'm leaving. With that, she disappeared out the door of the cave abode. Han Ju was left alone, his face dark. He looked regretful. Hei Yuji, lying next to him, thought, looks like the demon lord really was just passing through the Yu Qing sect. Now she's probably going somewhere else to seek enlightenment. It giggled inwardly. Finally, I don't have to worry about my master being eaten by her anymore. Before the darkness shrouded everything, this place was called the Toa Wai Shangjiao. A powerful person sitting on the highest platform spoke. The Zhuke Jianzong really wants to die with us. What do you elders think? Someone in the crowd spoke. In my opinion, we should kill them. Huangji's disaster is threatening them. The people all thought that the strength of the Zhuge Jianzong was not high, and they definitely would not dare to resist. Huang Zuntian suddenly pondered. Calm down. But they are so arrogant. Could it be that there are other forces secretly supporting them? The elders simultaneously reminded him that he was overthinking it. We must take advantage of this opportunity. Everyone thought that his sect was weak, and no one could be an opponent to them. We must fight to the end. Huang Zuntian bit his fingernails. I'm not afraid. I'm just thinking about the worst possible outcome. His mood sank. The person next to him immediately reminded him. Sect leader, you are too cautious, or rather, too cowardly. The great elder said, our plan has been delayed time and time again. We can't delay it any longer. If you are not at ease, I have another plan. We will send a few elders to attack their headquarters. Their main force is currently entangled with us, and the sect will definitely not be able to resist. The disciples of the Toa Wai Shengjiao all agreed that this was a good opportunity to strike. The great elder's words spoke to everyone's hearts. Huang Zuntian hesitated and slowly asked, do we really have to fight? This question immediately agitated the entire sect, causing them to become annoyed. He had to say, all right, I'll personally take action. This time, I'll go with Shankuai Zenrin to attack the Vermilion Birdsword sect and the Jade Purity sect. Is that good enough for Ye? As soon as he said that, the whole sect cheered like they'd already won, inevitably causing some worrywarts to remind everyone to be careful. The Grand Elder, standing to the side, lowered his head, secretly scheming something. He turned and whispered, Shankuai Zenrin, you absolutely have to go all out. When the time comes, I'm worried the sect leader will drag things out again. Just then, Shankuai showed up, looking all menacing and stuff. He just quietly said, consider it done. Meanwhile, in his cultivation cave, Hanju was gradually grasping a new truth. The Six Paths reincarnation technique had reached the 5th level, and he'd also comprehended a new divine ability, an upgrade to the Six Paths soul absorption. It could absorb the soul fragments existing deep within his own primordial spirit, protecting the soul and imprisoning other souls. On top of that, he could stamp the Six Paths imprint onto a soul. The Six Paths imprint would exist forever, unextinguishable. No matter how many times the target reincarnated, as long as the Six Paths imprint remained, he could find them across reincarnation. The upgrades to the Six Paths reincarnation technique weren't just that either. The higher the realm, the more domineering the Six Paths spirit energy became. As Hanju cultivated, he thought to himself, my cultivation is still not enough. Even if the sacred sect of Toa Wai is not a big threat, don't forget about the Yaotong Ma sect. You have to know that his Rongshu cultivation in the Yaotong Ma sect is only an elder. The details of this demonic sect are also unbelievable. Just then, Chang Yuer's voice rang out. Hanju, Shidi. He turned to ask, what's up, Shiji? Shi, riding on Heiyuji, said, Shifu wants me to invite you to Jade Serenity Peak. It's important. Hanju asked back, Shifu invited me? I'll go right away, he thought to himself. She rarely invites me there. Gotta show some face. In the main hall of Jade Serenity Peak, many disciples had gathered, chattering away. Meng! He raised his voice to calm everyone down. Everyone quieted down and take your seats. Shifu is here. Liu Sangxin had already graduated and became a core disciple. Originally, Meng He, the 7th Shixiang, had become the eldest disciple of the new class. Suddenly, everyone saw something shocking that left them all gaping in surprise. Someone commented, Hanju, Shidi, seems to have gotten a bit more handsome, but they looked over to H. Tatuyan, who was silently closing her eyes. All the disciples were wondering what Hanju's identity was that he could sit next to Shifu. Some realized. Could he be the god, slaying elder? Meng, he frowned as well. Yeah, I was stunned for days when I first learned the truth, he announced. Listen up, everyone. You absolutely cannot reveal Elder Han's identity. Otherwise, you'll be kicked out of the sect. Got it? Everyone responded, Yes, sir. Hanju, sitting next to H. Togenan, was feeling awkward, thinking, Is Shifu trying to pass the position to me? How am I supposed to refuse? She spoke. Recently, I hope all of you won't be enclosed. Kunudor Cultivation. Patrol the outer sect of the Jade Purity sect. The head teacher sent a message back. He said that they had joined forces with the Vermilion Birdsword sect to attack the sacred sect of Toa Wai, and the imprisoned disciples have also been rescued. But he worries that the sacred sect of Toa Wai will attack our sect, because they encountered only 5 Transformation Realm experts. The other 5 must have other arrangements. Among the 18 Peaks disciples, our Jade Serenity Peak is the weakest. Except for our small number is also because the head teacher loves us. Understood. We've cultivated hard all these years, now is the time to shine. Hearing this, everyone cheered, swearing they wouldn't retreat. He smiled. The outer sect has the first line of defense protecting it. Maybe you'll have enlightenment in a life-or-death situation. This way, you'll be worthy of the sect's training, he wondered, also not catching up with them. Toman called out, Hanju, Elder Han, you have news about the Transformation Realm experts who snuck up to attack of the sacred sect of Toawai. He understood. So she wants me to be a tranquilizer, Hanju then said loudly. As for dealing with the experts, I have a little experience, the disciple said with admiration. Elder Han is too humble. She then used her magic to transmit a message. I wanted to ask, what level is your cultivation now? Hanju casually said, first level. She was surprised. You've been enclosed, condor cultivation for so many years. Why hasn't your cultivation improved? He smiled. It's the first level of the Transformation Realm. Li Qingzi didn't tell people. This sentence also made her immobile, not knowing what to say. Inside the main hall of the sect, Shi Xuan then ordered, all right, dismissed. You all go back and prepare for patrol duty. Let Meng He handle the arrangements. Everyone obeyed their master's orders. The group dispersed, chatting amongst themselves, with some disciples noticing something different about their master. They all remarked that it was the first time they had seen their master so flustered. She closed her eyes and thought, how many years has it been since he broke through to the nascent soul realm? And in the blink of an eye, he's already at the deity transformation realm. Shi Xuan glanced at Hanju and said, wanting to see me make a fool of myself? It seems you no longer regard me as your master. As your master, I haven't taught you anything. He scratched his head, feeling awkward after hearing that. I didn't mean it that way, she softly said. Forget it. Just tell me what you need. You've done a great service to the Jade Pure sect. No need to be polite. Hanju raised his hand and asked, do you have any pills for cultivating in the deity transformation realm? Shi Xuan hesitated. Sorry, I don't. He then said, it's all right. Then please do your best to help me enhance the spiritual energy in my cave abode. She frowned. I'll see what I can do. Shi Xuan thought to herself, Hanju is growing too fast. The small temple won't be able to contain a great Buddha like him. If only the Jade Pure sect were stronger. She then imagined Hanju leaving the sect. Suddenly, Shi Xuan realized that image felt strangely familiar. The founding ancestor had also left the Jade Pure sect in pursuit of higher realms. She called out to Hanju to stay, causing him to pause slightly, bewildered. Shi Xuan hesitated and asked, how long can you stay at the Jade Pure sect? People climb to higher places, water flows to lower grounds. You're growing very fast. Perhaps one day the Jade Pure sect will become a burden to you. He immediately affirmed, don't worry, if I wanted to leave I would have left a long time ago. Even if I go elsewhere, I'm bound to encounter more troubles. It's the same hassle wherever I go, so instead of abandoning the familiar for the distant, I might as well stay here and cultivate in peace. Shi Xuan was still worried, but in the cultivation world, there are many sects stronger than the Jade Pure sect. Aren't you afraid that staying here will hinder your progress? Hanju then said, Master, you can always have faith in my talent. If there really comes a day when I leave, I will inform you beforehand. He thought to himself, going to a wider world to pursue dominance? What a load of crap. I'd rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Isn't living in peace better? Suddenly, the system issued a warning. The Six Paths Holy Sect is about to invade the Jade Pure sect. He immediately asked the system to identify the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect. At that moment, a figure stood on the mountaintop, looking down at the gate of the Jade Pure sect. It was Huang Zuntian and Shan Kui, preparing to attack the Jade Pure sect. He was still worried. They're showing too much weakness. Could it be a trap? Shan Kui impatiently said, Sect Master, I've investigated thoroughly. They don't have any deity transformation realm cultivators, and even their nascent soul realm cultivators don't exceed 10. Huang Zuntian scratched his chin. No, I feel uneasy. I just feel like there's a problem. He angrily said, Sect Master, we can't miss this opportunity. If the Six Paths Holy Sect perishes in our hands, how will we face the previous Sect Master? He still insisted. Continue observing, causing Shan Kui to think in frustrated, Damn it, if I couldn't beat him, I would have snatched the sectmaster position long ago. Hanju had been hiding behind a rock, secretly observing. Looks like I've met a fellow Taoists. I also need to do a simulation trial before I dare to come. He turned to look at the system panel, sighing. I thought the system had a bug just now. Unexpectedly, the system panel displayed the information of Huang Zuntian, the sect master of the Six Paths Holy Sect, a 9th-level deity transformation realm cultivator. He thought to himself, this guy is interesting. Shan Kui was still trying to berate Huang Zuntian, insisting on attacking. Hanju then stepped forward and asked, the Six Paths Holy Sect only sent 2 people. They were stunned to realize that they hadn't detected his aura. Sure enough, it's a trap, Shan Kui shouted loudly. You 2 aren't enough, buddy. You're totally delusional. Guess I'll have to slowly experience your skills then. He gathered his magic power and unleashed the 6 directions devouring the heavens technique. Huang Zuntian freaked out and yelled, Stop him, Shan Kui, wait! But he was already charging up. He said, Don't worry, sect leader. Even if he's a god, slaying elder, I can still fight him. Hanju calmly asked, I heard your saint sect leader doesn't like killing. Why are you guys targeting my Yu King sect? The guy lowered his head, stammering, not knowing what to say. Shan Kui charged forward, magic trick in hand. Enough talk. He barely managed to shout his name. As he flew straight at him, Hanju had already set up a magic formation. Shan Kui widened his eyes in horror. He could only think, this is, and in a flash, bam! He was torn into 100 pieces. Flesh and bones scattered everywhere. Huang Zuntian was absolutely terrified by the scene. He stared intently at Hanju. He could only utter, a trap. Huang Zuntian stood frozen, thinking, it really was a trap. Shan Kui's flesh exploded in an instant, splattering everywhere. Hanju blasted his primordial spirit out. Scared stiff, he screamed, Sect leader! Now I finally understand why you're always so cautious. Seeing Shan Kui blasted out in his primordial spirit form, he shouted anxiously, Shan Kui! Without a word, Hanju directly unleashed the 7 illusory steps, sucking in Shan Kui's primordial spirit. Immediately, his primordial spirit was sucked away by Hanju's soul. Absorbing power, Huang Zuntian felt sorry for his subordinate and reached out, calling, Shan Kui! Then he thought, an elder at the 7th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm was killed by him so easily. I'm at the 9th level, yet I can't see through him. Hanju's shadow seemed to grow larger in front of Huang Zuntian. He looked at him, thinking, he's not just at the Void Amalgamation Realm, he's probably already broken through to the Fusion Realm. Huang Zuntian's eyes turned bloodshot. He screamed, wait, seemed like something. But turned out Huang Zuntian ran faster than a horse. Before leaving, he didn't forget to threaten, by Green Robe Saint Sect and you, we swear to never rest until one of us is dead. He ran for his life. My intuition was right. The Yu King sect actually has a wildcard like this. Shan Kui, wait for me. When I've achieved great cultivation in the future, I'll definitely avenge you. But how could legs outrun clouds? Hanju caught up to Huang Zuntian in less than 2 seconds with the somersault cloud. Feeling it was unfair, he shouted, You're breaking the rules. A huge explosion appeared on the mountain, shaking the surrounding world. Hanju controlled Huang Zuntian, who was pinned against a tree, and he panicked. Don't do it. I can make the Green Robe Saint Sect stop the war. But Hanju didn't give him a chance. When you pull up weeds, you gotta get the roots. Huang Zuntian said miserably, I'm the sect leader. I have a responsibility to my sect. Besides, if it weren't for me holding them back, countless Yu King sect disciples would have already died. Hearing this, Hanju agreed. It was true. Zhao Fan and Yang Tiandong were both alive. Plus, he didn't like killing. Huang Zuntian was truly helpless. The Green Robe Saint Sect was so stagnant thanks to him. Seeing Hanju hesitate, Huang Zuntian continued, As long as you spare me, I'll definitely order the Green Robe Saint Sect not to attack the Yu Qing sect anymore. Hanju asked him suspiciously, Are you telling the truth? Hearing this, Huang Zuntian was overjoyed. He thought there was hope for negotiation, but his hope was shattered in an instant. The heaven-trampling devil-subduing sword had already split him in half. Hanju decisively replied, I don't believe you, standing before Huang Zuntian's bisected body. You're saying, you couldn't stop the 2 sects from fighting before, so why would coming back now make a difference? While talking, Hanju noticed something. He went, and took a closer look at Huang Zuntian's corpse. Turns out, that wasn't his real body. He can even revive? Nah, it's a body double illusion. Wait a sec, this talisman. Could it be a substitute talisman? Heard those things cost a fortune. Man, you rich. Huang Zuntian got hit by my sword and thought, what kind of weird magic is this? The pressure is insane. System prompt. You, Huang Zuntian, have generated hatred. Current level, 2 stars. Hearing this, Hanju thought, killing him would solve the problem, and it would also deter the Six-Path sect from causing trouble all the time. He dodged Hanju's attack and exclaimed, I can't take this guy head. Rion. That move earlier was unblockable. Luckily, I still have my trump card. As he cast his spell, he calculated, this move is for sneak attacks within a formation. The caster is immune to hundreds of attacks. I'll use this chance to activate the teleportation array back to headquarters. Breaking the formation is the only way to stop it. The spell can block hundreds of attacks in an instant. Super rare. I don't believe you've got the skills for that. But Hanju wasn't afraid. All he did was raise his sword to the sky, and instantly, thousands of other swords flew up. This chapter of his created a sword storm against Huang Zuntian. Many swords released by Hanju flew towards his magic formation. Huang Zuntian froze for a couple seconds, his eyes popping out, and he stammered, 10,000 swords returned to 1. How does he have this kind of divine power? The mountain where Huang Zuntian and Hanju were fighting shook violently from the aftermath of their battle. Everyone below heard it and ran to see what was up. Such a loud noise! Who the heck is it? This sounds more like a pained scream than a battle. Yes. That's nascent soul level stuff we can't deal with. As soon as they said that, everyone gasped in shock. This was a horrifying scene before them. The whole mountainside was almost leveled. I think I know who did it. Back at the mountain with the patience brings peace inscription. Hanju had captured and bound Huang Zuntian's nascent soul. He cried out in pain. Huang Zuntian's nascent soul trembled. Just who are you? How do you know 10,000 swords return to 1? A lost secret technique of a mysterious sect. He faced him. Scared out of his wits, I've never lost so badly. Hanju honestly answered Huang Zuntian's question. Changshan. Zhao Zilong. Huang Zuntian heard the name for the first time and wondered, what sect is Changshan? Even He Yuji didn't understand what he was saying. Hanju slapped him and said, stop talking nonsense, you answer my questions. He started asking, does the Six-Path sect have a position like Supreme Elder? Huang Zuntian honestly replied, yes, but he left Great Yan. He asked again, how did you become a wind master? He had to answer again, of course I have my own abilities. Okay. The Six-Path sect is currently. Hanju kept asking, and Huang Zuntian started crying. Sir, can you spare me? I can join the Jade Pure sect to atone for my sins. Hanju didn't expect him to spill everything. One sentence. Watch your performance. From him caused Huang Zuntian, as if being imprisoned in eternal bars. Six-Path soul absorption can absorb soul power and store it deep within the user's nascent soul, protecting or imprisoning it. Hanju said to He Yuji, now that Huang Zuntian is captured, the Six-Path sect isn't so scary anymore. It happily replied, Master, you're the best. We don't have to run anymore. But the one who was imprisoned wasn't so happy. Behind bars, he said angrily. Those damn elders. If I ever get out, I'll skin them all alive. A big explosion happened, causing everything to be destroyed. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, and birds flew away in panic. The subordinate ran while asking, Great Elder, still can't contact the sect leaders group, the Great Elder angrily retorted. Still no contact. More likely than not, they're in deep trouble, the subordinate exclaimed in fear. Then we abandon this place? All disciples retreat back to the sect to defend, then send people to investigate the sect leader's news. Hearing this, he pondered for a moment before replying, that's the only way left. As the two of them scrambled to escape, a beam of light flashed between them, forcing them to stop. Because their path was blocked by a person with incredible skills, who landed on a sword. It was Huang Jihao, leisurely crossing his arms, saying, Last time, you guys didn't show any martial ethics, ganging up on me. Today, I'll wash away that humiliation. Spill it. Where's your sect leader? Otherwise, don't even dream of surviving today. The Great Elder angrily shouted, Huang Jihao. The subordinate whispered, I'll hold him off head. Shion. You find a chance to sneak attack from behind. A cold voice of Lin Qingzi echoed from behind. Are you two whispering about escape plans? Another person arrived, Guao Yougang with his satisfied banner. Just got the intel from my subordinates. Your sect leader went to sneak attack Yuqing sect. We at Yuqing sect are perfectly fine. which means your sect leader probably ran into that person. As for why your sect leader isn't back to rescue you, I don't need to spell it out, do I? Finally, the Six Jade Saints sect raised the white flag and made a decision. The Six Jade Saints sect sues for peace and headed back to the mountain where Hanju resided. It was still very peaceful here. 3 empty pill bottles were discarded on the table, next to a snoring face. Hanju thought to himself, Xuan Qingjun's pills are all gone. My cultivation speed is getting slower and slower. He slumped onto his lazy pillow, currently at the 3rd level of the transformation realm. Hanju lay there, feeling bored. It seems the spiritual qi in my cave is thinning too. If this keeps up, it won't do. Just as he was pondering, someone asked, Is Elder Han there? He leaned back, looking weary. Is that sect leader Li? But the first thing he saw was Yang Tiandong's body, covered in injuries. He was still in tatters, clothes torn, holding onto his staff, trembling after all these years. Finally, your disciple has met you, old man. Li Qingzi smiled behind him. Luckily, I didn't disgrace my mission and brought your disciple back. Yang Tiandong, with tears streaming down his face, lunged to hug Hanju, sobbing. You don't know how much this disciple has suffered these past years. He buried his face in Hanju's leg, whimpering, I always believed Master would come save me. That belief is what helped me persevere. Hanju felt a pang of guilt. Sorry, it's too dangerous outside. I didn't dare go out. Yang Tiandong hugged him tightly. If it wasn't for you guarding Yuqing's sect, the sect leader wouldn't dare go save us. You are my god. Hanju was only concerned. Your snot is getting on my clothes. He unexpectedly patted Yang Tiandong's head, gently comforting. You did a great job. From now on, I'll pass on all my skills to you. The system notified. Yang Tiandong's favorability has increased. Current level, 5 stars. Hey Yuji, witnessing this, was instantly jealous. You dare compete for favor with this old man? Yang Tiandong didn't care about his surroundings, constantly repeating, Master is the best. Li Qingzi suddenly cut in, Congratulations, congratulations. This time, all the Yuqing sect disciples have been rescued safely, but there are still some things I want to ask Elder Han about. He leaned forward, asking, My mole in the Six Jade Saints sect, said sect leader Huang Zuntian, disappeared near Yuqing sect. When I returned to the sect just now, I also discovered a mountain missing near the north gate. Did you do it? Hearing this, Hanju became vigilant, only replying with a simple, M. Li Qingzi's glasses glinted, his mouth curving into a sinister smile. Elder Han thought something dangerous would happen, but what he was about to say was, Elder Han, you are my god. Li Qingzi danced around his cave, yelling, You're a hero. Luckily you dealt with Huang Zuntian, so we were able to attack the Six Jade Saints sect's lair smoothly. For Yuqing sect to have such a talented individual as Elder Han, the heavens truly have eyes. Hearing these nauseating flattery, Hanju said, Sect leader, don't run around anymore. Focus on cultivating. He suddenly remembered something, saying, Oh right, one more thing. In half a year at most, the ancestral master will return. Hearing this, his eyes turned serious, and he looked back at Li Qingzi. How is ancestral master? He continued saying. In another 5 years, we're throwing a huge party for the Jade Pure sect's 1000th anniversary. I'm gonna invite all sorts of big shots from other sects to network and stuff. We'll hype you up, let everyone know how badass Elder Hanju is for taking down Huang Zuntian. You'll be famous in the cultivation world. Li Qingzi's daydream got totally shut down by Hanju's nope, he said with his villain face. Don't tell them I killed Huang Zuntian. And I don't want to be in the spotlight. I just want to chill and cultivate, the old guy stammered. But that way, they'll be wary of us and won't mess with the Jade Pure sect. Hanju explained slowly. Your intentions are good, but helping the Jade Pure sect got me into some karma trouble. If they team up and come knocking, I can bail. But what about the Jade Pure sect? Li Qingzi pondered. True. In that case, we'll boost the spiritual energy in Elder Han's cave. Hanju was skeptical. That's it? My cave's already the most spiritually dense place in the sect. The old dude thought for a sec and said, That's all we can do. Anything else might not satisfy you. Or, wait for our founder to come back. Or, with his level, he's bound to have tons of treasures. He'll definitely hook you up. They said their goodbyes, and Li Qingzi left, thinking, Oh founder, please hurry back. We can't handle this little terror. Ding ding, system notification. A system panel popped up, and Hanju focused. The system announced, You successfully protected the sect and repelled the Six Paths Sage sect. You received a spirit treasure, a sword technique manual, and an egg of a divine beast with Providence. Hanju cheered. Jackpot! But wait, there's more! The system continued. You received a 5th grade spirit treasure, 9 stars stepping spirit shoes, the emotionless flying sword manual, and a chaos sky dog in egg form. Yang Tiandong was shocked. Master just randomly pulled out a magic weapon. Is this space magic? He Yuji added. And they're all high quality treasures. Is Master a treasure wholesaler? While Hanju was gloating, he said, Gee, Rear, I need you to do something for me. Villain face, evil grin, and the egg in his hand. He shoved the egg towards Heiyuji like he knew what Hanju wanted. It cried and begged, Master, no! But how could a chicken escape the evil clutches of humanity? Same result. Heiyuji had to incubate the egg. Someone reported from outside. All 18 Peaks elders and the Jade Pure Peaks duty personnel report to the main hall immediately. Following the summons, everyone gathered in the main hall. People whispered, Are we fighting another sect again? It's a big deal if all 18 Peaks elders are called. Someone in the front warned, Quiet, the Grand Elder's gonna speak. The Grand Elder announced loudly. We've waited almost 1,000 years for this moment. 1,000 years ago we trembled before him. Now, in 10 years, it's time to show him our power. He gave the order with a determined look. Prepare to depart. Go. No mistakes. Li Qingzi asked beside him. Are we really doing this? The Grand Elder replied. Don't overthink it. This is important. No amount of preparation is too much. Suddenly, everyone in the sect pointed at the sky. Quick! Look up! What's that? Even the Grand Elder looked up in surprise. A hole appeared in the sky, looking like a cosmic black hole with violent lightning inside. Inside the black hole, a foot slowly stepped out. It was Jiuding, and beside him was a strange beast. He walked out laughing. Jiuding said, Almost 1,000 years. Let me see how far you've come. Don't disappoint me. He stood in the air, releasing his aura in all directions to survey everyone below. Everyone panicked. This pressure was way stronger than Duan Tongtian's. Grand Elder, are you confident you can handle him? The Grand Elder yelled with a serious face. Activate the formation. As soon as he said that, the formations around them lit up one after another. Fireworks exploded on both sides, breaking the tense atmosphere. So it turns out all the firecrackers were to welcome the Yu King sect's old ancestor. Jiuding Zhenren is back. Even the Grand Elder is acting all cutesy. Master, do you like it? He stands high above, looking down at his rambunctious disciples welcoming him, and praises. Not bad. The sect has more flair than when I left. Then, he turns to the beast beside him and says, This demon was at the Rongshu realm, conveniently killed by me. I'll let the alchemy department turn it into pills and distribute them. Jiuding sternly instructs. During my absence, did the Yu King sect have any outstanding disciples? As a reward, I can personally impart some teachings to them for a while. Li Qingzi respectfully suggests. The most outstanding in the sect is naturally Elder Han. The Grand Elder chimes in. This time, the sect faced a crisis, and it was thanks to Elder Han that we resolved it peacefully. Hearing this, Jiuding replies, Oh, we have such an outstanding disciple. Where is he? Let me meet him. Li Qingzi worries. Elder Han is wholeheartedly cultivating in his cave abode and didn't come today. Hearing this, he doesn't blame him but says, He has character. Jiuding points and says, It's fine. I'll personally visit him in a few days. The old man hears this, and his heart is overjoyed, tears welling up. Great, we finally raised him properly. Back to Hanju's beloved mountain retreat. He's sitting there, his eyes clearly showing utter helplessness. And Heiyuji is super pissed, wanting to cuss Nan. Stop. Hanju glances to his left again, his eyes still full of helplessness. The sound of barking echoes throughout the quiet mountain. Turns out this little pup is the newborn from the egg that Heiyuji hatched. Hanju just sits there watching the chicken and the dog argue, Nan, stop. Mostly because the Hundun Tiangu is young and playful, constantly provoking Heiyuji. He looks and thinks to himself, It's been a while since the Hundun Tiangu hatched from Heiyuji's egg, but why is this dog born so arrogant, refusing to acknowledge its mother? He thinks, I've accumulated virtue my whole life, why did I encounter these two? Hanju is spacing out when Jiuding's voice suddenly rings out, Elder Han's 2 demonic pets. One look, and you know they're not simple. Where did you get them? He suddenly turns around and replies, "I got them by chance." He finally starts to introduce himself. This old man is the Yuqing sect's founding ancestor, Zhu Dingzhenren. Li Qingzi behind him wonders, since when did he raise a dog? When Hanju hears the name, he lowers his head, clasps his hands, and respectfully says, "I was rude. Please forgive me, old ancestor Zhu Ding." That's what he says. But he's thinking, the system already has the info. I'll challenge him in the simulation trial arena today. He gently replies, "No need for forgiveness. I must thank you for helping the Yuqing sect when it was in danger. As thanks, I'll gift you an opportunity. I wonder if you're willing." Hearing this, Hanju is incredibly surprised. His eyes widen as he asks, "Opportunity?" Zhu Ding recounts, 1,000 years ago, this old man left the Dayan cultivation world to search for immortals on the mainland, then went overseas, and after many years of wandering, I became the vice sect master of a hegemonic sect. This time I've returned to lead some geniuses to cultivate there. He's secretly feeling smug. Who wouldn't be tempted by such an opportunity? But Hanju's not feeling it. He's thinking, the house is about to collapse, and you're still out there looking for fun and girls. The system notification pops up with 2 invitations from Li Qingzi and Zhu Ding. One is to follow Zhu Ding overseas, and the other is to stay in the Yuqing sect and quietly cultivate. Since option 1 has more benefits, Hanju chooses option 1, but suddenly he hesitates and asks, "May I ask, is your sect considered invincible overseas?" Hearing the question, Zhu Ding ponders and replies, "Though not invincible, it's one of the hegemons." Hanju asks, "So there are opponents?" He replies, "But our sect has many Rongshu realm powerhouses. Outsiders can't do anything." A look of hesitation still appears in his eyes. He awkwardly replies, "Is that so?" Seeing this, Li Qingzi interrupts and says, "If Elder Han feels conflicted, you can consider it and reply later. The ancestor will stay in the Yuqing sect for a while, then you can decide." But deep down, he was actually worried, thinking, if Elder Han leaves with true person Zhu Ding, what'll happen to the Jade Pure sect next time we're in trouble? Hanju didn't even have to think about it. No need to think. Thanks for the ancestor's kindness, but I'll stay at the Jade Pure sect. I want to do everything I can to help it grow. Even ancestor has been wandering outside for years, all for the Jade Pure sect. I have my own way of protecting the sect, watching it get stronger. That's the Tao. Hearing him say that, the guy got a little lost in thought. Finally, Zhu Ding said, "If that's the case, I won't force you." Li Qingzi was probably the happiest, his eyes all watery with joy. He turned to leave, but not before saying, "I hear you like to cultivate in peace and quiet. From now on, this entire mountain is yours. You don't need the spirit energy of a cultivation cave. The spiritual veins here are more than enough to satisfy you." Li Qingzi arranged for everyone to leave the mountain, leaving Elder Han alone. All right, having gotten a bargain, Hanju bowed his head to send true person Zhu Ding off, and didn't forget to thank the senior for the gift. Once they were far away, Li Qingzi asked, "Old ancestor, did you just want to test Elder Han's loyalty to the sect?" After getting the answer he wanted, he said, "Li Qingzi, gather all the treasures I've collected and give them all to him. Also, set up a spirit gathering formation to concentrate the spirit energy of the entire mountain. You know how to arrange the disciples in the other caves." The old guy followed Zhu Ding's orders. After all, you have been alive for many years. You could tell at a glance if you were worried that if he followed me, there would be no one to protect the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi was silent, then said, "Indeed, the Jade Pure sect can't do without Elder Han." He clasped his hands behind his back, slowly. "You guys say he's cautious by nature. I think he's just afraid of the dangers overseas. But the dangers overseas are real." Seeing Li Qingzi's embarrassment, he also spoke in relief. "It's okay if he doesn't go. It's reassuring that he can stay and guard the Jade Pure sect. He's good, really good. But I've never seen such a cowardly excuse that sounds so good. I wasn't like him back then." The system notification popped up again. You chose to stay at the Jade Pure sect and received a divine power inheritance. Tathagata Curse, a Buddhist divine power that can transcend souls and suppress evil spirits. Hanju felt a pang of pain, thinking, is it trying to get me to come out? One sunny day, Hanju was sitting and admiring the scenery when he was called. "Hubby." It was Xiang Hongchuan who called. She walked over. "I found another treasure this time," he asked curiously. Where did Miss Xing find it this time? Sheng Hongshuan winked, acting all cute. At the market, I got some treasures at the auction that day. Then, she opened her hand to show off. Someone tried to steal the treasures, but I killed them. This is what I got from his ring. A fellow Taoist who came with me said this is innate spirit gathering jade. It's super rare. Hanju was still wary and opened his divine sense. What he saw didn't look good. Xing Hongshuan kept rambling. They say it can automatically gather the spirit energy of heaven and earth, and can even create a spirit gathering altar. It's a great treasure. He didn't think so. What she was holding was a black lump, not a treasure. Hanju yelled helplessly. Stop picking up everything. There's a sealed fierce beast inside. If you use it to cultivate, both your body and soul will suffer a backlash. Sheng Hongshuan still tried to argue. I checked it. How could it be? He sighed wearily. This thing disguised the killing intent as spirit energy. You need at least a nascent soul divine sense to see through it. Hearing that, she threw the treasure to the side. She picked up the treasure and ran away. Sorry, I almost hurt hubby. I'll throw it away right now. Hanju sighed helplessly. I can purify it. Bring it here. He used his power to absorb it, and the soul in the treasure was the scream of a fierce spirit. Sheng Hongshuan blushed shyly. That was close. Good thing hubby's cultivation is so high and saw through this evil thing. How should I repay you now? Look at my appearance. Before she could finish, Hanju interrupted. Put it away. I've destroyed the fierce spirit. You'll need it when you break through. Her face fell because her plan failed. He continued casually. Your cultivation speed is too slow. If you keep this up, you won't be good enough to be my docile companion. As soon as he finished speaking, Sheng Hongshuan's hands clenched until they trembled. Her eyes fell in disappointment, and she replied, I understand. Hanju realized he'd misspoke. Maybe he was too harsh. Feeling guilty, he took out a ring. All the treasures you gave me are in this ring. I've kept them carefully. Now I'm giving them back to you. Suddenly, Hanju also blushed, stuttering. Besides, the spirit energy here is dense. Move here to cultivate. Sheng Hongshuan's eyes showed surprise, but also joy as she looked at him. Sheng Hongshuan ran in front of Hanju, cupped her chin in her hands, and gazed at him, then blushed on her own. Hanju was also embarrassed, and said, I just hope you'll put all your effort into cultivation. Dude, seriously, we gotta keep our thing on the DL for now. Alright, I'm worried some bad guys might use you to get to me. She was totally stoked to hear that and covered her face. Okay, in her head, she's probably thinking, OMG, he does care. Hanju's furry spies saw the whole thing go down. Hey Yuji, being all teacher, hey. Was schooling Hundun Tiangu? Look at that, you mutt, that's a 2. Timer right there. Sheng Hongshuan was about to say something but then clammed up. Her brain was doing backflips like, am I even good enough for him? But I totally called dibs first. Back in the day, I went through hell and high water to become a cultivator, just to get revenge. I poured my heart, soul, and wallet into leveling up. I figured everyone else was the same, you know? Then I saw him for the first time. He was just a kid, didn't even have a spiritual root. But I liked his face, so I gave him a Suling pill. Honestly, with that pill, even a mixed spiritual root would have been a win. And then, bam! He shot up to become one of the strongest guys in the Yuqing sect. Hanju saw Sheng Hongshuan was going to say something, but then clammed up. So he asked, What's up? She was just feeling a little down about her fate. Talent is just crazy, you know? The more you compare, the more you doubt yourself. But the truth is right in front of me. I gotta keep pushing myself so I can be worthy of Hanju. Sheng Hongshuan didn't answer, just spun around and said, Nothing, I'm gonna cultivate. And then she bailed, leaving Hanju all by his lonesome. Why is she suddenly bummed out? Girls are confusing, man. Hey Yunji was still giving Hundun Tiangu the lowdown. Scratch what I said before, our master's a total oblivious dude. A year and a half later, after he came back, Zhu Dingzhenren himself spruced up the Yuqing sect's 18 peaks and jacked up the spiritual energy in the inner sect training grounds. Not only that, but he also tamed a bunch of exotic beasts that were on par with the nascent soul realm to guard the sect. The Yuqing sect's power in the 10,000 demon realm just kept growing. Ever since the Millennium Ceremony was announced, all the righteous sects in the cultivation world have sent people to congratulate them. The Yuqing sect became a happening place like never before. Everyone was dishing out the compliments, saying the Yuqing sect was unfathomably strong. Word is, even the leader of the Six Paths sect got taken out here. We can chill, no one messes with this place. Hanju didn't care about the Millennium Ceremony. Cultivation was his whole life, unless something major went down. He was giving the 2 demonic pets a lecture. If you guys get any bigger, you won't fit through the cave entrance. So, stay outside. And no wandering down the mountain, got it? The little chicken and dog looked so pathetic, you couldn't help but feel bad for them. The system notification popped up again, catching Hanju's attention. He saw the immortal Chi luck bearer, check his background. After seeing that Sui Chi was a star of calamity, who could bring misfortune to those around him, he learned that since he had the luck of an immortal emperor, he wouldn't be affected by the Star of Calamity's bad luck. Also, you can't kill a Star of Calamity, or even the immortal emperor's luck wouldn't be able to stop the bad vibes. After reading all that stuff on the message board, Hanju's jaw dropped. He was frozen stiff. He took off running and shouted to the system. System, tell me where he is, quick! I've got divine sense. Don't let him get close to the Yu King sect. My immortal emperor luck might protect me, but the Yu King sect is screwed. But it looks like Hanju was a step too late, because that Su Chi was already standing at the sect gate. The kid was all smiles, finally made it to the Yu Qing sect. Su Chi's eyes went wide with excitement. Su Chi's gonna work hard to cultivate. I'm definitely gonna be the best. The little guy started climbing the huge steps, spouting cultivation philosophy. The first step might be small, but it's a giant leap for my life. Just as Sun Chi's foot was about to touch the first step of the Yu Qing sect, a gust of wind whipped past. It was Hanju, who'd rushed over in a hurry and sent the kid flying. Hanju's face was cold as ice. Why is a mere mortal like you here? Su Chi cheerfully introduced himself. I'm Su Chi. I want to join the Yu Qing sect and cultivate. Are you an immortal from the Yu Qing sect? Then his face lit up. Can I skip straight to the inner sect? My talent definitely won't disappoint the sect. Hanju grimaced, thinking, letting you join the Yu Qing sect? And then getting affected by your bad luck? No way. So he found a reason to shoo Su Chi away. You're too old. You've missed the best time for cultivation. It's better if I pass on a chi absorption technique to you. You'll find someone else to be your master. The little guy anxiously replied, No way! I only want to join the Yu Qing sect. Su Chi even dared to point at Hanju's face and say, Aren't you from the Yu Qing sect? I heard that the Yu Qing sect's Millennium Shlong talent selection attracted many different factions. You must be here to snatch talents, right? Do you have any shame? Hanju cursed inwardly. How does this little brat know so much? What a pain. The little guy thought he was a hot commodity and arrogantly said, Don't even think about trying to get on my good side just because you see I'm special. He was truly getting annoyed with the kid. You really won't leave? If being nice doesn't work, I'll use force. Hanju stepped forward and grabbed his collar, dragging him away, much to Su Chi's shock. He was preparing to throw the kid away, as if trying to throw bad luck away from himself. But Sun Chi was screaming in fear. Don't kill me, Hanju thought to himself. If I kill you, your bad luck will spread. I can't handle that. Su Chi's screams echoed through the mountain. Hanju, let go of me. The kid was unceremoniously thrown to the ground, and he cried out in pain. Su Chi fearfully scooted backward, asking, Who exactly are you? Hanju's face was extremely scary, as he replied, You don't need to know who I am. Since you refuse to leave, you can only stay here from today on. Don't even think about leaving this place for the rest of your life. The system popped up a notification. Sun Chi has developed hatred towards you. The current level of hatred is 2 stars. The little boy's face also showed clear resentment. Hearing the system notification, Hanju was a little worried, thinking to himself if he would encounter bad luck. Su Chi was like a beast waiting for its prey, ready to pounce. Seeing this, he guessed that he vaguely felt a strange aura, seemingly brewing a conspiracy waiting to erupt. Could it be the attack of bad luck? The kid charged like a starving tiger. Unexpectedly, Sun Chi's face planted on the ground, his stomach rumbling loudly, leaving him stunned in his worries. The little guy crawled up clumsily and trembled, asking, Do you provide meals here? I haven't eaten anything for days. Hanju was speechless, asking, How did you get here? Didn't you eat on the way? Su Chi used his last bit of strength to say, I've passed by 7 restaurants, but for some reason, they either suddenly closed down or got robbed by bandits. I haven't had a single bite of food. Hanju was also helpless, not knowing what to say, worthy of being a jinx. Then, the system prepared an extremely lavish table of food. At the same time, the system reminded him, Su Chi has developed goodwill towards you. The current level of goodwill is 3 stars. Su Chi was extremely happy. Thank you, senior. I'll eat now. Hanju was paying for the food, thinking, the increase in goodwill is so childish. As expected, It's simple and easy to teach from Sunqi's experience. It seems like he still hasn't realized that he brings bad luck. A jinx is destined to be lonely for life. What a pitiful child. Some truths are better left unknown. Thinking this, Hanju spoke. How's the taste? This is your last meal. Hearing that, Sunqi immediately became frightened and alert. The little guy widened his eyes, confused. That vigilance was quickly dispelled, because he would start cultivating later. This is a qi absorption technique. Take a look at it yourself. Sunqi gratefully thanked the senior for his great kindness. The little guy happily accepted it. So, staying here is for cultivation. Sunqi was delighted with the items in his hands. Yea, I must cultivate diligently, and not let senior down, the system reminded him. Sunqi has developed goodwill towards you. The current level of goodwill is 5 stars. Hearing this, Hanju smirked. This little brat is so easy to fool. And so, the cultivation journey of the 2 masters and disciples started in spring. Swallows filled the sky. If you're going to cultivate here, you got to follow the rules, you know. Then summer rolled around, and Hanju was still passionately teaching Sunqi bit by bit. Autumn came quick, changing the leaves, and the two were still focused on cultivating. He even told the kid about Yang Tiandong, which the kid was super impressed by. Winter covered everything in a blanket of white snow. Sunqi cultivated, but still remembered to care for Heiyuji and Hundun Tiangu so they wouldn't get cold. 13 years flew by, and Hanju had already reached the 5th layer of the transformation realm. He asked Sunqi, why is it so noisy all of a sudden? What day is it? Oh yeah, Hanju paused. He noticed the noises around him. Sunqi replied, Senior, have you forgotten? 10 days ago, Zhu Dinglaozu led some core disciples overseas. He remembered. Almost forgot. Before leaving, Zhu Dinglaozu even came to talk to me, I think. The kid, with his charming looks and strength, had already broken through to the 2nd layer of the foundation establishment realm. Now the cheers outside are shaking the sky. They must be back. Hanju looked at the Sunqi who had grown up, thinking, Sunqi's talent is really amazing. He can break through easily without a foundation establishment pill. While he was thinking, he heard a voice, Junior brother, which startled Hanju. He noticed Cheng Yuer, who was happily showing off to him. We're back from overseas. I have good news to tell you. Before she could finish, Hanju grabbed her up like she was nothing. Senior sister, this place is too small. Let's go outside for some fresh air, okay? Only Sunqi was left behind, confused and wondering, this place is small. Wow. The scenery today is so beautiful, flowers blooming everywhere, Cheng Yuer exclaimed. Compared to the fighting and killing overseas, this place is paradise. I didn't expect Junior brother to have such a romantic side. He sat up straight and said, Just kidding. This gazebo was a gift from the sect, used for entertaining guests. It's not bad. In his heart, Hanju thought, perfect. I avoided Sunqi. She happily told him, Junior brother, do you know, the Luyai holy sect has been destroyed? Really? That's worth celebrating. Cheng Yuer's face lit up. When we came back, the founder led some core disciples to beat them until they were left without armor, and we looted all their wealth. I really wish you were there to see the founder show up. Their faces turned green. He seemed happy for her. That's great. No more hidden dangers this time. Time to cultivate in seclusion. Hanju didn't forget to ask, did you diligently cultivate during this time? She happily replied, after going overseas, I focused on cultivating, just hoping to walk the great daddy-o with you. The two kept chatting. Hundun Tiangu wondered, hey chicken, who is that woman? That woman seems to like our master very much. Heiyuji taught it about life. Don't be fooled by appearances. That's desire. She wants to eat the master. Hundun Tiangu was frightened and replied, you're thinking too much, aren't you? This is clearly a love affair. It frowned and said, the path of cultivation ultimately depends on oneself. Feelings only delay the great Dabayo. This is what the master taught me. Hundun Tiangu stuck out its tongue and said, you actually believe that, chicken? How can your tiny chicken head become a phoenix? It didn't realize that Heiyuji was holding a feather duster, ready to attack. And so, a brawl broke out inside the house. Then Hanju was stunned. Until the system had a new notification, the system reminded him, your disciple has been attacked by a demonic cultivator, Xuan Qingjun has been attacked by a demon, has been attacked by Buddhism, your Tao companion is being hunted down by Xuan Qingjun. Living again, Zhu Fan accidentally entered an ancient forbidden area, His fate has changed. Reading the notification, he thought to himself, Xuan Qingjun is being hunted down. Her cultivation is so high, but she still can't beat so many. This Jianghu is dangerous. Fortunately, I lived again. Later, if I have the chance to meet, I must listen to the way of living again. The sun began to set. The sky was getting dark. And Hanju and Cheng Yuer said goodbye to each other. He felt lucky that she was safe. It seems that Sun Qi's bad luck also has a time limit. As soon as he finished speaking, Hanju's eyes popped out in surprise. Su Qi was massaging Zhu Ding, and he was happily saying, Han Xiaoyu, I've been waiting for a long time. And Su Qi stood beside him happily. The Kaishan Laozu of the Yu King sect is here. Zhu Ding asked innocently, This is your disciple, not bad aptitude. Why don't I take him overseas to seek the great Tao? Hanju had just come back and heard everything, but he was still frozen. All his efforts seemed to have vanished. Zhu Ding was very comfortable being taken care of by Su Qi. Then, he said to Hanju, I just came back from overseas, bringing a lot of treasures to replenish the spiritual energy of the cave. I'll have my disciple bring them to you later. Zhu Ding didn't forget about Su Qi and asked again, Your disciple's aptitude is not bad. How about I take him overseas for training next time? What do you think, yes? Of course he's freaked out. Hanju's face is totally green right now. Thinking of taking a walking disaster with him. Is this guy looking for a death wish or what? He didn't even notice the kid's pale face, turned to Su Qi and asked, Little punk, how do you feel? Want to follow this old master to the overseas to cultivate? The kid happily asked back. Is there really such a good thing? Hey, Zhu Ding thought smugly. Hanju hates trouble the most. If I can take this little guy, he might even thank me. But against his expectations, Hanju actually said, Grandmaster, this guy is kinda special, better not take him. Zhu Ding's forehead instantly poured with sweat, and said, You won't let him go? He pressed forward to ask. Aren't you afraid of affecting your cultivation? He quickly explained. It won't affect it this time. Su Qi watched from the sidelines and thought, Zhu Ding Zhenren is the founding grandmaster of the Jade Pure sect, and he's personally visiting the senior, even asking for his opinion. A calculating glint flashed in the boy's eyes. This proves that the senior's identity isn't simple. I definitely have to cling to this thigh. Hanju was almost desperate. Leaving other things aside, I just want to ask. Do you feel unwell in your body? Zhu Ding was suddenly asked and felt awkward, not knowing how to answer. At this moment, Sun Qi suddenly spoke. Thank you for Grandmaster's good intentions. I want to stay with the senior. Zhu Ding chuckled, satisfied. Like master, like disciple. Never mind then. Hanju breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, You just got your life back. He turned back to praise him. Little friend, this old man has been through all the sects in the cultivation world. In the future, the grand banquet won't have anyone with bad intentions towards the Jade Pure sect. You can cultivate in peace now. Hanju also praised him without holding back. Grandmaster is awesome. But Zhu Ding interrupted his excitement. One more thing. This time I went out, and this old man discovered an ancient forbidden area. This forbidden area hasn't been discovered for long. Maybe there are still hidden resources. Do you want to go take a look? Hanju now remembered the notification from before. Ancient forbidden area. Just hearing it already sounds like it's not a good place to visit. He remembered an old story. Isn't this the forbidden area that Zhu Fan fell into before? Speaking of which, nothing good ever came of Zhu Fan after that. Thinking like this, he replied to Zhu Ding, Nah, let's just leave the opportunities for the other disciples in the sect. He already knew Hanju would say that, so he didn't force it. Zhu Ding's gaze turned serious, as if he was about to say something important. At most 20 years, this old man will leave. The celestial abode is about to open, and this old man is preparing to enter the abode to pursue the great Daddio. Do you want to go together? Let me tell you, this celestial abode has an extraordinary origin. Every 100 years, disciples ascend to immortality. Hearing this, Hanju immediately thought, Isn't this the opportunity that Xuan Qingjun arranged for me? But he'd already refused once. What's 2 more times? Sorry, Grandmaster, someone gave me this opportunity once, but my ambition lies here. Zhu Ding was extremely appreciative. Even the celestial abode can't move you. Then I have nothing more to say. With you guarding the sect, I'm at ease, Hanju. Understood. I wouldn't dare. Not even if you gave me a few thousand more years could I catch up to Grandmaster's cultivation. Zhu Ding tried to pick up chicks but failed, so he had to leave. Then this old man will go rest and recuperate. See you next time. After he left, he thought, Grandmaster was in contact with Sunny Chi for so long, I'm afraid he can't avoid bad luck. A few more years passed. Hanju read the notification and said, "Sure enough, the old ancestor has been unlucky these past few years, but luckily he hasn't croaked yet." He was now a 6th level transformation realm powerhouse, and was reading the notification from the system panel. "In the mock battle in the training ground just now, I managed to last half an hour. Consider it an improvement." While thinking, Hanju suddenly stopped his gaze at one place. It was when Su Chi cultivated in the cave abode. It seemed that the bad luck was getting stronger and stronger. The Black Hell Chicken and the Chaos Heavenly Dog outside were still sound asleep. The Chaos Heavenly Dog was originally a Chi Luck divine beast, able to protect the Black Hell Chicken from the influence of Su Chi. Hanju stepped out of the cave abode. It seemed that Xing Hongshuan had just returned not long ago. Let's go see how she is. He took a step, and in an instant arrived in front of Xing Hongzhuan's house on the mountain. He knocked on the door. "Is Miss Xing home?" But for a long time, no one answered. A second later, the door opened with a complaint. "What is it so early in the morning?" Xing Hongzhuan, in a very seductive nightgown, rubbed her eyes as she opened the door. Seeing Hanju, she immediately woke up and excitedly called out, "Husband!" Then Xing Hongzhuan ran over and hugged his arm, cheering. "Perfect timing. I want to show you a treasure." Hanju was a bit caught off guard. Seeing his reaction, she immediately said, "Come on in, let's talk inside." Xing Hongzhuan quickly stepped forward to light the candles, brightening up the place. This was the first time Hanju had seen Xing Hongzhuan's room since they'd become acquainted. After a short wait, she brought out what she considered a treasure and placed it in front of Hanju. She took his hand and said, "I went to an ancient forbidden zone a few years ago and found quite a few treasures. Feel free to pick whatever you like." Hanju looked at the pile of stuff on the table, thinking, "I appreciate your kindness, Miss Xing, but these treasures all look pretty average." With her cultivation level, she couldn't have gotten any top-tier stuff anyway. But then something caught his eye and stopped him in his tracks. It turned out to be a dull-looking piece of wood. It looked like a spirit tablet, but there were no words on it. Moreover, there was an extremely faint trace of divine sense within it. Hanju's expression turned serious. Even a normal transformation realm cultivator wouldn't notice anything unusual, and only his chaos karma demon god could detect the slight difference. This thing is no joke. While he was sending out his primordial spirit, Xing Hongshuan stood next to him, observing. She thought to herself, "It's been a while since I've been this close to him." Just like Hei Yuji said, "Don't be fooled by appearances, she wants to eat her master." Her words were probably 9,099, accurate, as it seemed her hunger was resurfacing. After examining it with his divine sense, Hanju realized that there was a hidden secret within the wooden tablet. The former owner's identity was likely extraordinary, but he didn't know what kind of secret treasure was hidden inside. A light from the tablet flashed out, blinding him for a moment. It turned out to be a heaven puppet's secret technique formed from spiritual energy, its strength determined by the cultivator who created it. Heaven puppets don't fight autonomously, but require the creator to leave a wisp of their soul to control them. Hearing this, Hanju thought, "Isn't this just a substitute?" Then he learned that destroying the heaven puppet wouldn't affect the creator, but it couldn't be maintained for long. When the spiritual energy was exhausted, the puppet would stand motionless until more spiritual energy was poured into it, restoring its ability to move. Hanju was speechless. This is just a simple creation using spiritual energy. If you add natural treasures, you can refine it to its maximum potential. Because it doesn't need to breathe, you can create a large number of them and store them in a storage ring. When needed, you can turn the puppet army into soldiers. Legend has it that using the most top, sanitier treasures in the world along with absolute spiritual energy can create the ultimate heaven puppet. Its heaven, heredifying power can even rival immortal emperors. Before him stood the puppet's cold gaze. Hanju was sweating bullets after hearing how overpowered it was. Xing Hongshuan, who was standing next to him, was completely puzzled by his series of expressions. By the time Hanju completely escaped from the divine sense within the secret, he realized that she was about to strip him bare. He yelled in shock. "Stop!" Xing Hongshuan pouted unhappily. "Hubby, you're too fast." Hanju blushed and adjusted his clothes. "Thank you for sharing this treasure. May I take this wooden tablet with me?" She was also embarrassed by him, hugging a pillow as she replied. "Of course, everything is yours, hubby." Hanju thought to himself. This girl is indeed bold, but it was my fault for not preparing and sending out my primordial spirit first. Well, thank you then. I'll go study this. I'll visit again next time. With that, he waved goodbye and left. Leaving Xing Hongshuan alone, blushing as she hugged her pillow and dreamily thought about what just happened. Back in Hanju's cave abode, it was already midday, but the space remained cool and quiet. He began to work on producing the puppets. Unexpectedly, this heaven puppet's secret technique from the ancient Forbidden Zone was truly extraordinary. Normally, it would be difficult to transform spiritual energy into a physical form, let alone create a puppet, but the heaven puppet method could do it, Hanju quickly assessed. Moreover, the secret technique to split the soul is also very rare. It's like having an extra pair of eyes, and you can have the same perspective as the puppet. That means you can make one for everyone. Just in case they run into danger outside, it could save their lives. Even if the puppet can't win, it can share their location so I can come rescue them. He was having some serious thoughts when those blush-worthy scenes popped into his head. Thinking about it, Hanju shouted, "I'm gonna make!" But he underestimated the difficulty of crafting puppets. The difficulties started piling up as a frustrated voice echoed in his cave dwelling. "It broke! How did it break?" Followed by a disbelieving scream. "Grinding stone, engraving wire, soaked in water, how did it crack?" Hanju didn't give up. Despite failing countless times, he wanted to try again. "I don't believe it." And so, after 2 years of tireless crafting, the first person he wanted to see was Xing Hongzhuan. She was reading a book when she was called over. "Miss Xing, this puppet is for you." Xing Hongzhuan turned around, completely surprised to see a stuffed toy that looked exactly like Hanju, and he said shyly, "You can keep it in your storage ring. Carry it with you wherever you go. It'll save your life in a pinch." Chang Yuer also got one from Hanju, and she absolutely loved it. "So cute. Thank you, junior brother." As for Xishuan, he just gave it to her and ran away, leaving her alone with the puppet in her hand, leaving Xishuan speechless as she stared at the puppet. Because the heavenly puppet was practically a glitch, Hanju once thought about building an army, but he found that the soul power needed to control the puppets, which had to be split from his own spirit, would have a huge impact on his cultivation, so he decided to stop. After much deliberation, he decided he couldn't waste any more time on his cultivation. The system announced that he had reached his 2nd year of life, marking a significant time on his cultivation journey. From now on, you have the following options. Hanju sighed. Time really flies. The 2 options given by the system were: 1. Continue to cultivate quietly as before. 2. Cultivate prominently. He read them over and pondered, choosing to cultivate quietly. 2. To go outside and be a peerless genius? No way, the system reminded him. You have received the 4th grade spirit treasure, Hanjun glazed crown. Hanju put on the new item, thinking, it's a defensive spirit treasure, the system really knows me. From head to toe, he was fully armed with spirit treasures. Anyone below the void amalgamation realm couldn't threaten him. On his head was the 4th grade Hanjun glazed crown, but he still thought, this crown is too small. Overall, Hanju's equipment from head to toe. His clothes were the 7th grade golden cicada mysterious divine robe, his belt was the minor cosmos, and his shoes were the 5th grade 9 stars spirit stepping shoes. Su Chi looked on with admiration, saying, Senior, your new hair accessory looks so handsome, he retorted, annoyed. It's a crown, not a hair accessory. But for Hanju, these things didn't matter much, because magical treasures were ultimately external items. True strength still came from within. It's been a while. How's my cultivation going? 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Real person 9 Cauldrons led another group of disciples to the overseas. Chang Yuer was on the ship heading overseas, crying her eyes out. My junior brother, how am I supposed to live without you? Hanju, as always, didn't go overseas with 9 Cauldrons. He just came to see them off. Have a safe voyage, everyone. After seeing Chang Yuer and the others off, he thought, now that real person 9 Cauldrons is gone, I wonder how long I'll have to guard the sect. System. Check the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect right now. After receiving Hanju's question, the system replied, Yi Qianlong, 5th level of the Soul Transformation Realm, heir of the Poison King. The familiar name made him pause. He searched through his memories and vaguely remembered. Moju mentioned this person. Someone discovered Li Qianlong's cave dwelling. She had raved. It said he almost achieved the soul transformation realm in his lifetime. What he left behind must be extraordinary, such a great opportunity, and you're not going. What a pity. But Hanju didn't think it added up. Why haven't I heard of Li Qianlong becoming a disciple of any sect? The 5th level of the soul transformation realm in the Great Yan cultivation world is top tier. Wherever he goes, he'd cause a stir. His thoughts drifted. He's a spy. In the main hall of the sect, Jingxi is announcing, This month's elite class disciples can enter the secret chamber in the ancient forbidden area. Related disciples remember to register at the secret chamber. Then they can cultivate in peace. She sat high above, continuing, "This time, although Ancestor 9 Cauldrons has left, he left us many opportunities. Don't disappoint his painstaking efforts." Li Qianlong mingled in the crowd, chuckling inwardly. "Old fool? I've finally waited for my chance." He was calculating his next steps. "Calm down. There's one person who will stop me before I can execute my plan. I'll deal with him first. The most mysterious person in the Jade Pure sect. Old man Godslayer in the ancient forbidden ground." At this moment, Zhu Farren was in a state of utter exhaustion. He was extremely resentful. "Must I, Zhu Fan, resign myself to this? No, my fate is in my own hands." "Not heaven's." He collapsed before a mysterious dark purple object, surrounded by withered skeletons. Thinking this, Zhao Fan struggled to rise from the shackles that were trying to hold him back. "I've succeeded. Snatched my life from the hands of the one called heaven." Zhao Fan's entire body was enveloped like a chrysalis. 5 years later, the system announced again. Xuan Qingjun comprehended a divine ability. Mo Fuqi fell into demonic cultivation. Chaos Heavenly Dog comprehended its natal divine ability. Real Person 9 Cauldrons encountered a demon king. His Tao heart was damaged. Hanju read it and said, 3 seconds of silence for old Ancestor 9 Cauldrons. Who told you to look at those outstanding stars? Another notification arrived, surprising him. Your friend, Zhu Fan, achieved the self-tyrant physique. Earth-shattering. He sat reading the news from the notification board, utterly shocked. So many things happened in these 5 years. Suddenly a sense of unease washed over him, making Hanju tremble. This isn't good. At this rate, they'll surpass me. The system is checking the Jade Pure Sect's perimeter. No trace of Li Qianlong has been found. Seeing this, he was relieved. He's gone. Good thing he didn't do anything. I was distracted by watching him cultivate. It's time to go all out. Let's see who's the cat and who's the mouse. The two demonic beasts, a chicken and a dog, saw Hanju's aura and couldn't help but worry. How many times has Master been like this year? The 3rd time, I think. He never seems to rest. Hey Yuji curled his lip. Sitting for too long isn't good. There's a reason cultivators often get hemorrhoids. Tu Chi, however, was still infatuated. Senior is truly worthy of facing his own destiny. Another 5 years passed. Li Qingzi appeared, calling, Elder Han, are you there? It's me, old Li. Hearing the call, Hanju replied, Sect leader, please stop, let's go somewhere else to reminisce. At this time, he had already broken through to the 8th level of the soul transformation realm, while Su Qi was still hidden away. Fearing he'd bring misfortune to others, Li Qingzi opened his mouth. Elder Han, long time no see, you've improved a lot. He replied politely. And you as well, sect leader. May I ask why you've come to find me? He looked as gloomy as a stale bun, saying, The Righteous Path's grand cultivation gathering is about to begin. Are you going, Elder Han? Hearing this, he thought, a grand cultivation gathering. Sounds like a place where trouble easily brews. Therefore, Hanju decisively replied, I'm not going. But before he could finish, Li Qingzi's big hand covered his mouth. This gathering is in the capital of the Great Yan Dynasty. Participating will grant you the chi luck of the human race, which is only beneficial for cultivators. Hanju hesitated. I'm not going anywhere. After all, now that the ancestor has left, other forces probably know about it. You should understand what I mean. Li Qingzi sighed. I knew you'd say that. You don't even want such a great opportunity. Wait till I get the chi luck and come back to make you jealous. Hanju changed the subject, and what he wanted to inquire about was Li Qianlong. Li Qingzi's face darkened. How do you know about that evil creature? He began to recount what he knew about Li Qianlong. He was once my junior brother, a genius rarely seen in 100 years of the Jade Pure sect. But he and Guan Yugang both liked Xishuan Xianzi. They once had a life and death duel, and my master had to intervene, he recounted sadly, but Li Qianlong was not convinced, and dared to ambush my master. Fortunately, I intervened in time, preventing a major mistake, but he had his meridians severed, and was locked up in Repentance Cliff, to reflect on his actions. Then he escaped. Leaving a letter before he left, he said he would return one day to destroy the Jade Pure sect. Hearing this story, Hanju couldn't help but think, no wonder the master doesn't allow disciples of Jade Peak to fall in love. Back to reality, Li Xingzi asked. But why did Elder Han suddenly mention him? Hanju told the truth. In the inner city, I met someone claiming to be Li Qianlong's disciple, recruiting others to join him. I was also invited. But when I looked for him, he disappeared. Hearing this, he anxiously moved his face closer to Hanju's. What? He's here? What's he up to, recruiting people? Hanju told the truth. Or rather, made something up. He caught a fish, and inside the fish's belly was a piece of paper that said, Great Chu Rising, or something like that. Li Qingzi broke out in a cold sweat, his voice trembling. Great Chu Rising, he wants to overthrow the Jade Pure sect. Immediately after, a deafening shout startled the birds in the trees. Elder Han, you must capture him, and be careful, don't kill him. Then Li Qingzi hurriedly turned and left. I have to tell my fellow disciples to be prepared, Elder Han, take care. The system gave another notification. Perhaps something unexpected happened, surprising Hanju a little. Sect leader Li Qingzi invites you to participate in the cultivation gathering. Choose one. 1. Refuse and continue cultivating. Receive a spirit treasure. 2. Accept and leave the sect with the sect leader. Receive a superior grade spirit stone. He immediately complained, This system is so slow. He's already refused, and now the system notifies me. You have refused the sect leader's invitation. Congratulations. You have received the supreme grade spirit treasure, Book of Misfortune. Hanju thought in surprise. Huh? Supreme grade? Book of Misfortune? A supreme grade spirit treasure that can curse living beings, bringing misfortune to the target, and they won't even notice. Looking at the scene before him, Hanju thought, Opening treasures never had such a grand scene. This treasure is like a book. Its owner can make their wishes come true by opening it, while the cursed person will suffer misfortune for a long time. Hanju sat down on the ground, arms crossed, thinking, Book of Misfortune, the name fits. It clearly doesn't bode well. There are so many sealed books on it. It must be a real killing book. Maybe like Su Qi. It brings misfortune to curse others. The boy sweeping nearby suddenly noticed him. Su Qi stared at Hanju blankly, his cheeks flushed, feeling a sudden sense of closeness. Hanju's face was filled with murderous intent, his eyes flashing. What did you say? Su Qi jumped in fright, begging for mercy, and the boy ran away in terror. Sorry for disturbing you, senior. Hanju didn't chase after him but watched silently. Can misfortune resonate with each other? Interesting? He wondered. But the system only produces high-quality items. The Book of Misfortune won't curse someone to death, will it? Without thinking too much, he bit his finger. Might as well bind it first. The book was covered in talismans. Hanju dripped his blood on it. The most prominent talisman. His drop of blood slowly seeped into the old and tattered talisman. The talisman instantly emitted a brilliant aura, illuminating the entire area. At the same time, a stream of purple light appeared from nowhere, engulfing Hanju. But who to test it on? He flipped through the Book of Misfortune. Zhu Farron is the top enemy. Nah, he's too strong, it won't work. Cursing undetected, the system says so, but it feels kinda sus. Hanju suddenly thought of Li Qianlong. He can't even beat me at the same level, let alone this guy who's plotting to overthrow the Yu King sect. He put on a scary face, flashing a sinister grin. If it weren't for you, our Jade Serene Peak might have had some romance blooming already. In a secluded forest, birds soared through the sky, piercing through the fluffy clouds. Waterfalls cascaded from high above, making the current even more intense. Li Qianlong knelt before a house, sincerely begging his master to come down the mountain. The master refused. This old master has long been detached from the mortal world, no longer participating in the strife of the cultivation world. Your grudge is yours to settle. Li Qianlong was sweating buckets, frowning as he pleaded, Master, please impart the poison god pill to me. The master still refused. What if you use it to poison me to death? Wouldn't I die unjustly? He gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. This old dog is still wary. At this moment, the master finally explained. Nine Cauldron's true person has already sensed my existence, so I can't offend him. But if you want revenge, you can go find the Wei family of the Great Yan Dynasty. In the cultivation world, the Wei family of the Great Yan Dynasty has extensive connections. Do you understand my meaning? Li Qianlong quickly understood. He grumbled as he walked. Damn old geezer, I spent so many years as a medicinal body for nothing. Kept saying I'm the sole heir of the Poison King, but he didn't even impart all his skills. Li Qianlong blurted out some unpleasant words. Just you wait. When the time comes. Suddenly, Lightning flashed in the sky. Perhaps his karma had arrived. Before Li Qianlong could finish speaking, a bolt of lightning struck him from the sky. On one side, the sun was shining brightly, but on Li Qianlong's side, the sky was as dark as ink, with a cloud emitting continuous lightning bolts striking him. Elsewhere, Hanju silently stared at the old book covered with talismans. He asked, "Near Yuan has been cursing all day, but there seems to be no reaction. Is this a fake?" Yang Tiandong happily showed off his achievements. "Master, this disciple has not failed your expectations. I've become a core disciple. The absolute emotion sword technique you imparted is truly supreme. Many people can't even withstand a single move. I plan to go to the Immortal Cultivation Assembly, representing the Yuqing sect, to establish a reputation. Could you teach me another move?" Suqi became curious upon hearing this. "Could it be that you are the senior brother Yang Tiandong that the senior mentioned?" He scratched his head shyly. Hearing this, Hanju immediately kicked Yang Tiandong off the mountain. He cried out, "Master is against me going to the Immortal Cultivation Assembly." He explained, "I'm afraid you'll spread bad luck." 5 years later, Hanju finally broke through to the perfected God transformation realm. He thought, "Once I enter the void amalgamation realm, the efficiency of absorbing heaven and earth spiritual energy will triple, but others in the cave will not be able to absorb the spiritual energy. This is not fair to Suqi. Keeping him in the cave forever is not a long-term plan. Where should he go in the future?" After pondering for a long time, Hanju finally spoke. "Suqi, come to me, I have something to say." The boy immediately obeyed, quickly approaching him and asking, "What is it, senior?" Hanju laid out his condition. "You've been at Yuqing sect for years, so you've kind of started down the cultivation path. I'll give you a mission. If you can pull it off, I'll take you as a disciple." Suqi perked up at this. "What's the mission?" "Suqi will definitely not let senior down." He pointed at the kid, laying out his demand. "I want you to go to Beizhou." Hanju's face turned scary serious. "Join the Yuyao sect, focus on cultivation, and then be an inside man. I'll wipe out the sect and come get you." Suqi couldn't help but be amazed. "Wipe out a sect? What realm is senior at? So OP?" The kid excitedly yelled. "This disciple will definitely complete the mission," he instructed. "This is a secret mission. Don't tell anyone. Now go." Suqi immediately obeyed. The kid held his hand up to the sky, basking in the sunlight. "It's been so many years, I didn't think senior would ever let me go." Sunlight streamed through the gaps in his fingers. Suqi pondered. "I thought I'd have to surpass senior's cultivation before I could leave. I was mentally prepared to stay there my whole life. I must complete my master's test." The kid scratched his head. Oh snap. Suqi just remembered he didn't ask where Beizhou was. Hanju, with a demonic look on his face and fiery red eyes, stared at a book filled with charms and yin-yang symbols. Meanwhile, on a mountain under a gloomy sky, the air was cold and mysterious, filled with bizarre creatures. A gigantic monster with a round body and a mouth like a huge vortex appeared, making everything around it tremble. Amidst the chaotic, dusty scene, Li Qianlong was sweating bullets, his face tense and terrified as he faced the terrifying creature. He was so tense that he didn't even notice someone calling him. The guy next to him wondered, "Aren't you supposed to know the way? Why did you lead us into a demon den?" Li Qianlong's face darkened. This road wasn't like this before. He frantically tried to reassure them. "Don't panic. There's a shortcut this way. I've been through it before." Lian Qianlong wondered, "What the heck is going on? It's like my bad luck has spread to everyone around me." While he was walking, he got struck by lightning out of nowhere. And when Lian Qianlong was diligently cultivating every day, he ran into inner demons. Just last week, he tried to rob a cultivator who was carrying a guitar on his back. Li Qianlong lamented. Who knew he was pretending to be weak? "We almost got wiped out." He motivated himself. "No way, I haven't gotten my revenge yet. I can't give up here." Li Qianlong blurted out, "I remember the direction. We go this way." The guy next to him replied helplessly, "We just came from that way." From that day to 20 years later, the system popped up a bunch of notifications. One notification caught Hanju's attention. Quote, "Your disciple, Suqi, spread bad luck. The Qingui sect was struck by a 100-year, unseen tribulation." The entire sect was wiped out. He stared at the system notification, unable to hold back his laughter. Hanju grinned, secretly praising Suqi. Jingxi, who was nearby, spoke up. "From today onward, no disciples are allowed to enter the myriad demons realm until further notice." Everyone started whispering amongst themselves. He turned around and exclaimed, Who knows how long this tribulation in the myriad demons realm will last? Sorry for the trouble, Jingxi Genren, she replied. It's no problem, please, Elder Han, Hanju eagerly agreed. Thank you, Jingxi. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared, along with a notification. Quote, teleportation activated. Destination, myriad demons realm. Jingxi worried. Less than 100 years since Huashen, over 200 years old and already at the Rongshu realm, even old ancestor Jiuding took almost 1,000 years to get there. A disciple wondered, what's going on in the myriad demons realm? She still looked up and replied, Elder Zihan Shen is borrowing the myriad demon realm to transcend his tribulation. Remember this. Don't spread it around. Just say the myriad demon realm suffered a natural disaster, got it? Hearing Jingxi's words, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement and anticipation, like hardcore fans seeing their idol. Behind the excited crowd, one guy had a dark expression, clutching his binoculars tightly. At that moment, Guan Yugang was closing his eyes tightly, sensing everything around him. He slowly opened his eyes and said, finally, I have a chance. In the myriad demon realm, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed incessantly in the dark sky. Not only that, but it's been thundering and lightning non-stop for the past 8 days. Then a huge bolt of lightning finally tore through the sky, hurtling down with unimaginable speed. Hanju's eyes opened, revealing his mysterious dark brown pupils. Hanju's face was emotionless as he sat still. Quote, void amalgamation realm achieved. The system's voice rang in his mind. Congratulations on your breakthrough. You have received one of 2 symbiotic magic treasures, fusing into your soul. It will only recognize Hanju for life, and as you get stronger, it will also get stronger. Without hesitation, he chose the sword. The system then popped up. Congratulations, you have received the Hongmeng Judgment Sword. Because you didn't reincarnate according to the usual rules, the Hongmeng Qi in your body refined a symbiotic magic treasure for you. A sword bamf suddenly appeared from within a strange cloud of black smoke. Hanju's eyes widened, revealing a look of surprise as he looked at the powerful sword and said, Hongmeng, huh? He rested his hand on his chin, wondering, is it the Hongmeng from those primordial Honghuang-era novels? Hanju looked at his character info screen. What the heck is the detachment stage? Like a silkworm breaking out of its cocoon? Shedding the mortal body? Is this a sign of going to a mortal realm? The distance between the void amalgamation realm and the nascent soul realm is truly like heaven and earth. What the nascent soul realm can't do, the void amalgamation can do easily. The image of a silent, dense forest quickly appeared in his mind. Hanju was certain his divine sense could now extend for over 100 miles. A giant python with black eyes and sharp teeth suddenly appeared in his mind, followed by a scene of Guan Yugang walking forward, imposing and powerful. Sensing something was up, Hanju exclaimed in surprise, why is Elder Guian here? He said, the lightning tribulation has dissipated. I wonder where Elder Zian Shen is hiding. Looking for me. A voice suddenly sounded from behind Guan Yugang, startling him pale. He blushed, looking at Hanju in surprise. Is this Elder Zian Shen? So handsome? Switching back to a meeting room? As the host, Lianlong offered his opinion. What do you all think about this matter? One of them slammed the table angrily and roared, that Mo Fuqi, it's too much. Relying on being a Yu King sect disciple, he's arrogantly snatching our sect's treasures. Another person quickly chimed in. Treasures are unowned. Whoever grabs them gets them. If you can't snatch them back, just say so directly. He got a glare and a curse in return. Even so, that person couldn't help but exclaim, but the Yu Qing sect's actions have been really arrogant lately, more overbearing than before. This opinion was echoed by another person. If you all feel the same way, then why don't we join forces to suppress them? A new plan was immediately proposed. Li Chanlong, with a scheming look, agreed, saying, exactly. The Yu King sect is harboring demonic scum. Momfuki has killed countless loyal people. We must bring them to justice, he frowned sinisterly, ordering, everyone in this room agrees. Back in the 10,000 demons realm, Hanju, wearing a blank face, asked the person below, you seek me? He thought this guy didn't look friendly at all. However, the man sighed appreciatively and exclaimed, indeed, Elder Zhan Shen, I am Guan Yugang. We had an agreement. This statement immediately made Hanju frown and question, agreement? Before Hanju could think, he immediately pointed at him with a resolute attitude. I issued a challenge to you. If I win, I become the sect leader of the Yuqing sect. Elder Zihan Shen. Have you forgotten? Guan Yugang frowned, thinking to himself. Is he scared? And trying to find an excuse to avoid the fight? As for Han Ju, he looked extremely troubled and awkward right now, remembering his master's serious face when he instructed him. The reason I've come to find you is that I hope you can help me suppress senior brother Guan. Han Ju's expression couldn't help but make Guan Yugang uncomfortable. Thinking this, he jumped down and couldn't help but sigh wearily. It's never early, never late, it always has to be at this moment. Yugang approached, disgruntledly saying, So you agree? Without waiting for Han Ju to answer, he attacked. Very well, Elder Zhan Chen. My divine powers are very strong. Try to endure them, Guan Yugang secretly thought. This time, I'll use the divine power I just comprehended to kill him instantly. Then, senior sister Xishuan will look at me differently. Then, he controlled and gathered the aura from the 4 swords into one, forming a sword with immense power. This is an unparalleled divine ability. With true damage, the killing move complete, Guan Yugang launched the sword towards Han Ju without any hesitation. Witnessing this scene, Han Ju calmly made a hand seal and teased, thinking, It's been a long time since I used this move. Han Ju's eyes now mixed with a hint of anger and determination to defeat the opponent in one move. Ultimate skill, Divine Sword. Instantly, a sword aura 10,000 times larger than Yugang's sword shot down, causing him to exclaim in shock and utter panic. What is that size? The ultimate move descended, defeating Guan Yugang in the blink of an eye, sending him flying and screaming in pain. He was now defeated, unable to resist, only able to gape and exclaim, I couldn't withstand one sword from him. If he hadn't held back, I would already be dead. No wonder senior sister yearns for him. My heart aches. So bitter. It's laughable that I even thought I could defeat him in one move. Guan Yugang fell, accepting defeat, while Han Ju gently approached and consoled. Actually, you are already very strong, you just chose the wrong opponent. Then, he turned and walked away, leaving a word for him. Now, only you in the Yuqing sect are worth my attention. Guan Yugang could only sit there and weakly exclaim. Elder Zhan Shen, he continued to comfort him. Don't be discouraged. There is a future with the new Yuqing sect. At this moment, there was no longer hatred or a desire to eliminate him in Yugang's eyes, but rather admiration and respect. The system then displayed a notification. Guan Yugang has developed goodwill towards you. But he responded with a dismissive attitude. Shut up. 3 years passed in a flash. In front of a stone tablet, engraved with the words, Bitter cultivation to become immortal. Han Ju was now admiring his achievement and sighing. Bitter cultivation to become immortal. That will be the name of this mountain in the future. Hundun Tiangu flattered. The aura on Master's body is too strong. Did you break through again? Hey Yu Ji chimed in. Of course. Who is our master? He beamed, enjoying the praise from the two of them. As expected of the spiritual pets I raised, they truly understand me. Actually, it's true that I broke through. After trying a simulated battle, I finally defeated Zhu Ding Zhenren. Good thing my Hongmeng Judgment Sword activated its divine power. Thinking about it, he recalled how he defeated True Man 9 Cauldrons in such a badass way. Still riding that high, Han Ju thought smugly, I can even beat someone at the 8th level of Void Amalgamation, so Zhao Zhe at the 2nd level is a no-brainer. Suddenly, a notification from the system interrupted his train of thought. You have new social connections. Checking. Han Ju just sighed. Damn, this cultivation world is too exciting, he mused. With True Man 9 Cauldrons as support, the Jade Pure sect doesn't need to be as humble and cautious as before. But what about the other sects? Do they also have some old monster backing them up? Nope, Void Amalgamation is not enough. I gotta keep cultivating and reach the body integration realm ASAP. All of a sudden, a voice cut through Han Ju's thoughts from behind. Bitter cultivation ascends Immortal Mountain. Is Elder Han home? Standing before him was Li Qingzi, looking more pathetic than ever. Seeing his injuries, Han Ju was exasperated. Sect leader, can't you just cultivate in peace for a few hundred years? But Li Qingzi responded with a serious, panicked expression. Elder Han, we're in big trouble. The sect, the two orthodox and demonic factions of the Great Yan have joined forces to attack our Jade Pure sect. Li Qianlong appeared, his face full of murderous intent. Get ready to attack the Jade Pure sect. Han Ju couldn't help but be surprised and question, Li Qingzi, What's this about the two orthodox and demonic factions joining forces to attack? He just grumbled and recounted the story in frustration. They said our sect has a core disciple who fell into demonic practices. I personally went to apologize, but they attacked me anyway. The more he talked, the angrier he became. Li Qingzi pointed at Hanju and said, "Oh yeah, you know that disciple? His name is Mo Fuqi." This made Hanju's eyes widen in surprise. The story became even more serious as he began to suspect someone is trying to smear our sect and take advantage of the situation to attack us. Hanju frowned, his expression becoming more serious. What's the deal with Mo Fuqi? Tell me about it. Speaking of Fuqi's past, he's from the Mo family, a cultivation family. Back then, his name wasn't Mo Fuqi yet, but then disaster struck. Someone from the Mo family colluded with demonic forces, causing the entire family to be destroyed by the combined forces of the righteous and demonic paths. Only Mo Fuqi and Mo Zhu survived. From then on, the two siblings relied on each other, wandering the mortal realm, until they met Taoist Thunder Immortal of the Jade Pure sect. He accepted them as disciples and gave them new names. He looked at the two young children and gently reminded them, from now on, Mo Fuqi will be your name. I hope you forget your hatred and start a new life. At this point, Li Qingzi could only sigh in frustration and say, but he couldn't fulfill that wish. Once when he went out to train, he encountered his old enemies and mercilessly killed quite a few disciples from that sect. Later, he also killed people from other sects involved in the incident, resulting in him being hunted down by over 5 sects. Forced into a corner, Mo Fuqi had to use his family's divine power. As a result, the divine power contained demonic thoughts, causing him to become possessed. He relied on this divine power to kill even more people, causing him to become completely demonized with no turning back. Right now, Hanju gritted his teeth and insisted, Mo Fuqi definitely isn't that kind of person. He's always been humble. He wouldn't act so extreme. Old Lai agreed with him and thought the same. This is too unbelievable. These sects didn't even ask me before they started hunting him down. What if he was being manipulated? He even said angrily, I originally wanted to dissuade them, but they even beat me up. They clearly just want to use this as an excuse to start a war. Now we're surrounded by them. Plus, the old ancestor has left. Originally, with Elder Han and Quan Ugong, we could still put up a fight, but Quan Ugong was seriously injured for some unknown reason and hasn't recovered. Our only option is to run. He couldn't help but wonder and sigh. As for Hanju, he quickly turned his face away, avoiding eye contact and trying to make it seem like none of this had anything to do with him. Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly asked, Sect leader, don't rush. Do they have any void amalgamation or body integration realm experts? Old Lai replied confidently. How could they? He explained emphatically. Before, Huang Zuntian, at the 9th level of nascent soul realm, was already arrogant enough in the Great Yan. If they had cultivators of that level, they would have destroyed the 6 Desire Saint cult long ago. He kept asking questions. Then what about going out to find opportunities since the old days? Li Qingzi didn't know either, only vaguely replied, I'm not sure. Back when the founder contacted the various sects, they were all like family. Or at least I haven't heard of other void amalgamation realm cultivators in Dayan. Hanju was about to say something, but Lao Li cut him off. The old guy just sadly said, Elder Han, prepare to leave. In 3 days at most, I'll lead the Yunqing sect to find the founder. Behind him, Hanju's expression turned scheming, exuding a cold aura as he said, Run. Why the hell would we run? I'm not running. Why are you running? Let them come. They'll understand if the scariest person in the Yuqing sect isn't necessarily the founder. Lao Li's eyes widened in surprise, as if he couldn't believe what he just heard. He immediately asked, What realm are you at now? A clear, prideful answer came, at least no weaker than the founder, that only amplified the old guy's shock. Time. A year had passed. 2 Yuqing sect disciples were going down the mountain, chatting as they went. I heard the disciples of the other 19 sects are getting close to the Yuqing sect. Should we run? The other person confidently replied. Run? Why? They wouldn't dare attack. If they do, the founder will come back and wipe them all out. Suddenly, the 2 of them were surprised to find a strange figure standing in the distance. The person suddenly turned around, causing them to panic and shout, It's Huang Jihai of the Zuxi Sword Sect. The Zuxi Sword Sect is attacking. Not waiting for the other person to explain, the 2 of them immediately bolted, leaving Jihai standing there dumbfounded. He could only stand there frozen. Suddenly a voice came from behind, making Jihai shudder in fear. Why are you here again? Didn't you get beat up enough last time? Hanju was already standing behind him, questioning him. Jihai could only panic and explain, "Fellow Taoist, don't attack! I'm just here to visit. I have no malicious intent." That made Hanju curious, and he asked, "Visit me? How strange." He suddenly blushed and said shyly, "Recently, the two paths of righteousness and evil are joining forces to deal with the Yuqing sect. I was ordered by my sect to ask if the Yuqing sect needs any help." His eyes suddenly turned cold as he replied, "No need. No matter how many of you come, you will all die." Jihai looked surprised and a little scared, thinking to himself, "He's so confident, no wonder he's the god, slaying elder." Hanju interrupted his thoughts and said immediately, "But maybe someone is behind this. If you can find that person, I wouldn't mind asking my sect master to establish a permanent alliance with you." Jihai asked in surprise, "Really?" A definite answer rang out. Not a word is false. His face suddenly became happy and excited, and he exclaimed, "Elder Zihan can actually fight 19 sects by himself. Being able to form an alliance is worth offending 19 sects." The system on Hanju's side announced, "Huang Jihai has developed goodwill towards you. Current goodwill is 4 stars. He thought to himself, "This guy doesn't have any ulterior motives, does he?" The scene shifts to a house placed in the middle of a lake, on a high mountain, surrounded by mist. Li Chanlong from the Wei family was bowing respectfully and requesting someone mysterious inside the house. Li Chanlong of the Wei family requests that the senior come down the mountain. The mysterious person walked out and asked him back, "My requirements for going down the mountain are very high." He quickly replied, "Senior, just name your price, and I will agree." The mysterious person acted mysteriously and asked back, "Really? Anything? Ah?" He asked himself and answered himself with a mysterious smile. Yes, Li Qianlong's face was full of murderous intent and confidence, as if he was plotting something big. In some ancient secret realm, a place with dark caves and large rock arches opening up to the sky and distant mountain peaks, Sheng Hongshuan was scribbling away, copying down the text, and muttering, "These secret techniques on the wall look super mysterious." She cheered happily, "If I copy this down and bring it back for my hubby, he'll definitely be stoked." Then she turned to Hanju's puppet and said, "I wonder if hubby can hear what I'm thinking." Suddenly, Xing Hongxuan heard strange footsteps. Her expression turned cautious as she glanced around. Turns out it was Wu Dao. Looking totally depressed, he gave Xing Hongxuan a blank stare. Seeing Xing Hongxuan's wariness, he reassured her, "No need to be so careful, little buddy. I'm just here to check out the cultivation techniques." Then he casually touched the stone wall, completely ignoring Xing Hongxuan. Xing Hongxuan was still suspicious. Judging by his vibe, this isn't his first time here. Maybe he found this cliff before me. The atmosphere became eerily silent. On the other side, Hanju also learned what was happening inside the cave via his puppet. His face showed a hint of worry, but not much. He thought to himself, "Seems like this guy doesn't have any bad intentions. No need to freak out too much, but I should probably leave a mind's eye behind just in case." Suddenly, a black crow flew over, catching Hanju's attention. He noticed something attached to its leg and wondered, "Is that a jade scroll for transmitting messages?" But here's the problem. Hanju's never used one of these things before. How's he supposed to work it? Before Hanju could figure it out, the scroll suddenly emitted a blinding light, and out popped Huang Jihao's face, the elder of this Han family. I found out the details, Hanju. At that moment, Hanju was just staring at Huang Jihao's face like, "Dude, what happened to you?" Huang Jihao continued, 19 rogue sects ambushed the Jade Pure sect. This is related to the Wei family. I'm okay, don't worry about me. As soon as he finished speaking, the light vanished, leaving Hanju dumbfounded. The system panel showed Huang Jihao was attacked a bunch of times, but luckily escaped. Hanju saw this and sighed. He's fine, so why would I even worry about him? He couldn't help but be surprised by Su Qi. He brings destruction everywhere he goes. It looks like the heir of the immortal emperor really does have a lot of luck, and the Wei family can actually seriously injure Huang Jihao? I should find out more about this family. Thinking this, Hanju immediately went to Li Qingzi to ask about it. As soon as the old man heard the name Wei family, his expression changed slightly. Hanju continued, "I'm sure the sect master knows about the Wei family." Li Qingzi didn't deny it. The Wei family of the Great Yan isn't too famous. They only have one nascent soul cultivator. But the Wei family has a ton of beautiful women who have married into all sorts of places. Their business network is considered the biggest outside of the Great Yan. As he spoke, his expression became perverted. You want a woman too? Hanju's eyes remained sharp as he asked. Is it possible that the Wei family is behind this? Li Qingzi immediately denied it. The Wei family doesn't have that much patience. Plus, they have a good relationship with the Jade Pure sect. But Hanju didn't think so. With a wide network, anything is possible. So who's the master of the Wei family? Li Qingzi only knew that it had changed hands, but he didn't know who it was now. Hanju heard this and reassured him that he would ensure his safety. Jingxi also took the opportunity to remind him to take his medicine. Hanju shook his head and sighed. Haven't even dealt with the old grudges, and now there are new ones. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. If I knew who was behind it, I could get revenge already. He couldn't swallow this anger. Might as well vent some anger on those two, Xiao Yi and Lian Qianlong. Cursed Xiao Yi last week, now it's the other guy's turn. Hanju's expression gradually lost its humanity, anticipating what was about to happen. In some secret chamber, Lian Qianlong's diligent cultivation finally bore fruit. He was on the verge of breaking through. He was overjoyed, his heart practically bursting with excitement. If I break through this time, the chances of success will be even greater. Suddenly, Lian Qianlong froze, a sharp pain shooting through him from somewhere. He immediately coughed up blood, racked by relentless coughing. Li Qianlong roared in agony. I was so close to succeeding. Why is this happening? Despair crept into his eyes. If this continues, when will I ever overthrow the Yuqing sect? But then he reassured himself. Never mind. The time is almost here anyway. I'll stick to the plan. With that, Li Qianlong headed towards the dark staircase. On the other side, in a magnificent city, inside, everyone was partying, creating a loud and lively atmosphere. They eagerly greeted Li Qianlong and inquired about his cultivation progress, while others pulled him into the festivities. Ignoring his less than cheerful expression, taking advantage of the crowd, Li Qianlong announced, "This time, Wei family and I paid a heavy price. The goal is to invite a void amalgamation cultivator to help us wipe out the Yuqing sect." Everyone looked dubious. Li Qianlong continued. We scouted the Yuqing sect beforehand. Old Ancestor 9 Cauldrons has already gone on a sea voyage. Now their strongest person is the decapitating god elder. As he spoke, his eyes hardened. Do you all want to join forces with me to eliminate the Yuqing sect? An eerie silence fell, as if no one completely trusted Li Qianlong. He reassured them. That senior will leave after the job is done. After overthrowing the Yuqing sect, the Wei family only wants the Yuqing sect's secret realm and won't participate in any fighting. As soon as Lian Qianlong finished speaking, everyone present immediately agreed to join him, and their previous suspicions vanished. He put on a show on the outside, but dark schemes already forming in his heart. Once I've destroyed the Yuqing sect, I'll invite that senior to wipe you all out. Just as he was plotting, the pain struck him again. Blood gushing from Lian Qianlong's mouth like a fountain, he screamed inwardly, "Who the hell is toying with me?" Hanju, on the other hand, had no idea what was going on, just dumbfounded and wondering why there was no feedback. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Hanju's friends were having a rough time, with some falling into demonic paths and others constantly under attack. Su Qi, on the other hand, stumbled upon an opportunity and comprehended divine powers in the second layer of Void Amalgamation Realm. He was super surprised. Zhu Fan even went into the demonic path? Is this like a Tianlai Peak tradition? The Peak Master is screwed, and the disciples are miserable too. See? Jade Serenity Peak is still the best. Suddenly, Hundun Tiangao popped out of nowhere and called out to him. Turns out, it had been cooped up here for too long and wanted to go out and train. Hearing this, Hanju immediately refused. You're a divine beast. If your identity is exposed, people will covet you. Besides, if you're not in the Yuqing sect, it'll be hard for me to save you. Ignoring his advice, Hundun Tiangu insisted. But I always feel like there's some kind of opportunity waiting for me outside. Faced with its earnest plea, Hanju had no choice but to ask again. Are you really sure? Once you're attacked, whether it's by righteous or demonic cultivators, I won't step in to save you. Hearing that, Hundun Tiangao wasn't scared at all but felt a little confident. I think you should be worried about them instead. Turns out Hanju was overthinking it. Hundun Tiangao was already buffed up this much. He was sweating buckets, realizing he'd been too careless, not noticing its changed appearance. Hundun Tiangu immediately reassured him. Don't worry, master. I'll be careful. Just gonna stroll around a bit and come back. As it spoke, it kept licking Hanju, making him curse inwardly, wishing he could give it a sword. Hanju knew that with Hundun Tiangu's personality, even if he didn't allow it, it would eventually run out on its own. Might as well agree to let it go out and experience things. Looks like it was time for B to hit the road. Hanju saw Hundun Tiangao off. It only barked once in response. He was just about to give it some more instructions. But in an instant, Hundun Tiangao had taken off like a shot, leaving Hanju behind to mutter, "Doggy, just you wait to get backstabbed by society." He could only pray for Hundun Tiangao and reassure himself that it was a blessed beast of fortune, hard to kill, even if it tried. Heiyuji popped up out of nowhere, calling out to him. Hanju couldn't stay calm anymore and shouted, "You want to go too?" Heiyuji panicked and quickly clarified, "How could I? I'd be turned into snake chicken soup out there." Heiyuji then shyly revealed, "I came to ask Master if you could teach me how to cultivate, or some life-saving tricks would be great." Hanju just remembered that Heiyuji had its own innate technique, but lacked magical powers. He decided it was time to teach it a few tricks. Hanju said with expectant eyes, "First, I'll teach you the Dharma idol." He thought to himself, "This is a good opportunity to prove that bitter cultivation is just as effective as going out there." Heiyuji smirked, cursing Hundun Tiangu inwardly. "You dead dog. Bet you didn't see this coming. The moment you left, I asked Master to secretly teach me divine powers. Now, next time we meet, I, the chicken god, will smash your head in." Scene change. In a crowded town, Suchi wore a pensive expression, strolling through the bustling crowd. The boy wondered, have the past few years been good luck or bad luck? Sukichi's life was truly full of ups and downs. Once he was taken with by a young lady's beauty, but her whole family unfortunately caught a plague. Only Sukichi managed to escape. Another time he was chased by a demon cultivator. Chopped from afar like it was nothing, he used all his strength to escape, but unfortunately stumbled into the lair of a legendary mythical beast, and the demon cultivator instantly died. Luck always seemed to follow Suchi. Every place he stepped into had a test of life and death waiting, but each time he turned danger into safety, but others weren't so lucky. The boy had witnessed too much folk suffering. The feeling of wanting to help but not having the power grew stronger and stronger. In the end, he could only sigh. Facing this world, we're too fragile. Maybe the process is more important than the result of the mission. After experiencing the suffering of the world, the boy finally understood his master's intention. In a daze, the boy accidentally bumped into a woman's chest. She immediately screamed, "Are you so horny you're desperate for my body?" Suichi panicked and apologized profusely, but it was too late. The woman didn't accept his apology and shouted, "I've been indecently assaulted like this. Who will marry me now?" Ignoring Suichi's pleas of innocence, she decisively drew her sword. To the boy's shock, his anger exploded. Losing his reason, the woman lunged at Sunchi without hesitation, cursing madly. "Kid, go to hell!" Sunchi was terrified and froze, unable to react in time. Unexpectedly, luck came to him again. She tripped over a banana peel. Her fall shook the entire town. Suchi also breathed a sigh of relief, quietly slipping away. As expected, Master is secretly helping me. Otherwise, how could I be so lucky? He really lives up to being called Master. On the other side, Li Qianlong had arrived at the Yuqing sect, gleefully provoking, "Bet you didn't expect it. Your daddy Li Qianlong has come to see you all at the Yuqing sect." After speaking, he turned to Wei Yuan and asked, "How are things, senior?" Wei Yuan frowned and replied, "I just used my divine sense to check. There's only one transformation god realm cultivator in the Yuqing sect, and they seem to be injured." Li Qianlong revealed a sinister expression, plotting something wicked. "The Xian Shen elder is injured. Perfect." Wei Yuan was curious. "You invited me here to deal with a sect like this." Li Qianlong lowered his head, reaching out to stroke Wei Yuan's bald head without any remorse. "I'll be troubling you later, senior." Wei Yuan still looked dignified. "A bunch of rabble. A small matter." With Wei Yuan's backing, Li Qianlong loudly ordered his army to charge forward. The first person to kill their way into the Yuqing sect will be handsomely rewarded. Hearing this, everyone felt invigorated and charged forward in unison. Hanju received a notification from the system about the attack. You can either escape or return to protect the Yuqing sect. Without hesitation, he chose to stay and protect the Yuqing sect. Hanju's eyes were extremely sharp as he exclaimed, "Wei Yuan is a void amalgamation realm level 1 cultivator from Shu Yuan continent. the deputy sect leader of the Julong sect. Immediately, the system returned a result. Trial completed. Target has been defeated. Time: 3 seconds. Wei Yuan had fallen to the ground without anyone noticing when it happened. Outside the main hall, a hurried report echoed. 19 sects are attacking. The East Great Gate Guardians request reinforcement for the sect protection formation. The South Gate needs a change of consumables. Inside, a subordinate continued to report. The Wan Yao realm is on the north side. Hearing this, an elder spoke up. Has it come to such a critical point? Everyone was curious and asked, Senior Brother Zhang, why aren't you worried at all? Even if we don't run, we should at least send disciples to resist, right? Li Qingzi smiled, replying confidently and calmly. What's the panic? It's just a small matter. One person, sweating, wondered, could it be Zihan Shen Elder? Li Qingzi understood his meaning and said, that's right. Zihan Shen Elder has decided to face the 19 sects alone. First, to minimize casualties among the disciples. After a pause, Li Qingzi continued. Second, because the 19 sects aren't splitting up their forces, probably afraid of being ambushed. It's the perfect opportunity for Zihan Shen Elder to catch them all in one fell swoop. Someone hesitated and asked, is he confident? Li Qingzi excitedly exclaimed, rest assured. Zhan Shen Elder said that he can now compete with the founding ancestor. To dare to guarantee that, he must have absolute confidence. This is a God-given opportunity. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved and praised. Xishuan really did a great job educating him. At this time, behind the mountain, Hanju rubbed the back of his neck and muttered, cultivating for too long made my shoulders and neck a bit stiff. Suddenly, a voice rang out, attracting his attention. Master, you've finally come out. Hanju turned to see Hei Yuji carrying large and small bags, urging, let's run quickly! I've packed everything! He helplessly thought to himself, Hei Yuji has inherited some of my true ways. He wasn't in a hurry but nonchalantly said, relax. It's just a bunch of chickens and dogs. Why should we run? It widened its eyes in surprise, not quite understanding Hanju's meaning. But as soon as he finished speaking, he flew away, leaving behind only a cloud of smoke. Hei Yuji looked at the swirling dust and thought, was Master scolding me just now? He rode his sword, flying as fast as the wind, rushing straight toward the enemy. Some dude yelled out, that's the Jade Pure sect ahead. They're totally screwed. And protecting Zhu Fan and Mo Fuqi, seriously, they're traitors to the righteous path. Seeing the figure standing on the cliff, everyone started buzzing. Is that Senior Wei Yuan? Seriously. A grand scholar of the void amalgamation realm, shut your trap. We're not worthy to even talk about someone that strong. This battle's gonna be legendary. Li Qianlong saw someone flying over and piped up, Senior, those Jade Pure sect folks are here. Wei Yuan subtly unleashed his divine sense to size him up. Hanju saw it was just a ninth bricklayer foundation establishment cultivator and scoffed. Weak sauce. But when he took a closer look, he was stunned by all the bling this guy was rocking. Straight up spirit treasures everywhere. Li Qianlong chuckled derisively. The Jade Pure sects scared stiff, sending one guy to die. Wei Yuan ignored him, thinking, I only have one spirit treasure, and I had to fight tooth and nail for it. He asked suspiciously, this guy isn't actually real person 9 cauldrons, is he? Li Qianlong guessed. Probably just an envoy asking for peace. He's from some far-off overseas place. No way he could get here so fast. Plus, the East Lord's in trouble right now. Doubt he has time to bother with the Jade Pure sect. Hearing that, Wei Yuan seemed to get it. No wonder he's covered in defensive treasures. He's probably afraid we're going to take our anger out on him. Hanju quickly flew in front of the two of them. As soon as he landed, Li Qianzong rushed to speak. The Jade Pure sect only sent one guy. How arrogant! Hanju scanned them and asked, you're Li Qianlong, right? This caught him off guard. He wondered to himself, his pressure resistance is too OP. How does he know I was super careful about keeping this quiet? Then, he secretly sent a message to Wei Yuan. Something's not right. Please, Senior, take action and eliminate him, he nervously replied. He's ignoring my pressure resistance. His strength is definitely on par with mine. I doubt he's from the Jade Pure sect. Li Qianlong speculated. This guy's most likely an elder of the divine punishment. I heard he's the youngest elder in the history of the Jade Pure sect. Apparently he was born outside the sect and is less than 300 years old. Wei Yuan thought to himself. Less than 300 years old? Then at most he's just entered the transformation divinity realm. He can resist my pressure resistance? He must be relying on spirit treasures. Thinking this, he confidently said, "In that case, does Elder of the Divine Punishment dare to fight me one-on-one?" As soon as he finished speaking, before he could even prepare himself, Hanju suddenly attacked first. He thought dismissively, "I wonder where this guy's getting his confidence from," and decided to just kill him. Wei Yuan was still in shock, unable to believe what just happened. Li Qianlong was horrified, thinking, he has no martial ethics. He actually dared to sneak attack. The crowd below was also jaw-dropped by his insane speed. Hanju didn't hesitate, and used the Six Paths Absolute Seal. His palm landed on Wei Yuan's forehead, with flashes of lightning. Since entering the Void Amalgamation Realm, and comprehending his new divine power, this seal could suppress and kill the enemy's primordial spirit. It was his ultimate move. His physical body was still intact, but his primordial spirit was gone. His knees slammed into the ground, and the moment he let go, Wei Yuan lost consciousness and collapsed. Li Qianlong watched this scene, only managing to utter one word, "Senior Wei Yuan." Before he could recover from the shock, he heard Hanju say, "You're next." Hanju controlled his sword, the tip aimed straight at Li Qianlong's chest. Then, he raised his hand and lightly flicked out spirit chi detonation. They immediately flew towards his body, dissolving his golden core, tearing his nascent soul, and severely injuring his primordial spirit. In just a few short minutes, Hanju had taken care of the two strongest guys. Everyone was so scared by this sight that they were speechless. After a while, someone hesitantly asked, "Sect Master, do we still attack?" That Sect Master immediately flew into a rage and cursed, "Attack my ass, are you a spy or something?" "We came to support the Jade Pure Sect, remember?" That person faked a laugh and said, "Looks like the Jade Pure Sect doesn't need our support, then we'll go first. Sorry for the disturbance," and watched the group hurriedly run away. He secretly felt lucky that the 19 sects didn't fight to the death. If he killed them all, the Jade Pure Sect would become the common enemy of the cultivation world. The Great Yan only needs to intimidate for now. Hanju quickly arrived at the main hall. He stepped inside and called out, "Head teacher Li Qianlong, I leave the rest to you guys." Hearing this, everyone asked in disbelief, "It's over already? They haven't even started the party yet." Afterwards, he returned to his cave abode behind the mountain. Hanju gently placed Wei Yuan's corpse on the ground. He immediately cast a spell, chanting incantations in his mind, releasing him. A faint, ghostly figure immediately appeared before him. He was overjoyed and tearful, stammering, "Elder Zihan Shen." Hanju spoke indifferently, "Huang Zuntian, listen carefully. Do you want to be resurrected?" His words startled him. He hesitated and asked, "You mean, resurrected?" He replied seriously, "That's right. There's a corpse here whose primordial spirit has been destroyed, but the physical body is still active. As long as you seize it and merge with it, you can be resurrected." Hearing this, Huang Zuntian immediately knelt down and kowtowed. "I, Huang Zuntian, swear to the heavens that I will serve you as a slave. If I don't, may I be devoured by inner demons and die without achieving the Dabo." He kowtowed until his forehead was swollen, but he didn't care. He continued, "I will follow you to the end. When I am resurrected, I will sever all ties with the Six Paths Sacred Sect. From now on, I am your man, senior." However, Hanju awkwardly said, "Sorry, the Six Paths Sacred Sect has been annihilated." Ignoring that he was mind-blown by the news, he secretly assessed that this Huang Zuntian knew how to play the game, but he couldn't completely trust him just because of these words. His next words attracted Huang Zuntian's attention. "This body has an extraordinary identity. He's the deputy sect master of the Nine Dragons sect." Hanju stated his purpose. "He's a grand cultivator of the fusion realm, whose soul I just destroyed. Now I want you to replace him." He was frightened by the words, "fusion realm," and stammered, "If senior orders it, this subordinate will die without hesitation." He explained annoyedly, "Me telling you to replace him isn't to make you do anything. It's just that I'm afraid that the person behind him will come for revenge, affecting my cultivation. Understand?" Zuntian nodded hurriedly, indicating that he understood. Hanju said indifferently, "You just need to help me appease the Nine Dragons sect and cover up this matter. In addition, I have left a mark in your soul. If you dare to betray me in the future, I can crush you with a single thought." Hearing this, he knelt down sincerely and said, "Rest assured, Great one. I will never be your enemy. Receiving the assurance, he ordered Zuntian to begin the seizure. 7 days later, the system notified, Huang Zuntian's favorability towards you has increased. The current favorability is 5 stars, Hanju speculated. It seems he has successfully seized the body. In Wei Yuan's body, he was grateful and thankful. Zuntian said respectfully, I have not failed your command, I have successfully seized the body. Seeing this, he felt that old Huang was acting a little off. He thanked him again. Senior, I am in your debt. May I ask for Senior's name and dacio title? It would be impolite to keep calling you Elder Xin Shen. Hanju thought for a moment and replied, Then call me Reincarnation. In his heart, he thought, the 6 paths of reincarnation was successful, so me being called Reincarnation shouldn't be too much. But Zuntian thought differently. Daring to use words like reincarnation as his Dao title, he is indeed not simple. I must latch onto this person tightly. Suddenly, he hesitated and said, Senior Reincarnation, I just sensed that the 9 Dragons sect is calling for me, as he predicted. Sure enough, after Wei Yuan had been out of contact for so long, they must be very anxious now. The matter cannot be delayed. Yuan quickly set off back to the 9 Dragons sect. Don't forget to remind him. 9 Dragons sect is just outside Great Yan in the West Abyss province. Don't get lost, and remember to keep a low profile. Huang Zuntian immediately obeyed. Before he left, Hanju reminded him again, if they're not easy to fool, just talk less. After all, you're a great void amalgamation cultivator. They wouldn't dare to interrogate you too hard. He calmly replied, Don't worry, I kinda want to do this one properly. Confused by what Zuntian meant, he asked again, but he just lightly replied, Using my old trade. After thinking for a bit, he turned back and asked, Senior, do you need me to climb to the position of sect leader of the 9 Dragons sect? His words left Hanju speechless for a long while. Then he just said indifferently, Whatever makes you happy. Zuntian obeyed and bid farewell, preparing to set off. At this moment, the system suddenly announced, You have successfully protected the Jade Pure sect and received a magic manual. Congratulations on obtaining the original form technique. Casting this spell can reveal the original form of all living beings. After reading it, Hanju pondered, the system notification only appeared now, which means if I didn't keep my trump card, the Jade Pure sect would have encountered more trouble. Looks like being cautious is the right way to go. The effects of karma are really scary. A month later, Li Qingzi excitedly carried a box of toys and said, I'm here to give some treasures to the slashing god Elder. He happily pointed to a large pile of stuff behind him. Thanks to Elder Han, the sect leaders of all 19 sects have come this time, apologizing and giving us a lot of things. I've picked out some good stuff to give to you, Elder, he replied helplessly. Sect leader, you're too kind. Li Qingzi suddenly changed his attitude, angrily saying, I've confronted the sect leaders of all the sects, and this time the mastermind behind it all is that bastard Li Qianlong again. I've already locked him up. Then he sighed with melancholy and said, We've issued arrest warrants for Zhu Fan and Mo Fuqiu, but those two have completely vanished into thin air. I'm a little worried about them, Hanju said indifferently. No need to worry, they both have skills. Maybe they've already left Great Yan long ago. Li Qingzi replied. Hopefully that's it. Speaking of the Wei family, it's the same. The Wei family got kicked out of the Great Yan cultivation world by another sect. Without them, stirring up trouble among the forces in Great Yan is way quieter. Don't worry, bro, Hanju reassured himself. That's the way to go. We're not aiming for domination, just chill cultivation so the sect can go further. After Li Qingzi left, Hanju ordered the system, open up the social relationships of Zhao Fan and Mo Fuqiu. Your good friends Mo Fuqi and Zhao Fan accidentally entered an ancient forbidden area and got an ancient inheritance. What a lucky bastards. Hanju was munching away while reading the info, speculating. These two aren't going to end up together later, are they? Forget about them for now. Next up is a bunch of info on my close peeps, he thought with a sigh. These guys, especially my disciples, can't give me a break, huh? Just as Hanju was spacing out, the system popped up with a notification. Detected innate luck possessor. This info freaked him out a bit and caused a bit of annoyance. You're kidding me, another one. Hanju reluctantly clicked on the option the system had just given. He sulked, his face full of suspicion. Please don't tell me it's another troublemaker. At this moment, The system presents a resume of Shun Chenghan. Hanju saw the flood of info in his head and sighed inwardly. He looked at the part that the system specially highlighted. Damn. A human-shaped spirit Q gathering machine. Suddenly, he noticed a line. Wait, he's going out of his way to find me by name? Hanju suddenly remembered the introduction from before, his head full of question marks. He highly praised himself in his head. Am I that famous? A figure bowed before a large stone tablet, with the words, bitter cultivation leads to immortality carved on it, muttering, this must be Elder Zan Shin's cave abode. The guy is Shun Chenghan. This must be it. Shun Chenghan thought Elder Zhan Shen must be a man of bitter cultivation. Definitely can help me escape from the sea of suffering. He remembered little Mehi and cried secretly, I can't kneel and lick under her skirt anymore. At this moment, Shun Chenghan suddenly prostrated himself on the ground. He kowtowed repeatedly before the stone tablet, shouting, this humble monk Shun Chenghan begs Elder Zhan Shen to take me as a disciple. But a whole hour passed without anyone answering him. Shun Chengyan lost his spirit. Why isn't there any movement? Could it be that the senior isn't here? He put his hands together, banishing the thought from his mind. No way. It must be that the senior is testing me. As long as I persist, my sincerity will move him. Shun Chengyan prostrated, his voice full of sincerity. Please, senior, take me as a disciple. It turns out everything until now has been from Hanju's point of view. Through divine sense, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The grand primordial spirit ginseng is good, but it can also bring trouble. Let's just watch for now. Spring came, and he was still kneeling before the huge stone tablet. Then summer came, and it was pouring rain, but he still refused to budge. Autumn passed, the flowers were blooming, people were enjoying themselves together. Finally, winter came, and white snowflakes covered Shun Chengwan's whole body. But he still didn't move. At this moment, it was no longer winter. Suddenly a voice rang out. Awakening his mind, the person asked, You've been kneeling for so long, aren't you tired? The speaker was Mo Zhu. He looked up at her and replied, To see clearly the red face and white bones, I'm not tired. Mo Zhu looked at him, frowning in confusion at Shun Chengzhan's words. He looked at her, a pitiful expression in his eyes, and stammered, Why? You are Elder Zhan Shen. Mo Zhu didn't even bother to turn her head, just confirmed that she wasn't. Mo Zhu looked up at the blue sky, her expression unreadable, and said softly, People like that are born for us to look up to. Mo Zhu frowned, revealing her jade, Ju-green eyes filled with coldness. Hanju wasn't backing down either, staring intently at her. He sat cross-legged facing Mo Zhu and asked, Mo girl, are you intending to chase after your elder brother who's fallen into the demonic path? She quickly confirmed, I'm preparing to find my brother and seek revenge together. Hearing those words, he parted his lips and softly asked, After so many years, can't you let go of the grudges? Mo Zhu's expression was unreadable. Her lips formed a slight curve. I originally thought I had let go of the hatred, but after cultivating this far, I realized it has become my heart demon. She stretched out her slender, smooth hands. If I can't overcome this heart demon, I'll always be shackled, preventing me from ever reaching the nascent soul stage. With that, Mo Zhu clenched her hands into fists. She turned her face away, softly saying, I came to say goodbye to you, and to the entire Yu King sect, except for my brother. Hanju quietly stared at Mo Zhu with his brown eyes. She lowered her head slightly, and he spoke his heart. The person I care about the most is you. You're the only one who has made my heart flutter. As she spoke, Mo Zhu leaned closer to Hanju, their faces close together. Dragonflies fluttered over the water's surface, surrounded by small, vibrant flowers, creating a beautiful scene. Mo Zhu leaned forward, leaving Hanju looking dumbfounded, and softly said to him, There are some things I'm afraid I'll regret if I don't do them, so we'll have to part ways here. Mo Zhu's eyes narrowed slightly with tenderness, and a hint of shyness flushed her face. Suddenly, a mysterious force gripped her hand tightly. Mo Zhu widened her eyes in surprise, and glanced at the person who had just done this. Hanju was still sitting there, his hand holding her wrist tightly, refusing to let go. He coldly glanced at Mo Zhu, and instructed, Now that your mind is made up, be careful on the road. Mo Zhu decisively pulled her hand back, silently cursing, Hanju, you pig. What was I even expecting? Why didn't he try to keep me? Even just a little show of reluctance would have been enough. She turned her back to him, her face darkened, and tears fell silently. Who knows when we'll meet again in this life after this farewell. I'm so unwilling. Moju pursed her lips, repeatedly telling herself, I'm unwilling. Suddenly she whirled around and shouted his name, followed by a question. If I return safely, will you agree to marry me? Hearing this, Hanju lowered his head slightly, his handsome face unreadable. He looked up at her, gently smiling. Of course, you will return safely. Hearing these words, Moju's eyes welled up with tears, and her heart was filled with joy. As expected, I didn't misjudge him, but contrary to Moju's expectations, she was captured and tied up by the sect master. As soon as she left the cave, Moju cried and struggled like a grub. Hanju, with a face that just begged to be punched, pointed at her. I told you that you would return safely. The two people behind her either sighed or scolded, as Moju was carried on someone's back. She kept cursing, while Heiyuji on the side mocked her. Over here he was shaking hands with the old guy. Thanks to your divine sense letting us know about this, we won't have any more Yu King sect disciples falling into the demonic path, Hanju replied with a polite smile. Li Qingzi suddenly remembered something and asked, Elder Han, when I came up the mountain earlier, there was a monk kneeling. If I remember correctly, he's been kneeling for 5 years already. Hearing this, Hanju froze completely. He remembered Shunchangjian, who was still kneeling before the stone tablet, thinking to himself, cultivating is way too absorbing, almost forgot about him. Shunchangyan was now covered in leaves. Birds even built nests on him. Shunchangyan mumbled, Please, Elder Zanshen, accept me as your disciple. Just then, the voice of the person in front of him caught his attention, and he looked up. Shunchangwan. Ah. Looking at the figure silhouetted against the sun, he involuntarily called out, Hanju. Glancing at the person on the ground, he chuckled softly, confirming that this was the person he was looking for. He, still kneeling on the ground, looked at him and said awkwardly, Disciple Shun Changhan greets master. Hanju looked at him like that and asked coldly, Once you join my sect, you can't leave this mountain unless you become an immortal. Are you willing? His face lit up, secretly praising the other person in his heart. Shun Changhan kowtowed respectfully, expressing his feelings. This disciple only wants to cultivate in seclusion, far from the mundane world. That's why I came here. Hanju heard him say that and replied softly, Good, not bad temperament. Follow me quickly. He immediately agreed after hearing that. Shun Chang'an was trembling slightly, and his face was covered in sweat. Hanju stood aloof and looked at him. Go find a place to cultivate. When you break through to Golden Core, I will teach you spells. He thanked him tiredly. Heiyunji next to him thought he wanted to eat meat. Suddenly, Hanju heard a system notification, which caught his attention, and he glanced at the system notification of his achievements, as well as giving Hanju 3 choices. He stared at the screen thoughtfully, rubbed his chin, pondered the 3 options, seriously analyzing each one, and found the third one was the best. Hanju didn't hesitate, and pressed number 3 on the screen with his finger. The system rang with his choice, congratulating Hanju, and then explaining the magic he had just received. Looking at the name of it, Hanju imagined how to use it, and was a little speechless. Above the cliff, someone's voice came out, and the man shouted loudly, That's too much. Please pass on more. 12 years have passed in a flash. A lot of things have happened during that time. The crowd stood upright with serious looks, all exuding coldness. The Yuqing sect has rightly risen to the position of the #1 sect in Daiyan. As for how Hanju knows these things, his whole body was as stiff as a statue, with his eyes in an O shape and his mouth in an A shape. Hanju lay on the ground, looking at his friends list. Over the years, his list of friends with Yuqing sect disciples has grown to a terrible number. He angrily pointed at the pile of lists and scolded, So many friends, when will I finish looking at them all? Will you still let me cultivate? Hanju put his hand on his forehead wearily and sighed softly. The content and friends are all messed up. In theory, it's fine to ignore them, but if you want to find someone, you have to find them all, which is too troublesome. The system then spoke up, attracting his attention, and he looked at it tiredly. The system showed an image of Xing Hongzhuan, explaining a little to Hanju. After hearing this, his face became angry, and he cursed the system in his heart. Hanju shouted inside the crack of the mountain, I clearly remember that there was no such function before, the system replied after hearing him cursing, which made him speechless. At the same time, at a cliff, there is a figure standing on it. The guys facing him, weapons in hand, charged forward yelling, Su Chi, you wicked fiend! Their faces were all fierce. Their curses kept coming one after another, but they were all directed at one person. Su Qi, covered in wounds, said softly, "If you want to frame someone, why worry about not having an excuse?" The boy defended himself. "I'll just say this once. I've never killed anyone. These treasures, I just picked them up. If you want them, come and get them yourselves." Hearing this, the group rushed forward even more aggressively. They charged toward Su Qi. "Take my Nixu Ren, a blade to avenge our sect leader." But he easily dodged all their attacks. With a tilt of his head, Su Qi's eyes darkened, a faint sneer on his face. "You think this is my limit?" They were a little stunned. Everyone suddenly looked wary of the person in front of them. The crowd immediately retreated, warning each other. Su Qi's face turned sinister. "I'll show you my ultimate move." The boy looked up to the sky and shouted loudly, calling for his master to come and save him. But only an awkward silence answered Su Qi. The atmosphere was a little embarrassing. The boy scratched his head and gave a thumbs up. "Sorry guys, my master's in the bathroom, just wait a sec." On Hanju's side, he was still messing around with the system, muttering, "Set to only show posts to special followers. Done. My friend circle is finally quiet." The system displayed a series of information on the screen. He wondered, "It's so chaotic outside. Why not just cultivate in peace at home?" Suddenly, a new system notification popped up, catching his attention. "Your disciple, Su Qi, is being hunted down by a coalition of 7 sects. Hanju was speechless, sighing inwardly. Which sect is so lucky? Su Qi screamed in despair, constantly calling for Hanju to come and save him. The crowd below were stunned, frozen in place. One of them spoke up, "Elder, should we still attack?" The other person clasped his hands and bowed to Su Qi. "I am an elder of the Tongdi sect. If Dao friend is present, why not step out?" The boy trembled, sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "Crap. Could it be that master is away on business?" Suddenly, a man noticed the changing expression on Su Qi's face and interrupted immediately. He angrily ordered the crowd to charge and capture the boy. Su Qi stood there awkwardly pleading. He was knocked sprawling onto the ground, shouting loudly, "You have 3 urgencies. My master is probably just having an urgency." Suddenly, streaks of lightning appeared in the space. Witnessing this scene, they retreated in fear. One person spoke, drawing everyone's attention to his words. At this time, the sky. Dark clouds rolled in. Thunder rumbled everywhere. They exclaimed in shock. "What is this? The weather wasn't like this just now." Red lightning bolts, as bright as blood, struck down continuously. Su Qi stared wide-eyed at the sky, thinking that his master had arrived. Powerful lightning bolts descended from above, striking directly at the crowd. A region of the sky was illuminated by the dazzling light of lightning, making it impossible to see clearly. Seeing this scene, Su Ganqi stretched out his arms and loudly thanked Hanju. Another 18 years passed by swiftly like a rabbit. The two stood facing each other. Hanju said to the guy, "You've been in the sect for 18 years. His face was indifferent, without a trace of emotion, as he spoke. "Today, I'll be testing your swordsmanship." Shun Changjian cupped his fist in his palm and bowed respectfully. "I've learned everything Master taught me." Hearing this, Hanju praised him. "Very good, Halsucks. Let me see how far you've come." His gaze suddenly turned dangerous, and he immediately drew his sword from its sheath. Shun Chang'an raised the sword in front of him, his hands forming a chanting gesture, emotion-severing sword art. He swung his sword, executing the sword techniques he had painstakingly cultivated. The deeper the love, the sharper the cut. Each blade danced gracefully in Shun Chang'an's palm. He leaped, pointing the tip of his sword forward. Achieve a state where the sword becomes nothingness, without desire, without emotion, the 6 senses purified, the 4 elements empty. But then he suddenly remembered Xiao Mei. Tears welled up again. Why can't I still forget Xiao Mei? Can anyone truly master the emotion-severing sword art? Just letting go of lust is harder than ascending to heaven. Shun Chang'an immediately rejected his thoughts, rushing forward and aiming the sharp tip of his sword at him. Form is emptiness. First, sever the heart to become human. Suddenly, at this moment, the tip of the sword was gently held by a force, with just 2 fingers. This shocked Shun Chang'an greatly. He stared blankly at Xing Hongxuan, standing opposite him, appraising him, ignoring Hanju, who was surprised by her. The swordsmanship isn't bad, but the cultivation is a little low. Hearing this, he bowed disappointedly. My swordsmanship was blocked so easily. As expected, it's still not enough. He dejectedly turned to look at him, his face full of embarrassment. Could it be that I still can't see through love? Hanju put his hand on his forehead and sighed. Introducing Xinxing Hongshuan. Let me introduce you. This is your Xinyang, Shun Changnan. Upon hearing what he just said, instantly froze up, unable to speak. Seeing their intimate scene, he felt even more miserable. Shun Changyan looked at the scene before him, unable to help but think, the emotion-severing sword Artmaster taught me is probably fake, right? Are you really the #1 ascetic in the world? Inside the cave, Xing Hongshuan's voice rang out continuously. Hubby, this is a divine art I discovered for you. She clung to Hanju, excitedly asking, how is it? Isn't this a great opportunity? He read it and thought, it really is great. Her cultivation has surged to the 8th level of the Golden Core realm now. Hanju glanced at the person behind him. You have good intentions, but I have divine arts. I don't need these things. Steen. Xing Hongshuan pouted in annoyance. Fine, then take a look at this. She produced a strange-shaped fruit. This is a strange fruit I discovered in an ancient secret realm. Eating it increases chi and blood and physical strength. I only ate one, and I could shatter mountains with one punch. Xing Hongshuan took out a lot of those fruits and gave them to him, chattering non-stop. Hubby, eat as much as you like. I have plenty more. But he only paid attention to where she was storing things, wondering, clothes. Doesn't she have a bag? Hanju pondered. This girl is always thinking of me. I can't keep refusing her. At this moment, she gently leaned close to his ear and whispered, I heard that someone named Mo Zhu came looking for you before. Hearing this question, Hanju's face turned pale, completely bloodless. He had just opened his mouth to explain when a slender hand was placed on his chest, which was pounding rapidly. Xing Hongshuan pressed Hanju down on the table. Her face darkened, but she still maintained a smile. These things, we'll talk about them later. Her eyes were a little twisted. She licked her lips. Sometimes, taking action first and gaining the advantage is necessary. She lightly climbed onto the bed. Their clothes scattered all over the floor, along with Hanju's pleas and Xing Hongshuan's alluring calls. Several days had passed since that day. A pair of hairy legs stepped towards the cave, calling out to him. Li Qingzi hurriedly reported. The Blood Flame Heaven sect of the Great Way cultivation world doesn't know where they dug up a Grand Elder Guest Elder. They say they want to unify the surrounding cultivation world. Hanju was completely exhausted at this moment, his body thin and lacking vitality like an addict. So after those steamy nights together, you're all drained and mumbling, just destroy everything, I'm tired. While Xing Hongshuan is still knocked out next to you. The sun peeked out, sprinkling Hanju's abode with shimmering light. Your voice echoes. Blood Flame Heavenly Gate? What did you just say? Hanju grumbles. Can't catch a break. Li Xingzi awkwardly explains. The Great Way cultivation world next door has been unified by the Blood Flame Heavenly Gate and is preparing to attack Great Yan. Their main target is the Jade Pure sect. You furrow your brow slightly, then inquire, how strong is this Blood Flame Heavenly Gate? He anxiously replies, it's not about how strong they are, but that they have a great power guest elder, at least in the Void Amalgamation realm. Hearing Void Amalgamation realm, Hanju isn't too worried. He's just afraid of someone in the body integration realm. Li Qingzi then responds, it's possible. Otherwise, they couldn't have unified the Great Way cultivation world so quickly, Elder Han. Are you planning to take the opportunity to run? He wiggles his fingers while saying that. You're called out. Hesitating, I'll see how it goes. If they're knocking on the door tomorrow, then maybe I'll bolt. Li Qingzi immediately corrects. It'll take at least a few decades to reach us. I'm just giving you a heads up. Even so, Hanju is still uneasy. I might not even be in the body integration realm in a few years. He quickly encourages, I believe in your potential. Hearing this, you reluctantly accept it, but ask another question. Hanju stares at him. Why are cultivators fighting over territory like mortals? Li Xingzi stammers. The more cultivation realms you occupy, the more cultivation resources you get. The higher your cultivation, the bigger your ambitions. Speaking of which, he suddenly changes the subject. There's news about Senior Elder Yang Tiandong. The face of Yang Tiandong immediately pops into your head. To think, he's been missing for years since participating in the Immortal Cultivation Assembly. Li Qingzi seems troubled. We found him, but he says he's a demon king now, living the good life, and doesn't plan to return for the time being. I'm worried he'll end up like those Zhihao Fan and Mo Fukiwa. Contrary to his worries, Hanju is completely relaxed. With his brains, Just let him be. Hearing that, Li Qingzi brings up the demonic dog you raise. Hanju still doesn't care. Once it's lived its life, it will obediently return as a dog. This time, he can only sigh. As expected of you. With that, Li Qingzi bids farewell to go prepare for the blood flame heavenly gate. You also turn and wave goodbye to him. Don't get beaten up again, okay? A moment later, Hanju looks at the affectionate message left by Xing Hongxuan. Husband is busy with many things. Next time, this concubine will frolic with my husband like fish and water. After reading it, you disappointedly and angrily curse Li Qingzi in your heart. This old fart ruined my big plans. Hanju picks up the note, examining the contents carefully. The fish and water frolic combined with the 3 pure shadows sword negation is a top Salinatier attack technique. The strongest single target attack skill. The success rate of a kill is currently quite high. The 10,000 Swords Divine Sect can summon sword shadows from the River of History, integrating a large attack range. But the target damage is still weak. Suddenly, an idea pops into your head. What if I combine the two to compensate for each other's shortcomings? Thinking of this, Hanju narrows his eyes slightly. In that case, why don't I create my own Sword Dao mystical power? A moment later, in the true martial sect of the Western Abyss continent, inside a building on the side of the mountain, inside a large, completely empty room, only one person is sitting in meditation in the center of the room. That person is Huang Jihao. He has his eyes closed, concentrating intently. Suddenly, the door is pulled aside, letting in the bright sunlight and a call for Huang Jihao. Shangguan Chiwa Jian walks in, asking, has he figured it out yet? Huang Jihao still kept his eyes closed. I lost to you. But that doesn't necessarily mean my swordplay is inferior. Give me 100 years, and I'll definitely beat you. The Zuxi sword sect has given me the grace of education. I will absolutely not betray the sect, even if it means death. He opened his eyes, revealing a cold glint. Hearing this, Shangguan Qiujian enticed darkly. If you're willing to stay, I guarantee you can become the #1 sword cultivator in the world, and even achieve sword immortality. You're born with a sword heart. Staying in the Zuxi sword sect is just a waste. Waiting for you to achieve sword immortality with the Zhuxi sword sect would be an honor for them. Hearing this, Huang Jihao's expression immediately darkened. My swordplay aptitude is truly unmatched. Hearing his extremely certain and affirmative answer, he stood up darkly. But I've met a swordplay genius, even more monstrous than you, even stronger than you. Shangguan curled his lips, scoffing. Met in your backwater Great Yan region, don't joke around. Your Great Yan can't possibly have a sword cultivator stronger than me. Huang Jihao replied indifferently. Have you heard of the god-slaying elder of the Yuqing sect? His strength is unfathomable, comparable to a void refinement cultivator. Even Wei Yuan of the Nine Dragons sect failed and returned. He clicked his tongue darkly. Wei Yuan's aptitude was unstable to begin with. To get resources, he even worked for others, harming the reputation of void refinement cultivators. Beating him isn't difficult for us. Suddenly, Shangguan's sword trembled violently, as if about to fly out of its scabbard. On the other side, Huang Jihao experienced the same thing with the sword at his side. Both of them confusedly reached out to hold their swords. Shangguan Qiujian blurted out, What's going on? Why is my sword trying to fly out? He also added suspiciously, Is it a bomb? As soon as he finished speaking, Shangguan hurriedly rushed outside. It's not a bomb. The two of them rushed out of the room. The courtyard was in complete chaos. Everyone was panicking as they saw their swords suddenly fly into the sky. Looking at the scene above, they couldn't help but be shocked. Countless swords of all kinds were being sucked straight into the sky by some energy. Shangguan and Huang Jihao couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Suddenly he thought of something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he muttered, Myriad swords homage. The sword spirit is singing. This is. All the swords in the sky suddenly turned sideways, then stabbed straight forward. All of them were rushing through the air towards a certain place. This is the eternal sword Dao. At the same time, in a cave dwelling with a familiar slogan inscribed, Hanju was sitting cross-legged inside, head bowed in silence. Suddenly, he raised his head, revealing firm eyes, flashing with a deadly light. Huang Jihao followed the direction that countless glowing swords were rushing towards in the sky, then blurted out two words, Great Yan. He wondered what they meant by eternal sword Dao. Qiujian immediately explained. It's a type of rarely seen, 10,000-year level swordplay divine power. A strange look of interest appeared on his face. I didn't expect such a heaven-defying talent to appear today. Hearing Chuijian's explanation, Huang Jihao instinctively thought of Hanju's back. Unless it's him. Suddenly, he asked darkly, if I join the true martial sect, what level of divine power can I cultivate? Shangguan Chuijian frowned and replied, with your talent, it's impossible to reach this level. After saying that, he broke into a sweat, thinking to himself, you actually dare to think that? Forget it anyway. It was a well-intentioned lie. Suddenly, a shadow flashed across the sky. As fast as lightning, a figure crashed down from the sky right in front of them, startling Chuijian and Huang Jihao. The person glared, eyes bloodshot with crimson veins, and shouted, who has comprehended the eternal sword Tao? The disheveled old man stretched out his arms, looking up at the sky, and shouted, this old master spent 3,000 years of bitter cultivation to achieve heavenly-born sword heart, but failed. Why? Heaven is truly unfair. Seeing this scene, the two people on the other side seemed petrified. Huang Jihao was sweating. Just now? You said my heavenly-born sword heart wasn't up to par? Chief Jian immediately denied it. At the same time, a scream suddenly rang out in the Yuqing sect. Everyone was in an uproar, because several swords suddenly flew into the sky. Some people were shocked to realize they were flying towards a nearby mountain. On the mountain, Hanju muttered annoyedly, it's still early, and it's already so noisy outside, disturbing my comprehension of divine powers. Don't you have any humanity? He said, stepping out of the cave in annoyance. He Yuji and Xun Changzhan, seeing their master finally appear, immediately chirped and came over. When Hanju looked up at the sky and saw countless swords rushing towards him, he was also dumbfounded. What's going on? The two immediately rushed forward, panicking. Some expert is coming to our door, let's run! Contrary to their haste, he just suspiciously extended his hand. A radiant circle of light appeared on Hanju's palm. Why do I feel like these swords are mine to command? Unless this is because of me. Thinking this, he tried to issue a command to recall them. The circle immediately shrank. A moment later, the last bit of light in the sky gradually dissipated. The light surrounding the swords immediately died out, and they began to sway in the air. The next second, countless swords in the sky suddenly fell straight down to the ground around Hanju. Seeing this scene, He Yuji and Xun Changwan couldn't help but admire. As expected of Master, his actions are extraordinary. Danger averted. At this moment, the system suddenly popped up to announce that he had comprehended the divine power, Myriad Ancient Extreme Sword Davio. Hanju was surprised to learn that divine powers were divided into different levels. He raised his hand and rubbed his chin, pursing his lips to ponder the name given to this divine power. A moment later, Hanju called it Three Purities Sword World. The system immediately confirmed it. In addition, he was the first to comprehend it, so he could choose to raise his luck. Hanju decided to choose to cultivate humbly and receive a spirit treasure. On the other side, He Yuji and Xun Changwan, seeing that he hadn't moved for a long time, couldn't help but wonder, isn't he suffering from a backlash of power? As soon as they spoke, Hanju's whole body suddenly flashed, making them couldn't help but scream, my dog eyes. This time, he got another third-grade defensive spirit treasure, Can Earth Yellow Imperial Spirit, which can automatically resist and attack others. Hanju fell into thought. If I immediately make some arrogant action now, will the system not take back the spirit treasure? Thinking this, he immediately refuted himself. Arrogant behavior is not in line with my style of work. But when he looked at the two fools staring at him with sparkling eyes, Hanju felt that he couldn't be humble. At the same time, at the Nine Dragons sect in Qinshuan Prefecture, a somewhat gloomy atmosphere enveloped the vast space. Inside the hall was a giant incense burner emitting billowing smoke. The sect master of the Nine Dragons sect sat opposite Wei Yuan. I have come to discuss something with you. He couldn't help but wonder why he had suddenly come to find him. The sect master said in a deep voice, I also know that my sect and the Zhenwu sect have been fighting for a long time, seriously damaging our resources. Today, I want to let my disciples join the Daiyan cultivation world. That place is small, and the dynasty's luck is weak, suitable for us to develop. What do you think about me letting you go first? These words immediately stunned Wei Yuan. He clenched his teeth nervously. Advance into Daiyan. Isn't that courting death? Wei Yuan tried to persuade. Daiyan is not what it seems. Let's attack somewhere else. The Nine Dragons sect master still believed Great Yan was weak, and even wondered why he'd been so jumpy ever since returning from that battle. Dude's clueless. Besides, If you handle this well, the sect master position will be yours sooner or later, unless you disappoint me. Pressure's on." Hearing that, Wei Yuan roared inwardly, "I don't need your help." With that, he stood up, making the decision himself. Despite the dude's uncooperative expression, "You prepare well, I'll go select disciples first." Like he even cares what the guy thinks. Watching the sect master's departing figure, Wei Yuan clenched his fists in anger, trembling all over. "You old fox! You're forcing my hand, grr! I finally got settled down to cultivate, and you're dumping work on me. When the plan starts, just you wait. The man from back then is back!" He gnashed his teeth in secret. Time for payback. Hanju created an eternal grade divine power, causing an anomaly. Whoa, epic. In an instant, all the sects felt danger. Except for that one Taoist named Huang. No one believed the great power who created the eternal sword Dao would be hiding in Great Yan. They have no idea. Huang Jihao raised the drawing of Hanju high, arguing with a red face against the surrounding mockery. "I guarantee with my own character, Great Yan really has a sword immortal. He's so passionate." Seeing him getting defensive about his drawing skills. Poor guy. Shangguan Kinki, sitting with his legs dangling on the wall, helplessly agreed, "I feel ya, bro." At the same time, on a majestic mountain, Hanju's voice echoed. The puppet's almost done. He carved a humorous wooden statue while mumbling, "Needs some polish." Suddenly, the system popped up. "Congratulations on Hanju's 300th birthday. Happy birthday, Hanju. You've reached 100 years of cultivation. You can choose to immediately exit secluded cultivation or continue cultivating humbly. Decisions. Hanju was stunned by the number on the notification. Time flies when you're cultivating. Unsurprisingly, he chose to continue cultivating humbly. Then, Hanju received a rank 3 spirit treasure, the heart-protecting heavenly immortal cord, sweet loot. This spirit treasure can automatically absorb spiritual chi and automatically protect you in battle. Reading the system's information, Hanju couldn't help but praise it in his heart. Awesome. At this moment, Hei Yuji and Xun Changjian started their usual admiring praise. Seeing them like that, he couldn't help but puff out his chest. "Your master is in a good mood today, so I'll impart a mystical technique to you two." As soon as he finished speaking, the two idiots immediately cheered and thanked Hanju. At this moment, a system notification quietly appeared in the corner. On the notification were countless messages about the damage that others outside were suffering, and the last message was about Sun Qi being captured by the Great Jin Dynasty royal family. Oh no, Su Qi's in trouble. At the same time, in a magnificent and luxurious mansion in Great Jin, Su Qi was thrown violently to the ground, gritting his teeth and crying out in pain. He struggled to ask, "Where is this?" The grim-faced soldier replied, "This is Great Jin." He smirked and said through gritted teeth, "Consider yourself lucky. The emperor specifically ordered you to marry the eldest princess. Before the wedding, you're not allowed to go anywhere." After speaking, the soldier slammed the door shut and left before Su Qi could say anything rude. Outside the door, two guards were constantly discussing the eldest princess's wedding, wondering why the national teacher said the fate of the Great Jin Dynasty depended on this little brat. What's the big deal? Inside the dark and silent room, the boy was trembling as he stood up. "Things are not good. I'm locked up in a dynasty again." "Not again. If saving me means going against a dynasty, then master, you don't need to come." Sun Qi raised his head in despair. "Don't give up hope." Suddenly, a bunch of loud yelling and desperate cries for help burst out outside the door, totally catching him off guard. Through the shadows dancing on the door, Sun Qi could see blood splattering everywhere, mixed with monster screams and grasshoppers. Mr. Nosy Pants here decides to open the door like, "Grasshoppers? What's so scary about those?" And bam! The first thing he sees is a grasshopper staring right at him with its beady little eyes. Su Qi steps outside, frozen solid as he stares at two giant grasshoppers in front of him. His jaw drops, eyes bug out, dude's completely petrified, watching the giant grasshoppers scare the living daylights out of everyone, sending them running in all directions. Sukichi's first thought is about his Shifu. His little voice echoes through the air. "Thanks for the assist, Shifu. I definitely won't screw up this mission." Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Hanju is scratching his head, reading the system notification. "Your disciple Su Qi's bad luck is still going strong. The Great Jin Dynasty is in trouble. Grasshoppers, floods, plagues. The end is nigh. once-in-a-millennium disaster. After a week of grasshopper madness, Sun-Chi figures all the crap he's been through has been survivable because his Shifu's been secretly watching his back. The kid stands quietly in the wind and dust. Sun-Chi tried yelling for his Shifu but got no response. "You have been watching me for more than half a year, making me feel the dryness of a person." The poor kid's face is all sunken and gaunt. Gotta hang in there. Only through loneliness can you become an immortal and seek the Da path. Suddenly, Sun-Chi spots something by a tree in the distance. Chillin' in the cool shade of the tree is an old dude with a staff, looking all zen and silent. Naturally, the kid goes over to ask, "Where is this place?" The old guy just grunts, "Beizhou, North Province," and that's it. But when Sun-Chi hears Beizhou, he's instantly in shock. It's been almost 100 years. Finally, the kid can't help but yell with joy, I finally made it to Beizhou." Then, out in nowhere, Sun-Chi drops to his knees. "Shifu, are you seeing this?" The kid's beaming, looking up at the sky, soaking in the light. "Victory, your disciple hasn't let you down." Watching this whole scene, the old man can't help but ask, "So happy to be in Beizhou, you know what Beizhou's like, right?" Sun-Chi sniffles, wipes his nose, and says honestly, "Not really, but isn't the demon taming sect in Beizhou?" The old man raises an eyebrow. "What's your connection to the Yu Yao Mozong?" Sun-Chi practically vibrates with excitement. "I'll have a connection once I join." The old dude's like, "Hold up, Yu Yao Mozong has crazy high standards. Even if you're at the Jindan stage, getting in isn't a cakewalk. Plus, Beizhou is monster central. Take it from me. Don't go to Beizhou. That place is a living hell," the old man warns. All serious, like. Sun-Chi just scratches his head, all clueless, and says he'll be careful. The old man sighs. Stubborn little brat. Going to his death. Meanwhile, the kid's thinking, could Beizhou really be tougher than my Shifu? Fast forward 5 years. It's a snowy day. The sky's all white and blurry. Perfect snowflakes gently land on the familiar characters carved outside Hanju's cave, with happy cheers echoing around. As soon as they saw the snow, Shun Changwan and Hei Yuji immediately ran outside, working together to build a snowman of their Shifu. While they're having a blast, Hanju looks up at the sky like, "Damn, this snow's kinda intense." Suddenly, the system throws another notification at him, freaking him out. It says, 10,000-year demon is about to wake up. Hanju has to choose. Either go out and slay the demon right now, or keep training and stay out of danger. Meanwhile, high up on a treacherous, snow-covered mountain range, the snow's falling so thick you can't see anything. Yang Tiandong frowned, losing his patience. "How much longer?" the tree demon immediately soothed. "Almost there. The great Tianzu Demon King is waking up from his deep slumber." He frowned even deeper, looking doubtful. If he's really that strong, why was he injured and asleep for 2,000 years? Hearing that, it sneered, 2,000 years ago, this place was still our demon race's happy land. Tianzu Demon King was the only demon king of this land. All the demons listened to his commands. Once, the Demon King saved an injured cultivator, and that jerk ambushed and sealed him here. Now the seal's fading, and the Demon King is about to wake up. The tree demon growled, "The glory of the demon race will definitely be rebuilt." Hearing this, Yang Tiandong couldn't help but be curious. Aren't those cultivators worried that the Tianzu Demon King will revive? It smirked sarcastically. People's hearts are uglier than demons. 2,000 years have passed, and we're no longer on the same side. They even slaughter each other sometimes. So now is our chance to rise again. Hearing that, he just silently walked on. A moment later, Yang Tiandong probed again. "When the Tianzu Demon King wakes up, will you guys massacre the Dayan human race?" The tree demon frowned, puzzled. "Of course. This territory is ours." Hearing that, the image of his master flashed in his mind. Yang Tiandong contemplated, deciding he had to find a way to mediate. Suddenly, the tree demon stopped walking, warning them, "Be on guard, Yao energy to protect yourselves." Leaving him startled and confused, it pointed to the mountain peak ahead and explained, "That's where the Demon King was sealed. Even after all these years, the pressure is still there." The demons behind them were equally stunned. A moment later, on the snowy peak, the seal had completely dissipated. Numerous cracks appeared on the surface of the ice. A second later, a huge crack suddenly appeared, signaling that something was about to break free. An eye flashed open, emitting dense, baleful energy, slowly opening, followed by a demon crawling out from under the rocks, roaring like crazy. The next second, It shot off like lightning into the distance. Yang Tiandong and the demons below had to raise their hands to shield themselves from the blinding light. He gritted his teeth in disbelief. The pressure is terrifying, far beyond the feeling my master gives me. Master's in danger. Back to Hanju's choices. He decided to continue Cultivate and got the Fusang tree increasing from heaven and earth, spiritual energy. He held the gleaming ball of light in his hand. After 10,000 years, it can attract golden crows. Golden crows aren't suns. After 1,000,000 years, it can connect to other worlds. 1,000,000 years. That's too long, Hanju thoughtfully observed it. Then he turned to call Shun Chang'an, who was building a snowman. He blankly stared at the strange orb he was given. Hanju said this was his treasure tree, and told Chang'an to plant it carefully. He glared, threatening, If it doesn't grow well, I'll be asking you." He was immediately scared, stiff, and hastily obeyed. After Shun Chang'an ran off with the Fusang tree in his arms, the system had a new notification. Hanju narrowed his eyes after reading the notification, looking less than pleased. At the same time, inside a massive, ancient library, curses and shouts echoed continuously. Trash! Deep inside the messy rooms filled with papers, unrestrained insults rang out. The Jade Pure sect is just like this. Is this the #1 sect of Dayan? So weak. Qing Xian held up a book with pictures of hot girls. This one isn't bad, it's just too old and can't see it clearly. Save it for later. Now I should solve the Transcend God Elder first, he muttered, as he stuffed the book into his robes. At this moment someone discovered the intruder and shouted, "2 Jade Pure sect disciples. Angrily slashed. Dared to steal scriptures. Dared to sneak into the forbidden area. Did not put your hands up and surrender." But, just a few seconds later, they were blasted through the walls, flying outside with screams of terror. Qing Xian sneered, watching him leave. Is this the level? No wonder the Zhan Shen Elder is called the strongest cultivator in Dayan. Pretty average if you ask me. After wandering around the sect, I still think this mountain has the richest spiritual energy, and it's also where the Zhan Shen Elder is in secluded meditation, he muttered, gazing at the distant peak. I really want to see the look on your face when you're kneeling and begging for mercy before me. What a pathetic expression that'll be. Qing Xian curled his lips with amusement. At the same moment, Hanju finished reading the notification and muttered grimly, Qing Xian, a blood flame heaven sect elder, is causing havoc at the Qingyu sect. If that's the case, then it looks like I'll have to take care of you. Qing Xian. After making his decision, he immediately shot toward the mountain peak where Hanju was. He was so fast, he could almost rival the wind, whipping up flurries of snow. Qing Xian recalled a conversation he'd had with Liu Buyi. To think you are so eager to improve yourself, asking about the Dayan, but this time coming to Dayan. Don't forget our main objective, brother, he drawled. Our main goal is to investigate the powerful enemies for the sect. I know my limits, and my plan is to pretend to be disciples of theirs, Qing Xian said in a gloomy tone. If the sect is strong, then we'll think about it later. If it's weak, I'll just wipe them out. Back in reality, he glanced disdainfully ahead. Seeing that the inside of the Jade Purity sect is like this, it's no wonder Zhu Ding Zhenren isn't sure about staying here. Cultivating like frogs at the bottom of a well, they'll never get far. A moment later, he was finally about to arrive. The spiritual energy is getting denser and denser. Must be getting close. If I'm not mistaken, they seem to call this place Bitter Cultivation to Immortality Mountain. Qing Xian landed lightly on a tree branch. This name has terrible taste. Immediately after, he leaped into the air. Anyway, if he doesn't agree, it's a suitable place to bury him. As he finished speaking, suddenly a gigantic head appeared in front of Qing Xian, its mouth wide open as if to swallow him whole. Caught off guard, Qing Xian's eyes widened in horror, practically bulging out of their sockets. By the time he calmed down and looked again, the head had completely vanished into thin air. Was that an illusion? Qing Xian muttered, dripping with sweat. He stared at Bitter Cultivation to Immortality Mountain before him, and for some reason, a feeling of lurking danger filled his heart. This is the first time after so many years of reaching the fusion realm that Qing Xian has felt like this. There are some freaks in the cultivation world that can't be judged by common sense. Thinking this, he decided to raise 2 fingers. Casting a spell, better to be careful. A blue light, like flickering flames, enveloped Qing Xian's entire body. After completing it a moment later, he finally closed his eyes and silently breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, On bitter cultivation to immortality mountain, Hanju was sitting in silent meditation. I can sense him already, perhaps he can as well. A moment later, after confirming that Qingxian had arrived, he slowly opened his icy, terrifying eyes. At this moment, Qingxian was standing right above Hanju, observing him. A strapping young man with a cultivation of only foundation establishment, 9th level. Must be a disciple of the Zihan Shen elder, Qingxian thought. Then called out, Hanju, where is the Zihan Shen elder? Just then, the system suddenly notified him that Qingxian had developed favorable feelings toward him. Hanju asked calmly, Qingxian, what's the matter? He happily narrowed his eyes. Of course, it's to invite him to submit to our blood flame sect. Before Qingxian could finish speaking, he suddenly widened his eyes in shock, because before him, the young man suddenly reached out his hand and summoned something. How about you take one of my sword strikes first? As he finished speaking, a sword appeared in Hanju's hand. Qingxian couldn't help but stare in disbelief. The origin of this object is not simple. Right then and there, he tilted his head back and roared at the top of his lungs. 3. After Hanju growled out the word, all he saw were a bunch of dazzling sword flashes going haywire in front of him. It was at this moment that Qingxian suddenly realized something and gaped. A Rongshu realm cultivator. You're the elder Zihan Shen. At the same time, he yelled, 2. Hanju raised his sword in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the sword was plunged straight into the ground, and the point of impact immediately flashed blindingly. Immediately afterwards, countless chaotic sword streaks suddenly appeared around where he was standing. Qingxian was caught off guard and immediately got slashed on the shoulder. Oops, messed up. Gotta bail, he thought, glancing upwards. At this moment, then, Qingxian realized in despair that he was surrounded, with no way out. The sword energy is too OP, can't handle it. This time, I'm definitely a goner. No other choice but to create chaos, and then run away while he has the chance. He beckoned with 2 fingers. A lotus platform with a pagoda appeared from nowhere on Qingxian's palm. He muttered to himself, Sorry, Xiaoqing. Then, a second later, the pagoda suddenly grew larger, and Xian also jumped into the air. Under Hanju's gaze, he raised 2 fingers between his face, his eyes full of hatred as he cursed. Major loss, I'll remember this debt. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion occurred, shaking the entire snow mountain. Blood and flesh splattered like danmaku. It was the self-destruction of a spirit treasure. A moment later, somewhere else, Qingxian coughed up a mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth in pain, kneeling on the ground, panting. The unprecedentedly domineering sword energy spread to him again. Qingxian hadn't yet escaped from his utter shock. Just this one move, and I'm already broke. Elder Zihan Shen. What kind of demon is he? Can't stay here for long. Gotta quickly report this to the Blood Flame Heaven sect. Thinking this, he struggled to his feet. The yin-yang separation technique means the soul and body split into 2. Once one of the 2 dies, the remaining part automatically becomes the main body. This saved Qingxian when his self-destruction failed. Back to Hanju, who watched Qingxian's body explode into 100,000 pieces. He didn't miss the spiritual energy streams twisting and turning on the hill. Hanju looked at them, frowning unhappily. Another clone. My strength is exposed. He turned around, gazing at the surrounding scenery. It was my carelessness. The enemy is careful too. It won't be easy next time. If I beat the small one, will the old one come? Suddenly, Hanju remembered a good friend of his and rummaged through his belongings. A moment later, he took out a talisman, covered board, muttering, That way, targeting will be much easier. One morning, 3 years later, at the Blood Flame Heaven sect, the sound of counting echoed continuously in the barracks. 1. Ha! A few disciples shouted in unison, practicing hard. Liu Budi was sternly scolding, Forget the hair. Fight seriously in every battle. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded, Senior brother, you're finally back. As soon as he turned his head, he was immediately shocked by Qingxian's miserable appearance. He was covered in injuries, trembling as he replied, Lost a clone, suffered a backlash of original chi, that's why I'm heavily injured, but more than anything, I encountered all sorts of misfortunes on the way back. After hearing Qingxian's explanation, Liu Budi wasn't too worried anymore. Suddenly, he curiously looked behind his junior brother. Behind him was a banner that read, Great Yan Pri, War Swearing Ceremony. Liu Budi happily explained, Our sect's disciples have completed their training. Together we will flatten Great Yan. he smiled gleefully, full of confidence. In Qingwan's mind, Hanju's life, reaping devil image, instantly popped up, scaring her to tears as she screamed to stop them. Absolutely not. The road to Dayan. Inside the Bloodflame Heavenly Gates camp, a shout rang out. Impetuous junior brother. Absolutely not. Dayan's Jade Purity sect has an exceptionally strong expert. You can't even withstand one move from him. Let's discuss the military expedition slowly. Liu Buyi was stunned and found it hard to believe. Qing-An sobbed, pointing at her face. Or do you think this is just a disguise? Even so, he still hesitated slightly. My Bloodflame Heavenly Gate is fully prepared. If we give up now, wouldn't all that preparation be wasted? Moreover, our sect has just unified Dawei, and the subordinates' morale is high. Striking a blow to morale at this time is inappropriate. We still need a lot of resources. We definitely must send troops. We have that guest elder. It's not certain that we won't have a chance to win. Liu Buyi tried to persuade him. Qinglan coldly analyzed. Elder Zahan Shen has always been humble. The Jade Purity sect can become Dayan's #1 sect because of him. On the surface, he's a Rongshu realm cultivator, but his aura is incredibly profound and unfathomable. Even that guest elder isn't guaranteed to gain the upper hand against him. Junior brother also knows that my intuition is very accurate. I'm not afraid of the 1 in 10,000 chance, but I'm afraid of the 10,001. Hearing this, Liu Buyi immediately fell into a difficult position. A moment later, he suddenly turned his head and announced loudly, "Change the target to attack Shi Yuanzhao instead." Leaving the soldiers dumbfounded and confused, Liu Buyi raised his hands high in the sky and declared clearly, "The Nine Dragons sect of Shi Yuanzhou has recently experienced changes. Let's take advantage of their weakness and strike a painful blow. This is our opportunity." After hearing this, the soldiers below immediately raised their weapons and slogans, responding enthusiastically. Only then did Qing-An turn to leave. He heard his senior brother say that they would win the war, and immediately thanked him with a respectful bow before Liu Buyi's respectful gesture. He was still lost in thought. How could Dayan have such a master? At the same time, in the northern part of Dayan, the wind and snow continued to howl. On the mountain peak, Tiansu Yaowang looked at the demons bowing before him. "From now on you are all my demon generals. Any objections?" Shu Yao was the first to respond. "We will follow the Yaowang's orders. When will we bathe the Dayan human race in blood?" His eyes flashed. When did this king ever say I wanted to bathe the human race in blood? Suddenly, the Yao Wang caught sight of something that seemed quite surprising. His gaze quickly fixed on Yang Tiandong, who was kneeling respectfully. Tiansu Yao Wang observed the two different energies. Half demon power, half human aura. He smirked with interest. Half human, half demon. And with such a strong aura, so well hidden, no wonder they didn't notice. Then, the Yao Wang called him over. Startling, Yang Tiandong, stunned by his enormous figure, he only felt suffocating fear, the oppressive atmosphere all encompassing. Yang Tiandong stood up, looked up at Tiansu Yao Wang. Perhaps walking into the abyss, he is the master of abyss. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered something, and his eyes widened in horror. Crap! At the same time, somewhere else, at the Julong sect, a man chained to a rock 10 times his size was laboriously growling a name. "Wei Yuan," he gasped. "This old man will never coexist with you." At this moment, he gave a sinister smile, took a knife, and walked over. "Senior brother, it's been a few years since that Jade Purity sect disciple returned, hasn't it?" Wei Yuan and the knife approached the man. "Let me tell you, it's been 16 years. Do you know how I've lived these 16 years? After I returned, I was always restrained by you. It was difficult to bribe your confidants." His eyes were full of hatred and resentment. Faced with the knife at his throat, the man kept his eyes tightly closed. Junior brother wouldn't think so far. "Who exactly are you?" A while later, Wei Yuan came out with his clothes stained with blood. The Julong sect members immediately greeted him respectfully. One of them asked, "What's our development direction? Where's the sect master?" He indifferently told them to just focus on cultivation. Suddenly, that guy suggested attacking Great Yan, which made Wei Yuan whip around in shock. His roar echoed throughout the building. "No one is allowed to mention Great Yan again?" The disciples immediately agreed in a fluster. At the same time, Han Ju was sitting and looking at the Book of Misfortune. Li Qianlong's name was crossed out, but Xiao Yi and Qingxian were still there. He couldn't help but frown and sigh. It's been so long and nothing's changed. Selling them for scraps wouldn't even get me much. Barbecue is more useful, you guys. The ones who should die never do. Hanju put down the Book of Misfortune, stretching wearily. The last battle didn't account for enemies as careful as me. The Book of Misfortune is useless against him. In the future, if I encounter formidable enemies, I have to use my ultimate move to kill them immediately. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Elder Han," making Hanju pause. Li Qingzi rushed over, waving his hands frantically, and announced loudly, "Something terrible has happened." Contrary to his urgency, Hanju was indifferent. Is it a 10,000-year-old demon attacking, or is the Blood Flame Heaven sect here? Li Qingzi immediately denied it, then recounted the story of Wei Yuan becoming the new sect master of the Zhulong sect. Will he come here for revenge? Hearing Hanju's jaw dropped in surprise. He recalled Wei Yuan's disdainful face, "Need me to be the sect master," and broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a smile. Can that even work? Hanju secretly awarded Wei Yuan a gold medal for the illusory god internal competition. He glanced at the system notification about Zhulong sect's sect master Huang Zuntian, and couldn't help but sigh. As expected of you, old Huang, scheming as always. Hanju reassured the head elder. Don't worry, Wei Yuan and I have a promise. He won't come to cause trouble for me. Seeing his confidence, Li Qingzi perked up. That's great, Elder Han. Afterwards, Hanju was about to leave to continue cultivating when he was called back again. He looked back at Li Qingzi in confusion. Is there anything else? He suggested that Hanju become the fourth Xumna generation head teacher of the Jade Pure sect. You've put so much effort into the Jade Pure sect over the years. Your outstanding contributions deserve the position of sect master. There's no one more suitable than you. Li Qingzi became more impassioned as he spoke. Responding to his enthusiasm was Hanju's extremely cold refusal. He turned and went into the cave, ignoring Li Qingzi's pleading. Being the head teacher is really not easy. Enduring beatings every day is one thing, but you also have to manage all sorts of things. The key is, there's no time to cultivate. Thus, he turned into an invisible stone statue in front of the cave. Xun Changnan calmly walked past Li Qingzi, carrying a bucket of water. He watched him scoop water to water the trees and sighed. After so many years, the bitter cultivation mountain has grown bigger. What kind of heavenly treasure is it that can produce such powerful spiritual energy during the germination period? Moreover, this demon pet's cultivation is at the golden core stage, stronger than some of the disciples in the sect. They're not even as good as a chicken. Li Qingzi watched He Yuji. Suddenly, someone came from behind. He thought it was another Golden Core Realm demon. Half a second later, when he clearly saw who it was, Lin Qingzi exclaimed in shock. Heavens! Half human, half demon. A moment later, Yang Tiandong came before Hanju, looking proud, and greeted him. Hanju coldly replied, You still know your way back. Hanju crossed his arms, bored, waiting for him to burst into tears and latch onto his leg. I was captured by a demon king. Yang Tiandong was wailing tragically, having gone through so much hardship to become a demon king. He loves his demon subjects so much, he can't just abandon them. Hanju just casually mocked. Your portrayal of a demon king isn't very convincing. It wasn't until he mentioned that a Tiansu demon king, the strongest in history, had appeared in Great Yan, that Hanju was taken aback. Could it be that 10,000-year-old demon? Yang Tiandong gritted his teeth. The previous demon kings could only submit. He even forced me to become his adopted son. He's plotting. He's raising his clansmen. And Great Yan is now preparing to mobilize the demon horde to advance on the border of Great Yan. Hearing this, Hanju's expression immediately darkened. Tell me that again. Yang Tiandong repeated the matter of Tiansu Demon King preparing to unify Great Yan, but Hanju told him to repeat the sentence before that. Yang Tiandong drooped. Tiansu Demon King forced me to become his adopted son. I couldn't refuse. Hearing this, Hanju immediately flew into a rage, grinding his teeth. So he's stealing my son? How strong is he? Tiansu Demon King is, at least in the fusion realm, just his aura alone could kill us. Thinking of this, Yang Tiandong knelt heavily on the ground and wailed, I used the excuse of scouting Great Yan to escape. Let's run. After Hanju said they wouldn't run, Yang Tiandong immediately looked up in worry, only to see Hanju curl his lips into a sinister smile. Now go back and meet that demon king. Just say your master greatly admires him. Basically, help me say some nice things, and make him develop a good impression of your master. Hanju smiled, squinting his eyes. Yang Tiandong blushed at that smile, stammering, Master, are you planning to side with the enemy? Hanju didn't answer, but just kicked Yang Tiandong out of the cave abode. Just do as I say. 3 months later, Hanju read a system notification and exclaimed in surprise, Sun Qi has joined the demon-taming sect again. Hanju sighed and continued to meditate. Suddenly, the system reminded him that Tiansu Demon King had developed a favorable impression of him. Hanju was immediately overjoyed. Yang Tiandong, you're too good, though I don't know what you said to sway him. At the same time, his good, nothing disciple was happily showing off an extremely seductive drawing of Hanju. This is my master, the one who's always admired your excellency. Shiashu Demon immediately chimed in with flattery. Truly a great beauty. How about arranging for her to become the lady of the stronghold? What does your excellency think? Yang Tiandong immediately corrected. Hanju isn't a woman. It calmly reassured the demon race. We don't mind such things. Look at how satisfied your excellency is. Elsewhere, Hanju slammed the Book of Misfortune down. Everything is ready. 4th level of the fusion realm. Relying on my current 7th level of the void amalgamation realm, the chances of winning aren't great, but the Book of Misfortune can help. Even high-level cultivators can't calculate karma. Although the curse can't kill the enemy, it can make the enemy unlucky, no matter the level of cultivation. As long as these people are on the friend list, the Book of Misfortune will have a target to curse. If I just write the name, the power of the curse won't be enough. Lai Qianlong is proof of that. The important thing is that Hanju has never cursed with all his might. This requires a lot of spiritual energy. This time, he'll try using his entire body's spiritual energy to curse Tiansu Demon King and see what happens. Light flashed from the Book of Misfortune, causing Hanju's face to become slightly distorted. The light seemed to seep into every inch of skin, illuminating every expression on his face. The system also emitted a piercing warning. Excessive use of the Book of Misfortune will result in backlash. At this moment, the northern peak of Great Yan was covered in pure white snow. Suddenly, Tiansu Demon King roared in pain, and countless drops of blood sprayed in all directions. He sat on the ground with difficulty, coughing violently, vomiting blood. Nearly 5 hours of cursing. Who exactly did I offend that dares to use such methods? Tiansu gasped for breath wearily. Blood continued to gush from his mouth. Could it be that they've returned? That's impossible. Rewinding time to tens of thousands of years ago, at that time he was so frightened by the scene before him that he stuttered, unable to utter a word. Before Tiansu was countless pillars of light piercing through the gloomy clouds, shining straight down to the ground. That was a divine miracle. At that time, he had also seen the celestial Buddhas in the sky. With his own eyes, Tiansu couldn't help but think now, is this them knowing my plan to destroy Great Yan and warning me? Hanju's side wasn't much better either. It was the first time he'd cursed continuously for 5 whole hours. After reading the notification that the Tiansu Demon King was suffering from the curse, Hanju couldn't help but be surprised. The Book of Misfortune finally gave a response. First time ever. He slammed the Book of Misfortune shut. Let's stop here. The effect of going all out is truly OP, even though it's dealing 10,000 damage to the enemy while taking 800 yourself. Hanju also suffered the side effect of bleeding from all 7 orifices. TN. The 5 senses, plus mouth and anus. He sat cross-legged, looking outside, deciding to curse the Tiansu Demon King once every 3 years, so that this guy wouldn't plot against them anymore. 5 years later, at the place where 2 trees were intertwined in a strange shape, a coat was casually tossed on the hanger, and faint gasping sounds echoed around. Sheng Hongxuan, red-faced and sweating, glanced at Hanju, who was breathing heavily. He tilted his head back, looking satisfied. That's right, just like that. This is so comfortable. She was so overwhelmed by the spiciness that she had to fan herself to cool down. Hubby, what did you make? Hanju happily replied. It's snail noodles. I used to be really good at making this. Suddenly, he sensed 2 auras from the void amalgamation realm approaching the Jade Pure sect, and he turned his head sharply. One of them is an old acquaintance. Seeing Hanju suddenly stand up, Sheng Hongxuan asked in confusion. He just told her to wait for him and left. Xing Hongshuan looked at the irresistibly fragrant bowl of snail noodles, her mouth watering. "Hubby, come back soon. It won't be good cold. If not, I'll eat it for you." At this time, the two auras Hanju sensed had arrived outside the Jade Pure sect. This is the Jade Pure sect that Yuan mentioned. Shangguan Chuajian sneered disdainfully. "Does this place really have the expert Yuan talked about? I can't sense any particularly strong sword intent. Seems like that's all there is to it." Huang Jihao just calmly said, "Don't be too hasty to judge him." Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind them, startling them and making them turn their heads sharply. Seeing Hanju Yan Yi step forward and Huang Jihao hurriedly greeted him, Shangguan Chujian was puzzled. "When did you arrive? I didn't sense him at all." Shangguan Chujian widened his eyes in disbelief. This is the senior that Huang Jihao described. He grabbed the abstract drawing from Jihao and asked him to practice drawing again. Huang Jihao awkwardly explained, "I didn't know the senior had changed his hairstyle." Hanju stared at them darkly. While Shangguan Chujian was burying his head in the drawing, he whispered to Jihao, "If you've been kidnapped, blink once." He explained in confusion, "Senior, please rest assured, we have no ill intentions. This is Shangguan Chujian, the #1 sword cultivator of the true martial teaching in the West Abyss province. He's here to discuss swordsmanship and compete with you." Hanju was a little speechless when he heard about the competition. Just the 9th level of the Void Amalgamation Realm, how dare he? Over there, Shangguan Chijian seemed very confident. "Fellow cultivator, rest assured, it's just a friendly competition. It will definitely not affect the relationship between the Jade Pure sect and the true martial teaching." He lowered his head in frustration and sighed, "I really hate trouble. I'll unleash one sword strike. If you can withstand it, I'll consider myself the loser." Huang Jihao's eyes widened, and his mouth dropped open in shock upon hearing this proposal. Shangguan Chijian's arrogant reply made him even more horrified. "Are you looking down on me, sir? I really want to see what mysteries your sword holds." Hearing this, Hanju raised his head darkly and summoned his sword. "Then I'll have to offend you, Shangguan fellow cultivator." As soon as the sword appeared, Huang Jihao's eyes widened in fear. "We're done for. Senior is even stronger than last time." Shangguan Chuejian was also sweating under the pressure, gritting his teeth, his body tensing up involuntarily and giving rise to a sense of invincibility. He raised his hand to draw his sword, but Hanju had already unleashed a slash towards him. A slash from the Zhuque God sword, like a tornado, swept towards Shangguan Chujian. He was stunned, disbelieving at its terrifying speed, and it was already in front of his face, in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, Shangguan Chujian was shocked, and his consciousness became chaotic. His life's memories replayed in his head like a sped movie. It started with Shangguan Chujian living happily with his family. Then he joined the true martial sect and met the girl he loved. Before long, Shangguan Chujian witnessed his lover cheating on him, and he was heartbroken. Afterward, he kept fighting to dispel his sorrow, becoming a heartless wanderer. These replayed memories stunned Shangguan Chujian, leaving his mouth agape. Back in reality, he was still standing there dumbfounded, practically frozen. That sword strike split the ground next to Shangguan Chujian in two. Hanju sheathed his sword and sighed. "Using my left hand is indeed less accurate." Huang Jihao was stunned. Knowing Hanju had held back, Hanju glanced indifferently at Shangguan Chujian. "Looks like you can't even take one strike." The next second, he suddenly knelt heavily on the ground, catching everyone off guard. Shangguan Chujian was stunned, in disbelief, not even having a chance to resist. The #1 sword cultivator of the true martial sect in the Western Abyss continent couldn't even withstand one strike, yet he wants to be the #1 sword cultivator in the world? How laughable. Suddenly, Hanju spoke, shocking him. "As the saying goes, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. How can you see a rainbow without weathering the storm? Your talent is outstanding. If you want to defeat me in the future, it's not impossible." He smiled, looking like an angel guiding a destined one in the light. "I have high hopes for you." These words moved Shangguan Chuanjian to tears. He collapsed to his knees, muttering with his head down, "I failed." Shangguan Chujian was listless, like a soulless husk drained of all vitality. Hanju looked confusedly at Huang Jihao, who was checking on him, wondering if he had gone too far. Maybe he didn't come to cause trouble, but simply to seek guidance. He turned around, feigning indifference. "I held back just now. He should be able to recover. Don't talk about what happened today." Suddenly, Shangguan Chujian loudly told Hanju to stop. "May I ask for the senior's Taoist name?" he tentatively inquired. Hanju paused slightly, as if contemplating something profound. Then, Hanju turned around and coldly sneered, replying with 2 words, Lunhui. Immediately afterward he teleported away, leaving Shangguan Qiujian staring after him, muttering the name he had just heard. Just what kind of deity is this senior? Seeing his despairing state, Huang Jihao patted his shoulder to comfort him. You're already doing well, at least you weren't injured. I was even more pathetic than you before. Shangguan Qiujian didn't respond but continued to mutter. This Taoist name. Could he be a reclusive great power experiencing life? It turns out I'm just a frog in a well. At the same time, the system notified Hanju that Shangguan Qiujian's goodwill towards him was 3 stars. Hanju's expression was a bit complicated. Are all these geniuses a little off? Get beaten up and they start liking me. Gotta say, that whole act was pretty handsome. But what followed was terrible. Lived. Li Qingzi wailed in anguish. This jade green tree was personally planted by old ancestor 9 Cauldrons on the day the sect was founded. He sobbed, pointing at the ancient tree that had been split in 2. It's been over 10,000 years. Which son of a BTCH chopped it down? Hearing this, Hanju just feigned ignorance. I happened to see a cat do it. Li Qingzi of course didn't believe him. How could a cat have such power? And the cracks here too. Redrawing the map is going to be a pain. Hanju sheepishly shrunk into a corner. This time I might have gone a bit overboard. Simple formations and a few basic moves will increase in power. As my cultivation increases, I need to comprehend moves that can discreetly defeat enemies without affecting the surrounding environment. At the same time, on a familiar snowy mountain, the snow was thick and caked in white. A wooden table was smashed in half. Why do I have that feeling again? Just who is targeting me? Diansu Demon King kept spitting blood, frantically smashing things in agony. Suddenly, a demon general came in to report. Yang Tiandong has arrived. Hearing this, he finally gasped and calmed down, then ordered the guy in. Yang Tiandong entered and respectfully bowed. Hearing that my adoptive father is troubled, your son has come to relieve your worries. Diansu seemed very interested, exclaiming, You know about my troubles. He immediately recounted that he had recently asked a high-ranking master for a divination, which said that the king's worries were related to his career. Hearing this, he seemed quite surprised. This oath, could it be related to the human race I want to attack? Yang Tiandong immediately chimed in. It's not impossible. Diansu, weary, raised his hand to support his forehead. Better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. Could this be why all the immortals are punishing me? Seeing that everything was going according to plan, he immediately got to the point. Should we cancel our plan to attack the human race? He lowered his head and sighed. For now, inform everyone below to cancel it. Yang Tiandong achieved his goal, secretly rejoicing. So easy to deceive him. Master can finally rest easy. Thinking of this, he raised his ambitious eyes again. But it's not enough. I have a bigger goal. A moment later, Yang Tiandong walked gloomily in the camp. How can a great man live beneath others? In the gloomy, cloudy sky, a sun appeared, shining dazzlingly. He murmured, Wait for it, Diansu, you old fool. The Demon King's position will be mine, sooner or later. Half a year later somewhere. Shangguan Qiujian and Huang Jihai were sitting by the cliff, confiding in each other. After taking down someone, Shangguan said he had regained his confidence. Originally, I planned to return to the Zhenwu sect, to seclude myself and consolidate my Dao heart for a while, then come back and challenge that senior. Hearing that Shangguan still dared to come, he taunted, I won't be carrying you back then, you know. Suddenly, several strange rays of light appeared in the distance on the horizon. The 2 swords lying quietly on the ground suddenly vibrated violently and were about to be sucked up. Huang Jihai and Shangguan Qiujian were startled and amazed. Someone else has comprehended the Wanji Ujiandao, eternal sword path. Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he abruptly turned his head. Could it be? Shangguan immediately interrupted Huang Jihai. Absolutely impossible. He was now crying in despair. It's already amazing to comprehend the Wangji Ujiandao once in a lifetime, but he, Huang Jihai, still didn't get it. But I think that direction is the location of Daiyan. Hearing this, Shangguan couldn't refute it anymore. The strange light also spread to the surrounding high mountains, creating a magical scene. On the slope of a mountain, a man sitting also noticed this strange phenomenon. Someone has comprehended the Wanji Ujianyi, eternal sword intent. After saying that, the old man took out a talisman and placed it on the ground in front of him. preparing to do something. Then the old man raised his hand to perform divination and began to mutter something. A moment later, the old man suddenly stopped. Shocked, I can't deduce it any further. The old man looked at the two words, Lun Hui, reincarnation, on the paper in confusion. Is reincarnation a rule of heaven and earth, or some cultivator? At this time, everyone in the Yuqing sect was also in an uproar. The sky is changing. What's going on? Could it be that some great power has appeared? A strange phenomenon from birth. Wanjian Qi Ming. 10,000 swords resonating. There must be something terrible. Hearing this, Li Qingzi hurriedly reassured everyone. Don't worry. Didn't we experience Wanjian Qi Ming once before? That time was okay. This time will definitely be okay too. He's acting tough, but inside he's probably crying his eyes out. How come so many disasters are happening to the Yuqing sect during my time? I wonder if Elder Han has been disturbed. If he leaves the Yuqing sect because of this, we probably won't find another Dinghai Shenzhen like him again. Meanwhile, back in the cave dwelling with that familiar slogan carved in stone, Hanju closed his eyes tightly. A glowing mark appeared on his forehead. Suddenly, blurry figures appeared in his mind, looking like humans, making Hanju frown uncomfortably. When the figures became more and more numerous, he finally opened his eyes in a panic. Hanju realized he was standing in a strange place with the same figures as he had seen in his mind. Where is this? Hanju nervously looked around. I was just in the cave dwelling. How did I suddenly get here? Suddenly the system prompted. This is the Sword Dao River. You can train your sword techniques here. The higher your comprehension, the farther you can advance. He immediately understood. Hanju couldn't help but exclaim, It's so vast. I wonder what the scenery is like at the end of the Sword Dao River. They can walk in front of me, proving that these guys' sword skills are all better than mine. You're really lucky. Good thing I don't go out. Or if I ran into these guys, I'd probably only lose. Thinking this, he immediately took a step forward with determination. Can't fall behind. Gotta catch up with them first and then figure things out. Suddenly, a dazzling light flashed, shocking Hanju. A giant immortal appeared, saying in a deep voice, A mortal dares to enter the immortal realm. You are not qualified enough. Retreat. When he heard immortal realm, he was immediately surprised. He saw the immortal's eyes flash, and then he roared, Go! Resounding. As soon as he finished speaking, several dazzling sword keys descended from the sky, stabbing straight at where Hanju was standing. Caught off guard, he was stunned. His face remained pale with fear. A second later, Hanju's entire body was enveloped in a hazy mist, obscuring everything around him. He painfully tilted his head back and screamed a heart-wrenching cry, as if experiencing intense torture. After a while, when the mist dissipated, Hanju was kneeling on one knee on the ground, panting heavily. He gritted his teeth irritably. Who the heck was that? Just relying on sword Q, he can hurt me from afar. Luckily, he didn't have any killing intent. Or, my primordial spirit might have been suppressed. Suddenly, the system popped up with a notification. Hanju has comprehended the Tai level sword intent, the reincarnation sword intent. He widened his eyes in surprise when he saw the words, Tai level. A mortal dares to enter the immortal realm. Hanju recalled what the immortal had said just now. Unless this is a level beyond the mortal realm, isn't the immortal realm the world after ascension? He gloomily raised his hand to summon a spell. Just now, the average level of those guys in the Sword Dao River was Great Ascension, False Void. So that's how it is. The cultivation levels of those guys, their sword intent must be incredibly powerful too. Hanju twirled two fingers. Then he released those two fingers. In the future, if someone comes to challenge me, I'll use this reincarnation sword intent to deal with them and keep things under control, and it won't cause too much of a stir either. At this moment, in front of the cave dwelling, Shun Changchan was concentrating on practicing his sword with the scarecrow in front of him. In front of him was a straw scarecrow decorated to look like Hanju. Suddenly, before Shun Changhan could even swing his sword, the scarecrow's head popped right off, leaving him totally bug-eyed and stunned. Chang'an just stared at the sword in his hand for a sec, then blanked out, thinking. Then, he burst into tears of joy like a little kid. Master, I finally got sword chi. Meanwhile, a beautiful full moon night at the Yuyao demon sect. Everything was pretty much the usual. On the mini arenas, several pairs were locked in fierce battles, dead set on pushing their opponents to the brink. Su Qi, totally bored, was propping his chin up and gazing at the sky. Master, when are you going to make a move? Your disciple's about to be forced to cultivate demonic arts. Suddenly, someone jumped up in the air, blocking the whole moon. He landed hard and roared, "Stop the training. Elder Xiao Yi has passed away. All disciples, pay your respects immediately," the guy announced sternly. As soon as he finished, everyone erupted in disbelieving chatter, wondering if it was real or not. Su Qi, also surprised, mumbled, "I was just listening to him chant scriptures this morning. Didn't expect him to go like that." The kid suddenly suspected his master had started moving. A little later, inside a large room, bathed in bright moonlight, shining directly onto a coffin placed neatly in the center. Inside the coffin was Xiao Yi, in white robes, eyes closed peacefully. The Yu Yao demon sect's sect leader, Tu Quan, looked up and asked, "We've done all we can. This secret art can only maintain the soul for a single moment. You passed away so suddenly today. Is there anything you want to entrust?" Xiao Yi's remnant soul expressed his unwillingness to die unclearly. Hearing that, Tu Quan explained that all signs pointed to him dying of old age. But the second elder countered that Xiao Yi died from a curse. It was like a light bulb went off. "No wonder I had a string of bad luck, cultivation setbacks with inner demons, and my cultivation was going backward instead of forward." The fellow disciples below anxiously asked if Xiao Yi knew who did it. "We'll definitely avenge you." He looked hesitant. "Because all my enemies have already been killed by me. It's a pity I finally restored my physical body and was preparing to revive my past glory." Saying that, Xiao Yi suddenly remembered something, and his eyes widened. That time the plan was thwarted. Hanju's face flashed in his mind. The bad luck started after returning from Daiyan. But how could he have that kind of power? Whatever remains, after eliminating all possibilities, is the truth. Tu Quan looked at the situation in horror. This is bad. Junior brother's rage will speed up his soul's dissipation. Xiao Yi struggled to gather the last of his strength to instruct. "I only have one last sentence. Absolutely do not go to Daiyan. Even less should you provoke Daiyan's Yuqing sect." Finishing that, his soul completely dissipated. The fellow disciples immediately wailed in sorrow, lamenting the loss of the summoning incantation for the demon dragon and Xiao Yi's hidden treasures. Tu Quan then asked, confused, "Where is Daiyan?" But everyone around him also didn't know. "Maybe we should send someone to investigate." He immediately dismissed it. "Too dangerous. Didn't you hear Junior Brother's last words? Not even provoke them? What kind of lower realm is that?" At the same time, the system notified Hanju, Xiao Yi has died. Dude was just slurping his noodles when this notification popped up and totally freaked him out. Up on good old Snow Mountain? Inside that cave? Someone screaming their lungs out? Not the good kind either. Tiansu got all rage and punched the ice wall, sending shards flying everywhere. Then, like a total nutcase, he starts slamming his head against the same wall, eyes squeezed shut and teeth grinding. A moment later, Tiansu's roaring like a maniac. "I can't take it anymore, what gives? I swore to the heavens, man. Why am I still getting punished?" Yang Tiandong's freaking out, crying his eyes out, hugging his legs in the corner surrounded by smashed stuff. Totally bummed, he turns to ask him, "Tell me, what should this old man do?" Yang Tiandong calms down a bit and suggests seriously, "Maybe the immortals want to see some real action from you." Tiansu's curious, tells him to spill the tea. Yang Tiandong breaks it down. Like, maybe you should visit and buddy up with some human sex. That way, the immortals might change their minds about you. He grumbles, annoyed. "Visit? Are you kidding me? Dayan's got tons of sex. You want me to go around visiting them all and fake being all chummy with those cultivators?" The dude immediately flashes a sly grin. "You could just pick a random sect to visit as a symbolic gesture, just to show you're willing to play nice." Hearing that, Tiansu suddenly remembers Hanju, asks him, "Which sect?" Yang Tiandong quickly replies, "The Yuqing sect." And just like that, he makes a decision. We're leaving today. Only then does he realize something's off. They haven't told his master yet. Yang Tiandong quickly tries to stop him. "Humans are all about first impressions. You should dress up a bit. If you play it right, half the job of schmoozing is done." Tiansu starts complaining, but in the end, words may say no, but the body says yes. He sighs, all worked up. Will it really be half done? Yang Tiandong's barely holding back his laughter. Yep, totally. A while later, standing at the main gate, Tiansu yells, "Where's the Yuqing sect leader? Get your butt out here to meet this king," he whispers urgently. "That's not how you make friends." At the same time, Hanju gets a notification. The strongest one, the demon king Tiansu, is at the Yuqing sect. He furrows his brow, on high alert. Why is he here? Before Hanju was a guy who looks exactly like Tiansu, glaring at him with murderous intent. Hanju grabs his sword, takes off into the air, no time for explanations, action first, questions later. He opens his mouth wide, showing off his razor, sharp fangs, and a torrent of power gushes out like a fire hose. Hanju swings his sword too, unleashing reincarnation sword intent. 3 pure worlds apart, great sky lightning burst, 9 dragons demon subduing seal, and unrestrained divine sword. A moment later, Tiansu's lying flat in a crater that Hanju just punched through. The system chimes in. Simulation trial 34 has ended. He glances up grimly. Gotta see what this Demon King's here for. Outside the cave abode, Li Qingzi's sweating bullets, thinking, Elder Han, please save the day. Haven't we had enough bad luck in the Yuqing sect? He wails inwardly. Last time with the 10-9 sect was bad enough. But this guy, Yang Tiandong, brought back is even more dangerous. If I didn't know you were Elder Han's disciple, I'd have blasted you into oblivion. Suddenly, Hanju walks to the cliff, shouting down, I wonder if the Demon King Tiansu come to our Yuqing sect for any advice. He cheers up. That's master. He crosses his arms coldly, glancing down. Li Qingzi can't help but marvel. Elder Han is truly all-knowing. He even predicted that Demon King Tiansu would come to the Yuqing sect. Tiansu tenses up suddenly, sweating hard. Is it just me? Demons are naturally super sensitive to the aura of battle. He clearly just fought, and still got the combined aura of the body refining realm. Where did Daeyeon pull up all these combined body refining? Thinking that, he then glanced at Hanju's cold eyes. His sword intent really did make me feel threatened. A moment later, Tiansu broke out in sweat and forced a smile. I've long heard of Elder Han's good looks. I've always wanted to share a drink with Elder Han. Before he could finish, Hanju darkly threatened him, causing Tiansu to tense up and quickly correct himself. I want to become sworn brothers, with head teacher Li next to Elder Han. I hope Elder Han can make it happen. Yang Tiandong, standing behind, secretly held up a sign explaining, Demon King Tiansu thinks the immortal is cursing him, so he wants to befriend the Jade Pure sect to show his sincerity to the immortal. This time it was Hanju's turn to be confused. A second later, he quickly changed his tune and smiled, telling them to become sworn brothers. I curse people, and they suspect it's an immortal's doing. So Tiansu thanked Hanju profusely and hurriedly pushed Li Qingzi forward. Hanju smiled, relieved. This is good too. An ally is better than an enemy. Across 10,000 years, the great Yan Demon King conducted a brain meeting with the human race for the first time. Head teacher Lai proposed the seek common ground while shelving differences principle to build a foundation for transactions, implement the 9 true words, ensure mutual benefit, firmly cultivate from the masses to the masses, and strive for win-win results. Demon King Tiansu highly praised this, pointing out that the construction of the human race's spirit of unity was worth learning from, and expressed that the demon race would leverage its strengths and avoid its weaknesses to promote in-depth commercial cooperation. Great Yan and the cultivation world were shocked by this. The Jade Pure sect's status reached its highest point ever. The historical significance of this friendship was to prove that different races could coexist peacefully. And it also had a profound impact on later generations. Hanju sprawled out inside. Demon King Tiansu is done for. Xiaozhe is dead. There are no more daily tasks. I should just cultivate to relieve boredom. Suddenly, the system popped up again. He read it and frowned, puzzled. Who is this? The notification read, an enlightened old freak holds 4-star hatred towards Hanju. He excitedly shouted, You're delivering yourself to my door. In the ancient secret realm, Xing Hongshuan was cornered. She fearfully asked the person opposite her, What do you want? Wu Dao stared at Xing Hongshuan with murderous intent. I didn't expect you, a little girl, to be able to cultivate the divine art on this wall. I've been trying to comprehend it for so long, but I haven't understood anything. She had no choice but to humble herself before him. The cultivation technique is masterless. Only those with affinity can understand it. Moreover, I didn't destroy the scripture. Senior can continue to try to comprehend it. He still refused to let Xing Hongshuan go. This divine art was left behind by the ancestor of my sect. Little girl, you have a destiny with my sect. Come back to the faceless sect with me. Xing Hongshuan could only try to find an excuse. Junior already has a sect, and my Dao companion is nearby. This secret realm is connected to many places. If I don't return for too long, He will come looking for me. Wu Dao refused to give up and even calculated with his fingers. Having a sect doesn't matter, and a Dao companion. At this moment, he finished his calculation and realized he had been tricked. You want to threaten me? Stop lying. You have no romantic fate in this life. Wu Dao didn't hold back anymore and decided to capture her. This little girl's divine art is complete. Taking her back as my disciple's cauldron is perfect. Sheng Hongxuan refused to surrender. She swung her knife to block Wu Dao's advance. She held the knife to her neck, threatening, "If Senior insists on forcing me, Junior can only respond with death, and I advise you to take back that nonsense about me having no romantic fate." Wu Dao unleashed his attack. "If you won't listen, then don't blame me for being impolite." His moves were swift and vicious. In an instant, he surrounded Sheng Hongxuan. Vines wrapped around her, making it difficult for Sheng Hongxuan to breathe and struggle. Wu Dao angrily warned, "I've always been accurate with my calculations. If I say you have no romantic fate, then you have none." Just then, a small insect reported, "Sect Master, something bad has happened. Dongfang Xian has suffered a qian deviation and is in critical condition. Please return quickly." Wu Dao was extremely angry at this exact moment. This woman isn't useful yet. Bringing her back now will make it too hasty. Seeing Xing Hongxuan unable to resist, he had already hatched a sinister plan. On Dongfang Xian's side, "I don't know the situation yet. It's better to let this woman cultivate for a period of time. It will be even more interesting to enjoy later." Before leaving, Wu Dao did not forget to warn Xing Hongxuan, "I have placed a mark on you. Do not think about running away. If you agree to join the Faceless sect, I will forgive you for the offense you just made. I'll give you 10 years to think about it." Having escaped a disaster, Xing Hongxuan was terrified and collapsed. After finally relaxing, everything was recorded by the puppet, and of course, it would transmit this information to its creator. At this moment, Hanju saw everything that happened to Sheng Hongxuan through the puppet. The system displayed information about Wu Dao Laoguai, 7th layer of the fusion realm. He's the sect master of the Wuxiang sect. Highly respected. But because you're the husband of the person he wants for his disciple, he's extremely dissatisfied with you. If Xing Hongxuan doesn't agree to him, he'll take action against you to eliminate future troubles. Hanju deeply etched the 5 words Wuxiang sect master into his mind. At this moment, thunder rumbled, causing Shun Changhan and He Yuji to start discussing excitedly. It looked up at the sky and recognized the heavenly lightning. Master is about to break through. Hanju was enduring the lightning tribulation to break through, but his anger towards Wu Dao Laoguai didn't subside. "Dare to touch my people? Are you tired of living?" In his cursed book, he wrote 4 big words. Wu Dao Laoguai. Hanju gritted his teeth. "Today, I'll use the spiritual power from this breakthrough lightning tribulation to curse Wu Dao Laoguai." For 4 days and 4 nights, the lightning tribulation struck down directly, releasing immense power and dazzling light. From afar, people were terrified by the power of the tribulation. The sect rejoiced. Elder Zhan Xin is breaking through again. Jingxi Zhenren and other Zhenren were in awe of Hanju. The lightning tribulation is clearly far away, yet its power still reaches here. What realm is he even in? With Elder Zihan Shen, the Yunqing sect is flourishing like never before. Most importantly, the elder has never abused his power or been interested in hegemony, which makes people admire him. Li Qingzi simply concluded, "You just need to know that you can always trust in Elder Zhan Shen's strength." The others all agreed. "That's right. Elder Zhan Shen is forever a god." Guan Ugong sighed dejectedly. "I've clearly been cultivating according to Elder Zhan Shen's methods, so why is the gap widening?" He regretfully thought. "Is it because of different talents? Perhaps one day, I can ascend to immortality." Meanwhile, the lightning tribulation blasted out a large pit. Zhao Fan lamented, "Damn lightning tribulation, it's finally over." He crawled on the ground. "The power of heavenly lightning is still too much to bear with this body of mine. I barely managed to withstand 1 bolt." At this moment, a person stood before Zhu Fan and asked, "How does it feel to be reborn?" Mo Fuqi was irritated. "To recreate a body for you, I used up a lot of treasures. See if you dare to do that again." Zhao Fan thanked the senior, standing behind Mo Fuqiwa. "Thank you, senior, for recreating my body. Zhao Fan is willing to help senior alleviate your worries and solve your problems." Xuan Shishi dismissed it as a small matter. "You saved me in a past life, so I'm just returning the favor today." Zhao Fan and Mo Fuqi exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing about this vague past life. She didn't care and said, "You should still thank your past life's good deeds. Your luck is strong. I just went with the flow." After she spoke, she waved her hand and left. "That's it for this matter. I'm leaving first." Both Zhu Fan and Mo Fuqiu wanted to know Xuan Shishi's Daoman name. She only said one word, Xuan, and then disappeared into the sky, creating enough mystery for those left behind. Zhao Fan wondered, are there any big shots in the cultivation world with the surname Xuan? Mo Fuqiu had no idea either. "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Zhao Fan happily bragged. "I'm now at the 6th layer of the nascent soul realm. Probably no one is faster than me." Mo Fuqiu didn't care. "Don't change the subject. I spent so many treasures. What are you going to use to compensate me?" Over on Hanju's side, his system dinged with some updates. "Your buddy Zhu Fan got his butt kicked so hard he died, but he got a new body and a serious power boost. Your pal Xishuan found some good luck and leveled up her cultivation. Your pet bird almost died but pulled through." Seeing all this, Hanju only cared about Zhu Fan. Dead and reborn? This guy's definitely got main character vibes. The system buzzed again. "Ding! Congrats on breaking through to the nascent soul realm. You have options. 1. Go show off your newfound power to the world and get a spirit treasure and a skill inheritance. 2. Keep cultivating in secret, aim for the top, and get a divine treasure." Hanju picked option 2. Keep it quiet, get stronger, stay away from trouble, and get that treasure. System, congrats. You got a gourd seed of the earth immortal. Hanju was a little speechless at the description. Takes 1,000 years to flower, 10,000 to fruit. You can eat it or make a magic item. If you let it grow long enough, it'll become a magic item itself and gain sentience. He was already picturing 7 rainbow-colored gourds in his head, leading 7 gourd babies down the mountain. Doesn't sound half bad. His stats popped up on the system. Race, human. Stage, mortal. Talent, 6 paths, spiritual body. Contains a top-tier spiritual root, greatly increases luck. Hanju glanced at his lifespan and was surprised. Damn, kid's got 27,900 years? Not bad. His skill list was packed with everything from spells to divine powers to magic items. But Hanju only focused on 1. 4. Now. No wonder it is the 6 paths reincarnation technique. The higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan. It is indeed the 6 paths reincarnation technique. The higher the cultivation, the longer the lifespan. Thinking this, he banged his head against the wall. If I reach the Grand Ascension realm, how long will I live? I'll have all the time in the world to chill. Today's hard work is the foundation for future leisure. Meanwhile, Sheng Hongshuan had left the ancient secret realm and found Hanju's place. She angrily bit her lip, thinking about being forced into enlightenment and the previous humiliation. Hei Yuji was hiding in the distance, wondering, why is she here? Shun Chang'an heard him and asked curiously, "What's it to you if she comes here?" Hei Yuji puffed up, "Of course I'm worried she'll eat our master. But she doesn't seem quite right today." Shun Chang'an was immediately overcome with self-pity. "I get it. Xiao Mei was like that sometimes too, hurt by love. You wouldn't believe it, but I stuck by her for almost 20 years before coming here." He started reminiscing. Xiao Mei's cultivation was nothing special, but she was so sweet and reasonable. She had so many admirers you couldn't count them all. I was one of them, but I knew I was just a toad staring at a swan. So I secretly protected her. Humble Shun Chang'an only dared to steal glances at Xiao Mei with her boyfriend. Loving her meant wanting her life to be happier and joyful. According to the principle that loving someone means loving their whole path, I often treated her boyfriend to all sorts of food and drinks. He whispered his past to Hei Yuji. There were even a lot of people who called me brother, exchanged experiences with me, and encouraged me to persevere. I know their intentions were kind, but I still longed for her acceptance. Silly Shun Chang'an wouldn't give up. He thought that Xiao Mei coming to him when she had problems meant she at least had Shun Chang'an in her heart. That little bit of warmth was why he couldn't let go. Even more surprising was Shun Chang'an's thick-skinned persistence. Just taking her for abortions alone, he'd done it 7 or 8 times. And I paid the fees. She'd quickly find new joy, but I was already used to it. Even now, Shun Chang'an still hasn't woken up. He still insisted that she liked to save the best for last, so he would definitely be the one laughing in the end. He realized miserably that sacrificing so much for so many years had only taught her one thing. I'm just a lickspittle she doesn't love, just looking for a sugar daddy. Leaving Hei Yuji speechless, didn't know where to even start scolding, Shun Chang'an wondered, "Hey bro, you think Master hasn't even come out and women are already looking for him, why don't I have any? Hey Yuji said casually, I think it's a perception problem. It unabashedly taunted Shun Changchan. Maybe it's because you're too handsome. Hearing that, his fragile heart shattered, and tears of pain streamed down the mountainside. Xing Hongshuan pitifully shared with Hanju, husband, that's what happened. She couldn't help but cry in front of her husband. That old monster went too far. Hanju agreed with Xing Hongshuan. As long as you're okay. He'll get his karma eventually. But he did make a good point. The overall strength of the Faceless sect is way ahead of the Jade Pure sect. He was thinking of her. The Jade Pure sect's potential is limited. Staying here will only slow your growth. But the Faceless sect can help you see a bigger world if you're willing to go. Who knows, you might even find some immortal opportunities. Xing Hongshuan was a little angry, but also had a maiden's thoughts. If I chose you as my husband, then I have to stay by your side for life, Hanju earnestly advised. But you're not my subordinate. You should think more about yourself. Annoyed, Xing Hongshuan pulled Hanju's face closer. Caught off guard, she looked straight into his eyes and declared possessively, but I like it. Xing Hongshuan just doesn't want to leave Hanju, and she confidently declares, hubby will definitely become an immortal. I'm still waiting for the chickens and dogs to ascend to heaven. Her voice was sweet and murmuring as she called out, hubby. Hanju started making excuses to avoid homework. Don't do that. I need to upgrade your heavenly puppet. But Xing Hongshuan didn't care and kept going. Several days later, Hei Yuji paced back and forth, worried. Is Master all right? He hasn't come out in so long. Shun Changchan, always the wisest, suggested, I think we should buy Master some oysters. Meanwhile, on Mofukiu and Zhao Fan's side, they were both sitting by a campfire, grilling meat. Zhao Fan promised. Senior brother, I'll avenge you next. He was full of arrogance, fearless and spouting nonsense. Someday I'll conquer the world, I'll become the #1 under the heavens. In Mofuki's mind was the image of Zhu Fan being dumped by his fiancée for not having fame or power. Remembering her decisive departure, he could only try to wake Zhu Fan up. I know you're unwilling, but I always felt like she just saw you as a backup. Sadly, he refused to be awakened, stubbornly saying, I've already reached the Yuanying stage, and I've even killed a Huashen. Who in my generation is stronger than me? I want to prove to her that only I am worthy of her. Mofuki didn't respond. An image flashed in his head. He murmured in passing. The younger generation, I can think of one. Zhao Fan, who was munching away, understood immediately. Are you talking about Hanju? He hurriedly explained. Cultivation is about constantly experiencing and searching for opportunities. Look at me. After experiencing things, my cultivation suddenly soared. While my enemies are still cultivating bitterly, their cultivation remains stagnant. I'm the clearest example. Moifuki was speechless. Ever the pragmatist, he tried to warn Zhao Fan. Hanju's aptitude is very high. If you want to defeat him now, you need to be at least at the Huashen realm. Zhao Fan finally understood and asked, even if the heavens won't answer, but you have reminded me. Zhou Fan clenched his fist and firmly declared, if I have the chance to return to the Yuqing sect in the future, I must spar with Hanju. I'll make him realize that bitter cultivation has no future. He decided everything with a burst of enthusiasm. At that time, I'll bring him along, and the three of us will roam the world, building our own reputations. How awesome is that? Mofuki wasn't filled with enthusiasm, thinking to himself, why do I have a bad feeling about this? At the Wuxiang sect, the waterfalls and mountains were incredibly majestic. Dongfang Xian was meditating in front of the waterfall. Wu Dao, pleased, watched his disciple cultivate. Xian Xianzhu's cultivation has improved quite a bit. This time she'll definitely be selected by the Tiangxian manor. It's a pity that I couldn't trick that woman in the end. He smiled wickedly. If I had her as a human cauldron, Xian's Persier's cultivation would only become stronger. Suddenly, Wu Dao coughed up a mouthful of blood, startling Dongfang Xian awake. She saw him collapse. Dongfang Xian rushed over and called out, Master. Dongfang Xian asked worriedly, Master, you've been like this for a long time. Do you know who did this yet? Disciple will go kill him. Wu Dao didn't let him worry. I don't know. I can't calculate this matter. You don't need to worry. The curse isn't strong. I can still handle it too. You cultivate well and strive to master divine abilities as soon as possible. Seeing Dongfang Xian finally agree, he hatefully thought, once my disciple cultivates successfully, I'll definitely make you regret this. Hanju, who was being talked about, sneezed, making him wonder, who's scolding me? Shun Chang'an stood behind him, curiously asking, "What are you planting?" He assigned Shun Chang-san the task. "Plant gourds. You have to take care of them from now on." Shun Chang-san was flattered. He looked at it and knew it was extraordinary. Master sure has a lot of treasures. The dude couldn't help but pry. Could it be our ancestors had some big shots back then? Han Ju played it coy, take a wild guess. Truth be told, he himself didn't even know the origins of these cultivation methods, divine powers, and the background of these treasures. Li Qingzi came over to start a conversation. "Elder Han, long time no see? Your mountain's got even more treasures, huh?" Han Ju probed. "Old man. Sect leader, what's up?" So Li Qingzi invited him in and said, "Hey, Yuji always worries that its master will be eaten inside the house." Han Ju cut right to the chase. Spit it out. "Which demon king did you guys fight this time? Or which sect's mountain is on fire?" Li Qingzi grinned ear to ear, showing off. "Neither. It's something super good." The old man laid out all the details. "Near the Jade Pure sect, we discovered the ruins of an ancient sect. According to the disciples' investigation, there are tons of resources inside, including cultivation methods, treasures, natural talents, and even magical artifacts." Han Ju anxiously asked, "Has this news spread out? A huge opportunity like this, if it gets out, cultivators all over the world will fight over it." Li Qingzi replied confidently, "This is a secret of the Jade Pure sect. Besides, even though 100 years have passed, the young cultivators now haven't heard of the great name of the god-slaying elder, but the big shots of other sects still remember your heroic style. Even if they know, they wouldn't dare to interfere with the good fortune of the Jade Pure sect." Han Ju caught the key point. "So what do you want from me?" The old man eagerly invited. "Elder Han, wanna come check it out?" Guan Elder has already led 5 elders and 100 elite disciples to protect the place. The teleportation formation is almost complete, too. Han Ju saw right through his game. "You're afraid it's dangerous inside, so you're calling me to do the dirty work, aren't you?" Busted. Li Qingzi could only awkwardly ask for his opinion. "Can't hide anything from you, Elder. So what do you say?" He looked at the boiling teapot and gave a grand speech. Although the Jade Pure sect has been developing steadily these past years, the disciples lack experience. Flowers grown in a greenhouse can't withstand storms, and the sect leader must know this too. This is a good opportunity for the disciples to train themselves. Han Ju, radiating righteousness, said, "Cultivate the disciples' self-reliance and improve the overall quality of the Jade Pure sect. I'll stay behind to protect the Jade Pure sect." Li Qingzi agreed with his reasoning but still felt something was off. "But coming from your mouth, it just sounds kinda weird." Han Ju sent the old man off, still not forgetting to remind him, "Be careful. These kinds of relics usually have restrictions." Li Qingzi understood and agreed. "If we discover any treasures that can improve spiritual qi, I'll send someone to deliver them." After walking out of the cave, Li Qingzi suddenly exclaimed when he saw something. Han Ju was curious. "The sect leader, is there anything else?" Why was the old man hesitating and looking ahead? The fusang tree was shaking like crazy, making Li Qingzi curious. Han Ju was shocked to see the fusang tree shaking so violently. It was shaking so hard, like it was dancing to some tune. Hey, Yunji and Shun Changwan were panicking. "Why is it shaking in broad daylight? Please, don't let anything bad happen. Master will definitely kill me." Han Ju rushed over. "What's going on?" Hey Yuji and Shun Changhan started talking at once. "We didn't do anything. This tree suddenly went crazy. It's been shaking on its own at night too." Hearing that, he was completely surprised. Shaking on its own? Is it becoming a spirit? He immediately used his divine sense to take a peek. Even more surprised, there was no nascent soul. Han Ju worriedly speculated. Logically speaking, if it's becoming a spirit, it should have intelligence, and naturally a nascent soul. Could it be that the fusang tree is summoning something? Suddenly, he saw the fusang tree covered in a layer of dazzling golden crowlight, from trunk to treetop. Han Ju looked even more worried. The fusang tree only attracts golden crows after living for 10,000 years. But it hasn't been that long yet. Let's see if there's any big news in the world. A series of information about the world was packaged in the small window of the system. He looked around and concluded, there doesn't seem to be any major changes in the world of cultivation. On a magnificent pavilion, in the middle of Reflection Lake, which was like the sky was dyed red, Xuan Shishi took a sip of tea and asked, "Has senior sister ascended yet?" Xuan Qingjun mysteriously replied, "It's not time yet. So what's the plan?" Xuan Shishi sighed wearily. Don't even mention it. Zhao Fan is like a completely different person compared to his previous life. So stubborn. Luckily, they completely trust me over there. Xuan Qingjun looked satisfied. He's the key to the plan. Don't let him die again. She was full of questions, totally confused. Like, you could totally reinvent yourself after ascending, right? With your power, you could definitely rule the roost in the Xianyu realm. What are you even waiting for? Xuan Qingjun answered straight up. Waiting for my Dao companion, duh. Hearing that, Xuan Shishi choked, spitting out all the tea in her mouth. Seeing her junior sister cough non-stop from the shock, she just casually said, "Just kidding." Xuan Shishi exclaimed loudly. "You scared me to death, sis. Your love brain is like a 20-year-old digger of wild herbs." Xuan Qingjun then spilled the beans. I initially came to the Yuqing sect to check out Zhu Fan, but I stumbled upon a cute little dude. This guy's a hardcore cultivator. After so many years, he's probably reached Huashen by now. Xuan Shishi was surprised and asked, "He's even more amazing than Zhao Fan." Xuan Qingjun nodded in confirmation. Her face flushed red. "I'll take you to meet him someday if I get the chance." Xuan Shishi didn't buy it at all. "Sis, are you seriously pulling my leg?" Suddenly, a golden light flashed, illuminating, as if tearing the sky apart. Something zipped past at an incredible speed, causing the water's surface to surge. Hearing the noise, Yang Tiandong and Tiansu turned their heads in shock to search. He asked frantically, "Uncle Tiansu, what is that?" He stuttered in fear, unable to speak. The dignified demon king Tiansu was trembling like a leaf. A child of Zhu Kui. Misfortune strikes. A child of Zhu Kui, glowing golden all over, charged forward with a ferocious look. It was Zhu Dao, feared by everyone. Zhu Dao, engulfed in flames, opened its wide maw and lunged straight down. Zhu Dao, also called Huo Dao, is a dog-like demon beast that can breathe and swallow fire. Wherever it goes, disaster follows. It usually appears amidst raging fires. So Zhu Dao is considered an omen of fire and a symbol of extremes and bad luck. At this moment, two girls were gathering herbs on the cliff, planning to head back as it was getting dark. One girl wondered, "Yao Mei, does something feel off?" She felt that the temperature was indeed unusual. It was clearly almost winter, so why was it suddenly so hot? Both looked up at the sky and saw two stars. They mistook the blazing flames on Zhu Dao's body for the sun and cried out in panic, "Are those two suns?" At this moment, the headmaster and the Yuqing sect, Zhen Ren, immediately flew out, simultaneously issuing a warning. "Enemy attack!" Li Qingzi shouted at the head. "What kind of demon is this?" The Zhenren echoed closely behind. "It's hot like the sun. Judging by the direction, it's heading for the Yuqing sect." Everyone couldn't help but worry. If it gets close, will the Yuqing sect be destroyed? Li Qingzi, as the sect leader, decisively ordered, "Activate the sect protecting grand formation." A formation from the highest peak gradually covered every corner of the sect. Following his hand movements, the formation gradually became more complex. Seeing the sect protecting grand formation activated, Hanju was extremely worried. The Yuqing sect's sect protecting grand formation can't stop this heat. At this moment, the system reminded him. Divine beast Zhu Dao is attacking, wanting to take the Fusang Shu. It's in the 5th level of the Hedao realm. It is a divine beast of calamity, the child of Zhu Kui, born carrying bad luck, possessing sunfire capable of destroying the world. Hanju was very surprised. It's all because of the Fusang Shu. It's too late. Prepare to fight Zhu Dao. He Yuji and Xun Changwan both suddenly got antsy, Hanju casually explained. "Just a bloodline thing, I'll be right back." Dude zipped off so fast he was just a blur, leaving He Yuji blinking in confusion. Hanju was already miles away, leaving He Yuji and Xun Changhan howling, "Master, don't leave us behind." Zhu Dao went berserk, roaring with its mouth wide open, looking like a total beast losing its mind. Even the sect leader and the real ones couldn't get close to Zhu Dao. The whole back mountain was about to burn down. They couldn't see its true form clearly, so it was hard to attack. Last time they saw something like this was when the strange fire was born. Li Qingzi had to resort to desperate measures. "We can't let it get any closer. Everyone, listen up, use everything you've got," he chanted and shouted. For the Yuqing sect, all elders, the elders and real ones all followed suit. Just then, Hanju caught up and yelled, "Stop! Things are about to get real bad." He quickly dished out orders. "You guys are no match for it yet. Get the Yuqing sect disciples out of here. Now, everyone figured if Elder Han Shen was here, the opponent must be seriously scary. Li Qingzi was surprised. I thought you'd already bailed. Han Ju sighed. Honestly, I wanted to, but I kinda started this mess. He summoned his weapon, saying, "Can't let the Yu King sect take the fall for my screw-up." The purification sword appeared in Han Ju's hand. Go? I'll buy you some time. Li Qingzi quickly nodded. He shouted to everyone, "Move it! Don't waste the chance Elder Han is giving us." Zhu Dao had completely lost it. All it could think about was the Fusang Shu messing with its head. It was totally shocked when Han Ju blocked its path, but it immediately blasted a huge, raging fireball at him. Get out of the way. Han Ju didn't waste words. Using the Heaven Execution Ghost God Sword to slice through the flames, a single strike, like the whole Milky Way contained within, easily stopped Zhu Dao's sunfire. It was blown back by the sword energy, and went even crazier. Even Han Ju was knocked back by the shockwave. The system chimed in. The divine beast Zhu Dao now harbors hatred towards you. Hatred level, 5 stars. He pondered for a moment. A 5-star fusion realm was tougher than some enlightened realm geezers. Guess that's what makes a divine beast special. Just then, Zhu Dao was getting ready to fire again, and Han Ju knew this was bad. It quickly unleashed calamitous flames, intending to burn everything to the ground. He easily dodged the raging pillar of fire, but when the flames consumed the forest, Han Ju snapped awake. This isn't the simulated cultivation. The Yu Qing sect is right behind me. He never expected that mentioning the Yu Qing sect would actually redirect Zhu Dao's attention. Zhu Dao chased after Han Ju's nimble figure, leaving a trail of fire wherever it went. Li Qingzi quickly guided the disciples to evacuate. Everyone, head towards the water spirit pool. The teleportation formation is still open there. Han Ju motivated himself. Can't keep this up. The attacks are too dense. Can't find an opening. But sensing the danger, his eyes darted back and forth, and he realized, oh crap. In a moment of astonishment, witnessing Han Ju's instantaneous teleportation, Zhao Dao spewed fire directly at him. Zhao Dao was gleeful, picturing nothing but ashes before him. That pesky obstacle must be visiting his ancestors now. Suddenly, a slash aimed straight at its neck caught Zhu Dao by surprise. Turns out, Han Ju managed to dodge it. He sighed inwardly. This Zhao Dao is way too chubby. The heavenly punishment Ghost God sword could only damage its fur. Only that ultimate move left. But there's no time. Looking again, he suddenly jumped. Zhao Dao's gone. No wait, with this aura is it charging up a super move? Han Ju felt a sense of coincidence, because he also had an ultimate move he hadn't used yet. The two ultimate moves collided, causing a massive shock, shaking the heavens and the earth. Both Han Ju and Zhao Dao were going all out, fighting fiercely. It's kill or be killed. Meanwhile, Li Qingzi was still diligently blasting out his evacuation announcements. Line up in order, no pushing. Suddenly, the Supreme Grand Elder appeared, saying, "It's over." Li Qingzi was shocked, and asked, "Why do you say that, Master?" The Grand Elder calmly replied, "Haven't you noticed the temperature has dropped significantly?" Li Qingzi listened and nodded in agreement. "You're right, it's definitely not as hot as it was before." The entire sect cheered with joy. "It's Elder He saved us once again." Just now, when the two ultimate moves collided, Zhao Dao was swallowed whole by the technique. The vermilion bird's offspring was so tragically defeated that it shattered into pieces and blew away with the wind. Han Ju breathed a sigh of relief. In a battle between experts, a single moment of carelessness can be fatal. System notification. Due to your first kill of a divine beast, you have received a Sword Dao divine power inheritance. Congratulations! You have obtained the divine power. Heaven and Earth, Xuan Huang Realm-Breaking Swordfinger. Heaven and Earth Xuan Huang Realm-Breaking Swordfinger relies on sword energy to kill enemies from thousands of miles away. The strength and range of the sword energy depends on the user's cultivation level. The joy was short-lived. The system displayed more information. Divine Beast Vermilion Bird is naturally blessed with luck. Because you killed its child, it is filled with hatred towards you. It will definitely find a way to take revenge on you when you ascend. Seeing that the Vermilion Bird's cultivation level was mid-stage Grand Unity Earth Immortal, Han Ju was so shocked his jaw dropped. He angrily cursed. "You crazy bird! You can't even control your own kid, and now you're blaming me after it died. Don't you know how many lives this Zhu Dao has taken?" The hatred level reaching 5 stars made Han Ju furious. Beat up the kid, and the parent comes to settle the score, huh? But why wait until I ascend to take revenge? Is the vermilion bird unable to descend to the mortal realm? He pondered in silence. Looks like I need to be stronger than the vermilion bird before I even think about ascending. Otherwise, I'm just asking for death. The upper realm is way too chaotic. Hanju looked at Zhao Dao's shattered corpse, considering how to deal with it. Since the vermilion bird has already noticed, there's no need to destroy the evidence anymore. Li Qingzi hurriedly ran over and asked, Elder Han, what kind of evil being was that son from earlier? Hanju thought to himself, if I say it's a divine beast, it'll probably shatter their worldviews. In order to prevent the Jade Purity sect from getting involved, he had no choice but to hide the truth. Just a demonic dog. Li Qingzi was surprised. How could it be? Such terrifying energy. And it was targeting the Jade Purity sect. Hanju immediately shifted the blame to the founding ancestor. Could it be that Grandmaster Nine Cauldrons offended someone in the past? Li Qingzi thought it made sense. If it's a grudge from the Grandmaster, then it's understandable. I'll check the Grandmaster's records when we get back. Li Qingzi asked Hanju if he needed anyone to clean up the scene, but he didn't need it. These things would make good food for Heiyuji. At that moment, Nine Cauldrons, who was being blamed by Hanju, sneezed continuously, starting to doubt his own existence. After this, a legend circulated that when Zhao Dao swept through Great Yan on a large scale, countless beings were terrified. But the mighty Zhao Dao suddenly disappeared in Great Yan, creating a mystery for future generations. And the place where he disappeared was within the territory of the Jade Pure sect. For a time, the Jade Pure sect was at the forefront of the storm. All the sects didn't dare to have malicious intentions. They could only consistently make friends and try not to make enemies. Tiansu at this time held the newspaper and breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, we established relations. I saw early on that this Jade Pure sect was not ordinary. Good heavens, that was Zhu Du. Many itinerant cultivators, hearing the great name of the Jade Pure sect, happily went there. The Jade Pure sect's strength steadily increased. Seemingly on par with Great Wei, Li Qingzi of West Abyss State was once again blocked by Hanju. Please announce the matter of opportunity beforehand. Don't look for me anymore. I won't go anywhere. The old man pleaded with him. This time it's not a good thing. Li Qingzi began to ramble. The blood flame heaven gate of Great Wei and the formless sect of ancient origin state have started a war. They ignored Great Yan and West Abyss State in between and directly engaged in battle. The old man expressed all his thoughts. Although I don't know why they did this, our Great Yan is very likely to be implicated. Hanju was speechless. Seriously, they can start a war from so far away? Are they bored out of their minds? Both of these sects have had grudges with me, Li Qingzi explained. I heard that the Heaven's Chosen, Dongfang Xian, of the formless sect, killed the son of the Blood Flame Heaven Gate's sect master. The old man recounted excitedly. How could that prick from the Blood Flame Heaven Gate endure it? He immediately started a war. There's a rumor that a body integration realm guest elder has taken the lead in attacking the formless sect. Hanju didn't care. Let them fight it out, as long as they don't threaten the Jade Pure sect. Li Qingzi turned away and muttered, when will the Jade Pure sect have a body integration realm great cultivator? And the old man didn't know, the body integration realm great cultivator was right in front of him. At this moment, Li Qingzi stopped beating around the bush and got to the point. Elder Han, do you remember the ruins of the ancient sect from before? It turns out that when Guan Yugang led the exploration of the ruins, the elders made a huge discovery there. There was actually still someone alive there. It was a blind old man. Li Qingzi recounted everything. I don't know what mechanism Elder Guyan and the others triggered, but they suddenly released the seal on that person. He seems to have been asleep for over 1,000 years. His strength is unfathomable. Luckily, he didn't intend to attack, otherwise, Elder Guyan wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Li Qingzi revealed all his thoughts. To be sealed for so long and still survive, he's definitely not simple. We kindly tried to recruit him, but he didn't agree. Can you help us persuade him? Hanju didn't agree immediately, but asked, so where is he now? He received the answer that he was in the inner sect city. He put on a mysterious air. This is a major matter. Wait for me to calculate and understand his past before deciding. Li Qingzi praised him profusely. Elder Han has great shentong, supernatural powers. Actually, he received information from the system. That person's name is Xiao Yao, 9th level of the Rongshu realm. The #1 Heaven's Chosen of the Heavenly Immortal Manor 5,000 years ago, the only survivor of the ancient Lingxiao sect, punished by heaven with blindness in both eyes. Hanju wondered. Such a top-tier background, yet he's not someone blessed by heaven? He then asked Lingxiangzi about the Lingxiao sect. The old man immediately said everything he knew. I heard it was a great sect from 5,000 years ago. Later, they offended the immortal gods and were punished by heaven. The entire sect perished. But what does this have to do with that blind old man? Hanju calmly denied it. It has a huge connection. That blind old man is the only surviving person of the Lingxiao sect. Lip Qingxi's expression changed upon hearing this. So keeping him is against the will of heaven? The old man immediately thought of a countermeasure. Or should I, as the sect leader, personally drive him away? Hanju said bluntly. He's at the 9th level of the Rongshu realm. Li Qingzi quickly wanted to run and remind Guan Yougang not to do anything foolish. Hanju had to instruct. For now, let him stay in the Jade Pure sect. When I have time, I'll come and find him. Hanju deeply engraved the name Zhao Yao in his mind. He decided to use the simulated arena to see the strength of the #1 heavens chosen of the heavenly immortal manner. The advantage of the simulated arena is that every move of the opponent is made with full force, without fear, without running away. You can learn more about the opponent's true level, their extreme state, and their habits of attack. If you don't consider the variables in actual combat, defeating the simulated opponent is more difficult than defeating many real people. Hanju, based on previous experience, guessed that the first move would be a life-bound ultimate move. Xiao Jiao used the divine ability Heavenly Army of 10,000 horses, splitting into hundreds and thousands of clones. Tens of thousands of Xiao Jiao rushed towards Hanju, making him dizzy with this ninja-like technique. He was speechless, seeing this divine ability. How could he fight more than 10,000 Void Amalgamation Realm cultivators? Hanju cursed. Damn it! I, representing the Jade Pure sect, thank you for not killing me. By the way, a jab at Guan Yougang, look at the good deed you've done. At the Valley of Ghosts' Lament, the steep cliffs were so deep and terrifying, giving people goosebumps. A bloody battle had just taken place here, with corpses scattered everywhere. Yet they were still on an expedition. Just what kind of existence were they? Su Qi knelt on the ground in fear, thinking to himself that the elite troops of the demon-slaying sect had been wiped out just like that. He trembled. Senior, I'm just an ordinary person. Su Qi dropped his weapon, kneeling and stammering in plea. That purple light, please spare me. The demon lord appeared before him, arrogantly saying, If this lord wanted to kill you, you would have died long ago. His eyes contained the entire universe, and he was tempting Sun Qi. The fact that you're still alive is fate. Do you understand? Su Qi's pupils contracted in fear upon hearing the demon lord's mention of fate. Su Qi was bewildered, slowly contemplating the word fate that the demon lord had mentioned. He tentatively asked, Could it be that Senior wants to impart your supreme techniques to me? The demon lord casually replied, If you are willing to help me fulfill a wish, what's the harm in imparting my supreme techniques to you? The demon lord extended his hand, inviting Su Qi. You have extraordinary luck. This lord can't even calculate your destiny. Maybe you can inherit my mantle. Su Qi was immediately flustered. Inherit Senior's mantle. But I already have a master. How can I refuse? He didn't dare to refuse outright. Senior, please speak. This junior will definitely fulfill your wish for you. The demon lord bluntly said, I want to cleanse the mortal realm with blood. Are you willing to help me? Su Qi trembled. Senior, you're joking. I'm afraid this junior can't help, he thought to himself. Cleanse the world with blood? You dare to even think about it? The demon lord stared at Sun Qi seriously with his single eye. You think I'm joking with you? This lord has never misjudged people. You truly have talent in this aspect. At this moment, in the simulation arena, the beads on Xiao Jiao's neck had broken apart. He was also injured, coughing up a mouthful of blood, looking like he was about to collapse. Hanju was surging forward, gaining the upper hand. While Xiao Jiao was in an unfavorable situation, he secretly assessed, Xiao Jiao is worthy of being the former #1 prodigy of the Heaven Immortal Manor, being a Void Amalgamation Realm cultivator, and being able to force a Fusion Realm cultivator to this point, is enough for him to be proud of. Even though he was assessing and thinking, Hanju's attack speed didn't decrease. One strike ended the simulation trial, taking 89 minutes, but he wasn't satisfied, and went again. In the next few attempts, Hanju tried to reduce the time to 23 minutes. But Xiao Jiao managed to summon his clones. Then on the 5th attempt he only used 3 minutes. Hanju still wasn't satisfied. No, 3 minutes is enough for him to flatten the Jade Pure sect. He used the divine ability he received after defeating Zhao Dao, Heaven and Earth, Xuan Huang, realm, breaking swordfinger, Hanju thought with some annoyance. I almost forgot I had this move. In his 7th attempt, he only used 2 seconds to obliterate Xiao Zhao. Finally, Hanju felt relieved. He had to admit that it was indeed a tiring battle. But, if it were reality, he probably wouldn't use a big move right away. He would just strike first and gain the upper hand. That's it. At this time, a system window popped up, reporting recent news to him. There was more interesting news outside, the most notable being, your divine pet Hei Yuji devoured the divine beast Zhu Dao. Its bloodline mutated, and it gained a sliver of luck. Hanju was surprised that Little Black had also evolved. At this moment, Hei Yuji was still oblivious, munching on Zhao Dao's flesh with relish. The dried meat the master made is pretty good. I'm afraid the whole world can't find anything tastier than this. Seeing Hei Yuji gobbling it down like there's no tomorrow, and even wanting to save some for New Year's, Hanju was like, should I tell him this is divine beast meat or nah? Shun Chang'an came running, panting. Master, bad news. The Fusang tree's at it again, he sighed dramatically. This time, the Fusang tree wasn't going totally bonkers, shaking like crazy. It was swaying gently, like it was trying to seduce someone. Shun Chang'an, ever the optimist, commented, well, at least it's not shaking as much. Better than last time. Hei Yunji chimed in, but a tree moving at all is kinda sus, right? Hanju was utterly exhausted. Talk about carrying Jade invites robbery. Last time he killed Zhu Dao and pissed off the vermilion bird. Who did I offend this time? Is there no way to get this thing to chill out? Shun Chang'an, full of wisdom, offered his insight. Master, don't you think it looks like it's in heat? Hanju had a sudden realization. The Fusang tree could attract Zhao Dao and the golden crow, so it definitely has something useful. And their common trait is the fire element. Could it be? Could it be that the Fusang tree needs high-level fire-type bloodlines? Is this a symbiotic relationship? Out of nowhere, Hei Yuji piped up. Not hiding anything, master. Lately, for some reason, I always feel like it's trying to lure me up there. He quickly added, I didn't dare go because I was afraid you'd be upset. Hanju finally understood this tree-bird romance. Zhu Dao was a divine beast. Hei Yuji is a reincarnated demon saint. Their identities aren't inferior at all. It all clicked for him. Little Hei ate Zhao Dao, so his blood has some of Zhao Dao in it? Maybe that's enough to satisfy the Fusang tree. Hanju immediately agreed. Phoenixes living in trees is natural, but he has to build his own nest. He thought it through. If Hei Yuji takes over the Fusang tree, then other demon birds and divine beasts won't come. After building his nest, Hei Yuji was super content and relaxed. His face was beaming with smug satisfaction. Hanju was happy that the Fusang tree wasn't restless anymore, only Sun Chang'an had some reservations. Why do I feel like it can't be restless anymore? Because it's being suppressed by Chicken Bro. Suddenly, someone arrived. Dense, spiritual chi, rebuilt into a mortal mountain. Can't be wrong. Surely you are the most powerful, Elder Zhan Shen. Turns out, it was Xiao Zhao, the favored son of a famous sect from 5,000 years ago. Hei Yuji and Shun Chang'an were shocked, because they didn't sense him coming at all. Hanju was much calmer. What brings you here, Taoist friend? Xiao Zhao laid out his plan. The sect master keeps inviting me to join, but my situation is a bit special. How about this? I'll join the Yu Qing sect if... He only had one request. If someone representing the Yu Qing sect can withstand one palm strike from me, then I'll join. Shun Chang'an thought to himself. Now that's just arrogant. Hei Yunji was a little worried. Isn't that usually master's line? Tables have turned, huh? Hanju smiled on the surface, but inside he was thinking, I wasn't even looking for you, and you come looking for me instead. Xiao Zhao coldly said, no need for him, jumped up, and gathered energy in the air, preparing to attack, striking a palm straight at the chest of Hanju, who was confused, unprepared. He was a little shocked, unable to react to the situation unfolding before his eyes. Hei Yuji and Shun Chang'an worried beside him, continuously calling master. Everything around them fell into silence, making Xiao Zhao have his doubts. The violent wind, the obvious spiritual energy in his palm still existed, but couldn't be delivered. This awkward silence got Xiao Zhao thinking, who's this guy? Why's he got so much spirit treasure? He couldn't figure it out, so he just plopped his hand on Hanju's chest, making Hanju all flustered. Dude, have some respect. Xiao Zhao just deadpanned. I'm just checking your cultivation, but I can't quite pin down your level. Since you're decked out in so much spirit treasure, I won't hold back. I'm going all out. Hanju gave him a cold stare. A 9th level void amalgamation cultivator wants to go all out? You here to spar or kill me? After a moment, he said, if I can take your hit, you'll really join the Jade Pure sect and listen to the sect master? Xiao Zhao said, all righteous. I never break my promises. Plus, I do need a place to settle down, and I kinda like the Jade Pure sect. Hanju stood there, all chill, motioning him to attack. Alright then, go for it. My bad, Xiao Zhao said, and BAM! He unleashed his inner power, channeling it into his palm. It was like he was grabbing hold of all the wind in the area. The spirit energy materialized, and Xiao Zhao sucked it right in. He Yuji and Xun Changwan were like, whoa, that suction power is insane. Even the sky's getting pulled in. Everything was drowned out by the light from Xiao Zhao's spirit energy. Even though Hanju was hidden in the light, he wasn't scared at all. In everyone else's eyes, the strongest guy in the Jade Pure sect was only at the nascent soul realm. Xiao Zhao was thinking, he's so confident taking my challenge, is he really at the void amalgamation realm? A full power strike from a void amalgamation cultivator landed square on Hanju's chest. With a dull thud, boom! It was like two giant mountains colliding, and the shockwave blew everything away. Xun Changhan got launched into the sky. He Yuji, the chunky chicken, got shoved back too. Trees were flattened, and leaves were swirling everywhere. In the middle of it all, Xiao Zhao was sprawled out against a broken tree, yelling in disbelief. He's a Unity Realm cultivator. He never expected a sect that didn't even have a void amalgamation cultivator would have a Unity Realm cultivator. Hanju stood there like a mountain, casually asking, so, about that deal? Xiao Zhao sat up and said, a gentleman's word is his bond. From now on, I'm a Jade Pure sect guy. Suddenly, the system chimed in, Xiao Zhao likes you now. 1 star of favorability. Hanju was like, seriously, he told Xiao Zhao, just don't go blabbing about my cultivation, okay? Xiao Zhao looked up, surprised. Don't the Jade Pure sect people know? Hanju gazed at the clear blue sky. If I'm too strong, the sect might get cocky and start picking fights. I just want immortality, nothing else. Not many people need to know about me. Xiao Zhao couldn't help but sigh. Such a rare mindset. If the Spirit Firmament sect was half as humble as him, they wouldn't have been wiped out. Hanju clasped his hands in farewell, and Xiao Zhao gave him a respectful bow. After Xiao Zhao left, He Yunji was all curious. Why didn't you teach him a lesson? He did stab you, you know. Hanju shot back, I'll stab you, wanna try? He Yuji pretended to be all cute. With my adorable face, how could you hurt me? Hanju was even more annoyed. This chicken's been getting too big for its britches lately. Seeing it happily munching on meat, he said, I gotta remind you, things ain't looking good. That guy pissed off some immortal, you see his eyes? That's an immortal curse? He Yuji freaked out. An immortal curse? Hanju glared at it. Yep, can't be too careful. Danger's everywhere. So stop acting all high and mighty. Oh, and I didn't want to tell you, but that jerky you're eating is made from Zhao Dao's corpse. You know that vermilion bird's kid? Didn't you notice your body changing? That's all thanks to the divine beast. Hanju finished it off, making He Yuji sweat bullets. So you better train hard and get stronger, or the vermilion bird's gonna come for revenge. I bet the vermilion bird's already got it in for us. I gotta go into seclusion too. With that, Hanju turned and left, leaving He Yuji a shivering, sobbing mess. After calming down, it sadly packed up the rest of the jerky and gave it to a dog, and completely forgot that Xun Chang'an was still waiting to be rescued. The next day, inside the Jade Pure sect, the paths that were once so wide were now jam-packed with cultivators. Even the birds were chirping and flying all over the place, like they were cheering along. The sect leader was grinning like he'd just struck gold, announcing, let's all welcome our new Elder of the Void Amalgamation Realm, joining the Jade Pure sect. When Xiao Zhao heard that intro, everyone was like, whoa! That's the level only our founder ever reached. The plaza was a total zoo, with people pushing and shoving, trying to get closer. Some disciples were already thinking about what gifts they could give to get in Elder Xiao Zhao's good graces. Li Qingzi couldn't stop smiling. After all, Elder Xiao Zhao only agreed to join the Jade Pure sect after hanging out with Hanju. That's our Hanju, the real backbone of the sect. Who would have thought that the Jade Pure sect, which was just a tiny little sect in a corner of Great Yan, would get this big? And to think Hanju used to be just a small-time medicine slave, a so-called outer sect disciple. You could say the day Hanju decided to join the Jade Pure sect was the luckiest day in the sect's history. He was getting all emotional. Without Hanju, there'd be no Jade Pure sect today. While things were all sunshine and rainbows at the Jade Pure sect, somewhere else it was a life death battlefield, littered with corpses. A guy slowly walked through the carnage, sighing. 5 years. We've been fighting for 5 damn years. Senior brother, we lost again. Liu Biyumye was all worn out, totally numb. Qing Han stood beside him, not saying a word. His face was covered in scratches, and he stared helplessly at the sky. This is too tough. Our integration realm guest elder got seriously injured and probably ran off to heal somewhere. Liu Biyumye went on, sounding totally defeated. The Vowless sect is expanding towards Great Way like crazy. Our Blood Flame Heaven sect is done for. Qing Han Zhenren suddenly remembered something and blurted out, maybe not, junior brother. How about we surrender? Liu Biyumie was stunned. Surrender? We have a blood feud with the Vowless sect. Even if we surrendered, they'd never let us off the hook, Qing Han Zhenren explained. Not surrender to the Vowless sect, but surrender to the Jade Pure sect. He looked super relieved, like he'd just grabbed onto a lifeline. Liu Biyumie was completely taken by surprise. Qing Han Zhenren started thinking out loud. We can rely on the Jade Pure sect as long as we guarantee our cultivation is righteous. In the cultivation world, relying on other forces isn't rare. He kept trying to convince him. Think about it. The sects around Great Way are even weaker than our Blood Flame Heaven sect. The big sects that could push back against the Vowless sect are all too far away. The only option is the Jade Pure sect, which is the closest. Liu Biyumi hesitated. Is the Jade Pure sect really stronger than the Vowless sect? Can they really withstand the Vowless sect's attack? In Qing Han Zhenren's mind, the image of Hanju flashed by, making him even more certain. If it's the Jade Pure sect, maybe they really can. Meanwhile, the person being thought of was just stepping out to relax after some closed cultivation. Hanju looked around, feeling relieved seeing the Fusang tree no longer looking overgrown, with Hei Yuji watching over it. The Fusang tree and the Earth Immortal Gourd Vine were both doing pretty well. Plus, Xun Changwan had worked hard to cultivate into an immortal, and the mountain was constantly being raised higher. Life was good. He was happily enjoying the peace. After this session of closed Gongdor cultivation, Hanju had reached the 3rd level of the Void Amalgamation realm. Just as he was yawning, the system notification popped up. The board was full of familiar names: Hundun Tiangao, Zhao Fan, Mofuki, Xishuan, Zi were all about to become deities. So, everyone was doing okay. Seeing that Xiao Jiao was still cursed by a divine being, he was a little worried. Was the Jade Pure sect inviting trouble by taking in Xiao Jiao? But what really gave Hanju a headache was the notification. Su Qi is cultivating demonic powers, and his divine persona is starting to awaken. Still unlucky. He's scary enough already. How crazy will he be after awakening? But, when you think about it, Su Qi is really pitiful. Everyone around him dies because of him, but he doesn't even know it's his fault. The Heavenly Court dropped him down to the mortal realm and erased his past life's memories just to let him wreak havoc. And Zhu Dao caused so much trouble. But the higher Jeleps didn't do anything, like they were secretly allowing it. The Heavenly Court doesn't seem as righteous as everyone says. They're quick to do bad things, but nowhere to be seen. When good things happen, what are they up to? Finally, Hanju came to a conclusion. Could it be there are too many people in the mortal realm? Are they trying to control the population a little? While Hanju was off in La La Land, back at the Jade Pure sect's main hall, the sect leader shouted in disbelief. What the heck? The atmosphere in the hall was super tense. Li Qingzi sized up the representative from the Blood Flame Heaven sect who had come to join them. Are you serious about this? The sect leader refused. Your sect and the Untainted sect are at war. The Jade Pure sect doesn't want to get dragged into this, the Supreme Elder whispered. They want to use our sect as a meat shield. That old geezer then started listing the benefits. If the Jade Pure sect agrees, the Blood Flame Heaven sect can merge completely, becoming the 2nd strongest peak in your sect. This got the elders buzzing. They all felt like the Jade Pure sect would be hitting the jackpot if they swallowed them up. But if they swallowed the Blood Flame Heaven sect, who would stop the Untainted sect? The representative, real person Yan Lin, found the sect's decision really bizarre. The Jade Pure sect is so weak, what are they relying on? Just one low-level transformation realm guy. Everyone else is in the nascent soul realm. They're not even enough to be a threat, except for that blindfolded dude standing in the corner. Just then, The sect leader stood up and said, "Elder Xiaojiao, please entertain our distinguished guest. Well, I need to discuss this with Elder Han." Yan Lin scoffed inwardly. "If your sect doesn't have the strength, then so be it. As the sect leader, you don't have any spine." What were the sect master and Qing Han real person thinking, wanting to join a sect like this? Xiao Zhao suddenly approached, interrupting his thoughts. "I remember attending the Blood Flame Heaven sect's opening ceremony 5,000 years ago. So you guys have fallen this far." "Forget it. Let's not talk about that. You and I are both elders. How about we spar to test each other's current strength?" Xiao Zhao revealed his Golden Core Realm cultivation. Yan Lin knew Xiao Zhao was hiding his cultivation, pretending to be in the Golden Core Realm to catch him off guard with a sneak attack. "This kind of small trick won't fool me. I already saw that you're in the Fusion Realm, first level." Back at Hanju's cave abode, he was startled by the information he just heard. The sect leader asked anxiously, "What do you think? What should we do?" Hanju pondered slowly. "This move will definitely offend the untainted sect. Even if I'm not afraid of the enlightened old freak, I'm afraid there might be someone stronger than me." A little worried, he asked, "Lidi Qingzi, what's the Jade Pure sect's current strength? Can we fight evenly with the untainted sect?" The sect leader replied glumly, "It's tough. Actually, disciples of the untainted sect have been infiltrating the Great Yan border for a long time. The Jade Pure sect disciples have fought them many times, losing more often than winning. They even sent many Fusion Realm powerhouses to occupy Great Yan. In the end, we had to rely on Elder Xiao Zhao to suppress those guys." Hanju frowned, full of suspicion. "Is that enlightened old freak targeting me? It's obvious that he doesn't know I'm secretly cursing him, right?" He thought for a moment and said, "Then that means we don't have a choice. Once the untainted sect swallows Great Wei, Great Yan will definitely be the next target." The sect leader thought the same. Suddenly, the sound of fighting reached them, drawing their attention. Two streaks of light flashed across the sky. Li Qingzi recognized them with a start. "That's Xiao Zhao and Yan Lin. Why are those two fighting?" Hanju calmed him down. "It's Chapelet. Alright, from what I can see, they're just sparring." In the sky, Elder Xiao Zhao looked radiant, chanting an incantation, and flew extremely fast to chase after Yan Lin. That old geezer, who had been secretly cursing him, now had a bruised and battered face, but his mouth still wouldn't quit. "Ninth level of the Fusion Realm. What are you pretending for? Who taught you this concealment technique?" Seeing this scene, the sect leader felt that Hanju was wrong. He really couldn't tell that they were just sparring. It looked like a one-sided beating. In the sky, flashes of light erupted as magical powers collided. Hanju gave the sect leader another shock. Xiao Zhao still hasn't used his full strength. Turning to Yan Lin, who was so battered that even his parents wouldn't recognize him, he was forced to use his strongest move. He summoned a giant fire snake. Xiao Zhao looked tiny in front of it, but he wasn't afraid at all. He calmly raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy into the two fingers pointing at the sky, and chanted an incantation. At this moment, Xiao Zhao created countless clones that surrounded Yan Lin in the middle. Li Qingzi was freaking out watching those big shots fight, but Hanju was way chill, saying, "If the Yuqing sect really wants to swallow up the Blood Flame Heaven Gate, we gotta put the squeeze on them. Otherwise, even if they merge now, who knows if they'll get rebellious ideas later." Hearing this, the headmaster hesitated a bit, but then agreed, his eyes glued to the intense battle in the sky. Hanju mused, "Looks like Xiao Zhao's on the same wavelength as me." When the fight finally ended, Yan Lin, missing a tooth, was still scratching his head, totally clueless as to what just happened. The poor guy was a mess, cupping his fist in farewell, each word punctuated by a mouthful of blood. Seriously painful. The headmaster couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for him, asking, "You alright, Yan Lin? Basically stripped bare? Could only manage? I'm fine, no need to worry." Once he hobbled off into the distance, the headmaster nervously asked Hanju, "Look at him. What if the Blood Flame Heaven Gate doesn't even bother coming?" Without missing a beat, Hanju replied, "If they come begging the Yuqing sect for protection, then they better act like they're begging." Suddenly, the system chimed in with a notification. Detected a person with innate immortal luck. Want to check out their background? Hanju was taken aback, not expecting to run into another weirdo. The info popped up. Name's Murong Qi, Golden Core Realm, 4th level, goes by the handle Myriad Truth Divine Emperor. He got ganged up on, reincarnated as a mortal, but his talent is off the charts. He's headed to the Yuqing sect because he's drawn to some ancient spiritual ginseng. Now this is getting interesting, he thought. While all that was going on for Hanju, elsewhere things were much more lively. A group of people happily strolling along. Guanyang was enthusiastically introducing things. Our Yuqing sect's been around for 1,000 years since its founding. He just kept spouting poetic lines. Within the Yuqing sect's mountain gate, the scenery is picturesque. With fragrant flowers and exotic plants, it's the top choice. First choice, the rogue cultivators begin to enter the organization after going ashore. Suddenly, someone curiously asked, "Elder Yu Gang, is that also one of the Yuqing sect's mountains?" Following the direction of the person's finger was a towering mountain, engraved with the words, "Bitter cultivation to immortality." Guan Yu Gang immediately replied, "That's the mountain of Yuqing sect's Godslayer Elder. You can't just barge in, or you'll be immediately kicked out." Hearing this, Murongqi was even more convinced of his judgment. "It's definitely this place. What I'm looking for is definitely on this mountain. My intuition won't be wrong." He continued probing. "Does the Godslayer Elder take on disciples?" Guan Yu Gang's answer was, "Well, he does take them on, but there was a monk before." Yu Gang didn't finish the sentence, but stretched out 5 fingers, concluding, "He kneeled under the mountain for 5 years before successfully becoming a disciple. If you have that much perseverance, then you can give it a try." This answer left everyone speechless in disbelief. While the group continued to the next stop, Murongqi was still lost in thought. Kneel for 5 years, huh? For that thing, what's 5 years of kneeling? After a while, he made a decision. "Elder Gunian, I'm not going back. I plan to stay here and become a disciple of the Godslayer." "Elder," these words surprised everyone. Elsewhere, as Xun Chengyan was knitting, he suddenly sneezed. He had a bad feeling about this. 2 months later, life continued as usual, peaceful and serene. Suddenly, a blaze of purple light flashed from afar, startling everyone. Murmurs arose one after another. "Purple clouds. This is. Someone else has comprehended the myriad ancient sword dado." But those in the Yuqing sect were no longer surprised by this. They could only stare blankly and wonder, "Not, it's him again." As expected, a powerful layer of golden light radiated from Hanju's surroundings. The core of power in front of his chest was gradually forming. Hanju slowly opened his eyes. Another new comprehension. The heaven and earth Xuanhuang piercing boundary finger is truly amazing. The space before him stretched out endlessly. Around him were faint shadows, startling him. This place is a stream of sword dabio. No way, it was just reviewing sword techniques. How did I end up here? Hanju looked around all confused. Was he gonna run into that same dude again or what? He noticed everyone was moving. Guess his sword comprehension was leveling up again. The higher the level, the further you can go. Wonder if he improved at all. Suddenly, Hanju sensed something weird and quickly looked down. That's when he realized he was zooming like crazy, passing everyone in the blink of an eye. But seriously, what's going on? Why can't he stop? He was going so fast the people around him were just blurs. Hanju was all sorts of bewildered, wondering how he managed to overtake so many people so quickly. He came to a conclusion. Could it be that his sword comprehension was too OP to even describe? At this point, Hanju was officially panicking. He started yelling his head off, his limbs numb, unable to break. If that dude finds out, he's so screwed. He was flailing around, trying to stop, when suddenly, a light appeared in front of him. An illusion appeared and immediately started scolding him. "It's you again. I gave you a chance last time. Don't get cocky." Hanju could only wipe away his tears and snot and explain, "I didn't mean to offend you, senior. I just can't stop myself." Before he could finish, his figure disappeared, leaving only his cries for help echoing behind. Seeing this, the senior was speechless. He'd been guarding the sword stream for so many years, and this was the first time he'd seen someone comprehend it so fast. Before his very eyes, Hanju was in the Taiyi realm. He was despairing so hard his face was all contorted as he yelled, "I'm gonna enter it!" Suddenly, something pulled him to a stop, but his eyes and mouth, still freaked out, kept flying forward from the momentum. Turns out the illusionary senior had held Hanju back. His face, still on the ground, hadn't returned to his body, but he didn't forget to thank him profusely. "Thank you, senior. Your great kindness can never be repaid." The illusion felt strange. You clearly don't have a past life, so how can you have such sword comprehension? Normal people struggle to take even one step, but you can't stop at all. It's like the sword stream is chasing after you, stuffing knowledge into you. Hearing about a past life, Hanju quickly said, "Everything has a beginning. Maybe I'll become someone else's past life in the future." Confused, the senior said, "Well, nobody can control reincarnation," the illusion explained. "With your current strength, the Taiyi realm isn't something you can control. Otherwise, You'll get a backlash. Go back with that. The senior raised his hand to flick Hanju away, but Hanju just stared blankly, not understanding why the illusion guarding the sword stream was holding a hand in front of his forehead. A thwack sound rang out, and everything around him instantly went dark, like he'd gone blind. After a moment, Hanju suddenly woke up, his eyes wide with shock. Hanju felt an overwhelming power around him. The advancement in the sword stream led to a sharp increase in his sword comprehension. The power pierced the sky and slammed down, causing a huge vibration. Just as Mu Rongqi was kneeling to take on a master, the power descended. This made him excited and cheered. As expected, Mu Rongqi was ecstatic. There must be what I'm looking for on this mountain. Judging from this situation, I reckon that the senior must have come out of closed cultivation. He kowtowed repeatedly. Mu Rongqi hoped that he would see him. Suddenly a voice sounded. How can there be people below the mountain? This voice surprised him. Mu Rongqi looked up while expectant. Could it be that the Zhan Shen elder has arrived? But before him was Shun Changwan, a person who looks comical. From the first second he saw Mu Rongqi, Changjian was hopelessly infatuated. This youth is too handsome. But Mu Rongqi's mood was the complete opposite. He froze solid, thinking to himself, this is bad. In a scene of 100 flowers blooming, filling the air with fragrance, there was a hilariously awkward situation unfolding. On one side, Shun Changyan was beaming with joy, grinning from ear to ear, while on the other, Mu Rongqi was gloomy, questioning his existence. Why do I feel like this guy is strangely attractive, but I definitely don't like this type? Suddenly, he realized something. Wait a minute. Could he be that elder Zhan Shen, who can bring me great opportunities? Immediately, Mu Rongqi bowed low. This sudden action startled Shun Changjian, making him step back. You, what are you doing? He kowtowed, saying, please, senior, take me as your disciple. Changjian couldn't process it for a moment. What's going on? He stood there dumbfounded, but then he understood and seriously considered it. My cultivation is higher than his, so taking a disciple isn't difficult, but I still have to ask Shifu first. So Changyan asked, what's your name? But after Mu Rongqi said his name, he delivered a blunt sentence. Then you can keep kneeling here, Mu Rongqi firmly replied. Yes. Inside the sect, Hanju suspiciously asked. Someone outside wants to become your disciple. Shun Changjian quickly reacted. Is that not allowed, Shifu? Hanju calmly replied. It's not that it's not allowed, it depends on what you think. Changjian explained. I think we're very compatible. If Shifu agrees, I'll take him as my disciple. Hanju was very skeptical of this statement. Compatible? Are you sure it's not just one-sided? Finally, he agreed. Then take him. Bring him to Cultivate under the Fusang Shu and keep a close eye on him. Don't let him wander off, understand? Shun Changnan excitedly replied, Yes, Shifu. Outside, Mu Rongqi was still obediently kneeling as instructed, unaware that he had mistaken his master. Now he thought, how long do I have to kneel? The senior must be testing my patience, right? Sensing someone approaching, he looked up. Before Mu Rongqi was the solemn master he had longed for, but this master looked a bit blinding. Changjian spoke. Let's go, follow me up the mountain. Mu Rongqi rejoiced inwardly. Finally, I've succeeded. My great opportunity is here. The scene shifted to before the gate of the Jade Pure sect. There, Liu Bunyi and Qingxian were whispering. The fate of the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect depends on this trip. Qingxian resolutely stepped forward. Let's go. This time, the two of us must force the Jade Pure sect to agree. But Buyi was still a little worried. What if they still refuse? A dangerous glint flashed in Qingxian's eyes as he smiled slyly. Refuse? Then we'll have to kneel down and beg them. That was the reality. They acted all tough before, but in reality, they had no other choice. Qingxian's decisive act of kneeling left Hanju unsure of what to do. Even while begging, Buyi was still uneasy and whispered, The Jade Pure sect is so big. The sect master's words don't matter. Only his words count. Qingxian was very enlightened. Don't say that. We're lucky he's even willing to see us. Suddenly, Hanju spoke, startling them. I, Han, hate being disturbed during cultivation the most. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, things will be very unpleasant. As he said those threatening words, Hanju's face twisted into a terrifying Asura-like expression, frightening Liu Buyi and Qingxian out of their wits. This aura is the fusion realm. This oppression is even stronger than our hired elders." Sensing the pressure, the other also collapsed and knelt down. "I am the sect master of the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect, Liu Buyi." Buyi suppressed his fear and raised his head, sincerely saying, "This time, I've come to pay respects to the senior and wish for the Blood Flame Heavenly Sect to merge into the Jade Pure Sect. I hope senior will grant our request." These two are sincere enough, so Hanju agreed. But after joining the Jade Pure Sect, no divided loyalties. Your sect is disbanded, then you join the Jade Pure Sect, got it? Arius. Hearing this, Liu Budi and Qingxian were overjoyed. Hanju reached out and released a mark, saying seriously, "I've left a mark in your bodies. It won't affect your cultivation normally." The mark released a surge of power that entered Budi and Qingxian's bodies. Hanju warned, "But if you have any intention of betraying me, you know the consequences," the two replied in unison. "We pledge our loyalty to the Jade Pure Sect." Then Hanju turned abruptly and went back into the cave, leaving behind only a word of praise. Not bad. As for the specific details later, just go find Li Qingzi. This decisive action left Qingxian and Liu Budi bewildered. That's it? Why let the opportunity slip away? But he quickly stated his main purpose. "Senior, please wait. The Blood Flame Heaven Sect is being harassed by the Faceless Sect. The treasures and disciples are still in great way and can't come to the Jade Pure Sect. We beg Senior to lend a hand." The name Faceless Sect immediately caught Hanju's attention, and he stopped. He paused and said, "It's okay. You guys just disperse. I'll take care of it." With that, Hanju walked straight inside, leaving the two outside bowing and expressing their gratitude. As he walked, he remembered that, according to intelligence, the strongest person in the Faceless Sect seemed to be the Enlightenment Old Monster. If that's the case, as long as the Enlightenment Old Monster remains injured, the Faceless Sect won't dare to act recklessly. The Jade Pure Sect also won't have any direct conflicts with the Faceless Sect. Hanju went to the ancient book he had seen earlier. "My affair with Niangzi has been completely erased. In this life, I'll rely on my own strength to face my enemies. Book of Misfortune. Curse him with all your might." After that, on the other side, waves of violent coughing and vomiting of blood echoed continuously. Seeing his master struggling all over the room due to the coughing, Dongfeng Xian panicked. "Master, are you all right?" The Enlightenment Old Monster rolled his eyes back, furious but could only croak, Who is harming me?" Suddenly, a subordinate reported from outside the door. "News from the front. The Blood Flame Heaven Sect has defected to the Jade Pure Sect of our Great Yan. Should we continue the attack?" Hearing the name Jade Pure Sect, the Enlightenment Old Monster immediately felt threatened, so he decided to halt the peace talks. Dongfeng Xian retorted, "Master, is that it? If word gets out, others will think our Faceless Sect is afraid of the Jade Pure Sect." But the Enlightenment Old Monster said, "Dealing with two sects at the same time will be very difficult, even for our Faceless Sect." As if remembering something, the Enlightenment Old Monster roared, his eyes bloodshot with anger. "Wait, this Jade Pure Sect image. Xing Hongzhuan." The Enlightenment Old Monster realized that he had been cursed since inviting that woman. And this time he was cursed so severely that he was heavily injured. It happened right when the Blood Flame Heaven Sect and the Jade Pure Sect were negotiating. Dongfeng Xian confidently said, "I've heard that the highest cultivation in the Jade Pure Sect is only at the transformation stage. Master, rest assured, I'll definitely capture Liu Budi when I go on this campaign." He turned to leave immediately, but was stopped by the Enlightenment Old Monster's words. "You can't go," he continued. "There's something strange about this. Your trial at the Celestial Abode is coming up, so don't cause any more trouble. The war with the Blood Flame Heaven Sect has lasted for so many years, so it should end. The reputation of the Faceless Sect has been established there. There is no need to pursue and kill to the end." His master's words made him unwilling, but he had to obey. The Enlightenment Old Monster continued, "My mind is made up. We will not advance to attack the Blood Flame Heaven Sect again." Now Dongfeng Xian could only clench his fists in agreement. On Murongqi's side, after cultivating for a week, he realized that his master was not the God-slaying elder. When Xun Changchun was introducing the senior martial sister, Grand Master, and other figures in the transformation stage, Murongqi finally realized in shock, "You're not the God-slaying elder?" Hearing this question, Xun Chang'an replied nonchalantly, When did I say I was the god, slaying elder? This confusing mistake was indeed a mental shock to Murongchi. After the Blood Flame Heaven sect relied on the Jade Pure sect, the Faceless sect temporarily suspended its attack plan. Now, the Jade Pure sect is also developing rapidly because of this, leading to more and more rogue cultivators and mortals coming to seek refuge. Li Qingzi is like Hanju's representative. From then on, Great Yan experienced calm seas and tranquil waves every day. Over the next 10 years, cultivation precepts were always engraved on the cliffs. Endure for a moment, and the sky will be vast, and the sea wide. Suddenly, the system displayed. You have lived for 400 years in this life. You have two choices. One is to descend into the world and prove your strength, which can obtain a chi-luck divine beast, or a natural treasure. Two is to continue closed-door cultivation, which can obtain a spiritual treasure. Standing in front of a cake with 400 burning candles, Hanju made his wish. Happy 400th birthday. Choose the second one. System notification. You chose to continue secluded cultivation. Congratulations on obtaining the spiritual treasure, the Heaven, concealing spiritual bracelet, with defensive properties. It can isolate divine senses and defend against soul attacks. Hanju was very pleased with this birthday gift and put it on his wrist. Immediately, the spiritual treasure emitted golden spiritual energy, Hanju said with amusement. Another defensive spiritual treasure, huh? Feeling extremely pleased, the noise from Gilanshen made him put away his playful expression and return to his serious demeanor. Within the area of the Jade Pure sect, a determined voice rang out. I have come this time to challenge the Jade Pure sect to a battle of skills, regardless of life or death. Lan Shen flew in the air. He arrogantly provoked, is there anyone in the Jade Pure sect who dares to fight me? Hanju checked the information panel and hesitated a bit, challenging the sect. And another Huang Jihao, huh? The system displayed Gilanshen's information. Second layer of the fusion realm. His personality is arrogant. He wants to become the #1 cultivator under the heavens, challenging everywhere and never failing. Thinking about how he was a Tao disciple of the Heavenly Immortal Manor, Hanju became wary. Heard a lot about the Heavenly Immortal Manor, but this is the first time I've met someone from there. Should be an interesting opponent. The Jade Pure sect's defensive grand formation was immediately activated, followed by a loud shout. Simulated combat activated. A strong barrier appeared around the Jade Pure sect. Seeing this, Lan Shen provoked, what's this? The Jade Pure sect conquered the Blood Flame sect, but no one dares to fight me? How disappointing. Still no movement. So he raised the stakes. I'll offer 100 million high Kina-grade spirit stones. He continued to yell, 100 million spirit stones isn't enough. I'll add a spiritual treasure. The sects within the Jade Pure sect must be surprised by this guy's wealth, seeing that it still didn't work. Gilanshen angrily shouted, no way, is everyone in the Jade Pure sect a coward? Why won't anyone even peep? While Li Qingzi was busy studying precious books, he was disturbed by Lan Shen's yelling, people of the Jade Pure sect, come out here! You have the ability to open a sect. Why don't you have the ability to fight back? Unable to bear it anymore, Li Qingzi had to put down his books and complain, Elder Han and Elder Xiao, why aren't you taking action yet? I'm trying to cultivate in seclusion. Do you have to make it so difficult for me? Meanwhile, someone was plucking petals to decide whether to go or wait for Elder Han to handle it. Unexpectedly, the last petal fell on the I have to go option. So Xiao Zhao pretended to be dumb and nonchalantly said, looks like I miscounted. Let's count again. While Li Qingzi was studying at a crucial point, Xiao Zhao sniffed the flowers, but Hanju was already furious. It's been so long, why haven't the sect master and Xiao Zhao taken action yet? Even if we lose, we should still fight him off. Outside, Guy Lanshan had been yelling alone like a loner all day long. He finally ran out of patience and became furious. I'll give you the time it takes to breathe once. If you don't come out, I'll flatten the Jade Pure sect. Lan Shen started gathering spiritual power in his palm. He roared, I'm serious. Finally, Gilan Shen was answered. Taoist friend, wait. Hanju had to appear. Taoist friend is powerful. The Jade Pure sect is ashamed to be inferior. Hearing a voice, Lan Shen stopped. Is only one person from the Jade Pure sect coming out? Even though he said that, he didn't know when Hanju had arrived. Hanju humbly replied, only me. I hope Taoist friend will stop. After so much monologue, finally someone appeared, so Gilanshan pounced. You're here, but you think you can just say you admit defeat and it'll be over. To appease him, Hanju began to flatter. Taoist friend is as handsome as jade, with a heroic appearance. One look and I can tell you, have the temperament of a chosen one. Why be so angry? Please, let's become friends. What do you think? Gilanchan calmed down after hearing that. I guess you know how to talk. Since I'm already here, I'll give you some pointers. Just do your best.
Seeing that this guy was too arrogant, Hanju was displeased and asked back, "Are you sure? You won't shed tears until you see the coffin?"
Lan Shen put on airs and said, I am one of the chosen ones of the heavenly immortal manor. Except for that pervert, I've never been afraid of anyone. Hurry up, don't waste my time. Without saying much, Hanju raised one hand to prepare. Then please enlighten me, someone shouted loudly. Lan Shen. While he was sleeping soundly, he slowly opened his eyes in a daze, clearly not understanding what was happening.
Suddenly, his master appeared before Gilanchan, catching him off guard. "Master, why are you here?"
The master angrily retorted. You idiot! If I hadn't placed a protective clone seal on your primordial spirit, you'd have lost your body and soul long ago. Only then did he realize something was wrong. Why am I only in my primordial spirit form? Finally, Langchan remembered.
He didn't expect that Hanju would blow him away with just one move. Previously known as the Heaven and Earth Xuanhuan, a dimension, piercing sword, but now just one finger was enough to erase all traces of Gilanchan.
Hanju's face darkened. Heavenly Immortal Mansion's genius? You couldn't even last 3 seconds in my simulated training room. Who gave you the courage to challenge me? Suddenly a steady voice echoed. Fellow Taoist, please show mercy. Seeing Li Kong arrive, Hanju immediately said, The little one got beat, so the old one shows up? You saw it, right? He was the one bullying me. He kept provoking me. I don't want trouble, but I'm definitely not afraid of it.
Li Kong held the weak, foaming at the mouth primordial spirit of Langchan in his hands, and bowed his head in acknowledgement. I am Guilangchan's master now. Fellow Taoist is right. This was indeed his fault. I apologize on behalf of my wayward disciple. Li Kong negotiated. If fellow Taoist is willing to spare him, we'll leave immediately. Okay, Hanju agreed. Fellow Taoists, a promise is a promise, Yan Kong replied. Of course. System notification. Li Kong Daoran has generated 3-star goodwill towards you, reason. You didn't kill Gilanchan, honestly. Even if he didn't want to, he had to let them go. Because Li Kong's 7th level of Tribulation Realm gave Hanju the chills, he thought this guy wasn't bad, strong, and good looking, so Li Kong asked for his name. Hanju solemnly replied, Just some random nobody. My name is Guan Yu, courtesy name Yuncheng. Later, Gilanchan's small, aggrieved form questioned, Why couldn't I even withstand one move from Guan Yu? Li Kong told the truth. If he hadn't intended to spare your primordial spirit, even I couldn't have stopped him. Even the dragon protective armor was torn to shreds, patched up everywhere. Guilangchan didn't expect a Tribulation Realm expert like his master to be so damaged. Lu Kong explained. It was just a clone, but his swordplay was so domineering that I almost lost control of my true body. Consider this a lesson for you. What have you learned? Hearing his master's scolding tone, Langchan hesitated, stammering, unsure how to answer. Finally, he had to admit, I didn't expect there to be so many strong cultivators outside the Heavenly Immortal Mansion. Even small sects have hidden powerhouses. Seeing that he had matured a little, his master was pleased. Langchan quickly perked up, excitedly saying, In the future, I want to challenge more sects to understand that there are people beyond people, heavens beyond heavens. Just when he thought he had learned something, this leopard hasn't changed its spots, infuriating Li Kong. No means no. Li Kong locked him up to be done with it. Go back to the Heavenly Immortal Mansion for me. You're not allowed to come out for 500 years. Yuli Langchan wailed in protest. He was truly helpless. Idiot! Who always saves you every time, huh? The outside of the Jade Pure Sect's secret hall was covered with a complicated layer of spells. Ever since she was captured by Hanju, Munju had been locked in this secret hall. Every day she focused on cultivating, and now her cultivation had reached the 8th level of the Golden Core realm. However, Moju always had the obsession to escape, to leave this place, and avenge the Moja family. Day after day, Moju deluded herself. What are you waiting for? Your clan brother, Mufuki, is still waiting for your help. In a moment she regained control of her mind, struggling to resist the demon within her. Who are you? Get out. I don't want you. You don't represent me. The two sides fought fiercely, causing Moju's body to almost explode. She screamed and strained, pushing away the resentful spirits within her.
Overexertion caused Moju to suffer internal injuries, leading to her vomiting blood. After a moment of torment, she collapsed, exhausted, and wretched.
Clearly I'm cultivating the Manhwa family's ancestral technique, but why does this technique cultivate demonic energy?
Moju couldn't figure out if that earlier situation was a demon. It didn't really seem like one, and she even called herself the family head. Could it be that the Moju family was actually once a demonic sect?
The more Moju thought about it, the more she realized it seemed like she was supposed to inherit something. But should she really re-cultivate that technique? She looked up at the sky and pondered. If she recultivated, who knows how much time it would take? Chasing after Hanju was already hard enough, if she had to start all over. They started cultivating together with Hanju back then, and she clearly broke through to Foundation establishment earlier than him. Images of Hanju constantly moving forward flashed in Moju's mind.
It made her feel a pang of sadness. But right now, Moju couldn't keep up with him anymore. Finally, tears of shame streamed down her face. Do I even have another chance? In another scene, beneath a narrow mountain crevice, only a sliver of the sun could be seen.
Suchi was also diligently cultivating. The burst of power felt like it wanted to incinerate the boy. Suchi always thought, I'm sorry, master, but to survive, I have to abandon my original cultivation method. Suchi was forced to start recultivating the demonic technique that the demon lord taught him, so the power fluctuating around the boy exuded a sinister aura. But surprisingly, this kid's cultivation increased dramatically as soon as he switched techniques.
The demon lord, who was sitting beside him, also had to marvel at how well Suchi meshed with demonic techniques. A human being able to do this? I just can't wrap my head around it. But he was also a bit jealous. What's been happening lately? Has my cultivation hit a bottleneck or something? When I cultivate, all I get is interference from inner demons. I can't even cultivate properly. Annoying as hell. After muttering to himself, the demon lord stood up. You just stay here and cultivate. There's a formation of mine here. No one would dare disturb you. Suki asked. Where are you going? The demon lord hesitated in midair, almost stepping out of the place, but still lingered, and said irritably, Going for a walk, killing some sect members to relieve some stress. This answer left the boy speechless. Truly worthy of being the demon lord. This seems like an opportunity. Sun Chi really hesitated. Should I run away? But considering the situation, it wouldn't work. The demon lord's strength is right there. Running would be useless. If Maester were here, things would be better. Sun Chi suddenly thought, wait, Master isn't taking action? Does that mean he's allowing the demon lord to give me this opportunity? I also mesh well with demonic techniques. Does he think that it's fine to let me grow faster this way? After realizing his master's intention, the boy puffed up his chest with determination. Such good intentions. I understand, master. But at home, Master Hanju was very ignorant, still unaware that he was such a far-sighted person. Suddenly, the system announced. Detected the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect is Wu Dao, the old freak in the 7th level of the fusion realm, is the sect master of the non-phase sect. This information made him wonder. Wu Dao, the old freak, has arrived? Right in front of the Jade Pure sect's entrance, Wu Dao had arrived with his disciple. Just wait for me nearby. I'll go in alone. Wu Dao, the old freak, instructed. In case anything happened, it would be easier to respond. Hearing this, Dongfang Xian obeyed. Yes, master, please be safe. Wu Dao glided lightly up the steps, slowly entering the Jade Pure sect. Inside, Lina Qingzi rushed out. What's going on? Wu Dao, see if the non-phase sect has arrived? The person beside him said. He came alone. Doesn't seem like he's here to nitpick or anything. The gate of the Jade Pure sect was packed with people. Everyone was discussing whether Wu Dao had come to settle accounts, so Qingzi had to say loudly, We were not quick enough to welcome the sect master from afar. I wonder what the predecessor is here for. Wu Dao said respectfully, I've come to resolve the misunderstandings from the past. Hearing this, Qingxian and Bu Mie snorted loudly. But Qingzi still had to invite Wu Dao inside. Beneath the wide hood, a dangerous look flashed across his face. I wonder where Elder Zihan Shen is. We had some misunderstandings before, so I wanted to meet him in person. Hearing this, all three of them, Qingxian, Bu Mie, and Qingzi, were surprised. You had grievances with Elder Han? Li Xingzi was about to refuse this request, I'm afraid, but Wu Dao jumped right down his throat. You're supposed to be the leader of the Yu King sect. Can't even handle a measly elder? While Qingzi was flapping his gums, Xiao Yao chimed in. He said, Elder Han just told me to bring Wu Daozi to him. Hearing that, Li Qingzi agreed to take him to see Han Ju. Having achieved his goal, Wu Dao revealed a sinister grin. As they walked, Wu Dao was given a tour. This is our Yu King sect's pilot experimental cave dwelling. The spiritual qi is abundant and full of vitality. Li Qingzi said excitedly, if the experiment succeeds, it will be open to the entire sect. In a little while, the Yu King sect's disciples will definitely be super talented. Wu Dao responded, indeed, a very good place. While they were walking, Han Ju appeared and spoke up. I wonder what brings Senior here. He greeted Wu Dao with a very friendly attitude, leaving no room for criticism. Seeing that calm face only fueled his hatred. Wu Dao gritted his teeth and said, I've heard of the elder for a long time, so I came to visit. Also, I want to resolve the grudges between us. Inside the cave dwelling, Han Ju's gentle voice echoed, Senior, please have a seat. He wondered what grudges they had. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to take it. Hell has no gate, yet you barge right in. Wu Dao apologized. For offending Xing Hongshuan before, I didn't know Miss Xing was your Dao partner. Therefore, the Yu Qing sect conquering the Blood Flame Heaven Gate, I won't target it anymore. Hearing that, Han Ju picked up the teacup on the tray and said gratefully. He brought the tea to his lips. Acting like he didn't care about the past, Wu Dao also cooperated extremely well, praising Han Ju for his generosity. He took a sip of tea, hiding his cold eyes and cursing inwardly. At least it's toned down. Han Ju looked at Wu Dao's saintly smile and then at the 5-star hatred level the system had just announced, feeling annoyed. 4 stars became 5 stars. You must be itching to chop me into a million pieces, right? Suddenly he spoke in a deep voice. Also, I was cursed by someone. Was that done by Dao friend? These words immediately made Han Ju pause slightly, clearly a bit surprised to be asked. The expression on Wu Dao's face became distorted. This trip, I came to make something clear. Dao friend, don't provoke me. I won't bother Miss Xing. Our two sects can even establish a friendly relationship. What greeted him was Han Ju's innocent face. I am an upright person. How could I do such a low thing? Moreover, we have never met. How could I curse you? He continued to play dumb, but inside he was tense, because he had been guessed. This person can't be kept. Wu Dao obviously didn't believe it. With so many coincidences right in front of me, if it's not you, then who could it be? He observed Han Ju pretending to be clueless. This guy doesn't dare to admit it, proving he's wary of me. Although he has a body of spiritual treasures, he's not a big threat. Even a death battle wouldn't kill me. Thinking of this, Wu Dao suddenly smirked triumphantly. Curse tribulation divine power. As long as the primordial spirit is here, the physical body is forever immortal. If I get rid of him, then this Yu King sect and Blood Flame Heaven sect will belong to my Wuxiang sect. Then he smiled with eyes full of ambition. Davio friend, no need to pretend. I'm not here to start a war. Han Ju looked at the 55-star hatred notification and was speechless. Saying this, Wu Dao couldn't keep up the pretense anymore, gnashing his teeth. I just hope you stop. Finishing his words, he waved his hand, releasing countless spiritual power thorn vines to bind Han Ju. The thorn vines shot out from all directions, aiming at Han Ju. Facing the thorn vines about to touch his body, Han Ju calmly enjoyed his tea as if nothing was happening. At this time, outside, a freshly grilled fish emitted a delicious aroma. Shun Changchan's sniffling voice rang out. Sect leader, isn't this kind of person breaking Master's rules? Master doesn't like being disturbed, he asked worriedly. Hearing this, Li Qingzi looked helpless. It's already lucky that the Wuxiang sect master didn't force his way into bitter cultivation Immortal Mountain. The other two were completely engrossed in the delicious grilled fish. Suddenly, a loud noise startled everyone, making them whip their heads towards their master. What happened? They rushed frantically to the cave entrance, worried about Han Ju. What greeted them was Wu Dao silently walking out of the cave. Seeing this, Li Qingzi immediately panicked, his face turning pale as he shouted, What did you do to Elder Han? As soon as he finished speaking, he curled his lips into a sinister grin and chuckled a few times. Sect leader, don't attack, it's me. This voice clearly came from Wu Dao, but sounded exactly like Han Ju, leaving them dumbfounded. At this moment he strolled over. His primordial spirit has been destroyed by me. Now this part of my soul controls his actions, Li Qingzi exclaimed in disbelief. He's dead. Han Ju placed his hand on Wu Dao's shoulder and nodded. Yeah, keep this quiet. I'll take his body away and make sure the Wuxiang sect doesn't find out we did it. Li Qingzi, terrified and sweating profusely, stammered that he would control the rumors. secretly marveling in his heart. Wu Dao, that old monster, was killed in less than 2 breaths. The difference is too vast, he secretly sneered. To deal with him, all you need is the 6 Paths divine seal to destroy his primordial spirit. This is the experience I gained from 8 simulated battles. Then, Han Ju urged Li Qingzi, hurry up and go. After that, he began to ponder where to send Wu Dao's soul, finally deciding to blame it on a random demon clan. Outside, Dongfang Xian began to lose patience. Why hasn't Master come out after so long? A disciple immediately reassured him. Don't worry, Commander. Nothing will happen to the sect leader. Suddenly, something zipped across the sky, startling them into looking up. He immediately recognized that it was his master. Dongfang Xian hurriedly led the others to follow, shouting, Wait! Disciple is here! Wu Dao, currently being controlled by Han Ju, paused for a moment in contemplation. Immediately after, he zoomed off like a jet plane, leaving the group behind in the dust. Is the sect leader in a hurry or something? Dongfang Xian angrily urged the disciples to chase after him. They helplessly yelled, Sect leader, wait! We're not in the integration realm, we can't keep up with you. Han Ju manipulated Wu Dao, that old monster, to go full speed ahead. After half a month, when spiritual energy was almost completely depleted, he could only let him randomly stop in a deep mountain area. Han Ju used the last strand of spiritual power to leave a clue that would point suspicion for the murder towards the Wuxiang sect's disciples. Afterward, he withdrew his soul, leaving behind a meticulously crafted fake scene. By this time, the exhausted disciples were still chasing after him, wondering why Wu Dao went to the territory of the Qingman Dasheng, Qingman Great Sage, a place only fools would go. Just as Dongfang Xian finished speaking, Zhao Fan and Mo Fuqi came out from that direction. The two of them immediately turned their heads and glanced at the group with confused expressions. He and the Wuxiang sect's disciples also looked back with equally bewildered faces. In the end, they just flew past each other. Zhu Fan hesitated. Should we just get rid of them? Mo Fuqi immediately flew off the handle. Can't you consider the consequences first? I've suffered so much following you. Are you brain dead? Remember what we agreed on before. This time we're back just to visit old friends. Don't cause any trouble. Hearing his reminder, he immediately assured, I just want to see Hanju's expression, like a frog at the bottom of a well. Seeing his fearful eyes, unsure of our strength, only by shocking and reshaping his worldview can he conquer the world with us. Zhu Fan grinned slyly. Turning back to Hanju, he was inspecting the storage ring that Wu Dao, that old monster, gifted in his hand. Then Hanju looked up again, his face dumbfounded with shock. No wonder he's the sect leader of the Wuxiang sect. The details are beyond expectations. Before his eyes were countless jewels, gems, and gold coins, shining so brightly they blinded anyone who looked. Then Hanju glanced at the mountain of rare and peerless cultivation treasures. He was so excited that he started jumping around in the pile of treasures that now belonged to him. So many treasures and resources are enough to start a sect. This delivery guy is the real deal. While Hanju was hugging his model kit and laughing like a maniac, a shout rang out. Elder Han, a disaster has struck. Something happened to the secret cave. Mo Zhu has gone berserk after being possessed. All living things in the secret cave have been wiped out, Li Qingzi shouted anxiously. Hearing the words possessed, he was immediately stunned in disbelief. Is she following in Mo Fuqi's footsteps? Just as Hanju was wondering what Mo Zhu had done, a system notification popped up. His eyes immediately locked onto the information about Mo Zhu, awakened demon soul, fallen into the demonic path, killing intense soaring. Hanju didn't understand at all what awakened demon soul was. A moment later, at the Yiqing sect, Jingxi Zhenren was overjoyed when she saw him arrive. Hanju asked about the situation. She recounted that, thanks to the barrier, no one was killed. However, the formation had been shattered by demonic energy. The strange thing is, she sealed herself off shortly after going berserk, and hasn't moved since. It seems she doesn't want to implicate the sect. Hanju immediately retorted. That's not a seal, it's more like a pupation. Hearing this, Jingxi Zhenren immediately became worried. Does that mean the chances of an outbreak are higher? He nodded in confirmation and told her to issue an order forbidding anyone from approaching within 10 miles of the secret cave. Jingxi Zhenren immediately accepted the task, not forgetting to remind Hanju to be careful before turning to leave. He reassured her, but he was actually very nervous and worried about Mo Zhu. The demonic energy is too heavy,
Hanju reached out and gently touched the cocoon.
He didn't detect any aura of her inside rejecting him. It's strange that Maju's physical body hasn't even reached the nascent soul realm, yet the demonic energy she cultivates can resist the penetrating power of a void amalgamation realm cultivator. It's him. Hanju frowned and made a guess. Could there be someone else inside? If that's the case, then let's go all out.
Thinking this, he immediately raised his hand and unleashed his magical power, striking directly at the cocoon to shatter it.
As the cocoon shattered, Moju, who had been unconscious inside, was revealed in the light. Unexpectedly, she was stark naked, shocking Hanju so much that his eyes widened. After regaining his composure, he immediately rushed forward, shouting Moju's name and hurriedly taking off his coat. Just as she was about to fall to the ground, Hanju arrived just in time, draping his coat over her to cover her body.
She fell into his arms, breathing evenly as if asleep, completely unaware of anything.
Hanju placed his hand on Moju's head to sense her, and was surprised to discover that there was no other soul inside her body, meaning Moju hadn't been possessed.
He observed her chaotic primordial spirit. Then his expression turned grim. Her soul is molting.
It's already lost its human form. What is the history of the Moi family? Both Fukio and her have fallen into the demonic path. Suddenly, Moju abruptly raised her head and reached out to stroke Hanju's face.
She moved her face closer,
but there was something strange in her eyes.
He immediately noticed that there was something wrong with Moju's pupils, so he quickly stopped her.
Hanju shouted in confusion at the scantily clad Moju. Did you advance to the nascent soul realm? You haven't undergone tribulation yet. Hey, Miss Mo, restrain yourself. She didn't respond to him. Instead, she continued to move closer. Seeing that Moju wasn't reacting, Hanju couldn't help but wonder if she was still the same Moju as before. Her eyes were completely blank, like a doll someone made for fun. A second later, he straight up slapped Moju across the face, sending her flying. Moju got smacked so hard she tumbled dozens of times, smashing into a pillar. After a while, she struggled to crawl out of the rubble, groaning in pain. Moju was finally awake, rubbing her face and wondering, "Who hit me?" Then she was surprised to see Hanju sitting there. A second later, Moju suddenly realized something and looked down at her naked body.
She immediately burst into tears, cursing, "Hanju, what are you doing, you perverted bastard?"
Moju's scream echoed through the secret chamber. "You gotta take responsibility for me. I'm relying on you from now on." Then he put on a "I can't even face," his voice trembling. "If I told you I hatched from that black egg, would you believe me? What's up with you Mo family people anyway? Why'd you turn into a demon too?" Hearing this question, she didn't know what to answer.
"Ever since I entered the Jindan realm, when I was cultivating, I kept hearing a voice." Moju pouted, feeling wronged.
She recounted with tears in her eyes. "At first, I thought it was a demon in my heart, but then I realized it wasn't. I checked the ancient texts that my brother left for the family, and found out it was the will passed down by the Mo family ancestors. Actually, the Mo family isn't demonic cultivators. We're true demon race. Later, the race died out, and the demon race cultivation methods were passed to humans, which is where demonic cultivators came from. My Mo family can be considered descendants of the demon race, combined with humans." Moju lowered her eyes sadly. Hanju frowned, confused. "Then do you lose control like the demonic cultivators of the cultivation world?"
She puffed out her cheeks angrily and said, "I'm not a demonic cultivator. Their bodies can't handle the power of the demon arts, so they reject it."
Moju suddenly blushed, shyly glancing in another direction. "One of the cultivation methods passed down by my ancestors is..." She hesitated. Then, Moju looked at him inquisitively. "Cultivating together. Are you willing to cultivate with me?" Right at that moment, the system popped up again. Hanju saw the notification that Moyu had a 3-star hatred for him, and was stunned. He didn't understand what was happening. The system provided basic information about Mo Yuling and the reason for her hatred towards Hanju. After reading it, he could only conclude, "She wants to kill me again." So, in the Book of Misfortune, besides the 3 names that had been dealt with, a new name was added at the top of the list. But at this moment, his attention was completely focused on the information that Moju liked him. Hanju remembered when she blushed and invited him to cultivate together. Then Hanju had bluntly refused. "You just broke through. It's best to consolidate your cultivation first. Also, don't forget to return my clothes. That's the only set I have." After the flashback, he was even more dumbfounded. I was just being nice. Why did she call me a big idiot? Women's hearts are so hard to understand. Hanju sighed sadly, not understanding Mo Yuling's motives. Moju has bonded with the demon arts, so she'll definitely be influenced by the family head. To let her cultivate in peace, I have another daily habit now. Thinking of this, Xing Hongshuan suddenly appeared, shouting loudly, "Hubby!" Hanju helplessly closed the Book of Misfortune. Then he adjusted his expression and asked, "Where have you been lately?" Hongshuan happily presented a shiny object. "Some time ago, I left the Great Yan to train in Western Yuan continent. She said that someone named Wei Yuan gave her many things, saying they were to ask after Hanju's health." Sheng Hongshuan asked curiously, "Do you know him?" In Hanju's head, he immediately replayed what Huang Zuntian had said that day. The kindness of the senior is unforgettable for a lifetime. These small gifts are not respectful. He helplessly smiled. Old Huang is really thoughtful. Suddenly, Xing Hongshuan turned around to rummage for something. "Here, and this! I got these from the demon race territory. When I found them, I saw 2 demon kings fighting over them. It must be a heavenly treasure." Taking advantage of the 2 of them being equally matched and injured, I took it. "I don't know if it'll be useful to you." She handed out the plant. The instant Hanju saw it, he was instantly startled, turning pale with fright. Just then, the system prompted, "Heavenly treasure." With the potential of a Xiantian Shi luck holder, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "This grass has become a spirit." When the system provided a series of information about the heavenly earth grass, Hanju's eyes widened even more. Holy crap, God, Kantier talent. Afterward, he quickly accepted the heavenly earth grass and asked about Xing Hongshuan. She immediately chirped, "I can't help but say, after going out, I realized how vast the Great Yan is." Taking Ren Province as an example, putting the Jade Pure sect in, that Ren Province wouldn't even count as a second-rate sect. Hearing this, Hanju was astonished. "Is that Ren Province that strong?" Sheng Hongshuan smiled proudly. "The Jade Pure sect has its reputation today entirely because of hubby. In the future, we must surpass the other provinces." He closed his eyes helplessly, groaning with forced reluctance. "I'm just being forced." She immediately rubbed her cheek against his, encouraging Hanju. "The 100 great cultivators ranking that shakes the world has been updated. I feel like hubby is definitely at the top." He totally didn't understand what the 100 greats was. Xing Hongshuan was excited. "Among the 100 greats, there's this guy from the Xing department who uses a giant sword as a skateboard. So cool. There's also one who uses a sword to bathe." Before she finished, Hanju suddenly remembered something. He took out a shimmering bottle. "This is a high, Nietzsche-grade elixir that increases lifespan. Consider it compensation from old freak enlightenment. Your aptitude is ordinary. I'm afraid you'll leave too soon." She crossed her arms and coldly snorted, blaming Hanju for being a mood killer. "Hubby only knows how to make fun of me." But he said in a deep voice, "I'm serious." At this moment, Xing Hongshuan was no longer joking. "Don't worry, I've already used it. I also have heavenly treasures in my hand. My lifespan is very long." She pondered. "It's just that it's really rare for a golden core cultivator to live for more than 4,000 years. Speaking of lifespan, Jade Uprising Peak's eldest disciple, Liu Sangxin, he passed away 10 years ago. These words immediately reminded Hanju. No wonder I felt like someone was missing from my friend list these past few years. In the beginning, during those few decades at Jade Uprising Peak, the eldest senior brother often cared for him in terms of cultivation. Now, he wanted to repay him, but there was no opportunity. Sheng Hongshuan spoke again. He's about to reach the nascent soul realm, but there are too few lifespan-increasing medicines. If he left the Great Yan earlier, he might still have a glimmer of hope to live. This place has too little spiritual qi compared to other cultivation worlds. Saying this, she gently leaned her head into Hanju's arms. "I really can't bear to leave this world. I still want to be by hubby's side." After listening, he just grimly gritted his teeth, saying nothing, seeming to have heavy thoughts. At this moment, inside a cave dwelling, filled with demonic energy not far away, inside, a large pot of oil was bubbling, exuding an intoxicating fragrance. Zhu Farron and Mo Fuqi were tightly bound together, hanging upside down, exhausted, lamenting their hunger and thirst. Suddenly, Yang Tiandong walked over from somewhere and asked, "Is he doing okay?" As soon as Zhao Fan saw him, he angrily roared and cursed. "Minion of demons! If your master knew, he would definitely be disappointed." Yang Tiandong silently listened to him curse. Mo Fukyu next to him gently advised, "We can only blame ourselves for being unlucky to enter their territory and recklessly kill their little demon patrol father." Zhu Fan flared up. "But they were too arrogant, constantly calling us mortals, and even wanted us to kneel down and beg for mercy. How could we tolerate that?" Suddenly someone called out, "Dong Yer," asking Yang Tiandong how to deal with these two. It was none other than Green Python Great Sage. "Should we boil them or refine them into pills?" He grinned, revealing his sharp fangs and long, wriggling tongue. He anxiously inquired, "Does Godfather really have to kill him?" Green Python was immediately provoked. "Those who kill my king's demon soldiers must pay with their lives, that's a matter of course. If you want to inherit my king's power, then cut ties with the human race. Humans and demons are irreconcilable, that's an iron rule that cannot be wavered." Yang Tiandong didn't retort, but in his heart he was secretly cursing. "Do you really think I want to be a demon?" Green Python returned to the previous topic. "I suggest deep frying." He helplessly raised his head. "Sorry, Zhao Fan. We once swore to die on the same day, in the same month, in the same year. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have blindly rushed in." Back to the time before, Yang Tiandong suddenly wanted to go out and explore the world. After 2.5 years of building his foundation under him, he had more than 800 strong warriors. But when he met the Azure Python Great Sage, he immediately came back. The night before he could make a move, the Great Sage became interested in Yang Tiandong's bloodline and kept him. So Yang Tiandong was taken in as a foster son again. He regretted it so much he gnashed his teeth. What was I even thinking? Going out, Master was probably right. Venturing into the world comes at a really high price. Just then, a demon minion rushed in, all flustered, reporting, "We're under attack." It's a cultivator calling himself Dongfang Xian from the non-phase sect. He says he's avenging his master. He's too strong, we can't handle him. The Azure Python muttered, "Non-phase sect?" Immediately after, he roared, "Perfect timing! I already have a grudge against that old enlightened monster." With that, the Azure Python teleported away. "Dongshare, you stay here and watch over them." Yang Tiandong silently pondered, looking at the oil pot. "Should I take this chance to rescue them?" Outside the Azure Python's territory, Dongfang Xian sneered at the swarm of demons surrounding him. "Is this all you've got?" he arrogantly shouted. "Get your king out here." From the depths of a shadowy forest, a dense wave of demonic energy emerged. Dongfang Xian immediately sensed it and was shocked and terrified. "This demonic energy is too strong, even stronger than my master's. Could it be?" He turned to face the Azure Python, who was radiating killing intent, and said disdainfully, "Dare to act wildly in my territory, do you have a death wish?" Dongfang Xian angrily roared, cursing the Azure Python. "You beast! Did you harm my master?" He was stunned to hear that Wu Dao was dead, but the Azure Python burst out laughing hysterically the next second. "Good riddance! That's wonderful news." Seeing this, Dongfang Xian immediately associated the symbols on the ground with the Azure Python Great Sage, and roared madly, "So it was you! I'll fight you to the death." With that, he immediately leaped into the air. Dongfang Xian, eyes bloodshot, raised his umbrella. The Azure Python didn't deny it, but opened his mouth and laughed. "Today I will kill you, bring you back, and boil you into a soup to drink." At the same time, in his cave abode, Hanju was taking out the heaven and earth herbs he had just received to sunbathe. Not bad. He crossed his arms and pondered, if they weren't trampled on, they might soon give birth to spiritual wisdom. "Hey you, stop pretending you didn't hear me." Hanju irritably raised his head and yelled at Hey Yu-ji. A moment later, he was leisurely resting when he saw a familiar figure approaching. Seeing Li Qingzi looking depressed, Hanju immediately guessed, the non-phase sect is here. The old man denied that nothing was happening, but after hearing it, he was immediately stunned. Elder Shishong is approaching his death date. A moment later, the two sat silently on the porch, neither of them speaking. Suddenly Hanju turned around. "Do you need me to meet him?" Liu Qingzi pursed his lips and lowered his head. Master left the Jade Purity sect alone last year and failed to attack the Transformation God realm, and using elixirs didn't have much effect. In the end, he decided to go out and find a way to break through. He said if he doesn't come back in 20 years, which basically means the dude's pushing up daisies. When he left, he told me to thank you for him, saying that without Elder Hanju, the Jade Pure sect wouldn't be as prosperous as it is today. Hearing that, Hanju was silent for a moment before comforting him. The path to immortality is always bumpy. Li Qingzi looked into the distance and said, thinking about it, Maybe we chose the wrong direction. I may have had some early progress and experience, but after so many years, it seems like I haven't gained much from secluded cultivation. Elder Hanju, you know my cultivation is improving, but breaking through this transformation realm obstacle is getting harder and harder. Hanju worriedly looked at him. Li Qingzi took out the Jade Pure Sect's Sect Master token. If I were to face a great tribulation one day, who among the disciples do you think would be suitable for the next Sect Master? He lowered his head gloomily. I'm always in secluded cultivation. How would I know? He slowly analyzed. The most talented disciples of the Jade Pure Sect are all under Elder Hanju's tutelage. Li Qingzi said he just discovered that Xun Changhuan and Murong Qi have both reached the nascent soul realm. Such speed! Other than Elder Hanju, who else could do it if they were to take over? Hanju interjected. I understand what you're saying, Sect Master. They are indeed talented, but one thing needs to be made clear. If our sect faces an insurmountable enemy, so serious that we absolutely must flee, even if they are the Sect Master, they can't stop me from leaving. He gave him a dark look. I was born into this world with only one goal, to achieve immortality. Finishing his sentence, he lowered his head gloomily. To reach that state, one must be without any attachments, unaffected by karma, to succeed perfectly. Reaching this point, Hanju's eyes sharpened. I can help the Jade Pure Sect in the process of pursuing this goal, but I will absolutely not abandon it for the Jade Pure Sect. Hearing this, Li Qingzi broke into a cold sweat. Elder Hanju, you're thinking too much. I just felt that Xun Changhuan and Murong Qi are more likely to be accepted by the others than the other disciples. I wouldn't want them to die here. I didn't find Yang Tiandong too trustworthy before, and Su Qi isn't good at managing, so I didn't mention it to you. Hanju finally understood. The Jade Pure Sect will thank you, Sect Master. I thought you were trying to use those brats to keep me here. He quickly denied. We've been mentally prepared for this for a long time. After all, a small temple can't accommodate a big Buddha. Not only our sect, but the spiritual chi of the Great Yan is also limiting you too much. It's no surprise you want to spread your wings and fly away. Considering the conditions of the Great Yan, we're already very satisfied with the Jade Pure Sect's current scale. If Elder Hanju wants to sever karmic ties, that's fine too. Yourself. After all, you've helped us too much. You should live for yourself. Hanju earnestly thanked him. I think Murong Qi has outstanding talent. You can take him to train. Hearing this, Li Qingzi immediately bowed respectfully. Elder Hanju, you are truly magnanimous. At this moment, he suddenly remembered to ask, how's Shi Xuan's lifespan? Immediately being comforted. My junior sister's talent was higher than mine back then, and she even obtained a special opportunity. She can live for a few more centuries. Afterwards, Li Qingzi said goodbye, also telling Hanju to drop by his place when he has the time. He waved goodbye, watching him leave. The path to immortality. There are things beyond my capabilities, but if we meet again in the next life, I will definitely do my best to help. After 7 years of secluded cultivation, the heavenly treasure that Hanju had painstakingly nurtured finally developed sentience. He opened the Book of Misfortune, smiling wickedly. The weather's not bad. It's perfect for sending Zhu Kui and Mo Yuling a warm and fuzzy curse. Just then, the system popped up, reminding Hanju that it had been a long time since he checked his friends list. Looking at the notifications, Yang Tiandong, Zhao Fan, and Mo Fuqi were attacked by demon kings at the same time. He was stunned as he was brought back to the battle beneath the borders of the Azure Python. He gnashed his teeth and roared. Who is it? The Azure Python's eyes flashed with an angry and dangerous green light. The broken spear fell along with the shattered pieces of rock. The demons immediately panicked and screamed, Stop her! Xuan Shishi turned around and slashed with a breathtakingly beautiful sword strike. The red rope connecting Zhu Fan and Mo Fuqi was immediately severed. They cried out in alarm, Lord Xuan, why are you here? Without a word, she silently crouched down to gain momentum. Then, Xuan Shishi shot straight into the air, bursting through the hole in the cave ceiling, dragging the two bound people along with their terrified screams. Qing Meng and his subordinates looked up, gnashing their teeth. Damn it, they got away again. He whirled around, questioning. Dongware, explain to this king what's going on here. Young Tiandong was already knocked out cold on the ground, a demon minion reported. She knocked him out. Hearing this, Qing Meng's face darkened immediately, scolding Yang Tiandong as trash. This king will wake him up. Many years after that battle, Hanju sat contemplating past events.
Judging from their profile pics, Zhu Fan and the gang are probably still alive. Master believes you can turn bad luck into good. At this time, he was already at the 6th level of the fusion realm. In recent years, more and more old acquaintances have entered reincarnation. Hanju paused slightly and said in a low voice, "The Supreme Elder is gone after all. I wonder if the Master is doing well." He looked up at the surrounding Rocky Mountain scenery, pondering for a moment. At Jade U Peak, gentle breezes blew. Hanju stood in front of the door, hesitating to knock. "It seems like I haven't visited her in hundreds of years. I wonder if she's blaming me." Finally, he mustered his courage and knocked once. Immediately, a voice came from inside. "Come in!" A moment later, the door opened. Hanju stared blankly at the person in front of him. He hesitated and called out, "Shi Xuan, Master." A moment later, Hanju's voice echoed within Jade U Peak. "Regarding the matter of the Supreme Elder, I'm very sorry," she immediately reassured. "Don't worry about it." He drooped his head in dejection. "The spiritual energy at Jade U Peak is scarce. Why not move to my place? I'll specially open a luxurious cave dwelling for you." Hanju looked up and suggested with a smile, but Xishuan frowned slightly and refused. "That's your mountain. It's not convenient for me to go there." His next words stunned her. "My life has been dedicated to bitter cultivation. The people I care about were already few, and they are becoming fewer, but Master is one of them. This disciple doesn't want to walk the long path of immortality alone in the end." "If possible," Hanju mumbled bashfully, "I still hope to hold hands with Master and walk this path together." Shi Xuan fell silent in contemplation. Hanju persuaded again. "I usually won't bother Master." Finally, she agreed. After a while, He Yuji and Shun Chenghan carried a pile of luggage. He even thought that the cave dwelling was specially opened for him by Master. What a happy fool! He Yuji scolded irritably. "Kei Yi doesn't even have a cave dwelling yet, and you want one, you little monkey?" Shun Chang'an said with some difficulty. "With your appearance, you should just honestly live on the hibiscus tree." On the other side, Hanju winked mischievously. "My cave dwelling is right next door, you can always find me. If anything happens," Shi Xuan only gave a soft, Suddenly, He Yuji stepped forward and called out twice, "Master," making him stunned. It pressed its chubby face close to Shi Xuan. "Immortal wants to eat the whole guy, huh?" Thus, He Yuji became a beaten bird and was abandoned by its master. During that time, on the vast, snowy mountains of the northern border, Yang Tiandong was alone, facing a bunch of menacing, fanged demons who were threatening him. He lowered his head, hiding his expression under his straw hat. "I definitely don't mean any offense. I just need to talk to your demon king." Hearing this, the demons immediately scattered, revealing a pair of sharp eyes from behind. Yang Tiandong cut straight to the chase. "I want to team up with him to deal with Qingmeng Dasheng. We can split the territory evenly afterwards. What do you say?" The fiery red eyes spoke in a deep voice. "I advise you to drop this idea. Qingmeng Dasheng is extremely difficult to deal with. Among the 10 continents and 9 dynasties, not many demons can defeat him." He immediately assured, "I can return to Great Yan to invite Tian Su, the Demon King, a 10,000-year-old demon. My Shifu guarantees he's no weaker than Qingmeng Dasheng." The guy was stunned when he heard Great Yan and Shifu. Yang Tiandong resolutely roared, "Surely you understand the principle of, if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Qingmeng Dasheng has been expanding like crazy lately. He'll be here sooner or later. Wuxiang sect is currently hunting him down, depleting his strength. If you don't seize this opportunity, are we just going to wait to become his dogs?" These words immediately shocked the Demon King. Hearing the other party roar, "If you have the guts, say that again," his momentum immediately fizzled out. "Don't get me wrong, that's not what I meant." Hundun Tiangao stepped out with a frown. "Looking down on dogs, huh?" Yang Tiandong was speechless with surprise and took off his straw hat. As soon as it saw his face, it widened its eyes in shock. 2 shouts echoed simultaneously in the mountainous forest. "Yang Tiandong, why is it you? Hundun Tiangao, why are you here?" A moment later, the two sat down facing each other, glowering. Hundun Tiangu said, "It's Hundun Dasheng now. Yang Tiandong wouldn't be outdone. What do you want Shifu to think? You believe I'd go back and report to Shifu?" he threatened through gritted teeth. Tiangu immediately bristled. "You're not even ashamed, you. You wouldn't even go back to see the old man yourself, yet you have the nerve to talk about me." After saying that, Yang Tiandong felt a little guilty and scratched his face. "Well, we're kind of family, so we should help each other out. I heard you're often chased by other demon kings.
and your life's miserable. How about this? Follow your Shixiang, team up to kill that Xingmang Dasheng, split the territory, and I'll take 30%. He suggested with a surge of enthusiasm. Hundun Tiangu immediately refused. I can't beat him. Yang Tiandong tried to persuade him. I know it's not enough with just the two of us. Later, I want to rope in even more demon kings from around here. There's strength in numbers. Think about it. You and I have risked our lives for so many years, just to become stronger, and not be outdone, and to make the old man proud. This is an opportunity to face the elders of Jiangdong with our heads held high. Finally, it relented and agreed. Yang Tiandong cheered with joy. I knew you're the best dog, Tiangu immediately retorted. Call me Hundun Dasheng. 8 years later, at Yuqing sect, Murongqi stood silently with his arms crossed on the roof of the tallest building, surveying the surroundings with majesty. He had now reached the peak of the Golden Core realm. Below the nascent Soul realm there was no rival. And he held the position of the new first senior brother of the inner sect. Suddenly, someone came rushing over, flying on a sword to deliver the news. First senior brother Murong, it's bad. 2 disciples of our sect who fell into the demonic path have returned. Murongqi immediately raised his head and asked, Where are they? Hearing the disciple say, They have broken into bitter cultivation to Immortality Mountain, he immediately tensed up, rushing towards the old ancestor. Then it's all right. Murongqi replied indifferently. At this time, at the foot of bitter cultivation to Immortality Mountain, Zhao Fan and Mo Fuqiwei sighed with emotion. We're finally back. Yuqing sect has changed a lot. He smirked. I feel the spiritual qi is much denser than before. I wonder how Mo Zhu is doing. Zhu Fan suggested gloomily. Let's go find Shimei later. I want to see Han Zhu. Han Zhu, the famous devil right now. Just how powerful he could possibly be. Seeing this, Mo Fuqiu hesitantly advised. Recently, Yuqing sect has even swallowed the blood flame heaven gate whole. Han Zhu is very likely even stronger than him. Zhao Fan immediately analyzed. It's also because the Blood Flame Heaven sect was forced to the end by the Wuxiang sect. The Wuxiang sect didn't come here to cause trouble. Most likely, the sect leader encountered something that delayed the process. Hearing this, he felt that it made quite a bit of sense. He then pointed to the group of disciples on the other side. Yuqing sect is definitely not as strong as the Blood Flame Heaven sect. After seeing this, Mo Fuqiu had nothing left to refute. What year is it already? And they're still putting guardrails on flying swords. While the two were excitedly discussing that Yuqing sect's strength was indeed far inferior to the great sects, Xuan Shishi walked over. She was stunned and incredulous. How could these two not see that the spiritual qi of that mountain is extremely abundant? It's about to catch up with the secret Holy Lands and the 10,000-year-old families. Meanwhile, Zhu Fan, ignoring Mo Fuqi's attempts to stop him, was loudly shouting with great fanfare, Han Zhu, Zhu Fan is here! I'm gonna beat you till your teeth fill the dirt. At the same time, Han Zhu was teaching his disciples in front of his cave dwelling. Today, I'll teach you the absolute chicken-flicking divine sword. Whether you can learn it or not depends on your own fortune. After speaking, he raised 2 fingers and unleashed his magic power. Watch the path of my spiritual energy. It cycles around like this, condensing spiritual energy from my fingertips and firing it out. Hearing this, Hei Yuji awkwardly stammered, saying that it didn't have fingers. He made a difficult expression. A feather tip will do. A moment later, it raised its wing and tried to unleash the technique. Behold, my absolute chicken-flicking divine sword. Hei Yuji shouted and swung its wing in a straight line forward. The large rock in front of it immediately shattered. It cheered excitedly. Han Zhu also complimented it with satisfaction. From now on, let's just call it the absolute chicken wing flick. Shun Changchan hesitantly wondered, just what kind of breed is chicken bro? This talent is completely unlike a chicken. Before he could answer, Hei Yuji impatiently nudged its face forward, wanting Shun Chang'an to call it Chicken Lord. I already told you, Chicken Lord is a phoenix. Do you really think Chicken Lord is a chicken? It smugly looked towards the horizon. The two of them were sweating buckets. His self-importance really did an injustice to the phoenix. Suddenly, the system notified him of the arrival of the strongest person in the Jade Pure sect, Xuan Xingjun, your junior sister, the Demon Lord's harmonious integration realm, 9th stratum. Han Zhu widened his eyes in surprise. Isn't the Demon Lord's junior sister his sister, Gilin, Law? At this moment, Zhao Fan and Mo Fuqi cheerfully walked over to greet her, and behind them was the person who was just mentioned, Xuan Qingjun.
He smirked wickedly. Do you still remember me? She winked playfully. Long time no see, Han bro. You're still as impressive as ever.
Han Ju glanced at them as if seeing through everything, and replied, Of course I remember. Zhao bro, Mo bro, it must not have been easy all these years. He was speechless as he looked at them.
Zhao Fan's momentum was immediately extinguished, and he went to a corner to cry. Sadly, after a while, Zhao Fan turned around. Show off, I've been living it up these past few years, traveling the world with my sword, settling debts and grievances, and even obtaining quite a few opportunities.
What answered him was Han Ju's crude and meaningful smile.
Suddenly, Zhu Fan stood up abruptly and demanded a spar, startling him. Even though I lost to you before, I've now cultivated the hegemon body.
Just like you, who used a core formation to kill a transformation god back then, I'm now a half-step transformation god. I'm qualified to fight you now, right?
After so many years, you're probably still stuck in the transformation god realm, right?
He confidently declared. Zhu Fan wore a triumphant smile.
He did not know that after reaching the core formation realm, without an opportunity, and only relying on painstaking cultivation, it was very difficult to have a chance to progress in leaps and bounds.
Han Ju showed that crude smile again. You just got back, no need to rush. You should go report to the headmaster and explain the matter of falling into the demonic path first.
He provocatively goaded him. You're not scared, are you? If you're afraid of losing face, we can spar quietly here.
If you want to go out and experience the world, Mo's senior brother and I can take you along.
Zhu Fan babbled on as if he had a sure victory in his grasp.
Suddenly, He Yuji lumbered out. Who are you? A mere core formation realm ant dares to provoke my master. Do you believe Chicken Lord can slap you to death with one swat?
He was not at all frightened, and instead coldly sneered, Hanju, the chicken you raise is quite arrogant, huh?
These words immediately caused it to narrow its eyes dangerously.
Zhao Fan ignored it. Turning to demand that he disciplined his demonic pet for him, Hanju casually said he had no objections. Then he smirked and instructed, Remember, don't hurt him.
He immediately flinched and stared in disbelief at Hanju's words. Mo Fukyu on the other side was also stunned, because he clearly wasn't talking to Zhao Fan. Only Xuan Qingjun realized that he was definitely not as simple as he appeared, because she could see the cultivation of this demonic pet.
Xuan Qingjun looked at Heiyuji confidently leaving, understood, master, and thought to herself, it's actually a fusion realm.
Zhao Fan immediately flared up, questioning loudly, What does Hanju mean by this? You think I can't beat it? Mo Fuki stepped forward, patting his shoulder to advise, This chicken isn't quite right. How about we let it go? We just got back. Let's rest for a few days, investigate Hanju's background, and then it won't be too late to compete. But Zhao Fan clearly wasn't listening. He yelled, It's just a chicken, all right. No need to baby it. With that, Zhu Fan ripped off his top, right before everyone's stunned eyes. Then, he crossed his arms, raised them in front of him, and began to cast his spell. Zhao Fan expanded his chest, roared, and his magical power erupted in all directions.
Mo Fuki looked worriedly at Hanju, who smirked to reassure him. I won't let them hurt each other.
On the other side, Zhu Fan, after transforming, started to look down on his opponent. This form of mine has killed even a transformation realm cultivator. You should feel honored. Seeing that He Yuji didn't react, he assumed it was injured. Apologize to your Zhu clan master, and I might not hold it against you.
He Yuji, upon hearing this, glared and crowed with utter contempt.
Zhu Fan immediately got pissed and lunged forward, wanting to give it a fist that didn't know what's good for it.
Zhao Fan's fist left a trail of burning fire, aimed straight at He Yuji. He gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into a shocking blow.
A huge explosion shattered a large boulder, shaking the entire mountain. Mo Fukyu instantly became anxious. That punch once caused serious damage to a transformation realm cultivator. How am I going to explain this to Han? Jexiong?
Xuan Qingjun, on the other hand, calmly assessed. Going all out right from the start, not following the usual routine. Not bad, but
at this moment, He Yuji reappeared with an innocent look on its face, not understanding what had just happened.
It glanced down at the guy who had punched its stomach. Other than a slight dent in its belly, He Yuji was perfectly fine.
It calmly asked, Zhao Fan, is that all you've got? He instantly froze in place, petrified with an unbelievable expression. The next second, Zhu Fan gritted his teeth and pulled his hand back. How is this possible? You, a sick chicken, dare to mock me? If I wasn't afraid of offending Han Xiang, and I wasn't holding back, you'd be sorry right now. This is my true, complete state, he roared, and frantically cast his spells. The next second, Zhu Fan unleashed the exploding shattering claw, with destructive power even more terrifying than the previous strike. Watching He Yuji fly into the sky with a pile of rubble, Chun Changwan exclaimed in shock. That heavy weight can actually be blown away. Just then, Zhu Fan reappeared from mid-air, stomping down on where it was suspended. So He Yuji took a direct hit to the center of its chubby face. Then, he raised his fist, roaring madly, "Is that all you've got? Yeah, that's all you've got." Then it took a series of punches directly to its face and body. A moment later, Zhu Fan bent his leg back, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He kicked straight out with full force, sending He Yuji flying like a jet plane. It was kicked through several layers of clouds, flying straight out into the vast universe. A moment later, He Yuji, leisurely, was just lying in the sky sunbathing. It yawned, all bored. "Is that all you got?" He Yuji remembered what Han Zhu taught it years ago. When fighting, first find out the other guy's real level. Some people are all bark and no bite. Some are hiding their true power. And some love to play the pig to eat the tiger. When you're testing someone, the worst thing you can do is show all your cards. If the enemy sees an opening, you're toast. Better safe than sorry. He Yuji closed its eyes. Just a little more. What if he's got a super move? Better play it safe. And that mysterious girl, being in her group means they're no ordinary folk. Thinking this, it opened its eyes, only to see Zhu Fan holding a giant fireball, ready to smash it down. He unleashed his solar flare meteor, going all out to finish off He Yuji. Mofuki saw this and immediately freaked out. "Dude, a realm cultivator killing a nascent soul, that's too much, Zhao Fan." But before he could finish, a huge explosion lit up the sky. Mofuki went pale, trying to explain, but Hanju was chill. "It's cool, no biggie." He froze, realizing something, and turning even paler. Meanwhile, Zhao Fan was trembling. "What kind of freak is this? I went all out and couldn't even budge He Yuji. Or should I say Hey You Phoenix?" He Yuji scoffed. "Is that all you got? Man, you're even weaker than I thought." Zhao Fan finally realized that He Yuji was just toying with him. He Yuji's eyes flashed. All right. No more playing around." Sword energy erupted from it. It yelled, "Time to flip the table. Get ready for my void amalgamation fury. Kid, get ready to feel the wrath of a void amalgamation cultivator." Those 3 words, void amalgamation, shocked Zhu Fan to his core. Under its intense pressure, he couldn't move, his mind going blank. Zhao Fan felt a sense of déjà vu, the same deathly aura as before. And then, he suddenly thought of a girl. Zhu Fan remembered Lu Zhao's gentle voice. "Big brother Zhu Fan, let's go together." He remembered their childhood. "I was born into a carpenter's family. Lu Zhao, the girl next door, was my only friend growing up. We quickly became childhood sweethearts. When we were little, I loved carving wood. She'd watch, all curious, asking what I was making. I'd happily say, 'A super awesome Lu Zhao statue.' Looking at the statue, she'd complain, 'That's ugly. Why does it have 2 mouths?' And he'd blush, 'Don't sweat the small stuff.'" Later, Zhao Fan and Lu Zhao were scouted by the Jade Pure sect for their talents. The whole village cheered. "Our village gonna be famous." During their time as outer disciples, Zhu Fan's talent was unmatched. He quickly rose to inner disciple. He vowed to protect Lu Zhao forever. But good times don't last. Just as Zhao Fan reached the Foundation Establishment realm, he couldn't gather spirit energy in his dantian no matter how hard he tried. The inner elders couldn't find a reason, which meant he couldn't improve. All his ambition and promises shattered, just like his Dao heart. If Lu Zhao hadn't pleaded for him, Zhao Fan would have been kicked out. Everyone in the sect except her believed he'd rise again. The higher you rise, the harder you fall. When everyone bullied him, called him trash, she stood up for him with her sword. Ignoring everyone else's advice, Lu Zhao believed Zhao Fan would become the strongest cultivator one day. She begged him not to give up on himself, but he didn't believe in himself, and in his anger, he yelled at her. Then Zhao Fan left, his insecurity driving him to push Lu Zhao away. He'd imagined countless times that if he regained his power, he could protect her again. Too bad there are no ifs. Not long after that, Lu Zhao ran over to tell Zhao Fan some earth-shattering news. "Senior brother Yi from Sword Peak confessed to me yesterday, and I agreed. These words were like a bolt from the blue. At that moment, he truly felt like he'd lost her for good.
There are 3 ways to grow up: to be defeated by yourself, to understand yourself, and to become yourself. After losing Lu Jiao, Zhao Fan moved from extreme grief to the second step, cultivating day and night.
One beautiful day, his natal spirit treasure appeared and said, "In my past life, you protected me from reincarnation, so I can only borrow your spiritual power to repair myself. To thank you, I'm willing to give you a burning cultivation technique, along with heavenly fire, that keeps you warm in the winter and cool in the summer." Upon hearing this, Zhao Fan flew into a rage, punching it and yelling, "Heavenly fire, my ass, I don't want it." After that, he was revived by his natal spirit treasure, and his cultivation speed surpassed his previous peak. He swore that he would take back what he had lost tenfold,
defeat all the disciples, become the strongest in the Yuqing sect, marry Lu Jiao, and reach the pinnacle of life.
But Zhao Fan unfortunately ran into Hanju and was defeated in less than 3 seconds. All expectations turned to ashes. Lu Jiao was unwilling to believe any of his words or even meet him. Only Mo Fuqi came to comfort Zhao Fan. On the day Lu Jiao got married, the two of them stood on the roof watching, then decisively chose to leave. Afterwards, they encountered a monster. Zhu Fan hugged the monster and jumped into the deep abyss to give Mo Fuqi a chance to escape.
He couldn't bear to watch him fall into the abyss, but there was no other way.
In his dying breath, Zhu Fan could only whisper, "I'm sorry."
He felt sorry to Lu Jiao for not being able to fulfill his promise. Hopefully, they could meet again in the next life. Zhao Fan's body lay motionless at the bottom of the abyss for a long time, and he thought he would die.
But then he woke up, and his hands could move. At this time, Zhu Fan discovered that he had fallen into a strange place, with countless eyes staring at him from above. Since then, the hegemon body inheritance began. He survived like a miracle, discovering that he ultimately couldn't give up on Lu Jiao, so he decided to return home to resolve his inner demons. When he saw her again, she was already a mother, and her child was as cute as she was when she was young. Seeing this scene, he felt a strangely relaxed feeling in his heart for some reason. While Lu Jiao went to buy things, Zhao Fan went to talk to the child. "Hey kiddo, it's not safe to be alone on the road. Where are your parents?" The child happily replied, "Mom went to buy some Tang Tang candy."
The two of them talked happily.
"Tang Tang candy is pretty good, huh? You must like it a lot." "I love it. I even wanted to change my name to Tang Tang, but Mom wouldn't let me, because my name was given to me by her."
Hearing this, Zhao Fan asked,
"What's your name?" The two innocent characters, Zhao Fan, stunned him. By the time Lu Jiao returned, he had already left. She called out, "Let's go home, Zhao Fan, what are you looking at?" The boy waved his arms and said, "A flying uncle gave me a gift." Seeing this, she didn't understand what it was. Then Zhao Fan suddenly took out a statue and showed it off. The uncle said, "This is Bird Man Superman." Time passed quickly. Lu Jiao was now old, and held the bird statue as she visited a grave. She gently stroked it and said to herself, "It seems like all I have left is him." My husband died in the demonic sex invasion, and Fansher, who had no talent for cultivation, also passed away before me. Now Lu Jiao didn't have much time left, and besides Zhu Fan, she had nothing. The senior brothers in the sect all said that he had fallen into the demonic path and was slaughtering everywhere, but she didn't believe he was that kind of person. It was also her fault. She didn't expect her goading back then to lead him down the wrong path. Lu Jiao wondered, "I've made him suffer for so many years, he must hate me, right?" At that moment, Zhu Fan was also present, hiding in a tree nearby. Time passed. Lu Jiao has grown old too. Suddenly she heard a noise, and immediately thought of Zhu Fan, so she quickly called out. Seeing this, he immediately turned and flew away, ignoring Lu Jiao's desperate cries. Zhao Fan thought to himself, "Thanks for your good intentions. If there's a next life, I'll definitely be your ox or horse. But in this life, I want to try becoming that elusive immortal god."
Under the golden sunlight, he and Moldifuki flew away, their voices echoing along the way. "Is Trow bro, where to next? Let's find Hanju and fight him one more time to resolve my final inner demon. Yuqing sect is quite far. Taking the shortcut means going through the demon palace." Just then, a voice cut through Zhu Fan's recollection. "Stop right there." That's when he snapped back to reality, realizing that Hanju had broken his illusion. Hei Yuji obediently nodded, following his instructions. Zhao Fan was once again completely stunned, discovering that Hanju had dissolved the attack from a void amalgamation realm expert with just one hand.
Zhao Fan was utterly dumbfounded by Hanju's actions, completely frozen in place.
Ignoring him as he sat there depressed,
Mofuki chatted with Hanju. "Han bro, what realm are you at now?" "Void amalgamation realm," he nonchalantly replied.
Around that level, Xuan Shishi went silent after hearing this answer, unsure what to say.
Mofuki said dejectedly. "As expected of Han bro, we risked life and limb just to reach the nascent soul realm, and you casually achieved the void amalgamation realm. Looks like I really underestimated your talent."
Xuan Shishi felt a bit helpless, thinking that some truths are better left unsaid.
Then she spoke up. "Zhu bro doesn't seem to have snapped out of it yet.
Why don't we rest first, and then report to the sect master?" Mofuki immediately agreed.
Seeing that Zhao Fan was still lost in thought, he dragged him away. "Hey, Yuji scoffed. Want to beat this rooster? You're still too green." It excitedly asked. "Master, how was my performance? I didn't embarrass you, did I?" Hanju coldly replied. "So the void amalgamation realm is strong, huh? Don't say I didn't warn you. That girl just now was a 9th layer body integration realm great cultivator." Hei Yunji was immediately scared shitless by this statement.
It immediately imagined the scene of it being butchered by Xuan Shishi. He pinched its cheek to snap it out of it, then reminded. Her relationship with Zhu Fan isn't simple. If you hurt her, think about the consequences. Even I might not be able to protect you.
Hanju pondered. "Let's discuss the things to pay attention to when fighting. Remember to analyze the enemy, whether there are stronger beings present, to avoid attracting the old geezer when you're fighting the junior."
Hei Yunji immediately understood.
Zhao Fan and Mofuki returned, kneeling down to receive punishment and confess their crimes before Li Qingzi.
Everyone quickly received the news, and couldn't help but gossip.
"Have you guys heard the news? It's those two senior brothers who betrayed our sect back then and joined the demonic path. They've returned." "You're talking about Zhao Fan and Mofuki, who were defeated in the Grand Assembly back then?"
Why is Zhao Fan still sad, sitting and brooding on the ground?
Mofuki stood watching. Not knowing what to say, Xuan Shishi curiously asked, a little surprised. "You can still be so calm. Could it be you already predicted this outcome?"
He analyzed.
"I knew, based on Hanju's aptitude, reaching the void amalgamation realm was within expectations. Moreover, aptitudes can't be the same. Everyone can't be like him, relying on bitter cultivation to grow quickly, so Hanju is an exception. We don't need to worry." Hearing this, she thought, "Should I tell them that I'm already in the body integration realm?" Just then, Moju excitedly ran over to find her brother. Mofuki was also extremely happy to see his younger sister. However, upon observing that she had reached the nascent soul realm, he was so shocked that his jaw dropped. Mofuki shouted, "You've broken through to the nascent soul realm? How'd you do that?" Moju replied nonchalantly, "I saw senior brother Han cultivating so fast, so I just copied him."
She asked, puzzled. "What's so surprising about that? Isn't it normal?"
These words completely infuriated Mofuki, and he exploded in anger. In his eyes, it was like a fire was raging. He roared, "I'm out there risking my life, a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival, going through countless hardships to reach the nascent soul realm." The more Mofuki spoke, the angrier he got, his voice trembling. "Why are you, who just secluded yourself and cultivated diligently every day, keeping up with me? Where's the justice? Am I not cut out for cultivation? Do I even need to go out and train anymore? Or should I just stay in the sect?" Immediately after, he also fell into silence, going to sit next to Zhu Fan.
The two girls stood there helplessly, watching. Currently in the West Yuan continent, the 11th 100 sects assembly of the Pinming sect is taking place, inside a tea house.
Divided into two factions, one side was drinking tea and chatting, while the other was focused on playing mahjong. One person calmly placed a tile and then made a bet. 80,000, Shangguan Chihuajian persuaded. "I'm telling you, you should normally go out and interact with other fellow cultivators. This way it will benefit the improvement of your cultivation level and also benefit the development of the Nine Dragons sect. You can't close yourself off."
His sharp eyes glanced at Wei Yuan, asking, "Wei Yuan, am I right?" Sect leader Wei was focused on the mahjong game and only replied indifferently, "Definitely next time."
Although he was calm on the outside, Wei Yuan was flustered inside. "Why do I keep feeling my heart beating fast? I can't escape. Is it because I haven't been out for a long time and I'm starting to fear society?" Just then, suddenly loud noises came, attracting everyone's attention. Something came running fast, and suddenly slammed on the brakes. Smoke and dust filled the sky. Yang Tiandong gasped painfully, gradually regaining his composure. After the dust cleared, the image of Yang Tiandong riding on the back of a Hundun heavenly hound appeared. Wei Yuan observed and wondered. Isn't that the disciple of Reincarnation Senior, Yang Tiandong? He immediately turned around and said loudly, "Fellow cultivators, that cultivator riding a dog is an acquaintance of mine. Are you willing to follow me and help him?" Everyone readily agreed. They were even annoyed that they didn't have a chance to exchange cultivation techniques. While Yang Tiandong was still dazed and didn't understand anything, Wei Yuan said, "Yang Tiandong, come behind me." Immediately after, he and the heavenly hound were protected behind everyone. Chihuaijian said contemptuously, "I really want to see, who is the blind guy who dares to be so arrogant here?" A giant figure quickly appeared. In his hand he was holding an eye. Qing Mang growled, "A bunch of ants dare to stop this king, truly seeking death." This terrifying aura was something Wei Yuan had never seen before. Someone stood up and said loudly, "Fellow cultivators, in the past several hundred years, this old man has comprehended the one-hand combined strike technique, whose power can reach the integration realm. Are you willing to help this old man experiment with it?" Immediately, everyone simultaneously took action to assist. The person's whole body lit up with golden lightning covering him. After receiving enough power, he released powerful lightning bolts while shouting, "Evil spawn, die!" Qing Mang also launched an attack straight into that spell. Following that, a huge explosion immediately occurred. Everyone behind them was stunned to realize that Da Yao had reached the peak of the fusion realm. Qing Mang snorted in disdain, overestimating yourself, and swung his giant axe, intending to finish them all off. Wei Yuan quickly ran away and returned home. Gasping for breath, he muttered to himself, "Lucky I ran fast. I'm never going outside again, and I definitely shouldn't casually save people." He felt that hiding wasn't a long-term solution. This Qing Mang great sage was expanding his power extremely quickly, and Xiwan continent would be devoured. Occupying the great Yan cultivation world was only a matter of time. Wei Yuan immediately thought of Han Zhu. I wonder if Senior Samsara can defeat that Qing Mang great sage. Senior Samsara must hold on. At this moment, a voice rang out from Han Zhu's cave abode behind the mountain. Senior brother Han, Mo Zhu, and Xuan Qingjun arrived, cheerfully asking, "How have you all been lately?" Han Zhu felt helpless at the scene before him. He observed Zhu Fan and Mo Fuqi being dragged on the ground. "Looks like they're not doing so well. They're totally faded," Mo Zhu replied calmly. "It's all right. They'll recover quickly." Afterwards, they moved to the resting area. Mo Fuqi gratefully said, "Thank you, Brother Han. If it weren't for Brother Han's protection, this little sister would probably be a pile of bones in the wilderness by now." Then he sighed sadly. "After all, the Mo family has too many enemies. I heard my sister broke through thanks to your help. Is there any method that can help me break through?" Han Zhu immediately refused. "That would be quite a waste of clothes." Hearing this, Fuqi looked at Mo Zhu in surprise, wanting to know what was going on. She shyly said, "Brother, don't mention it," Han Zhu explained. "This is related to your family's ancestral demonic art. But cultivating it now is useless. The predecessor only had one inheritance." He then asked Zhao Fan if he was all right. "His silhouette isn't just faded, the lines are gone too," Mo Fuqi nonchalantly replied. "His mindset has always been good. He'll recover quickly. As long as there's hope, he won't give up. The last time we were captured by Qing Mang Great Sage, it was he who prompted Gran Xuan to appear and let us escape." He was immediately drawn by the 4 words, "Qing Mang Great Sage." She recounted the situation at the time. When they were captured in the den, they met a person. Zhao Fan recognized him as a disciple of Brother Yang Tiandong, but now he was completely demonized. This information surprised Han Zhu greatly. Fuqi frowned and continued, "If he hadn't acknowledged Qing Mang Great Sage as his adoptive father and secretly helped us escape, we probably would have been roasted and eaten long ago." Hearing this, he was so angry that he slammed the teacup on the table. She hurriedly dissuaded him. "Brother Han, calm down." He dared to risk his life to let us escape, proving that his conscience hasn't disappeared yet. "He can still be saved." Han Zhu angrily enunciated each word. Adoptive father again? Was this kid surnamed Lu in his previous life or something? He thought of Yang Tiandong posing heroically in front of Qing Mang Great Sage. Seeing the situation turn bad, Fuqiu interjected, "Brother Han, don't worry.
Tiandong is probably just using a temporary tactic. On the way back, we heard that he joined forces with Hundun Dasheng and demon kings from various places to encircle and suppress him. She hesitated and continued. Except, they seem to have been completely wiped out by Qing Mang Great Sage. Seeing Han Ju fall into melancholy, Mun Ju consoled. Brother Han, don't be angry. They brought it upon themselves.
But hidden behind her hand was a face that hadn't changed color in the slightest.
Han Ju looked at the battle information on the system and sighed to himself. Seems like that Hundun Dasheng was seriously hurt. Turns out that Cao Dan ran away. Who knew he and that evil disciple got beat up together? Xuan Shishi also chimed in that Qingmang Dasheng could enter the Duji realm any time now. His cultivation is crazy deep. I almost got smacked trying to save those two. Han Ju perked up at the mention of Duji realm.
Mo Fuqi sighed. That kind of big demon is a straight disaster for us humans. I wonder if Yang Tiandong managed to escape.
After reading the sitrep on Yang Tiandong and the Hundun Tiangao, Han Ju thought, a 9th level Hidao cultivator couldn't beat Qingmang Dasheng.
That dog bro has a thick hide. Getting banged up and running away ain't a problem for him. But how did that evil disciple escape Qingmang Dasheng's clutches? The system notification said Huang Tianzun and Shangguan Chuojian were both seriously injured. He figured, maybe those two stalled Qingmang Dasheng? One's a 1st level Rongshu, the other's 9th level. They shouldn't be a match for him. Mo Fuqi whined. Every time I remember how scary Qingmang Dasheng was that night, I can't sleep, Moju said helplessly. Bro, not again.
Suddenly, Han Ju suggested, Mo bro, why don't you just stay at Yuqing's sect to cultivate? He mulled it over. If someone else said that, I'd laugh him off, but Han Ju is different. This guy has real battle cred. It's not like diligent cultivation is a bad thing.
But on the surface, Mufuki replied, I'll think about it.
He explained.
Even though the remaining baddies from the Moa family wouldn't dare cause trouble, I'm a demonic cultivator. Staying at Yuking's sect isn't right. Sooner or later, someone's gonna make a fuss. Han Ju agreed. How about you guys cultivate and recover first? I'll be the one calling the shots around here.
Hearing that, Mofuki said politely,
Han bro, you're too kind. Zhu Fan really needs to chill out. We'll have a good time drinking next time. He immediately agreed. Just then, Xuan Shishi suddenly drew her sword behind him.
Han Ju's sharp eyes caught it right away.
The moment she lunged, he nimbly dodged. Xuan Shishi missed her strike, her eyes now bloodshot.
She used the momentum to spin around, slashing decisively and powerfully.
But at that instant, Xuan Shishi's eyes suddenly went blank. Before she could figure it out, a golden light flashed past her neck. Han Ju took down Xuan Shishi with a single palm strike.
Afterward, he said dismissively, For a 9th level Hei Dao cultivator, your strength is kinda weak. Xuan Shishi's head was separated from her neck, spinning in the air, blood gushing out.
It landed on the ground with a thud. Han Ju thought to himself, if my 6th level He Dao can kill a 9th level He Dao, then that Qingmang Dasheng might not be too tough.
Still, I should cast some curses first. If he dies during his tribulation, that's a big win. Suddenly, the system chimed in. Simulated trial ended. 3 seconds overtime.
Han Ju, who was thinking back to the fight with his eyes closed, saw Xuan Shishi waving her hand in front of him, as if someone was standing in front of him. Han Ju opened his eyes to look.
Xuan Shishi spoke. Fellow Taoist Han.
She looked straight at Han Ju. May I ask, do you have a Tao companion?
He was a little surprised, confused. Why do you ask, fellow Taoist? Xuan Shishi stared at him, just asking casually. Nothing serious.
Han Ju was on high alert, thinking about Xuan Qingjun. She's Xuan Qingjun's junior sister. Did she send her? This sounds like a death flag question. Did the Devil Lord find out I have a new flame?
Xuan Shishi wondered in her heart. Could it be that he isn't the Tao companion that Shiji mentioned? But he is already in the Hega Tao realm. Perhaps the Tao companion is in the Hua Shen realm.
Mo Fuqi called out from behind. Xuan Diren, the Jade Pure sect happens to have a food festival. Come and eat together. Moju is happy. The 4 eyes are forever divine. Hearing this, Xuan Shishi turned around to reply.
She turned back and smiled at Han Ju. I'm so sorry, I must take my leave.
You, standing on the side, still perked up your ears to listen to Xuan Shishi speaking in the distance. Could it be a case of mistaken identity? But senior sister still asked me to deliver a message. That Taoist partner wouldn't dare to find a new lover, would they? You cursed inwardly. Damn it, it really was Xuan Qingjun who sent her. Good thing I didn't let her run into Hong Xuan. This Xuan Qingjun. Why did she choose me as her Taoist partner? I'll hide it for as long as I can. Over there. The three of them were gradually disappearing from sight, while Mo Zhu was lifting Zhu Fan high above his head. Han Zhu felt uneasy inside. What if I get found out one day? At a restaurant, Mo Zhu and Mo Fuqi were eating heartily, having already finished several bowls, while Xuan Shishi's face was full of disgust, pinching her nose. So smelly. Can you even eat this? Zhu Fan or Hu Fan sat beside them, still soulless. At the same time, on a mountain peak, a spirit goat's head was hung at the gate as a symbol. Qing Mang sat high above, complaining. Why have there been so many curse power disturbances to my cultivation lately? He was extremely angry. If it weren't for the spirit treasure of absolute isolation, this curse power might have succeeded. It seems it's time to break through to the tribulation transcendence realm. Any further delay might lead to problems. Suddenly, a demonic eagle flew over to report Yang Tiandong has fled into the ancient Yuan continent. Then it flew down and perched on Qing Mang's hand. Should we continue the pursuit? He clenched his fist tightly, replying, Of course, no funjand. No matter where he runs, I will chase him to the ends of the earth. Qing Mang gnashed his teeth in anger. If I don't tear him to pieces, this king will never be able to vent my hatred. He said with a look of rage, Yang Tiandong, I treated you like my own son, yet you betrayed me. I never expected this, and it just so happened when I wanted to expand. Qing Mang ordered his subordinates below. Pass down the order. If any human great sects inquire, tell them that the demon Yang Tiandong betrayed me, so I'm pursuing him. Hearing the order, the subordinates shouted in unison, Yes, sir. Suddenly, the staff in his hand emitted a burst of light, and the curse power came again, making the subordinates exclaim in disbelief, Damn it, it's coming again. He calmed down. These petty tricks are not worth fearing. On this side, Han Zhu was holding a magic book, his eyes full of bloodshot streaks, thinking, I wonder if the curse power has reached Qing Mang's body. It feels like I've cursed emptiness. So you put down the magic book, scrolling through your friend's circle on the screen, feeling annoyed. There's no reaction in my friend's circle. Yang Tiandong was attacked by demon beasts, and Qing Mang is in closed-door cultivation, preparing for a breakthrough? Han Zhu's face darkened, full of worry. That evil disciple of mine, driven to a dead end, will definitely come back to find me. If he comes, I've never fought a tribulation transcendence realm cultivator before. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. If I can't win, not cultivating and leveling up is the best option. On the other side, Qing Mang was also restless. I must hurry. I must find a place to transcend the tribulation first. He stood up abruptly, waving the staff in his hand, shouting, Once this king steps into the tribulation transcendence realm, forget about the lives of the filthy mortals. Even the human world will become this king's zombies. At this moment, in the northern continent, smoke and fire were covering the hazy sky. The demon-taming sect was shrouded in a deathly atmosphere, with defeated soldiers lying scattered on the ground, blood everywhere. Suqi looked around in surprise. What happened? Everyone's dead? After the demon lord left, Suqi found an opportunity to escape from the crevice, to return to the demon-taming sect. But the sect's elite troops were all dead, leaving only Suqi, who had been fortunate enough to escape being imprisoned in the dungeon, where he suffered torture every day. Suqi's face turned pale as he realized. No wonder they haven't come for months, and the dungeon's restrictions have also lost their effect, so they're all dead. The boy looked up at the sky. Could it be that Master saw me being tormented in the dungeon, and took action? Suqi was full of sorrow. But why didn't Master just take me back directly? Vultures were eating the flesh of the corpses with great relish. The boy suddenly realized, shouting, Wait, Maester destroyed the demon-taming sect, doesn't that mean I can go back now? Suqi was filled with excitement. He must want me to gain more experience on the way back. Master is so thoughtful. Then the boy happily dragged the cloak on the ground. The journey back is long. I can't rush. I need to see if there's anything valuable to bring for self-defense. Throwing on a cloak, Suqi eyes were full of malice. If there are any survivors, don't blame me for adding another stab. The boy went up a bit and found something behind the ruined wall. Suqi was completely caught off guard and couldn't help but curse. Suqi was totally surprised to see someone behind the wall. Someone was still alive. Dooku held a human head in his hand, turned to look at Suqi. Slightly suspicious. You are a disciple of the royal demon sect? The boy asked back, puzzled. Who are you, sir? Hearing this, he replied nonchalantly, "I used to be a disciple of the royal demon sect too," Dooku recounted painfully, "but because I made a mistake, I was expelled from the sect by my master. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. I came back to see, but the entire sect has been destroyed." Sun Chi was very alert, his face full of discomfort. "This old guy wants to rebuild the royal demon sect? No way, I have to strike first." The boy just started to concentrate the magic in his hand, and lightning radiated around him. "I don't want to stay here. I'm at the Yuan Ying stage now. Taking care of him shouldn't be a problem." Dooku continued his story. "I used all my divine powers before, and I still couldn't find my master. After searching for days, I'm ashamed that I couldn't repay my master." Sun Chi was fidgeting, ready to attack, but he didn't seem to notice. "I finally achieved tribulation transcendence. I want to end my mental knot. What should I do now?" The boy was so dumbfounded that all the color drained from his face, thinking, "Tribulation transcendence realm." After talking non-fistop for a while, Dooku finally looked back and asked, "Then do you know where my master's body is?" Unexpectedly, Su Chi didn't attack him, but attacked in another direction. Seeing this, he was surprised. "But thank you for your good intentions. But searching with such a widespread method isn't how it's done." At this time, Dooku introduced his name. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Dooku, what about you?" Su Chi replied and thought to himself, "I almost blew my cover." 7 years later, Hanju emerged powerfully with the strength of the 7th level of the fusion realm. Hei Yu-ji, round and chubby, slept soundly on the bird's nest. Hanju looked at it and sighed. Little Hei is getting fat again. Looking over at Shun Changwan sitting huddled in a corner, Shun Changwan's cultivation had produced more spiritual power. He thought of his master. His master's aura clearly had several incarnations already. It seems that bringing my master here in the first place was the right decision. While standing and thinking, Hanju noticed that the system screen suddenly appeared. He read the information on it and sighed. Everyone is so miserable. Chang Yuer and Zhu Dingzhenren were also attacked. It seems that the outside world is not peaceful. Luckily, I haven't gone out. Zhu Farron, can't you stay put for once? Mofuki's group cultivated diligently for a year and finally left the Yuqing sect. Mofuki choked and waved his hand, saying loudly, "Headmaster, junior sister, my mind is made up. Go back." Zhao Fan's face was full of discomfort. Mo Zhu, go back and tell Hanju, Zhao Fan, I will definitely defeat him next time, at least defeat the black chicken he raises. Mo Zhu agreed with tears, not forgetting to remind them to ensure their safety. Li King Ni, Li Xingzi standing next to her also warned, "You two stinky brats, don't embarrass the Yuqing sect outside." Hanju also thought, a life of bitter cultivation and longevity is only for a few people. Striding into the world of prosperity and strife is their final destination. But then he saw something else. A notification appeared on the system screen. Su Chi has been severely injured, and the entire royal demon sect has been destroyed. Hanju couldn't believe his eyes. The royal demon sect just disappeared like that. Su Chi is forever a god. Hanju sighed inwardly. Great! This is a force that I was wary of, and it fell before I even saw its face. To be fair, the royal demon sect lasted this long. No regrets. Little brat Su Chi, don't randomly recognize foster fathers, okay? How would the Devil Lord help him? He's dead. Maybe the Devil Lord had that intention and borrowed Su Chi. That must be it. He hung a painting of Su Chi on the altar. Su Chi, your teacher, has decided to write your name in the family tree. Hanju was holding 3 incense sticks when he heard a voice. Husband, I'm back. Xing Hongzhuan looked gloomy and entered with a depressed aura. He turned around and saw her walking towards him dejectedly. What's with the long face? Did someone bully you out there? Hearing this, she just gave a small, Xing Hongzhuan's face was full of remorse. Her eyes were already watery, and her voice trembled. Sorry, husband. It's too chaotic out there. I couldn't find any treasures to bring back for you. Hanju took her bruised hands and comforted her. It's okay. Gifts don't matter. He pulled Xing Hongzhuan closer, gently saying, as long as you come back safe, nothing else matters. Is this wound okay? She pursed her lips and softly replied, It's fine. Xing Hongzhuan turned her face away shyly and said, Husband, you should be careful. There's a demon named Qing Meng who recently appeared, using the excuse of hunting down traitors to massacre the human race.
The cultivators who go out to train are all terrified. She looked at her husband worriedly. Do you think he'll come to our great Yan? I heard he killed the Enlightenment old freak. And the no-form sect besieged him but came back empty-handed and heavily injured. Hanju lowered his head slightly, his expression gloomy and silent. Then he stepped forward and hugged Xing Hongshuan tightly. Look, if he attacks the Jade Pure sect, a look of tender affection and secret love filled Hanju's eyes. If I can't beat him, I'll take you and run. Hearing this, her eyes lit up with love and surprise. Only me. As she said this, her voice rang out loud enough to be heard outside the mountain. Does this mean I'm finally in your heart, husband? He affirmed. You've always been there. Shang Hongshuan, surrounded by love, was overjoyed. Then I'm relieved. Hanju stood beside her, puzzled. Relieved about what? She asked blissfully. Am I the only one in your life? He also said happily, Of course. Shang Hongshuan moved closer to him and asked again. Really? Hanju helplessly replied. If not, then what? She continued. When I came back, I noticed recently. Hearing this, he was confused, but Xing Hongshuan said something. There's another cave dwelling even more lavish than my humble abode. Who does it belong to? Hearing this, Hanju's face was filled with fear, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare turn around. It's Shi Xianzi's. I invited her here to make it easier for her to cultivate. Hearing this, her face was full of displeasure. Suppressing her anger, husband cares a lot about her. Hanju was scared. After all, she was once my master. Xing Hongshuan asked again, enunciating each word. Just the bond between master and disciple. He didn't answer, and she became even more determined to ask, You do. At this moment, his face was so black that it was unrecognizable. At the Jade Pure sect's main hall, the arrogant and conceited sect leader Lai of the no-form sect was defeated by Qing Meng without the need for a demon lord to appear. It's unbelievable. Your Jade Pure sect is our last hope. Everyone in the hall was extremely anxious, agreeing, That's right, sect leader Lai, if you can win, merging our sects isn't a problem either. Everyone was buzzing and discussing Stop. Our sects combined probably can't beat Qing Meng, but with the Jade Pure sect we at least have a chance. Seeing the crowd discussing noisily, Lian Qingzi stood up to reassure them. Everyone, don't be impatient, guys. I've sent core disciples to explore the various provinces. The provinces are vast, so it takes a lot of time. He continued. Moreover, according to intelligence, they're heading to the ancient Yuan province's kingdom. They're just being delayed, because the Zihe Ren province is stronger than the Great Yan. Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. That's great. Zihe Ren province is no pushover, Lao Lukao suddenly said. They have the most integration realm powerhouses in the entire province. As long as they don't encounter combat power like the Tribulation Transcendence realm, Qing Meng will definitely have to swallow his anger. Those few elders of the Nine Serenities sect glared at Lao Luo angrily and scolded him. Shut your mouth! Did you open it so wide you lost your brain? Seeing everyone staring at him, Lao Luo was a little scared. At this moment, Li Qingzi, his face slightly pale, spoke. The Nine Dragons sect of the Western Abyss province sent a message, saying that Qing Meng's cultivation is already at the 9th level peak of the integration realm, and he even intends to use the ancient Yuan province as a place to undergo his tribulation. He could advance at any moment. Hearing that, the elders roared at old Lao with fury. Meanwhile, Xing Hongshuan kept badgering Hanju. The bond between master and disciple, right. Her face was still full of suspicion. He didn't know what to say. Suddenly, Hanju put his hand on her shoulder. Men in this world. Then, he pretended to spout some profound philosophy. Having 3 wives and 4 concubines is perfectly normal. Look at those elders. Who doesn't have a few Dajio partners? Hanju continued. So, you gotta know, I'll have other Dao partners in the future. Hearing that, Xing Hongshuan's face was completely shocked. But he didn't forget to sweet-talk her. But if I get to decide who to marry first, I'd still choose you. Seeing Hanju's expression, Xing Hongshuan covered her mouth and sighed in relief. Look at you, so scared. I don't mind having 3 wives and 4 concubines. When you're in closed-door cultivation, I'll have my own friends. Hearing that, his face did a complete 180 in horror. She couldn't help but rush over excitedly. So when are the other little sisters coming? I can't wait anymore. I want to get close to them. Xing Hongshuan also hugged him threateningly. But I want to remind you, no one life. No, only you, got it? Promise the other little sisters. Hopeless. He scratched his head and agreed. Outside, He Yuji and Shun Cheng Han were pressing their ears against the stone wall,
eavesdropping. It showed disdain. "It's still better to be a cultivator," he echoed. "If this was an ordinary man, this would be a tragic battlefield."
Immediately afterwards, those two were bombarded by the NSFW words of Hanju and Xinghongxuan inside. She said expectantly, "Come on, this time you have to be a little rough, okay, He Yunji?" And Sun Changchan smirked wickedly upon hearing this outside.
Suddenly he shouted, "Supreme Finger Divine Sword!" The two of them were startled. After that, a surge of power blasted the stone wall apart. And he frantically fled from the gap. Hanju angrily scolded, "Dream on!" Xinghongxuan blushed crimson, while putting on a seductive look. While looking at him, "Husband, I'm going out for a walk. You cultivate diligently, okay?" Then she approached and kissed him. While his face was gaunt, like a spirit had sucked all of his essence away, Hanju sat down to cultivate, but he looked like a skeleton, without any energy. This fierce momentum, I must break through to the 8th level of the fusion realm as soon as possible. While he was cultivating, he suddenly heard someone's intermittent voice. "Master, don't go!" He jerked back in surprise. "What's that sound? Who else is here besides me?" The voice continued to call out. "Master." Hanju grabbed his sword and went outside to check. The sound seemed to be coming from inside the pond. Outside was the Tiandi herb, who was a little more grown up. Her eyes lit up when she saw him come out and called out, "Master." Then Hanju pointed his sword at the flower pot and shouted, "What kind of evil spirit are you?" Seeing the sword about to touch her, Tiandi herb shouted in horror. He stood above, face full of intimidating air, and shouted, "Why can you speak?" She stuttered in fear. I don't know," Tiandi herb said fearfully. "I seem to have been like this for a long time. Many memories are recovering." Hanju was quite surprised. "Memories? Is this thing some disguised immortal?" She pondered a little. "That's not right. I used to have a master. I remember she sat next to me for quite a long time." He looked puzzled. "Is it an immortal who sat next to it to cultivate for hundreds of years and was affected by the immortal energy, causing it to transcend?" Seeing Hanju sit down, Tiandi herb flustered. "Since I became conscious, I felt that she was very talkative. Fortunately, she left." He thought to himself, "That's not talkative. That's giving you guidance. You're blessed but don't know it." She hurriedly said, "Wait, the memory behind that is, I died many times, was eaten, burned, and drowned, but I all revived." Hanju stared at her. "The flames of the copper furnace cannot burn away. The spring breeze blows and brings green back. The system mentioned before that the Tiandi herb can live for 10,000 years." He carried the potted plant into the cave, and the little girl, still worried he wouldn't believe her, kept saying, "There are so many memories, like I've persisted for tens of thousands of years." You do believe me, right?" He replied, "I believe you. A soul over 10,000 years old, huh? It's not easy for you being a wild grass that didn't get eaten by wild animals. You've really worked hard." The heavenly earth grass was a little scared. "But I think I'm almost 100,000 years old now. I remember hearing people say that living so long means a great calamity is coming, and it's supposed to be a 1 in 10 deaths kind of thing." Hearing that, Hanju couldn't help but be surprised. 100,000 years tribulation. This is the kind of story where you're supposed to transform into human form. He thought of the curse and started sweating. The little girl looked at him worriedly. "You're my second master. Are you going to abandon me?" Before he could answer, the heavenly earthgrass had already lowered her head sadly. "But the tribulation is coming. I'm afraid I'll bring bad luck to my master." Hanju interrupted. "That won't happen," he said to the little girl with tenderness. "Rest assured, there will definitely be a way. I will give you a complete life." Hearing this, the little girl's face was full of joy. "Master is so good," the system prompted. "Heavenly earthgrass has increased its affection for you. Current affection level is 5 stars. Hanju was a little uneasy. "Why do I feel like something isn't quite right?" At this time, Xuan Shishi, Mo Fuqi, and Zhao Fan had arrived at the no-form sect. Looking at the scene before them, the three couldn't help but be surprised. And Mo Fuqi spoke. Even the powerful no-form sect couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed by the demon soldiers of Qingmeng. How could they grow so strong? Mo Fuqi was full of surprise. There are so many birds flying all over the sky behind the mountain. Seeing this scene, Xuan Shishi was also full of thought. The demon race has been suppressed by the human race for too long. Now that the Qingmeng Dasheng has appeared, some demon races will naturally admire him and come to him. Zhu Fan stood beside him, also looking unhappy. Mo Fuqi folded his arms. From Daiyan to this place, it's all Qing Meng's demon soldiers. I'm afraid all the demons in the world have come to rely on him. Looking at the demons encircling in a circle, seemingly protecting Qing Meng, Lord Xuan, look at this posture, it seems like they are protecting him, she pondered slightly. Qing Meng is about to undergo tribulation. If he succeeds, he will be the only tribulation realm powerhouse of the demon race. At that, it is normal for people to come and rely on him. Xuan Shishi raised her face and continued. Cultivating to the tribulation realm allows one to ascend. The supreme tribulation realm powerhouse of the human race must have left, not to mention suppressing them. Zhao Fan asked. If tribulation is to ascend, why is there still Mahayana? She replied. It is not easy for ordinary demon cultivators to cultivate to the fusion void realm. Thinking of the past, Xuan Shishi continued. Reaching the body integration realm is even a 1/10 chance of survival. To increase another level, one must risk their life to win good fortune to pass the thunder tribulation, and almost no longer be promoted. There is not much benefit to this realm, so most powerhouses choose to ascend directly. There are also some talented people who continue to cultivate in the mortal world even if they succeed in tribulation, Zhu Fan and Mo Fuqi Fanqi said in unison. Is that okay? She fell into contemplation. It's like my senior sister increased to Mahayana and is still making progress. Unlike me, although the distance to the tribulation realm is only one step away, I hesitate and delay, like a chasm. Zhao Fan was full of determination. I, Zhao Fan, also want to be a Mahayana person who doesn't ascend. He stood next to him and looked. First, we have to defeat that chicken before we talk. Xuan Shishi cast magic and said to the two people, let's go, I'll take you to the sea, where it's relatively safe. Qing Meng is ambitious, and the human race of the mainland is afraid of a disaster of genocide. Seeing Xuan Shishi flying high, he asked, what about the Yu Qing sect? Didn't something happen? She just turned her head and looked, but remained silent. Zhao Fan came to Mo Fuqi. Hanju will take good care of Mo's sister. The matter of Qing Meng was reported to the headmaster before it was spread. Under the general trend of heaven, we can't even protect ourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, let's go, the three of them disappeared. 7 years later, Hanju was cultivating, gradually opening his eyes, suddenly startled. Why is there fog in the cave? No, this is spiritual energy. He went out of the cave and looked out, asking Heavenly Earthgrass, why is it so misty? Is there a spiritual energy riot? Heavenly Earthgrass was happy. Master, you're awake, he asked doubtfully. Did you do all this? The little girl replied happily. Yes, Master. Do you like it? He was thoughtful. This concentration is too thick. No wonder you have the talent of a god. You can promote spiritual energy just by being born with spiritual intelligence. If you can open up the world's spiritual energy, or teach her some cultivation techniques. But in his mind, an angel and a devil popped up. The angel said, if you train her, she might become a powerhouse later. The devil retorted, what if she betrays you? Who knows what tricks that angel has? Hanju pondered and praised. Just to be safe, I'll leave a mark on her first. He was delighted, and she happily agreed, hoping for more. He continued, I'm thinking about what to reward you with. Tian Dikao looked at him expectantly, wondering what it could be. He turned back to the chest behind him, rummaging through it while musing to himself, the Quilin sword is too big. The heartless flying sword, the heaven and earth, Xuan Huang. These are my trump cards. The Tao self-sword technique? Or should I use the heaven puppets to open her potential? Or maybe this one, which I've never practiced. The little girl looked at him, completely confused. Then he held up the Jade Purity Manual, brand new and unopened. After Zhu Dingzhenren supplemented it, she can cultivate to the Void Realm by learning it for a while. He handed it to her, saying seriously, from today on, you will stay here and study this book. No laziness allowed. Tian Dikao opened the book, looked at it without understanding, and became worried. Hanju slammed the book on the table. In order to cultivate a positive attitude, I must set an example. He sat right next to her, seriously studying the book, diligently learning, and striving upwards. The little girl held the book, feeling dizzy and overwhelmed. The power from his book created strength that was released from the cave. Outside, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. It turned out it was lightning tribulation striking a green python. He was full of pride.
What can a little white lightning do to me? Today, this king must successfully transcend the tribulation. He took the lightning tribulation without fear. Suddenly he sensed something. Wait, there is a force from the outside intruding. That power, Hanju's power, goes straight to his lightning tribulation, making him scream in pain. No, heavenly tribulation promotion is actually that damned curse power. He was struck through his whole body by that terrible power of thunder. The power was so great that it sent him flying, slamming into the ground, creating a large explosion. The green python was wounded all over and falling freely. He angrily cursed, "Damn villain! Just who is it?" In his mouth there was also the faint image of his scepter. He was dropped quickly into the ocean, causing a large force that made the water churn. He raised the scepter in his hand, causing a great power to emanate. The green python stood up on the water, lifting the scepter with terrifying power into the sky. At this moment his face was no longer calm. I still have to use the treasure that the master left behind. At this time Green Python Great Sage held his magic weapon tightly in his hand. The Green Python Great Sage used all the power of the magic weapon to resist the lightning tribulation in the sky. While speaking, he reached out and summoned a magic circle. Today I intend to borrow the treasure and the power of the heavenly tribulation to deduce once. What kind of bastard is playing tricks? The Green Python Great Sage raised his hand to the sky. He controlled the magic circle to the target. The magic circle that he summoned was rushing forward, creating thousands of red lightning bolts around it. But unfortunately the magic circle retaliated against him, making him angry. Damn rat, Green Python went crazy. Why can't I figure it out? When this king is promoted to tribulation, I will definitely find you. He was so enraged that he summoned a lightning tribulation. Lightning tribulation, break it for this king. Myriad bolts of lightning descended from the sky. Beneath the water, a whirlpool formed. Thousands of lightning bolts and tribulation lightning struck Qingmang Dasheng. After struggling with the lightning tribulation, Qingmang Dasheng seemed to have become several times stronger. Finally, Qingmang successfully transcended the tribulation, and from now on, he was a true demon saint. Qingmang, with fierce words, "You one-eyed bastard. This saint will let you taste the most agonizing torture in the world. I'll make sure you never get to reincarnate." Qingmang raised his hand and said clearly, "Transmit the order to the demon kings of all directions. Tell them not to worry about losses and launch a full-scale attack." 6 years later, the demon race quickly defeated the human race cultivators. Resistance was shattered into dust, devouring the common people. At this moment, a strange light emanated from inside Hanju's cave. Outside, He Yuji was absorbed in cultivation sleep. "Please, no disturbances." Shun Changshan looked towards the cave entrance. "Master has advanced again." Then, he sighed. "Mu Rongqi hasn't returned in a while. I wonder if Master will allow me to go down the mountain to visit him." As soon as he finished speaking, Hanju appeared right behind him. "Don't go. He's not in the sect. Given your current situation, be careful of being eaten by demons if you go out." But Shun Changshan still wanted to go. At this moment, Hanju's cultivation was already at the 8th level of the fusion realm. "I've calculated it, he's fine now. Moreover, even if something happens later, Mu Rongqi's luck is extraordinary. He'll turn danger into safety." Suddenly, a notification from the friend circle popped up. Hanju wondered secretly, just how chaotic is it outside these days? Recently, Shun Changjian heard disciples who came to pay their respects discussing that Qingmang Dasheng would most likely become a scourge of the world. He was worried something would happen to his disciple. Hanju also felt that these two disciples had a truly close relationship. Hanju sighed. "Your disciple's flesh with the demon saint is a treasure. Don't get caught before you even find him. I won't save you then." While Hanju was still rambling on, He Yuji was still sleeping peacefully. It even talked in its sleep. "This ginseng is so fragrant." At that moment, He Yuji, who was in a daze, gradually woke up. Suddenly it yelled, "Wait, Master Gaodan has been out for so long and hasn't returned. Could it have died outside?" Hanju replied calmly, "Not dead, but getting beaten up every day." Hearing this, He Yuji panicked. "Master can calculate that." He Yuji felt lucky that it hadn't gone out. Suddenly it lowered its voice and whispered, "If Qingmang Dasheng attacks, why don't we just take our belongings and run away first?" Suddenly, Lian Xingzi ran over from somewhere, hastily reporting, "Elder Han." At this moment all three of them had the same thought. No good can come from the sect leader coming. Hanju looked bewildered. "Has Qingmang killed his way over here?" Li Qingzi hurriedly explained, "Not yet, but state of Ji Yuan is about to fall. Qingmang Dasheng's army of tens of millions
are fiercely battling from Yuanzhou and the surrounding Zhi-Renzhou. Li Qingzi. It won't be long before it reaches Dayan. That's what he heard from the disciple Bi U Zhaoyang's report. He also heard that Qingmeng Desheng has broken through to the tribulation realm. Li Qingzi continued. The demon kings of the fusion realm and void transformation realm under him have exceeded hundreds. Before he could finish, Hanju interrupted. Just say you want to exhaust me to death. Hanju looked at Li Qingzi with bloodshot eyes. So why haven't the human race's cultivation world sent news of joining forces? I thought human destiny was all one body. Li Qingzi stammered, unable to speak. Li Qingzi was bummed. Because the 9 states of the sea have no high-level cultivators in the tribulation transcendence realm now, so no one is in charge. Hanju listened. His face also fell. No way. Not even one person. 2 years ago, there were rumors that a tribulation transcendence realm cultivator appeared in Gaiuan state. But as soon as he showed his face, he was half killed by the Azure Python Great Sage. Now the states are scared, and many sects are being forced to move, Li Qingzi explained. Because the Azure Python Great Sage is the #1 demon city in the history of the demon race. No matter the strength or physical body, the demon race is stronger than the human race. But the human race relies on the advantage of the number of cultivators to suppress the demon race. If the demon race has a tribulation transcendence realm, it means that human attacks will be useless. And considering the current situation, only a Great Ascension realm powerhouse can suppress the Azure Python Great Sage. Hearing this, both He Yuji and Shun Chenghan broke out in cold sweats. Li Qingzi asked Hanju, "Are you confident this time? If not, the Yuqing sect should prepare to run overseas ASAP." The other two were surprised. Overseas, relying on the old ancestor. After thinking for a long time, Hanju finally spoke up. "No need," Hanju said clearly. "Let all the disciples outside come back. This time we're not running." Hearing Hanju's words, the 3 of them were shocked. "What? You want to deal with it?" Shun Chenghan suddenly shouted. "Master, are you serious? We're all staying." Li Qingzi seemed a little scared. "Resisting the Azure Python's army? Are you kidding me? It's better to go overseas and rely on the founding master," Hanju said disdainfully. "He's getting beaten up himself lately. You still want to rely on him?" Li Qingzi was confused. How does Hanju know? He frowned. "I can deduce it. Not to mention, can we escape the demon army of the Azure Python Great Sage on the way back overseas?" The system popped up a notification for Hanju with 2 options. It had been a long time since he had seen such news from the system. He felt that the Heavenly Tao Spirit Stone was a little interesting. Li Qingzi's voice trembled. "No. All the surrounding forces of Great Yan are still fighting fiercely with the demon army. No matter where they go, they will encounter the demon army. Even the demon races that don't belong to the Azure Python are rebelling, attacking their own races. There's basically nowhere safe." He Yuji was a little angry at this time. "Are you kidding us? This is a situation where we should escape?" Shun Cheng'an also advised Li Qingzi to stay, and Li Qingzi agreed. In short, summon the disciples back, stay in the sect, and don't go out. And the disciples who are training outside must return quickly. Hanju didn't want to go out and rescue people everywhere when the Azure Python's army approached. Li Qingzi also followed the order, but he still didn't believe that Hanju could be so sure. Hanju instructed Li Qingzi not to reveal the decision. He wanted to stay, and the other sects of the cultivation world could only pray for themselves. As long as the Yuqing sect is fine, even if the world is destroyed, Hanju doesn't care about being a savior. Once he gets involved, there will definitely be endless troubles later. Hanju thought to himself, the cultivators in this world are not just these superficial things. The Azure Python Great Sage is just a tribulation transcendence realm, and it's impossible to slaughter all the human race. Suddenly the system reminded, "You rejected the sect master's decision and chose to stay, obtaining a heavenly Tao Spirit Stone." Hanju sighed inwardly. Being so close to the name of the heavenly Tao must mean it's no ordinary thing. In Hanju's hand was a spirit stone shaped like a brick, sparkling with mystery. He Yuji and Shun Chengwan watched from a distance, praying that Hanju wouldn't use that brick to deal with the Azure Python Great Sage. The system introduced the Heavenly Treasure Spirit Stone. Hanju was secretly delighted after listening. It can increase the grade of a magic weapon. This toy is not bad. Hanju looked at the spirit stone thoughtfully. What should I fuse it into? In the past, he tried so hard to curse, but the Azure Python Great Sage still broke through smoothly. The effect of the Book of Misfortune is probably useless against the Azure Python Great Sage. If he advances one realm, he might be able to curse the Azure Python Great Sage to death, but it's too much of a hassle. First of all, he hasn't even mentioned how powerful it is, and he hasn't ruled out whether Azure Python has an effect on magic weapons or not. Moreover, he can kill the Yu King sect at any time. Hanju raised the Spirit Stone to the sky and shouted, "Hongmeng Judgment Sword, fuse!" Hanju felt that he should increase his attack power first, and then kill the Azure Python by surprise. The system popped up a warning. The Hongmeng Judgment Sword cannot be upgraded by the Heavenly Dao Spirit Stone. Please change to another magic weapon. Hanju was freaking out. Seriously. It can't even withstand the power of the Heavenly Dao. He couldn't even check it with his divine sense just now, so maybe anything affected by the Heavenly Dao is extraordinary. Guess I still don't know the upper limit of the Hongmeng Judgment Sword, being a half-born magic treasure and all. Xun Changguan, watching Hanju's antics, thought, "Finally, Master realizes that Brick can't solve every problem." Hanju mused. The big battle is almost here, but I still need to further comprehend the Sword Dao way. I wonder if that guy is still waiting inside the Sword Dao River. Outside Great Yan, the army of the Azure Python Great Sage and the human race cultivators were still locked in battle. Both sides were fighting fiercely. Suddenly, they noticed something. A purple light suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the 10,000 ancient Sword Dao again. Hanju, inside the Sword Dao, had no idea how far he'd get today. Hanju decided to quickly take a step forward, but before he could, that senior blocked him. "It's you again," Hanju begged the senior to let him take just one more step. The senior got pissed. "You've already comprehended the Taiyi Divine Dao and Sword Intent. Who in this world can you not beat?" the senior continued. "Unless you and your opponent are too far apart in Cultivation realm." Hanju scratched his head and forced a smile. "Well, this junior has indeed encountered enemies far beyond my realm." Hanju originally planned to visit the senior and express his gratitude after his ascension, but now he might just die on his cultivation journey. Hearing those words, the senior felt a bit sorry for him. The senior finally agreed to let him proceed. "This is your choice, don't blame me for not warning you about the consequences." Hanju looked ahead. "I'll just have to have a showdown and see if I can comprehend a stronger Three Pure One's potential." Hanju figured that going further would only make him stronger. He boldly lifted his foot and took a powerful step forward. The moment his foot touched the ground, Hanju felt like his entire body had gained 1,000 times more weight. Hanju struggled to walk. This was the power beyond even Taiyi. It felt like 100 Heiyujis were pressing down on him. He couldn't move, and he couldn't stop because there was no turning back. The senior was standing afar, observing Hanju's every step. Even though he had taken 3 steps, if he kept going, he was afraid he would die here. Just 3 steps. And the difference in realm was that huge. No wonder the senior didn't let Hanju proceed last time. But Hanju was determined. "I'm not giving up. One more step, just one more step." Seeing that he still wanted to continue, the senior flew over to stop him. The senior flung Hanju forward. "All right, kid. If there's a next time, I won't save you again." The senior continued. "Kid, you haven't even reached the Tribulation Transcendence realm, and you've already comprehended so much. It's rare, and I'm really looking forward to your future achievements." At that moment, Hanju's consciousness gradually returned to reality. Xun Changwan and Heiyuji were still glued to Hanju. Master's been sitting there for so long without moving a muscle. Could it be he's not so sure about this after all? Just then, boom, a massive explosion suddenly went off, sending Heiyuji and Xun Changwan scrambling. A beam of crazy, bright light shot out from the cloud of white smoke, freaking them both out. Even the immortal herbs inside sensed something was up. In the blink of an eye, they were giving off this super intimidating aura. Hanju strolled out of the smoke. "My Sword Dao Divine Power, the 3 Pure World Cleansing. It leveled up," the immortal herbs exclaimed in shock, just like its previous owner. In the trial arena, the simulated Hanju and Xuanqingjun were all set for their battle. He calmly gathered spiritual energy at his fingertip and started his move. First up, the 3 Pure World Cleansing. Hanju flicked his finger, and thousands of whirlwinds of spiritual energy popped up around him. The spiritual energy whirled around like crazy, shooting toward Xuanqingjun non-safe stop. Hanju's attack speed was apparently too fast, and Xuanqingjun couldn't even react, just standing there taking the hit. When they hit, the whirlwinds of spiritual energy exploded, creating a mind-blowing blast. When the battle ended, the simulated scenery around them faded away. The system announced the battle time. 2 seconds. Hanju was pretty happy with the result. Same insta-kill. But this time it was clearly faster. He glanced over at the book and thought, not bad, just 1 step left. If Hundun Dasheng could be added as a friend, I'd definitely be able to curse him to death. If not, then I'll just wait for him to come to the Yuqing sect. Someone was heading towards the Yuqing sect, only 2 miles away. In the quiet forest, a voice echoed. Good thing I had that teleportation formation, otherwise I wouldn't have made it. This battle's tiring me out. Panting and complaining, Yang Tiandong took a step. But Guzi couldn't come with me. I'm super worried. How am I supposed to explain this to Master? Qing Meng's demonic soul has caught up. You wicked spawn, keep running. No matter where you run, this saint will catch you. Tiandong was super annoyed by the wisp of demonic energy that was clinging onto him like glue. The demonic soul of the ancient Qing Meng Dasheng kept whining behind him, saying he was going to rip out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll let you experience what true despair is. After saying one last threat, the wisp of black energy dissipated. Can't keep getting chased like this, Tiandong pondered. Should I go back? Remembering the past, when he gathered his brothers to defeat Qing Meng. The mountains of Zhunan can't record all their crimes. The waters of the East Sea can't wash away the stench. 300 demon kings were gathered to fight Qing Meng. We feasted together, hoping for a bright future. Zhong Fugui divided up the territory after our success. But the reality was way too brutal. All of the demon kings were wiped out. Even though it broke his heart to see them fall one by one, Yang Tiandong could only grit his teeth and run to save his own skin. We were way too naive. The past still filled him with resentment. I worked so hard for so many years, and it was all a joke. When he thought about how all the demon kings were dead, fear crept in and he stammered. Now that I'm back, Master, they wouldn't have. Finally, he decided to turn and leave. I can't bring disaster to Master. I don't have the face to face the elders of Tiangdong. Suddenly, Hanju's familiar voice rang out. You're already at the doorstep, so why don't you come in? You better come back soon. Hearing his master's voice, Yang Tiandong instantly felt a pang of fear. After hearing Hanju's words, you still want to fool around? Are you trying to kick the bucket? Could this unfilial disciple be dreaming of becoming Qing Meng Dasheng's son? Ting the round. Tiandong frantically searched for the source of the voice. At this point, all he could do was kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Yang Tiandong knelt on the ground, sincerely admitting his mistake. Disciple knows he was wrong. Recalling before he left the sect, Tiandong had said, hard cultivation just doesn't suit me. My hemorrhoids are popping out already. I want to go out and temper myself. I definitely won't get a slip disc. Hanju seriously asked back, have you thought it through clearly? Compared to deceiving and plotting against each other outside, hemorrhoids are a small problem. Remembering that advice from the past, Yang Tiandong now regretted it. I should have listened to you. The outside world is too scary. Seeing him sobbing, Hanju comforted him. Don't cry. Kneel at the foot of the mountain for 5 years and shout, I was wrong, 1,000 times every day. Is this consolation meant to comfort him into his grave? Everything in Tiandong's location was captured in his sight. The hawk demons discussed among themselves. Write in the report to Dasheng that the Jade Pure sect of Great Yan is like this. Right then, a flash of light suddenly appeared in the distance, catching the hawk demons' attention. But before they could look up, their bodies were torn into hundreds of pieces. The system displayed a notification that 2 demon spies had entered the Jade Pure sect's range. This proved that Qing Meng's demon spies had reached the Jade Pure sect, so Hanju sent them off. He pondered. So the army under Qing Meng's command has reached Great Yan. I have to prepare a bit for the great battle. Meanwhile, He Yuji and Xun Changchan were still leisurely singing songs and fishing, hoping not to come back empty-handed today. From afar, Merongqi flew over on his sword. Master, the sect urgently summoned me back. What happened? The fat chicken and Changshan didn't see Rongqi, but seemed to have noticed something. He's back. The legendary eldest brother, for real, He Yunji complained. Why'd he run off as soon as he arrived? Rongqi, also curious, poked his head in to take a look. At this moment, Changjan noticed him. Cheer, you're here? It turned out that in front of the steel of hard cultivation to immortality, Tiandong was constantly kowtowing and crying, and repeatedly saying, Master, this disciple knows he was wrong. He was so obedient, repeatedly bowing and prostrating. Merongqi wondered, what did that junior brother do to be punished to kneel here? Before he could finish, Xun Changhan covered his mouth. Be careful what you say. He's your grand uncle. Rongqi couldn't believe it, exclaiming, But he's only at the nascent soul realm.
Chang Jian hurriedly stopped him again, saying,
Be careful. Heiyuji also started to gossip. I want to know too. So it went directly in front of Yang Tiandong. Heiyuji greeted, Long time no see. How's the outside world? Did you meet any dog packs? Tiandong suddenly sensed this serious atmosphere, but he could recognize little Hei. Tiandong blurted out, Why are you so fat? This sentence was like a bolt from the blue for Heiyuji. As a result, it used Yang Tiandong as fishing bait. No matter how much he screamed, it was useless. Yang Tiandong gaped, unable to believe that his nephew was about to reach the nascent soul realm. He was very surprised. He didn't temper himself outside, but only cultivated hard with master to reach this level. Chundalan said that this was because of a little bit of my hard cultivation god talent, that he reached the nascent soul realm. Hearing this, Yang Tiandong was internally screaming, So what was the point of all those years cultivating outside? My strength hasn't improved. I barely remember what Shifu taught me, and I'm just hindering everyone. I'm a disgrace to the sect. Yang Tiandong tried to save face by boasting, My time training outside wasn't a complete waste. Heiyuji is already at the transformation divinity realm. I'll be back to challenge you guys soon. Heiyuji just grunted, his expression screaming, Do I look like I believe you? But the idiot Tiandong actually believed it, and happily said, Little Hei, don't panic. The dog will go easy on you.
Rongqi and Chang'an just sighed, not wanting to break the news to Tiandong. As long as he's happy, whatever.
Hanju, watching the whole scene from afar, couldn't wrap his head around it. How dare a nascent soul and a transformation divinity cultivator plot to kill the great success divine general Qingmang?
Now Hanju finally understood why Qingmang chased them all the way here. He sympathized with Qingmang. To be betrayed by demons with the strength of these two, I wouldn't be able to stand it either. Suddenly, Lin Qingzi rushed over in a panic. Elder Han, something terrible has happened, Hanju immediately guessed. Qingmang's demon army is here.
Qingzi confirmed. That's right, his demon army has already invaded Great Yan. The disciples who returned said his target is Yang Tiandong. He was worried because Tiandong was a senior disciple he'd recommended to Elder Han. He could establish a good relationship with the All Extremes Devil King thanks to Tiandong. If he banished him now, it would chill the hearts of everyone. Hanju calmly replied, Let them come. Have you moved the sect disciples to the 10,000 demons realm? Qingzi answered. All disciples below the nascent soul realm have been evacuated. The secret chambers and teleportation gates are unusable. We can only enter the Jade Purity sect through the main gate. There's no turning back now. To escape overseas, we need to use the 10,000 demons realm's spatial teleportation. But it's unstable. If we're not careful, we'll be torn apart by space, time. That's why we have to sacrifice others to be slaughtered by the demons. I want everyone to willingly take the risk, Hanju still calmly said. What a coincidence, head teacher. I'm also taking a gamble. Qingzi was startled by this statement. Hanju solemnly said, I've already prepared for the worst. Luckily, you guys left a way out. As long as there's a green mountain, we won't have to worry about firewood. Li Qingzi's face also darkened. If we can't win, can we guarantee a full retreat? Hanju gave a number, a 70, chance. Qingzi handed over a jade token. Only with this jade token can we teleport to the gathering place of the disciples the fastest. So before the demon army arrives, I still have time to escape. Hanju took it. Qingzi added. The primordial spirits of 300 elders are inside. Our lives depend on you now. He affirmed confidently. If we really can't win, I'll take you all with me to escape. But if we let Qingmang get away, I fear the consequences will be unimaginable. At this point, Li Qingzi could only rely on him completely. I'm counting on you, Elder Han. The northern mountains are the territory of the All Extremes Devil King, with whistling winds all year round. Qingmang has attacked this place. Even the All Extremes has fallen before him. Qingmang gritted his teeth and slowly asked if he was convinced or not. But even though All Extremes was a mess, he still refused to admit defeat. What is the Green Supreme? He's nothing. Seeing that All Extremes was still stubborn, Qingmang prepared to continue his attack. All Extremes collapsed at his feet, like a prisoner waiting for execution. Before delivering the final blow, Qingmang said, Do you have any last words? Beside All Extremes was the sobbing of his wife. All Extremes' last words were, Ah Hua, little Kui is so beautiful. Qingmang started to build up his power.
raising his hand high to deliver the final blow.
This strike unleashed an explosion that shook the entire region. But all extremes was unharmed. On the contrary, Qing Meng started to tremble. He screamed, "Damn it, it's sparkling again. That damn rascal, he cursed this holy one again." Everyone around was totally stunned. Tiansu chuckled to himself. A curse, huh? Looks like this dude's on the mountain god's naughty list too. Then he suddenly changed his tune. Forget it, bowing his head low. He ain't gonna be around much longer anyway. I'm willing to submit to you, O Great One.
Qing Meng, though a bit confused, released Tiansu's subordinates. He pulled something out
and held it up to Tiansu's face, asking, "Tiansu, have you ever seen this half-human, half-demon guy? This is Yang Tiandong." Just one look is enough. Tiansu immediately recognized him. "Isn't that my adopted son, Yang Tiandong? Could it be that he offended you, O Great One?" Qing Meng asked slowly, his voice dripping with menace. "Adopted son," someone muttered under their breath. No wonder. Hearing the words adopted son, he got so pissed that his power burst out. Without a word, Tiansu was blasted into next week, his primordial spirit sent flying. "Qing Meng Dasheng. What do you think you're doing? I already said I'd submit. Yang Tiandong offending you wasn't my doing," Qing Meng roared. He even recognized this saint as his adoptive father, and organized a demon king rebellion. Hearing the word rebellion, Tiansu went silent. Qing Meng threatened, "This saint won't wipe out your primordial spirit, but you and Yang Tiandong are no longer related. When I catch that little monster, if you say another word, I'll make sure you can never be reincarnated." He was screaming mad, making thunder rumble. "All you demon kings, listen up. Slaughter your way over there. Leave no one alive." Qing Meng Dasheng cursed to himself. What a load of bull, daring to recognize other demon kings as adoptive relatives in the Yu King sect. How dare you? Yang Tiandong was still diligently kowtowing. "Master, your disciple knows he was wrong." Suddenly, lightning started flashing above, and a voice boomed. "You evil spawn!" Tiandong felt like he recognized the voice. In the sky, thousands of demon kings riding dragons were approaching. "I was wondering where you'd run off to." The owner of the voice was none other than Qing Meng Dasheng. He howled. "Never thought you'd hide in a small sect like this." His eyes flashed dangerously. "Today, this saint will devour everyone in this little sect. See where else you can run." Seeing the war formation in the sky, Yang Tiandong was scared witless. Qing Meng Dasheng is here. Those powerful auras, those lightning bolts tearing through the sky are headed straight for the green sect. A loud shout rang out, "Elders, quickly escort the disciples to the peaks for protection." The disciples' screams were deafening. "The demon army is here. The demonic energy comes first." Chingozi stood with his hands behind his back, observing everything with unease. This demonic energy, that's Qing Meng Dasheng's tribulation realm. Unbelievable. How can we last? Seize every opportunity to let the disciples escape. Qingzi turned to Xiao Zhao and asked, "Elder Xiao, Elder Liu, can you two stand against Qing Meng Dasheng?" Xiao Zhao didn't answer but stared at the demonic energy in front of him. He gritted his teeth. Undying tribulation realm. Seeing the tense situation, he couldn't help but get nervous. "I can't take it anymore," he asked. "Where's Elder Chan Shen? What did he say?" Hearing this, Qingzi couldn't help but sigh. He said vaguely, "As for him," said to wait some more. Tiandong ran frantically on the small road leading into the sect, shouting frantically, "Master!" He stood panting in front of Hanju. Tiandong panted, then reported the situation to him. "Qing Meng Dasheng is here. What should we?" Hanju crossed his arms and glanced at him, and said to Tiandong without any worry, "It's all right. Let Wufa and the Xiaohe group wait here. Later, teleport to the 10,000 demon realm. The jade pendant is in charge of Merongqi." Hearing what he said, Dikao, tears streamed down her face, and she shouted, "Master, don't leave us behind." Hanju glanced at Dikao and smiled, reassuring her, "Relax. Nothing's gonna happen." Rongqi looked at his master and said, "Xing Hongshuan's information for Hanju. Heard from master that martial aunt has already arrived at the 10,000 demons realm." Hanju crossed his arms, standing on the mountain peak, observing everything. Hearing Rongqi's words, he felt a bit more at ease. "Good, now I can finally let loose." Yang Tiandong stared at him, lost in thought, eyes brimming with emotion. Hanju stood silently, watching the crisscrossing rays of light in the distant sky. Green pythons flew in large flocks. Tiandong wondered, Could Master be so strong that he's not afraid of the green python great sage? Hanju glanced forward, his eyes filled with unfathomable depths. He thought to himself, not within 100 miles, huh? A thunderous roar echoed. Activate the sect protection formation with all our might. Unleash the formation. The great formation protecting the Qing sect covered the sky. The light emanating from it was blinding. The demons and monsters quickly surrounded the Qing sect, their eyes filled with lust as they gazed upon the disciples. One of the demons immediately thought, the delicious aura of cultivators. Others clamored and fought. Don't steal today, I'm starving. Another, unsatisfied, grumbled. Too few people. Too few. Not enough to share. They brandished their weapons, eager to break the sect protection formation and conquer the Qing sect. The formation's immense power made it difficult for them to break through. The aura radiating from it kept them at bay. Li Qingzi raised his hand, signaling the disciples to counterattack. He shouted, left and right wings, attack. Don't let a single one escape. Sweat poured down his face. Li Qingzi's face darkened, his teeth gritted, he hissed through clenched teeth, mayflies trying to shake a tree. Xiaojia suddenly noticed something unusual. Wu Gang and the monk also noticed something suspicious. A blue sphere carrying the divine sense of the green python flew with extreme speed, soon reaching the peak of the Qing sect. Everyone was horrified by this scene. A voice filled with doubt echoed in the air. This is... As the sphere of divine sense fell, the Qing sect's sect protection formation shattered. A wave of shock reverberated. All the elders and disciples of the Qing sect were backlashed by the power of the green python's true form, causing them to cough up large mouthfuls of blood. The Yu King sect disciples were nearly all blown away by the aura. Some were sent flying far away, while others were unlucky enough to be painfully slammed into the roofs. Shi Xuan Xianzi was also severely injured. She struggled to stand, her heart filled with fear for the disciples. Just relying on divine sense had caused such heavy losses on the front lines. Shi Xuan's eyes narrowed. She began to think deeply. We can't escape. Although our primordial spirits are all with Hanju, and we have a chance to be resurrected, the premise is that Hanju can escape from the hands of a tribulation transcendence cultivator. The green python's divine sense floated in the air, surrounded by demonic energy. He scornfully shouted, the strongest is only at the 9th level of void amalgamation. How ridiculous! The green python's primordial spirit cursed. He snorted coldly. You little bastard didn't hide on the front lines. Let's see where he's hiding. Observing from afar, he quickly saw the stone statue carved with cultivate in solitude and become an immortal. He grinned. Found him. Within his sights, he saw Yang Tiandong standing on the cliff. He roared like thunder. You little bastard. Can't run this time, huh? Still hoping the Yu King sect can protect you? Tiandong was terrified. He felt dizzy, his face filled with extreme fear, thoughts exploding in his head. Crap! Even the team leader and the teacher working together couldn't stop a single blow from the green python great sage. How can Master possibly stop him? The voice, along with the hand holding him, stunned Tiandong. A firm voice rang out. All of you, step back. Hanju held the heavenly Tao spirit stone. The power of the heavenly Tao flashed with golden light. He firmly grasped the heavenly Tao spirit stone and pointed the tip of the sword towards the green python's divine sense. He thought to himself, the system didn't detect him, but his divine sense found us, huh? Tribulation transcendence cultivators are indeed powerful beyond expectation. His eyes not only carried determination, but also hints of killing intent, his heart burning. He had already locked onto the direction the divine sense was coming from. Come a little closer. The green python's divine sense locked him in its sights. The divine sense also secretly assessed Hanju and those around him, a body full of spirit treasures, and a foundation establishment cultivator at the 9th level beside that little bastard. The divine sense noticed a body trembling behind Hanju. The divine sense exclaimed, a black hell chicken trembling in fear. The divine sense secretly sighed. Oh, this chicken is quite plump, not bad cultivation. Might consider taking it as a home guard. Wait. A divine tree soared into the sky, its entire body emitting mysterious golden light. The green python's divine sense shook. He exclaimed in astonishment. The Fu-Sang divine tree. The green python saw everything through his divine sense. His divine sense was confused. Why is such a divine tree here? I remember the master mentioned this thing. Even on his side it only exists in legends. A chance for a great contribution? The green python's divine sense's eyes lit up. He wore a strange and evil smile. He immediately thought, If I can offer this divine tree to the master, once the master is happy, maybe I can stay there. Qing Mang didn't even hesitate. He went straight for his azure python true form. Lightning was tearing up the sky all around him, and his eyes were burning bright. His voice boomed like thunder. "This light god tree is mine." His massive true form made the entire azure sect look like ants. Qingzi just stared up, jaw dropped. Looking at Qing Mang's ginormous true form, all he could do was pray, "Gotta hope Hanju gets here quick." Suddenly, a terrifyingly powerful aura descended from the heavens. The power of the heavenly Tao itself was swirling around Hanju. He activated the 3 pure world incantation, ready to throw down with Qingmang's true form. Heiyuji was shaking like a leaf, but he still clung tight to Chang'an and Rongqi. Rongqi was clutching Dinkao too. Chang'an just sighed to Heiyuji, "Dude, using us as shields isn't gonna do squat." Hanju was actually sweating a bit. The system chimed in. Qingmeng Dasheng not detected. A flurry of notifications popped up, and Hanju freaked out a little. Beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. He was pacing in his mind. What do you mean, not detected? Is the system capped at the tribulation realm or something? Suddenly, Qingzi got blasted by an aura that sent him reeling, mouth agape. Qingmeng Dasheng showed up out of nowhere, catching everyone completely off guard. He slammed down his power, his eyes glowing green, looking totally menacing. The system finally caught up. System prompt. Qingmeng Dasheng, 9th layer of the tribulation realm. Newly appointed demon saint of the demon race? Hanju closed his eyes, sensing Qingmeng's power closing in. He braced himself. Alright, let's fire up the simulation trial. A torrent of sword energy, infused with the destructive power of the heavenly Tao, erupted from Hanju, blasting forward with all his might. The power sent everything flying, except for Heiyuji's tank-like body. Chang'an, Rongqi, and Yang Tiandong nearly got swept away, but luckily they held on to Heiyuji for dear life. Screams of terror echoed through the air. Hanju's eyes were locked and loaded, determination burning bright, he thought. Time to go all in. The system dinged. Simulation battle complete. Hanju's sword energy went wild, ripping through space. The one sword to end all technique was unleashed, brimming with deadly sword intent. Hanju was nailing this classic move like a total pro. Qingmeng Dasheng saw a red flash up ahead. He was shocked. That punk is trying to sneak attack me. Qingmeng instantly unleashed his special move. Flinging his hand out with terrifying power, he yelled, "Twilight barrier." He was confused. And looking ahead, the red light that Hanju had unleashed was still coming. The aura that came with the red light dragged along. It flickered now and then, and cut through the rocks, charging in a straight line toward Qingmeng. The sky was clear again, and the sword aura went to and fro, leaving a straight, endless trace behind it. The bones of Qingmeng were broken, but his lower half was still intact. In the end, Qingmeng Dasheng bit the dust again. Shi Xuan Xianzi was stunned into silence. Everyone in the Jade Pure sect was in the same boat. Qingzi, Biu Mie, Xiao Jiao, and even Wu Gang were gaping like goldfish, witnessing this legendary battle. Heiyuji, Rongqi, Chang'an, and Yang Tiandong couldn't believe Hanju had actually beaten Qingmeng Dasheng. And 9th, Mislayer Tribulation Realm expert, Hanju gripped the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone tight, the aura of the 3 pure world incantation still blazing. He was cold, his face etched with killing intent. Hanju scoffed. "Playing with fire, huh? Qingmeng's taken down." The bones shattered. The demonic energy dissipated, returning the sky to a peaceful blue with gently drifting white clouds. The demons were terrified, unable to sense Qingmeng's demonic energy. They scurried around, searching frantically. One of them noticed that Qingmeng's demonic energy had completely vanished. He yelled, "Where is Lord Qingmeng's demonic energy?" One nearby looked at the clear blue sky and was even more certain of Qingmeng's demise. He panicked, shouting, "Lord Qingmeng is dead." A barrage of questions and exclamations erupted at once. How could the great sage die so quickly? Just who is this divine being? Huatong received the bad news. All the demons of the demon race frantically fled. Having lost Qingmeng as their backer, their only option now was to escape with their lives. A piercing scream rang out. "Run!" The cry acted like a command, sending them into a frenzied, mad dash to escape. Hanju spoke coldly, his words laced with killing intent. "You bullied my sect, harmed my race, and now you think you can leave." He raised the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, and instantly, Sword Ki carrying the power of the heavenly Tao streaked across the sky, shining brightly like the Asura hell. Hanju growled, Demon race! You! The sword Q swirled around him, encircling his body. The power of the heavenly Daoyo spiraled, locking onto the enemies. A beast screamed in terror. What's happening? Louder and louder, the agonizing screams grew more and more horrific. Chingezi watched everything unfold. Each demon beast had a swirling aura locked onto its body. They cried out, "It burns! Help!" The long-haired dude was stunned and exclaimed, "What's going on?" Chingzi, who had witnessed everything, finally spoke. "It's like they're being locked down." Hanju raised the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, its power and might clearly visible. A surge of energy carrying immense power plunged into the ground, sending rocks and debris flying in all directions. The beams of light crisscrossed, creating utter chaos. Hanju pulled the sword back, cursing inwardly. Damn it! The swirling sword Kui continued to lock onto its targets, no matter if they were underground or in the air. They were all being attacked by the vortex. A demon beast was engulfed in flames. It craned its neck back and screamed in agony. The flames and heat incinerated the monster. Its entire body was submerged in brilliant light. Then, a section of the sky began to stir, with colorful firework like displays. They flew into the sky and exploded beautifully. Shi Xuan, standing in the distance, could also admire them blooming in the sky. Her face was smudged from the battle with Qingmang. Shi Xuan looked up at the fireworks and couldn't help but exclaim with admiration, "These fireworks are so pretty." But these weren't ordinary fireworks. Flesh and blood from the explosions rained down on the ground. Incessantly, fireworks carrying the bodies of the monsters exploded into pieces in the sky. Tiansu's divine sense was stunned by the sight of the shattered remains of the demon race before him. Looking at Qingmang's corpse, he knew that an immortal saint in the Tribulation Transcendence realm had been killed with a single strike. Yi Jian Misha. Tiansu mused. So that immortal was actually living in seclusion in the Jade Purity sect. He looked at the overlapping mountains, sweating profusely. No wonder after arriving at the Jade Purity sect, the curse disappeared. It seems the curse that Qingmang Great Sage sensed was a warning from that immortal. Because this guy stubbornly slaughtered indiscriminately, leading to his body and Tao being destroyed. Tiansu had a wish. If there's a chance, I hope I can visit that old man. Even to be his mount would be great. Hanju stood there, holding the heavenly Tao Spirit Stone, looking in the direction where Yijian Misha had struck. The mountains in front were carved out into a large chasm. The mortal calamity ends here, the system prompted. You have killed an existence in the Tribulation Transcendence realm for the first time, and obtained a heavenly Davio Spirit Stone. Hanju held the Spirit Stone in his hand, feeling puzzled in his head. Hey Yuji cheered. Master is so strong, invincible under heaven. Chang'an also raised his hands and cheered. Whoa there, Rongqi was totally lost, stuttering. What just happened? Hey Yuji was going nuts, chanting, Great Master, Great Master, Great Master. Rongqi, clueless, chased after him. Chang'an walked up to Hanju and said, Master was right. Focusing on cultivation is the true path. He turned to Rongqi. Cheer, use all your time to cultivate them. Only then can you defeat your enemies. Rongqi, hyped up, replied, Yes, Master. Yang Tiandong, who had been watching everything, was internally freaking out. How strong was that Azure Python Grand Sage? I know very well, he was practically invincible. He thought about the python's mangled corpse, something so despairingly powerful. Master just killed it! He was shook. Yang Tiandong's eyes widened in disbelief, and he sighed internally. So the strongest guy was right beside me the whole time, and I was chasing after empty power all over the place? I'm too embarrassed to face Master now. Hanju brushed past Yang Tiandong. Hanju's words caught him off guard. Still here? Have you finished kowtowing yet? Yang Tiandong broke out in a cold sweat. He blinked at him, stammering, No, not yet. Hanju kept walking, leaving behind a single sentence. Then hurry up and go. He walked faster but didn't forget to warn Yang Tiandong. From now on, if you dare to run off without my permission, our master-disciple relationship is over. I won't lift a finger if you live or die. Yang Tiandong sighed in relief, agreeing immediately. Yes, Master. While cleaning up the battlefield, everyone was pitching in to fix what had been destroyed. Someone shouted, Elder Zihan Shen is here. Everyone started buzzing. Where? Hanju walked over, and all eyes were fixed on him in admiration. Everyone cheered him on. Elder Zihan Shen is forever a god. Elder Han, light of the human race, may you have boundless blessings and longevity. I want to have your babies, Hanju reminded. Qingzi, don't let your guard down. I feel like something's not right. Li Qingzi knew what he meant. Lei Qingzi pointed to something in front of them, then turned around and said, Is Elder Han talking about this? They both stared at the massive bone in front of them. Hanju confirmed. That's right. My move couldn't destroy this weapon. It's not simple. Li Qingzi, looking at the bone, was also taken aback. What is this? What in the world is it? He pondered, then fell into thought. It's definitely not something from the mortal realm. No wonder curses didn't work on the Azure Python Grand Sage. This magic treasure was the culprit. I'm afraid the big one will be here soon. Hanju walked up to the bone, placed his hand on its surface, and said, Let's see if this thing has an owner. When his hand touched it, a surge of energy ran through the bone, he muttered. Spiritual sense enter. The energy delved deep inside and went straight into his spiritual sense. Hanju was surprised. There's a space inside. He found it strange, but then his eyes immediately looked up in shock. Hanju discovered an image of a power of Jue Yuan appearing before his eyes. He was stunned. The Azure Python Grand Sage is his clone. There are two bright blue balls in front of Jue Yuan, inside which you can see through to the outside. His eyes are closed tightly, but now they are shaking. He frowned unexpectedly. Jue Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes flashed two red lights. His deep and unpredictable eyes are like a detector that sweeps forward, and the aura from his eyes is released at an accelerated rate. Outside, Hanju was sent flying back a few steps by Zhu Yuan's aura, causing a backlash. Hanju cried out. Li Qingzi saw this and worriedly asked, Elder Han, are you okay? His hand hurt. He pulled it away from the bone, retracted his spiritual sense, and a hint of worry flashed in his eyes. He thought, I knew it. There's someone behind this. Hanju quickly cast the six-path soul-devouring skill. Golden light and energy shot up into the sky. Instantly, the massive bone on the ground shrunk. He sighed in relief. Luckily I acted fast, or that guy would have used the clone to come for revenge. I've only felt this oppressive aura in the Sword Deo River. Suddenly, a system screen popped up with a warning. The system reminded him. Hanju was caught off guard and turned his head to look at the system screen. He blurted out, Huh? The screen showed an image of Jue Yuan, an 8th level loose immortal. 6-star hatred. Because you killed his favorite pet in the mortal realm, the clone is full of hatred towards you, waiting for you to ascend to cause you trouble. Hanju was shocked. The 8th level loose immortal. Hanju held the bone in his hand, and he thought to himself, waiting for me to ascend. Is there no way for him to come down here to find me? Hanju's eyes stared at the bone carefully, in which a serious light shined. Consider myself lucky that the upper realm is so powerful and unable to descend to the mortal realm. Is it an agreement, or is it restricted? He was a little worried, saying, So after ascending, I can't go back either. Hanju, holding the bone, looked up at the sky. He was stuck on something, like, would ascending just be the same old grind? Or would he actually get some chill time to cultivate? Seriously, all the good stuff's up there, so ascending too early is kinda dumb. Might as well drag this out and see what they can even do about it. Over in the West Abyss continent, at the true martial sect man, the place was all mountains and echoing with these crazy screams. Turns out, Qingmeng Dasheng bit the dust. Jade Pure Sect's elder Zan Shen one-shot him. Dude couldn't believe it. He was totally stunned. What? The main hall just exploded with chatter. People were losing it. Qingmeng Dasheng is dead? Seriously? He was a freaking Tribulation Realm cultivator. And Jade Pure Sect did it? Someone was like, wait, I've heard that name before. Another guy was all starry-eyed. Who is that Godslayer elder anyway? Legend. Chikwai Jian, Swordseeker, sighed. But his Jade Pure Sect disciple, Jihao, was just bouncing with pride, yelling, That's our Godslayer elder for Ya. An old dude stepped forward and asked Chihuahua Jian, Sect leader, you've been to the Great Yan before, right? Jade Pure Sect's that strong? The sword guy next to him chimed in, all curious. Yeah, Jihao said you sparred, but you never mentioned a word. Chihuahua Jian hung his head, voice all quiet. He was kind of ashamed, like, well, the truth is, Chihuahua Jian looked everyone in the eye and just laid it out there. I got my butt handed to me by the Godslayer elder in one move. That's why I never brought it up.
Everyone went silent. Then boom! Shock! The green-haired Taoist blurted out, "What?" The old guy was just as surprised. "You're the strongest fighter in the whole sect. How insane is this guy?" Someone else was itching to know about the Jade Pure sect. Jade Pure sect wasn't exactly famous before, was it? Chuai Jian stood tall, admitting,
Looking back, getting beat by the Godslayer Elder isn't something to be ashamed of. It's an honor, actually. His eyes gleamed with a little slyness. He had a plan brewing after this. Jade Pure sect's gonna be the holy land of cultivation in Great Yan. Heck, maybe even the 10 states and 9 dynasties. We gotta cozy up to them ASAP.
Ji Hao bowed respectfully, stepping up. "Master, I volunteer to head to Great Yan right away. I'll represent the true martial sect."
Represent West Abyss continent too, to thank Jade Pure sect. Chuaijian thought for a sec, then added, "Not just that, we need to get a super nice gift ready."
The old dude straight up objected, voice booming, "Sect leader, our sect's taken a serious hit. If we go kissing up to Jade Pure sect now, what'll the disciples think?"
Chuaijian got right up in the old guy's face, dropping some truth bombs that shut him right up.
"Wake up! What about Jade Pure sect saving everyone in the world? If we don't go pay our respects, what'll the world think of US?"
The old guy just stammered. "Well," Chuaijian kept laying down the logic, giving him a look. "Down the line, Jade Pure sect's definitely going to be the place every cultivator looks up to. No arguments. If we're late to the party, we'll fall way behind. The sooner the better." He ordered, "Get it organized." The others, hearing Chuaijian's reasoning, secretly admitted he had a point.
Everyone agreed to start making arrangements. The green-robed Taoist crossed his arms, nodding. Chuaijian's right. The other sects are probably heading over there already. Once Jade Pure sect gets big, some jerk sect's gonna throw their weight around and bully everyone else. A masked figure next to him chimed in. "Exactly. Cozying up is a win-win. Can't miss this chance."
Outside the true martial sect, Chuaijian's voice echoed through the halls. "Anyone else got anything to say? If not, it's settled." The entire true martial sect answered as one. Understood. Over at the 9 Dragons sect, Wei Yuan stared at the ruins. It was a far cry from its glory days. He stood alone, sadly looking back at his sect. Ever since that run-in with Qingmeng Dasheng, the sect had split apart, and tons of people had bailed.
Wei Yuan, watching the remnants of what was, started talking to himself. The elders are really something else. Even Qingmeng Dasheng wasn't a match, he thought. Otherwise, we'd have to keep hiding. He looked out at the distance. The sect now completely destroyed. The buildings and rooms were also slanted and had broken roofs, and the loss could hardly be recovered. The stones and bricks were also lying on the ground. Even the flag, with the symbol of the sect, was already torn. The stone tablet in the shape of a dragon's head lying on the ground was like the fate of the 9 Dragons sect. Wei Yuan looked at the scene in front of him, his eyes flashing with helplessness and despair, and he couldn't help thinking in his heart. Cultivators practice for immortality. The so-called sect is only for inheritance, and doing sect is for power. What is the difference from the mortal gangs?
While Wei Yuan was immersed in his thoughts, a disciple stepped forward to report. Reporting sect master. After the inventory, our 9 Dragon sect's chief disciple reached 70,000 at the peak, but now there are only 3,000 left. The building damage exceeds 9 points, and the books and treasures were looted. Fortunately, the 9 Dragon true art in the organization has not been discovered yet. Wei Yuan looked up at the front. His words with sorrow and grief, he slowly said, "Almost the sect is destroyed. People die, and the old business is lost like this. If it is said that there is no 9 Dragon sect in this world, it is not an exaggeration."
The disciple bowed his head and continued to report.
"Sect master does not need to worry. As long as the secret tradition is still there, the 9 Dragon sect can be glorious again," he responded. "Our disciples have capital, but only this capital." Wei Yuan spoke of the concern that has been on his mind for a long time. "How many sects are looking at our secret method, you are not unaware." The disciple was very surprised to hear the sect master say so. Veritim. Wei Yuan asked the disciple a question about having a crime. In the current situation, what will the original say to protect the inheritance? He stepped lightly on the ground, and then used his breath to fly into the air. Wei Yuan stood in the middle of the sky, his robe coat fluttering in the wind, and the breath still surrounded under his feet. Wei Yuan shouted, calling everyone. "All disciples and elders listen to the order. The disciples looked up at the sect master. They wondered if he had anything to announce or advise. Wei Yuan's voice echoed throughout the sect. Everyone must be very clear about the current situation. We all need to protect this place. The disciples and elders were gaping in surprise. And one person spoke with his own doubts. Sect master. What does this mean? He looked down at the disciples. His gaunt face and his dejected and sad expression made the story he was about to tell serious. Wei Yuan said, "The surrounding forces are staring, and rebuilding the sect will definitely not be easy, and forcing the rebuilding will only increase unnecessary sacrifice. Rather than being swallowed by them, it is better to find a place to develop yourself." He frowned tightly, and it was very difficult to say this decision, and Wei Yuan's eyes flashed with determination. He ordered everyone, including the disciples and elders, "Everyone, come to Jade Pure Sect today," Wei Yuan shouted. Taking the Nine Dragons' true scripture as a tribute to submit to the Jade Purity Sect, the statement was like a bolt from the blue. This decision of his shocked and horrified all the disciples. The disciples looked up at their sect leader, who stood against the light, making his body appear like a black silhouette. A series of questions arose after Wei Yuan decided to submit to the Jade Purity Sect. One disciple exclaimed angrily, "Has the sect leader gone mad?" Another, unable to bear the thought of the sect's treasure falling into the hands of others, retorted, "That's a secret not to be divulged. How can it be given away as a gift so easily?" Yet another disciple felt that submitting to the Jade Purity Sect would make the Nine Dragons sect a laughingstock for other sects. Joining the Jade Purity Sect is to become a joke to the world? Wei Yuan had been driven into a corner. He didn't want the Nine Dragons sect to be coveted by others and become a tempting treat for other sects to fight over during its decline. Though reluctant, he still made the decision, as it was better than being exterminated. The Nine Dragons sect was just changing its form of existence. Moreover, the Jade Purity Sect had a unique trait. It strived to find compatibility while preserving differences. I've been to the Jade Purity Sect and understand this point. Even if we join the Jade Purity Sect, we'll still have control. The secret blood flame heavenly gate technique is an example. Without the blood gate's consent, their cultivation methods cannot be learned. Two disciples whispered to each other, "Rumor has it that no one has learned this technique." Wei Yuan looked at his hand, then down at the disciples of the Nine Dragons sect. He resolutely said to everyone, "Borrowing the strength of others to protect our inheritance and the reputation of the Jade Purity Sect, you don't need to worry. Once you're independent and strong, you can break away from the Jade Purity Sect." An elder disciple looked up at him, his eyes wide, and said doubtfully, "Sect leader, from what you're saying, you don't plan to go with us." Gazing at the majestic, overlapping mountains before him, Wei made a decision. "Yeah, this time I must seek higher mountains." In his mind, he had long aimed for a goal. Only by following the example of the predecessors and focusing on hard cultivation is the true path of cultivation. Wei Yuan reminded the disciples, "If the Jade Purity Sect doesn't accept you, go find Elder Zhan Shen, report the name Huang Zuntian Zhan Shen, and the elder will understand." With that, Wei Yuan disappeared, leaving behind only a faint trace of aura and a voice, "Everyone, farewell for now." The disciples below kept reaching their hands towards the sky, calling out to him, Sect leader, don't go." Everyone was extremely puzzled. Who was Huang Zuntian? At the Jade Purity Sect at this moment, the sword battle of sword-slaying the demon saint had fermented for 8 years, and the Jade Purity Sect's reputation in the cultivation world was as bright as the midday sun. The emperor of the Great Yan Dynasty walked amidst a cluster of soldiers, eunuchs, and maids, each carrying tributes and treasures. The emperor of the Great Yan Dynasty had come to pay respects to the Jade Purity Sect, willing to honor the Jade Purity Sect as the national religion. A resounding shout echoed, "His Majesty has arrived!" The emperor walked with dignity, in the style of an emperor, through the crowd. A maid excitedly scattered flower petals from a basket, adding to the solemnity of the emperor's arrival. The emperor knelt before the stone statue, Hanju's divine sense. On the table was a pig's head, and many other offerings. Li Qingzi spread his arms and shouted solemnly. The nameplate of the Jade Purity Sect had been changed. The emperor bowed his head, and the Jade Purity Sect officially changed its name to the Jade Purity Holy Sect. Hanju and Li Qingzi sat drinking tea. Hanju revealed a great discovery. Turns out the great Yan also has an emperor. Live you. Li Qingzi replied helplessly. Don't just stay in seclusion all the time. Go out more and take a look.
Han Ju lowered his head. He never expected the Jade Purity sect to be so prosperous one day. He said, I didn't expect the Jade Purity sect to become the national religion. Li Qingzi laughed and looked ahead, his words carrying praise. Han Ju, in the end, you saved all living beings. You deserve the reputation.
Li Qingzi continued. Even the Nine Dragons sect wants to join us now. His words made Han Ju turn to look at him in surprise, and asked, The Nine Dragons sect? Li Qingzi said to him.
Rumor has it that Wei Yuan told them to come. In Han Ju's mind, he couldn't help but worry. Is old Huang trying to break the game? Looking at the fragrant smoke rising from the teapot, Li Qingzi gave some instructions. Han Ju also. I have sent a message to the ancestor, asking him to return to take over the sect. The ancestor has also agreed. In a few years, he will return to shoulder the position of sect leader. Han Ju felt a pang of concern. He asked Li Qingzi, sect leader?
That's me. Li Qingzi's expression turned solemn. He sensed that his lifespan might be limited. He lowered his voice. I feel that my time is running out. I plan to focus on cultivation, to fight for my own destiny.
Han Ju was stunned, his eyes widening as he looked at Li Qingzi.
Han Ju advised him. After handing over the position of sect leader, go to the bitter cultivation to become immortal mountain to cultivate. As for the cave abode, open one yourself.
Li Qingzi's voice rang out.
Thank you, Elder Han. Without your arrangements over the years, how could the spiritual qi of this bitter cultivation to become immortal mountain be so abundant? I hope you can go further on the path of cultivation. In his mind, he thought, in a few years, the ancestor will return. I wonder if the ancestral master will follow. In the crisis of these years, I have never seen anyone use the puppet. Han Ju raised his hand to shield the moonlight, and the light shone through the gaps in his fingers. At this moment, Han Ju also raised his hand to shield his eyes. Through the gaps in his fingers, his eyes showed a hint of determination.
Chang Yuer was lying on the bed, wearing a revealing suspender dress that showed off her long, flawless legs. She felt a little worried.
It's late at night.
Vistresh. Is junior brother okay? Chang Yuer's eyes were dull, unfocused, and she lay with her arms outstretched.
Beside her hand was a sharp knife.
A few small sparks flickered prominently.
Han Ju's puppet was neatly placed on the bed. It suddenly spoke, startling him.
Shiji, Yuker, was completely shocked. She recognized that familiar voice, her Shidi's voice.
Yunir grabbed the puppet and held it up high, stunned. Turns out you could talk to me through this puppet. Why didn't you say so sooner? It has this function.
Yuer's face darkened.
The first few years I called you. Why didn't you answer? Did you forget about Shiji because you have other sweethearts?
Han Ju was sweating bullets hearing her scolding, so he quickly explained,
it's not like that. The Tianzihi puppet has a limited spirit energy storage. Once it's used up, it won't be able to protect you anymore, so I have to use it sparingly.
Yunker was flustered when she heard his explanation. The embarrassment was clear in her eyes.
Yunker realized something, so that's how it was. Her Shidi was really so gentle. I'm gonna cry.
Over the years, with Zhu Dinglaozu protecting her, she had never encountered a life-threatening danger.
But she suddenly realized an even more serious problem. Yunker panicked. Wait, this puppet can sense me. Doesn't that mean Han Ju? The more she spoke, the more humorous she found it. Yer let out a piercing scream. This old lady has been seen naked by Shidaddy every day without knowing it. I just hope he didn't see my fat rolls. Then, she continued to scream. So embarrassing that it could reach the Yuking sect. He hurriedly clarified his unwarranted injustice, his tone filled with helplessness. The spirit energy isn't used like that. It can only check if you're in danger. The more Yusir spoke, the more chaotic it became. Doesn't that mean that Shibadi can sense even those things that I do every day? A big question mark appeared in his mind. Han Ju blurted out in confusion. Huh? She screamed uncontrollably. I want to die right here! On the other side, Han Ju was sitting and reading a book. Dikatyo was sleeping soundly beside him. He couldn't understand it. His mind was a mess of inexplicable things. Han Ju's words made Yuer dizzy. Shiji, in a few years, Shizu will return to the sect and take over as headmaster. When that time comes, please follow Shizu back, he said to her. The puppet has 9/10 of its spirit energy left, so I'll go ahead. As soon as Han Ju finished speaking, Yuer rushed to the puppet, crying, No, Shidi, I was wrong. I won't do those things anymore.
She squatted on the bed, then pointed at the puppet's head, and hurriedly asked, "Shidi, you haven't told me what the situation is like at the Yuqing sect, and you haven't told me what your cultivation situation is like? Answer this, old lady." Hanju's puppet stared at her blankly. Yuer sat in front of the puppet, her arms crossed in front of her chest, and she sulked as she scolded him. "Stinky Shidi, you care about me, but you won't say it." Then, she thought, "It's good that he's so aloof." Yuer thought of the scene of Hongchuan and Motu, with tattered clothes, begging on the streets, the two of them crying incessantly. Maybe Hongchuan and Motu often encounter it too. She flashed a cunning smile, then raised her hand to cover her mouth. "Wait until I get back, Shidi. Don't even think about escaping from the palm of my hand." A shout rang out, cutting off Yuer's fantasies. "Yuer Mai, there's a huge good thing." Her eyes hardened. The previously excited and happy expression disappeared. Yuker put on a coat and walked out towards the entrance of the cave preaching, raised her hand to her mouth, and shouted towards the little sister, "Are you here? Recently, the Qilong Immortal Island has a great power preaching the Tao. I have an invitation from the island." Yunir stepped forward, her beautiful appearance like a flower. She lowered her head to look at him and asked, "A great power preaching the Dakio." Preaching, looking up at the hand waving the dried fruit, the appearance of a scholar learning etiquette. His eyes lit up when he saw her. "Preaching, that's right. Do you want to go? I can take you." He raised his hand to cover his mouth, then broke into a bright smile. "Preaching, it's a rare opportunity. Maybe there will be a big surprise." Yuker looked towards him, her eyes indifferent, glancing without the slightest bit of concern. She coldly replied to his good intentions. "Thank you for your kindness. I won't go." Recently, I have some insights into cultivation. I need to slowly comprehend them." Jiang Dao still smiled, not noticing Yuer's discomfort at all. He reached out and said to her, "Okay, then I'll come bother Yuer Mai next time. If I find any good treasures on Qilong Immortal Island, I'll bring some back for you." Yuser's eyes carried extreme disgust. She slowly said to him, "There's no need to be so troublesome." She impatiently turned to leave, muttering in her mouth, "I just want to focus on cultivation. I don't need any treasures." Seeing Yung'er stepping inside, he reached out and called after her, "Yung'er Mai, what did you say?" He laughed loudly and bid her farewell. "I'll go first, you cultivate slowly." Stepping inside, she couldn't help but feel annoyed and frustrated. Yuer muttered, "Jiang Dao doesn't want to cultivate diligently every day. He just comes to pester me. It's so annoying." She snorted coldly. "By the time you come back, I'll have long returned to find my little Shidati." Yung'er looked towards Hanju's puppet and asked, "You said so, right?" She quickly threw her shoes aside, then threw herself at the puppet that was placed on the bed, her eyes filled with affection. Calling out her Shidi's name, Yung'er hugged the puppet tightly, then rubbed her cheek against the puppet's cheek, her voice excited. "Shidi, come closer." She patted the puppet's cheeks, excitedly chattering on, while also thinking about seeing her little brother soon. "I wonder if the spiritual qi in your abode has been enough for you these past few years, little brother." Chang Yuer gracefully placed her hands on the puppet, then gently closed her eyes. She softly said, "When I return, I'll definitely make proper arrangements for you, little brother." The full moon cast a gentle light over every corner of the space, with cloud, like rocks, and starlight glittering like a Milky Way scattered throughout the room. A meeting was underway, with serious business at hand. One person, seemingly the most authoritative, spoke up, breaking the silence of the meeting. "The green python great sage is dead. What do you all think about this?" Blood Demon Old Ancestor passed on the news he had heard. Rumor has it he died at a sect called the Yuqing sect, within the Great Yan. Strictly speaking, the Yuqing sect is now basking in the limelight, like the sun at noon. The person sitting opposite him listened in silence, seemingly lost in thought. Chiwai Mo, sitting beside him, joined in. "The green python great sage was my master's favorite pet. Ordering him to slaughter the humans of the 10 continents and 9 dynasties was also our plan. This vengeance must be taken." He obviously couldn't accept the fact that the humans of the 10 continents and 9 dynasties still existed. Although the humans of the 10 continents and 9 dynasties have suffered countless casualties, they haven't been completely wiped out. We need to find another way. But Luhan didn't think so. He spoke his mind. The green python great sage was too arrogant, relying on the magic treasures of the Shui Yan Dao Ren. He actually thought he was invincible under the heavens. It's good that he's dead. If we want to wipe out the humans, relying on the demon race alone won't work. We need to make the humans slaughter each other. He spread his arms and loudly proclaimed, I suggest supporting the human demonic cultivators, creating internal strife among the humans. Mon Ji also thought this was a good idea, and having nothing to object to, she said, "This servant has no objections."
Mo Ji, with her enchanting figure, leaned on the arm of the chair and said in her flirtatious tone, "That way, the blood offered will double, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." Her eyes lit up, and she turned to the person beside her. "You're right, aren't you?" "What do you think?" Xuan Qingjun coldly asked. "I have no objections." Then she added, "I once went to the underworld." Mo Ji was surprised by what she said and reminded them, "Let me give you guys a little heads up. The demon clan is getting a little impatient." Lu Han was stunned when he heard this, and Chimo was no exception.
Xuan Qingjun's reminder left him dumbfounded.
Blood demon old ancestor was also lost in thought by her words. His eyes flashed with red light carrying sinister and vicious intentions.
Xuan Qingjun crossed her legs, revealing her long, fair legs. She slowly spoke. "What happens when we fail to complete the mission of reviving the demon clan on time? I'm sure you all know very well, right?" She really looked like a master. Her aura was definitely not ordinary. Xuan Qingjun raised her voice and made a decision with blood demon old ancestor. "All right, I'll handle the Yu King sect matter, and you guys handle the other matters." Blood demon old ancestor sat opposite her, but he seemed to be overshadowed by Xuan Qingjun. He agreed to this proposal.
"Make sure you clearly investigate the situation of that mysterious cultivator in the Yu Qing sect. If he's detrimental to our plans, Mo Jun will do his best to kill him."
Xuan Qingjun's purple eyes glowed brightly. She was ready for this operation. Xuan Qingjun replied, "All right, I'll set off immediately."
In the mortal world, 10 years makes an era. But cultivation knows no years. 5 years flashed by in the blink of an eye. The dazzling light of the 9th level of the combination realm enveloped the space.
Han Ju happily shouted, "9th level of the combination realm."
He looked up at the sky and stretched out his arms. Enjoying the fruits of his hard cultivation, he exclaimed excitedly, "The tribulation transcendence realm is right before my eyes. Keep up the effort." Hanju's eyes flashed with determination and resolve, he slowly said. "Then there is a need for a grand celebration." Hanju opened the misfortune book, looking at the rows of characters. The names of the seniors, and the people he knew immediately appeared in his mind. Vermilion Bird, Mo Yoling, Hui Yandao Ren here. He thought to himself, "Let me say hello to these people first." The Heavenly Tao spiritual stone and the misfortune book touched each other, causing a dazzling golden light to appear. That year, after the Great War, Hanju finally decided to merge the Heavenly Tao spiritual stone into the misfortune book. At that moment, Hanju raised his hand upwards. A powerful aura shot straight into the sky. Attack power 3000. And the defense is still a question mark. No one knows for sure, only that it is the unparalleled spiritual treasure misfortune book. He thought to himself, Heavenly Tao. With this edition, the misfortune book will definitely be different from usual. The response speed of the curse will be faster than before. Your pet, Hundun Tiangu, encountered a demon beast attack. Triggered 28,211 times. Your good friend, Xiu Fan, encountered a demonic cultivator attack. Triggered 3,779 times. Your good friend, Mo Fuki, encountered a demonic cultivator attack. Triggered 3,644 times. Your good friend, Zhao Farren, suffered severe injuries, life in danger. Your enemy, Mo Yuling, due to your curse, suffered damage to his Dao heart, encountered inner demons, and his cultivation has greatly decreased. Your disciple, Su Qi, encountered a demon king attack and suffered severe injuries. Your disciple, Su Qi, activated a stroke of bad luck. The demon king encountered a passing-by great cultivator who pursued and killed him. Your Dao companion, Hong Xuan, obtained an opportunity and entered a blessed paradise cave. Han Ju stroked his chin smugly. Mo Yuling's cultivation is greatly decreased. Awesome. Too bad nothing's happened to Zhu Kui and Zhu Yandao Ren yet. Seeing Hong Xuan's information, your Dao companion, Hong Xuan, obtained an opportunity and entered a blessed paradise cave. He pondered. Hong Xuan's body has the luck I left behind. Her fortune has been increasing recently. Wonder what kind of treasure she'll bring back for me next time. Hanju immediately thought of the scene of Hong Xuan